As the weakest kingdom on the entire continent of Longqinus, Arcadia also possessed the smallest territory. Located at the southeastern tip of the continent, two of its sides bordered the vast, endless ocean, while the other two share borders with two powerful empires. Were it not for the intervention of Farland's central authority of the continental nation, like Arcadia, would likely have been annihilated long ago. And our story begins in Luna City, the capital of Arcadia. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, especially in the southern regions of Longqinus. The sun hung so close in the sky that it radiated scorching heat, causing every person bathed in its light to sweat profusely. Though it was still morning, the streets of Luna City were already devoid of activity. No wonder people said that the reason the mighty empires of Landias and Bopong hadn't swallowed Arcadia wasn't just due to Farland's interference seat, was also because this place was undoubtedly the hottest region on the entire continent. Of course, there were exceptions. At this moment, a vigorous old man stood before the Arcadian Mage Guild in Luna City. His pristine white mage robes were perfectly wrinkle-free, as straight-backed as the man himself. Deep wrinkles marked his face, evidence of his advanced age. His silver-white hair was neatly combed back, and his tall frame towered over ordinary Arcadians by at least half a head. In his right hand, wrinkled with age, he held a slender staff. Though the staff currently touched the ground, no one would mistake it as a crutch. That was because of the old mage's eyes deep, dark orbs as clear as an abyss, yet piercingly lucid. The old mage squinted slightly, but faint glimmers of sharp intelligence still flashed between his lashes. Praise Farland. Esteemed magician, greetings. How may I assist you? Pirlo had just stepped out of the Mage Guild when he spotted the elderly mage. Although the old man wore no extravagant adornments or magical artifacts, and his robe bore no insignia indicating rank, Pirlo, having practiced magic in Luna City's guild for over 20 years, as a yellow-tier, mid-rank magic trusted his instincts. Only those who sought to boast displayed their rank on their robes. This elder mage, appearing at least 70 years old, could hardly be a low-level novice. Moreover, not a single drop of sweat glistened on his deeply wrinkled forehead. Praise Farland, the old mage replied in a voice soft and gentle, yet with a low timbre that felt like a spring breeze so much so that even the oppressive heat seemed to cool slightly. I come from Farland. Please take me to see the interim guildmaster. Pirlo's body stiffened instantly. His sharp eyes widened with shock and elation. From Farland? He comes from Farland, on the continent of Longqinus. Even the most common peasant would understand the significance of such words. The position of guildmaster of Luna City's Mage Guild had been vacant for over 2 years since the previous master's passing. As the national headquarters of Arcadia's Mage Guild, the seat had remained empty all this time. If this man came from Farland, could it mean? What was the highest honored profession on Longqinus? It was that of the mage. Some might doubt the existence of gods, but no one failed to revere mages. Farland was a plain of fertile land on the continent, roughly half the size of the kingdom of Arcadia. Despite its richness, no nation dared covet it because it was the sacred land of mages. Farland was almost as universally revered as the northern tundra, standing as a spiritual beacon for nearly every nation on Longqinus. Farland was not only the holy sanctuary of mages, it was also the place they feared most. Besides the Farland Legion guarding its borders, only mages could enter. Entering Farland wasn't particularly difficult, but leaving was something nearly every mage dared not hope for. One must possess at least blue-tier strength to be permitted to depart. Mage ranks ascended from lowest to highest. Mage, mid-tier mage, high-tier mage, archmage, sorcerer, sorceress, grand sorcerer. All ranks were classified by the colors of the rainbow. The lowest rank corresponded to red, the first color of the rainbow, and so on. Blue represented the sorceress tier. Each of the first 6 colors was further divided into beginner, mid, and high ranks. A yellow-tier mid-rank mage like Pirlo, therefore, was a mid-rank high-tier mage. Purple, the final color of the rainbow, was divided into 9 levels. Even among purple-tier grand sorcerers, differences in level meant vastly different power. One reason Farland became the sacred land of mages was the presence of 7 mage towers within it, each housing a powerful 9th-level purple-tier Magith ultimate peak of power on Longqinus. Thus, on the continent of Longqinus, distinguishing one's strength was straightforward. Any magic or battle aura was distinguished by color, and the hue released during casting clearly revealed the user's true power. Please, after you, Pirlo stammered nervously, stepping aside. A faint smile appeared on the old mage's face. He gave Pirlo a slight nod before following him into the Mage Guild. Inside the guild hall, Immense magical elements pulsed through the air. A hexagram of mithril embedded in the floor emitted a soft, silvery glow. The interior was spacious, a reflection of the scarcity of mages. In a small kingdom like Arcadia, the number of mages could only be described as few and far between. Though the guild held high status within the kingdom, it remained eerily quiet. Pirlo didn't keep the old mage waiting long. Soon, another aged mage emerged from within the guild, summoned by Pirlo. Dressed in a cyan-colored mage robe, he looked much like the visiting elder. Praise Farlan. Greetings, traveler from afar. I am Daira, fire mage and acting guild master of the Arcadian Mage Guild. As he spoke, Daira slowly bowed to the white-robed elder, while a pale cyan flame flickered to life above his right hand, revealing his exact rank Centaur beginner mage. This was the highest honor among mages. Given Jiras' status in Arcadia, he wouldn't even need to do this before the king. His deep respect stemmed from one fact alone. The white-robed mage before him came from Farlan. Praise Farlan. I am Qin Shang from Farlan. Here is my letter from Farlan. Qin Shang transferred his wooden staff to his left hand and extended his right palm toward Daira. A faint glow shimmered, and a parchment scroll materialized in his hand. Both Pirlo and Daira were stunned. They clearly saw that although the light emanating from Qin Shang's hand was faint, its color was unmistakably purple. Jiras' hands trembled slightly as he accepted the scroll and carefully unrolled it. The parchment was blank, but Daira showed no surprise. Instinctively, his gaze turned to Qin Shang. Qin Shang swept his right hand across the scroll, and once more, a faint purple light enveloped it. Instantly, under the halo of purple light, text appeared. Daira read aloud, his voice trembling with excitement. By decree, Qin Shang, first-rank purple tire spirit musician, assumes the role of guild master of the Arcadian Mage Guild. Daira and Pirlo's astonishment now turned to sheer awe. Spirit musicians, a branch of psychic mages who cast spells through musical instruments, were considered the most noble but also the most impractical of all mages. Rarely could a spirit musician surpass the yellow tier, their magic limited to minor battlefield morale boosts. Traditionally, only daughters or princesses of great nobles took interest in this elegant but useless art. Yet here stood an elder mage who was a purple tire spirit musician. Daira couldn't believe his eyes. But in the lower right corner of the scroll, the ancient symbol encircled by a silver hexagram unmistakably belonged to Illusion Tower 1 of Farlan's 7 Towers. Clearly, the mage named Qin Shang before them had passed the trials of Illusion Tower to earn his arrival. And the purple magical energy he emitted was undeniably real. Daira quickly regained his composure. A decree from Farlan could not be forged. He respectfully rolled up the scroll and handed it back to Qin Shang. Daira and Pirlo pay homage to our new guildmaster. Qin Shang retrieved the scroll and asked, how many mages remain in Arcadia now? At this question, Jiras' expression darkened slightly. Below myself, we have 1 Cyan mage, 3 green tier mages, 24 yellow tier mages, 67 orange tier mages, and 213 red tier mages. Most have joined the military. Only about a dozen remain in the guild. Qin Shang showed mild surprise. So few? While magic cultivation is indeed a long process, with Arcadia's population numbering in the tens of millions, are there truly only 300 mages? I recall other nations having far more numerous practitioners. Daira sighed. It wasn't always this way. Arcadia has long been famed for producing fire mages. But now, our nation weakens daily. Skilled mages have fled to the neighboring empires. Those willing to stay are naturally scarce. Still, now that you've arrived a purple tire grand sorcerer, we haven't had a purple tire powerhouse in Arcadia for centuries. I believe our mage guild will surely flourish under your leadership. Despite his age, Daira grew visibly excited, his gaze upon Qin Shang bordering on fervor. Just then, a melodious, graceful voice rang from outside. Master Daira, are you in? Daira blinked, smiled, apologized to Qin Shang, and hurried out. Moments later, a young woman followed Daira into the hall. She was exquisitely beautiful, long black hair, fair complexion, dressed in an elegant jade green gown. Her face was slightly plump, but this did nothing to diminish her noble bearing. Every movement, whether walking or standing, radiated grace, as if her slender waist could never bend. She cradled a swaddled infant in her arms, whose steady breathing indicated deep sleep. At the sight of her, Qin Shang's eyes lit up. His half-closed eyes opened fully, gleaming with sharp light. The woman immediately sensed his gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of cyan light flashed in her eyes as she looked toward Qin Shang. The instant their gazes met, her eyes glazed over momentarily. When she recovered, her face paled and instinctively clutched the bundle tighter. Daira, still caught up in excitement, noticed none of this. He greeted the woman. Mei, where's Yinzhú? Why didn't he come with you? You just finished your confinement, haven't you? Mei shifted sideways slightly, smiling. He's been training his battle aura lately, so I came alone. Master, our child has reached his first month. I'd be grateful if you could bless him. A mage's blessing offered the best protection for newborns. The higher the mage's rank, the healthier the infant would become, regardless of magical affinity. Daira laughed heartily, readily agreeing. No problem. Didn't I promise I'd bless your child after birth? Oh, let me introduce you. This is Master Qin Shang from Farland, our new guild master. Despite meeting an old acquaintance, he hadn't forgotten the new guild master beside him. Mei couldn't forget the intensity of Qin Shang's earlier gaze. She merely offered a polite bow. Praise Farland. Greetings, master. Before Qin Shang could speak, a loud cry erupted from the bundle. A pair of arms like tender lotus roots emerged, waving gently as if trying to break free from the mother's embrace. Qin Shang froze mid-sentence. For the first time since arriving at the Mage Guild, his expression underwent a dramatic shift so intense that everyone present was shocked. In a single stride, Qin Shang stood before Mei, his aged face flushed with excitement as he raised trembling hands toward the infant's delicate little hands. His swift movement resembled not a mage, but a warrior. What are you doing? Mei snapped, retreating 2 steps with a strange, fluid motion. Qin Shang was fast, but his hands grasped only an afterimage. Qin Shang's gaze remained fixed on the baby's pink, tiny hands. He stood frozen, even forgetting to lower his raised arms. 8 fingers born with 8 fingers, so it's true. A genius this child is absolutely a genius. Daira was startled, quickly stepping between Ming and Qin Shang, anxiously saying, no misunderstanding, Master Qin Shang. What are you doing? Qin Shang's expression gradually calmed. He lowered his head, gazing at the mithril hexagram beneath his feet. After a long silence, a flash of ecstatic light appeared in his eyes. He clapped his hands together, laughing like a delighted child. Praise Farland. Good. So it shall be. Lifting his head, he met Mei Ying's wary, curious gaze with a gentle smile. Despite his wrinkles, he carried himself with undeniable dignity. Miss Mei Ying, you came today to have your child blessed by magic, correct? Mei Ying nodded. Qin Shang turned to Daira. Then allow me to perform the blessing for this child. Daira froze. In this world, it was rare enough for a 1-month-old infant to receive a mage's blessing. To be blessed by a purple tire or grand sorcerer was virtually unheard of, reserved only for princes and princesses of great nations. This Daira glanced at Mei Ying. At 67, he clearly saw the change in Qin Shang's demeanor upon seeing Mei Ying's child, and thus hesitated. Given his close relationship with Mei Ying and her husband, how could he face them if harm came to their child? Mei Ying's eyes cooled slightly. Guildmaster, I'd like to know why. Qin Shang's eyes softened with profound emotion, his voice gaining a magnetic warmth. Because of his hands, they are, in my eyes, the most perfect hands I've ever seen. Lady Mei Ying, I mean no harm. Indeed, though Qin Shang's eyes burned with fervor, the aura emanating from him held no malice, only kindness. Yet at the mention of her son's hands, Mei Ying's face darkened. Master Qin Shang, why do you say my son's hands are the most perfect? Are you mocking me? Humans have 5 fingers per hand. For a warrior, any finger was crucial. Though her son lacked only the little fingers on both hands, it greatly affected weapon grip, possibly preventing him from wielding a sword properly. Which parent didn't wish their child perfect? Mei Ying was no exception. But her child was born with 8 fingers, a devastating blow. This defect meant he could never become a master swordsman, family's deepest hope. No, praise Farland. I swear by Farland. I mock you not, Qin Shang said, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at the struggling, crying infant. His features softened oddly. To others, these hands may seem flawed. But to someone like me, they are absolute perfection. You'll understand soon. Under the watchful eyes of Mei Ying, Daira, and Pirlo, Qin Shang slowly sat cross-legged. A flash of light from his right hand revealed the source. A glowing ring on his little finger, a spatial ring, one of the most vital artifacts for mages. A rusted ancient zither quietly appeared on his lap. Its 7 strings shimmered with a faint silvery glow. As Qin Shang placed his hands on the strings, his entire demeanor transformed. His aged face became serene and humble. His whole being radiated vitality, as if since time immemorial. The moment his hands touched the strings, he had fused completely with the very essence of the Mage Guild Hall. Unconsciously, everyone's attention focused solely on him. His left hand hovered, not touching the instrument. His right thumb and index finger lightly pinched, middle and ring fingers gently pressing the strings. As the thumb released, the index finger plucked across the 7 strings, producing a deep, resonant hum, rich, profound, lingering. Instantly, the air seemed to freeze. The infant's cries ceased. Inside the swaddle, a pair of large, bright eyes turned toward the sound, accompanied by soft babbling. Whether advanced mages like Pirlo, sorcerers like Daera, or warriors like Ming, all who heard this pure tone felt as if every impurity within their bodies had been instantly purged. An unprecedented sense of clarity and circulation washed over them, indescribably refreshing. Wooden Dragon's roar, "You are Meiying's hostility," vanished instantly. She looked at Qin Shang, her eyes now filled with surprise and delight. Qin Shang didn't answer. He merely smiled. Both hands began to move, left hand gently pressing, right hand delicately plucking. A moving melody floated forth, subtle, restrained, with skillfully controlled phrasing, brisk rhythm weaving with lingering repetition. Faint purple light seeped from the silver strings as his hands moved. Concentric rings of pale violet light enveloped the hall, contained without spreading. Mage's mental strength far exceeded ordinary people, yet Pirlo and Daera were now utterly lost in the soul-stirring music, their eyes alight with joy and bewilderment, forgetting entirely where they were. Meiying alone remained conscious. She didn't know why she retained awareness, but she clearly saw the faint purple light converging toward one point, her infant son. The baby had long stopped crying. When Meiying looked down, she gasped. Her son was smiling, his tiny hands waving gently in the air. In sync with the melody, the sequence of his hand movements matched the music perfectly. The faint purple light silently seeped into his body, initiating strange transformations within. Was this real? Meiying was entranced, unable to recover even after the music faded away. With the spring thunder zither, playing green water perfect for cleansing this child's spirit and body. Qin Shang's voice brought Meiying back from her dreamlike state. Looking up sharply, she saw silver light flashing in his eyes. The ancient zither on his lap had vanished. Glancing at her child, she found him asleep, his even breathing sweetly melodic. The baby's skin seemed smoother, more radiant, his lovely face adorned with a sweet smile. A genius is definitely a genius. My judgment is correct. Even at just 1 month old, he can perceive the true essence of my music. Now you understand why I praised his little hands, don't you? For a lute player, the little fingers on both hands are forbidden. As a spirit musician, I know this well. There was once a legend of a 6-fingered demon lutenist with 6 fingers per hand, pure fiction. For playing, 8 fingers are sufficient. Being born with 8 fingers, how perfectly ideal. Qin Shang sighed wistfully. Master, who exactly are you? Meiying ventured cautiously, not because of the purple light he emitted, but because of the earlier tune, green water, and that wooden dragon's roar. Qin Shang replied, I come from Farlan, seeking a disciple to pass on my legacy. Never did I imagine the prodigy I seek would be of your bamboo clan. Come, take me to meet your father-in-law. Yili, we haven't seen each other in decades. I wonder if his bones are still sturdy? Meiying suddenly realized. You bear the surname Qin Wooden Dragons, roar, you're from the Qin clan. Qin Shang smiled faintly, raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Looks like I'll have a good talk with old Yili this time. Meiying glanced at Pirlo and Daera, whispering, Master, what about them? Qin Shang coughed lightly. A flash of purple aura passed through his eyes. Daera and the others, previously entranced, snapped back to awareness, exhaling deeply. Daera exclaimed, Magnificent! Absolutely magnificent! Praise Farlan. This is my first experience of a spirit musician's true power. Guildmaster, I look forward to learning from you. Qin Shang shook his head. You felt the strength of psychic magic, but you don't truly appreciate the art of music. Psychic and elemental magic differ greatly. As he spoke, he gave Meiying a meaningful glance. Meiying understood. Thank you, Master Qin Shang, for blessing my child. If you're free, I'd like to invite you to visit by Konghai. My husband and I would be honored to play host. Qin Shang nodded. Then I won't decline. Daera said in surprise. Praise Farlan. Meiying, I don't think I've ever received such an invitation. Meiying smiled. There will be opportunities. Master Qin Shang, please. By Konghai meaning green voids, he referred to a dense bamboo forest. After all, aren't bamboo stalks green and hollow? Located 30 kilometers west of Luna City, countless emerald green bamboos formed a unique landscape, their surfaces shimmering with faint light, creating a sea of soft green hues. To Arcadians, Baikonghai was a mysterious place, famed for its fresh bamboo shoots. Yet no one could penetrate deep into its interior, nor did anyone know its true extent. It bordered the Landia's empire to Arcadia's west. Everyone who entered Baikonghai inevitably emerged from the same spot they entered, no matter how deep they went. No one knew why. Thus, no one paid it much attention or disturbed it. The temperature inside Baikonghai differed greatly from Luna City. Perhaps due to the abundance of lush bamboo, the oppressive heat dissipated significantly upon entering. Mei Ying cradled her son as she walked with Qin Shang through the bamboo sea. "Senior, your stamina is remarkable. After walking so far, you show no sign of fatigue. A mage like you I've never seen before." 30 kilometers was trivial for a warrior, but exhausting for a mage. Upon closer inspection, one could notice a faint current of energy surrounding the bundle in Mei Ying's arms, her battle aura, protecting her son. Qin Shang chuckled. "Haven't you heard the saying? Useless is the spirit musician. As a spirit musician, I cannot use elemental mages' speed-boosting spells, and I dislike attendance. Wherever I go on the continent, I rely solely on my own 2 legs. Over time, my stamina naturally exceeds that of other mages." As they spoke, Qin Shang noticed the bamboo ahead growing slightly hazy. A knowing smile crossed his face. He casually broke off a bamboo shoot, using it to tap the surrounding stalks as he walked. The rhythm of his tapping varied, producing unique sound waves. Without needing guidance from Mei Ying, he strode directly into the depths of the forest. For ordinary people, Baikonghai was an insurmountable barrier, but for this old visitor, it posed no difficulty. Mei Ying, seemingly expecting this, showed no surprise at Qin Shang's actions. Her footsteps grew ethereal slow in appearance. Swift and real Lydia's, she followed closely behind him into the bamboo depths. Near the center of Baikonghai, a row of neat bamboo huts nestled among the groves over 10, in total exuding elegance amid the swaying shadows. Before Mei Ying and Qin Shang reached the huts, an aged voice called from one of them. "Yinger, why have you brought outsiders? Have you forgotten my words?" Before Mei Ying could respond, Qin Shang laughed. "Well, Yili, you won't even greet an old friend?" A lightning-fast figure instantly appeared before them. Though the movement was swift, it flowed like drifting clouds, feeling entirely natural. It was littler than Qin Shang, with long gray-white hair cascading down his back. His face bore fewer wrinkles than Qin Shang's, making him appear around 50. His spine was straight, his sharp eyes radiating a commanding aura, exuding the maturity of a seasoned man. Seeing Qin Shang, his broad hands immediately seized him. Qin Shang made no attempt to evade, allowing the grip on his shoulders. "Old friend, what brings you? It's been over 20 years, hasn't it?" Yili exclaimed, thrilled. Qin Shang's usual calm vanished before Yili. He made a comical expression. "Came to see you. You're still so young, while I've aged. Cultivating battle aura suits you better. Magic ages one too easily. Wasn't I the older one by a year?" Yili grumbled. "Young? Look at my hair turning white. Come, let's go inside." He pulled Qin Shang toward the hut, briefly glancing at his grandson in Mei Ying's arms. The bamboo hut's interior was simple, only a bamboo bed, table, and chairs. Chapter 2. The Harmony of Qin and Bamboo. Yili picked up the water jug from the table and poured a glass of crystal-clear water, offering it to Qin Shang. "This is the spring water from my BUC. Do give it a taste." Qin Shang accepted the glass and took a sip, exclaiming, "Refreshing and sweet. Quite delightful." "You certainly know how to indulge," Yili remarked. "You old rascal, you didn't come all this way just for a drink, did you? You are aware that the matters of the Bamboo Sect no longer concern me." Qin Shang chuckled heartily, replying, "I haven't even uttered a word yet. And you've already dismissed me entirely. What do you think I am here for? This time, I intend to stay." A flicker of surprise crossed Yili's eyes. "Stay?" Qin Shang nodded, saying, "I have just returned from Phelan." At the mention of Phelan, Yili's expression shifted subtly, growing more somber. "So you went after all. Does that mean you have achieved the purple level?" Qin Shang squinted, scrutinizing Yili. "And you have as well, I see. Let me have a look." Yili shot him an annoyed glare, and a faint purple aura emanated from within him, exuding a proud and stubborn energy. The immense pressure made Qin Shang's eyes gleam with excitement. "Ah, a first tier. It seems neither of us has fallen behind." Yili replied, "I am no longer your match. In a duel against you at the same tier, no element of magic or combat energy can surpass your Qin magic. Do you think I am unaware?" Qin Shang smiled slightly, saying, "My melodies only reveal their true power after playing more than a third. At this distance, you cannot defeat me, and I would have no means to pursue you. Would you have me chase you while playing?" Yili said earnestly, "At this distance. Do you believe I could defeat you with a single strike?" Qin Shang leisurely took another sip of spring water. "I do not believe so." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, both Qin Shang and Yili having not experienced such joy in a long time. As their laughter subsided, Yili turned serious. "Old friend, let us be frank. What truly transpires in Phelan?" Qin Shang's expression darkened, and with a sigh, he replied, "The 7 towers of Phelan are beyond our imagination. When I traversed the illusion tower, I did not even meet the tower master." After a long silence, Yili spoke, a touch of sorrow in his voice. "It seems we are forever without hope." "Not so," Qin Shang interjected, his eyes lighting up as if a thrilling thought had struck him. He abruptly rose from the bamboo chair, declaring, "Hope certainly exists, and it is right before us." A fervent gleam ignited in Yi Li's eyes. "What is it? Pray tell." Qin Shang smiled faintly and resumed his seat, remaining silent. Yi Li, growing impatient, urged, "Stop keeping me in suspense. Speak." Qin Shang laughed. "You remain as you always were. So hasty. I truly wonder how you have cultivated your bamboo combat energy to this level." After undergoing the assessment at Phelan, I was confirmed at the purple level and ascended the Phelan Rainbow list. Before I departed, the people of Phelan asked me where I wished to serve, and I chose Arcadia. It was not solely because of you that I came here. If you agree, I could remain for at least a decade. Yi Li's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he remarked, "Old friend, why do I sense that you have set a trap for me to fall into? Speak plainly. What is our hope, truly?" Qin Shang nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall be direct. Our hope lies in your grandson." Yi Li gasped in surprise. "You must be mistaken. Have you not noticed that my grandson is naturally born with only 8 fingers? In the future, he will struggle to even grasp a weapon. How could he possibly become our hope? I merely wish for this child to live as an ordinary person." Qin Shang scoffed lightly. "That is your perspective. From my vantage point, it is entirely different. A natural 8-fingered individual is the successor I have long desired, free from the constraints of the forbidden fingers. He possesses immense potential for mastering the art of musical magic. Moreover, your grandson has an acute sensitivity to music. Should you allow him to study the instrument under my tutelage, he could indeed become our future beacon of hope. However, as a master of divine sound, while reaching the purple level enables one to wield powerful musical magic, it also carries significant drawbacks. Thus, I have devised an effective solution that requires your cooperation." Yi Li's brows furrowed. "Cooperate? I practice bamboo sect fighting energy. How can I possibly assist you?" Qin Shang elaborated, "In Longqinus, there exists a precedent for the integration of magic with fighting energy, commonly referred to as dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Yet, no one has surpassed the blue level. Modern magicians disdain the practice of fighting energy. My proposed method, however, involves using fighting energy to amplify the range of sound waves, or even to launch direct attacks with them. Your bamboo fighting energy, imbued with the essence of nature, is the perfect complement to musical tones. My intention in coming here was to take on a disciple and subsequently persuade you to teach him bamboo fighting energy, thereby blending the strengths of our 2 families to cultivate an extraordinary master of divine sound. Perhaps we could even transcend the limitations of the purple level. But upon my arrival, before I could seek out a disciple, I encountered your grandson. A natural 8-fingered child is a rare find. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Old friend, I have never sought anything from anyone in my life, but this time, I must make an exception. I implore you, allow your grandson to become my student." As he spoke, Qin Shang rose and bowed deeply to Yi Li, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. Yi Li stepped aside, resolutely rejecting the proposal. "No, I cannot agree. He is my only grandson. Though he is born with 8 fingers, I still hope he will inherit my legacy." Qin Shang urged. "You just said you wanted him to be an ordinary person. Why the sudden change of heart?" Yi Li countered. "By ordinary person, I refer to the common individuals of my bamboo sect. My grandson is destined to be the future submaster of the bamboo sect. If you lure him away to the musical sect, what will become of my bamboo sect?" "Absolutely not." Qin Shang, unwilling to relent, insisted. "Yi Chong and Mei Ying are still young. Are you truly concerned about not having more grandchildren in the future? A naturally born 8-fingered child is exceedingly rare for me. Old friend, For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I implore you to grant me this favor." Yili sighed bitterly and responded, "It is not that I do not wish to help you. It is simply impossible. True, Chong and Ing are still young, but they will likely only have this one son in their lifetime. In the beginning, when Inger gave birth to my precious grandson, she faced great difficulty. Fortunately, the presence of Granny Longqinus from the Lan clan ensured the safety of both mother and child. However, Granny Longqinus also mentioned that Inger would be unable to bear any more children in the future. If you don't believe it, you can inquire with the Lan clan." Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Qin Shang could not help but slump onto the bamboo chair, his heart filled with despair as all hope dissipated into nothingness. Neither he nor Yi Li spoke. Both fell into profound contemplation. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from outside. "Dad, I heard we have guests." A tall figure entered through the door. It was a young man, robust and imposing, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Li, with handsome and resolute features. Upon entering, he exuded a refreshing aura, characteristic of the bamboo clan's unique spirit. This person was none other than Yi Li's son, Yi Chong. Yi Li said, "Chonger, greet your Uncle Qin." "Uncle Qin, greetings. I heard from Inger that you seem to have come for my son." Yi Chong inquired after bowing respectfully. Qin Shang's eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest as he smiled. "Chonger, it appears you have reached the level of Huangzhu in Bamboo Douqi, which corresponds to the initial stage of the green tier in the rainbow classification." Yi Chong, evidently uninterested in the discussion of ranks, pressed eagerly. "I heard Inger say you regard my son as a prodigy in learning the art of musical magic. If possible, could you take him as your disciple?" Qin Shang's expression brightened, and before Yi Li could interject, he hastily replied, "Of course. However, your father may not agree." Yi Chong turned to Yi Li, perplexed. "Dad, why not?" Yi Li, slightly angered, retorted, "Leave. What business do you have speaking here? You are our only child. If he learns the ways of the Qinzong, what will become of our bamboo clan?" Yi Chong protested, "But he is naturally gifted with 8 fingers and is not suited to inherit the bamboo clan's sword techniques. Do you not wish for your grandson to become a formidable individual in the future? Since our bamboo clan's martial arts do not suit him, wouldn't it be ideal for him to learn the magical arts of the Qinzong instead? This is a typical case of narrow-mindedness. Did you not say leave?" Yi Li shouted in fury, raising his fist to strike his son. Yi Chong dared not retaliate, and was sent flying through the bamboo door with a resounding thud. Of course, Yi Li's actions, though appearing severe, were merely the result of his Qi pushing his son out. Which father would truly strike his own child? Observing the furious Yi Li, Qin Shang remarked, "You see, your son is more reasonable than you, old bamboo. I was contemplating that perhaps it would be best if you allowed your grandson to learn the musical magic from me while simultaneously studying your bamboo clan's Douqi. In the future, he would still belong to your bamboo clan and have no ties to our Qinzong. What do you think?" Yi Li's expression softened slightly. "How can I trust that you possess the ability to cultivate my grandson into a formidable force capable of contending with the 7 towers of Lalan?" Qin Shang replied earnestly. "Currently, on the continent of Longqinus, both magic and Douqi are categorized according to the 7 colors of the rainbow. However, our 8 clans of the East are an exception, whether in our 4 magical clans or your 4 Douqi clans. The cultivation process only involves transformations of 3 colors, each consisting of 9 levels. Altogether, they are equivalent to the arrangement of the 7 colors in the rainbow, particularly the final color, which is of the 9th tier in the purple rank. Thus, we must cultivate to the purple level to ensure that the secrets of our Eastern Dragonate sects remain undiscovered by the outside world. However, attaining the purple rank is no easy feat without over 50 years of relentless effort and extraordinary talent. The inhabitants of the Dragon Chi News continent are only aware of the existence of Fa Lan. Who knows of our Eastern Dragonate sects?" Yi Li snorted and remarked, "Am I not aware that all you speak are mere platitudes?" Qin Shang responded, "Then enlighten me. What are the 3 colors and 9 tiers of our Qin sect?" Yi Li replied, "Is it not simply the red soul refining Qin heart, the yellow sword courage Qin heart, and the purple Ziwei Qin heart? You are currently at the initial stage of the Ziwei Qin heart. This is akin to our Zhu sects Qingzhú, Huangzhu, and Zizhou, the 3 major divisions of the 27-tier cultivation methods. The only difference is that our first tier is blue. It is far more impressive to dazzle outsiders than your Qin sect." Qin Shang nodded. "Indeed, it is precisely these 3, 9, 27 tiers. with each tier's advancement mirroring the 27 tiers of the 7 colors of the rainbow. The cultivation of the soul-refining Qin heart is paramount for our Qin sect. To master the Qin, one must first refine the soul, dispelling distractions and allowing the sound of the Qin to penetrate the mind, gradually enhancing the understanding of the melodies and the power of the Qin. This is the orthodox method of cultivation within the Qin sect. Even individuals of average talent can complete the 9 tiers of the soul-refining Qin heart within 5 or 6 years. However, the depth of the foundation in refining the soul directly influences future development. Yet, how can refining the soul compare to possessing an inherently pure Qin soul? Yili questioned. I do not quite grasp your meaning. Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. If you would permit your grandson to take me as his master, I shall not have him use the soul-refining Qin heart as his foundation, but rather our Qin sect's Qi Qin heart. Yili exclaimed in astonishment. Is that not the method recorded in your Qin sect's secret scriptures, one that no one has ever successfully cultivated? You are mistaken, Qin Shang asserted with gravity. I am not mad. The Qi Qin heart is the most authentic cultivation method of the Qin sect, due to its exceedingly stringent requirements and immense difficulty. No one has ever succeeded in its cultivation. Yet your grandson is different. He is naturally endowed with 8 fingers and possesses an extraordinary perception of musical rhythms. I believe that with my guidance as a purple-rank divine sound master, he will have at least a 70% chance of success. Although cultivating the Qi Qin heart is significantly more challenging than the soul-refining Qin heart, once successful, it will truly unlock the gateway to Qin heart cultivation, potentially allowing him to reach the level of the Ziwei Qin heart in a short time. With diligence, ascending to the legendary Tai Xian Qin heart could also be within reach, coupled with the combat aura assistance method I have developed. The Falon's 7 towers will no longer be a source of dread. Yili spoke solemnly. What if you fail? Qin Shang replied nonchalantly. Even in the event of failure, should he continue cultivating your Zhu sect's combat aura, you can easily have him abandon the Qin and shift to mastering your Zhu sect's martial techniques. The Qi Qin heart does not involve external influences. If I am correct, while cultivating the Qi Qin heart, his combat aura enhancement speed will be remarkably swift, sufficiently compensating for any delays in martial skill development. My old friend, such an opportunity is rare for our Eastern Dragonate sects. Perhaps it will not present itself again for a century. Are you truly unwilling to consider it? As long as you consent, I am willing to exchange anything from my lineage of the Qin sect. A flicker of purple light flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he waved his hand and said, There is no need for any exchange. I can agree to your request, but you must also acquiesce to 3 conditions. Without hesitation, Qin Shang replied, All right, speak your terms. Yi Li continued, Firstly, if we succeed, my grandson shall become the co-master of both the Qin and Zhu sections. Qin Shang nodded, affirming, That is acceptable, as long as he possesses adequate strength. No one would dare oppose him. Besides, this was agreed upon by both of us. Yi Li added, Secondly, on the condition of our success, the 5 renowned musical instruments of your Qin sect shall belong to my grandson. Qin Shang's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yi Li, exclaiming, You are not being greedy at all. Do you comprehend the value of our 5 famous instruments? They are as treasured as the staves wielded by the mages of the Phalan's 7 towers. They are akin to divine artifacts. Yi Li responded languidly, If they weren't so precious, I wouldn't even want them. Does our Zhu sect lack treasures? The only items of interest to me from your Qin sect are those 5 instruments. After all, my grandson will be the future master of your sect. Why would you be stingy? He enumerated the Ming Feng Qin, the Kumu Long Yin Qin, the Da Sheng Yi Yin Qin, the Jiao Shao Huan Pei Qin, along with the Chun Lei Qin you frequently utilize. That seems fair enough. He continued, Didn't you once tell me that the instrument must match the melody? The greater the harmony between the instrument and the tune, the more potent the magical power of the instrument. Surely you haven't forgotten? This is extortion. A blatant act of coercion. Qin Shang retorted, slightly enraged. Yi Li chuckled. So, do you ultimately agree or not? After a fierce glare directed at Yi Li, Qin Shang reluctantly nodded and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, I accept your terms. Yi Li's eyes narrowed with a smile as he added, Now for the final condition. It's quite simple. Call me uncle. Qin Shang was taken aback. You. Yi Li laughed. Did I say anything incorrect? Since you are my grandson's mentor, it naturally places you a generation below me. So calling me uncle is nothing unusual, is it? All right, you old trickster, You are playing me. Qin Shang growled, lunging at Yi Li without regard for the latter's status as a purple-ranked warrior. Yi Li, however, refrained from using his aura or martial skills, and the two elders, whose ages combined exceeded a century, found themselves grappling within the bamboo house, neither yielding. Fortunately, the sparse furnishings within the house prevented the scene from descending into chaos. Being a mage, Qin Shang, despite his capabilities, found himself outmatched by Yi Li's physical prowess. When he was once again pinned to the ground by Yi Li, he huffed in frustration, "No more fighting, I'm exhausted." Yi Li released Qin Shang, seated beside him, and observed his heavy breaths, a smile blooming on his face. "Old Qin, name my grandson. He has just turned a month old and still lacks a name." Qin Shang realized that Yi Li had finally acquiesced to him. A spark of inspiration struck his mind, and he declared, "Let him be named Yinzhú, inheriting both my music and your bamboo grove." Yi Li burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. We shall name him Yinzhú." Suddenly, Qin Shang seized Yi Li's beard and growled, "Did you always intend to agree with me?" Yi Li unabashedly nodded, "Indeed." Qin Shang exclaimed in anger, "Why did you just trouble me?" Yi Li scoffed, responding, "Who asked you to seek me out?" "That foolish lad, Yinzhú. Had I not promptly expelled him, he would have exposed my plans, thwarting my quest for maximum benefit." Two sect leaders, indeed. What a remarkable beginning for the Eastern Dragon's 8 sects. Ha ha ha. You. Observing Yi Li's smug demeanor, Qin Shang finally realized he had truly been deceived, yet he found himself utterly powerless to change the situation. "Old Bamboo, since you have consented to let me be your grandson's teacher, you must also agree to a few conditions," he asserted. Yi Li chuckled heartily. "What? Have you come to reclaim your words so soon?" Qin Shang retorted irritably, "Do you think I am like you? This is for Yinzhú's sake. And of course, you are never to mention that I am a generation below you. We shall each speak of our own matters." Noticing Qin Shang's serious demeanor, Yi Li nodded. "Speak." Qin Shang elaborated, "Cultivating the heart of a child through the Zither is exceedingly arduous. To succeed, it is imperative that Yinzhú retains a childlike innocence. This means minimizing his exposure to the outside world, including you, as much as possible. Aside from the bamboo fighting chi, you are forbidden to impart any martial skills without my consent. After he turns 3, you may only see him once a week and must not divulge any worldly matters to him. Only with an unperturbed heart can he cultivate the heart of a child through the Zither." Yi Li inquired, "Will he never learn martial skills? How can he become the leader of the bamboo sect without knowledge of our techniques?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shang replied, "It is not that he can never learn. For at least the next 15 years, refrain from teaching him any martial skills to prevent distractions. If he cannot achieve the 9th level of the heart of a child through the Zither within that time frame, I fear I shall have failed." "Very well, I agree," Yi Li said decisively. "How about this? Since you are concerned about generational titles, publicly, you shall be his master, and when we are together, let him also call you grandfather." Qin Shang shot Yi Li a sidelong glance, acknowledging the sincerity in his proposal. The two powerful elders exchanged glances, each perceiving a glimmer of hope for Yinzhú's future and for the Eastern Dragon's 8 sects. Qin Shang returned to Luna City, making simple arrangements before heading back to the Azure Sea the following morning. The newly appointed president of the Mage Guild appeared to hold little regard for the Arcadia Mage Guild. In his heart, nothing was more important than nurturing his naturally gifted disciple with 8 fingers. Although Yi Li was the leader of the Bamboo Sect, only their family resided in the Azure Sea. Yi Li's wife had passed away, leaving him with his son, daughter-in-law, and 4 grandchildren. With Qin Shang's arrival, their company increased by 1. Originally, there were numerous bamboo houses, but Qin Shang insisted on not residing with them. At his request, Yinzhú constructed another bamboo house 500 meters away from their dwelling. The construction of the bamboo house, though simple, was subject to Qin Shang's stringent requirements, including specific angles for the bamboo, the size and orientation of the house, and even the procurement of special materials from Luna City to be incorporated into the structure. It was only later that Yinzhú comprehended that the reason Qin Shang constructed the bamboo house with such meticulousness was to ensure that the melodies within would resonate with utmost efficacy. 10 days passed, and through Yinzhú's diligent efforts, the bamboo house requested by Qin Shang was finally completed. "Are you out of your mind? The sound bamboo has barely reached a month old. What can it possibly learn now?" Yi Li stared incredulously at Qin Shang, utterly perplexed by the old man's thoughts. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shang regarded his old friend with a condescending expression, retorting, "Who says an infant cannot learn? Even if they cannot study, can they not listen? Do you think mastering the heart of the Zither is an easy feat? If we do not seize the opportunity before his innate energy dissipates, how could success ever be attained?" Yili shook his head repeatedly, insisting, No. Am I not aware of the potency of your Zither melodies? If my grandson were to be injured by the spiritual magic entwined within your music, he could very well end up a fool." Qin Shang replied with exasperation. "I believe you are the fool here. Do you think my concern for the sound bamboo is any less than yours? He represents my greatest hope in this life. Even if I were to injure myself, I would never harm him. Before he turns 3, he cannot learn combat skills from you, and he cannot study the Zither with me until he is 5. However, this period is crucial. I intend to use my melodies to cultivate his Zither heart through daily listening. The child still requires care, so let Yichong and Meiying listen alongside him. On one hand, they can attend to the child. On the other, it will also benefit their combat training." A glimmer of cunning lit up Yi Li's eyes as he kicked his son, urging, "Hurry and thank Uncle Qin." The cultivating tranquility melody of the Zither Sect is not something just anyone can hear. Ever since Qin Shang was outmaneuvered by Yi Li, Yichong had come to admire his father deeply, quickly grinning as he pulled Meiying, who was cradling Yinzhú, forward to express their gratitude. Qin Shang was taken aback, realizing he had once again fallen into a trap. Yet, he could only shake his head at Yi Li, pointing at him and saying, "So you anticipated that I would use the cultivating tranquility melody, did you? You. Now I finally understand what it means to be cunning." The cultivating tranquility melody offers immense benefits to martial artists, simply alleviating concerns over the rapid pace of energy circulation, which could lead to deviation, and dispelling distracting thoughts or dreams cherished by any martial practitioner. Moreover, the Zither's resonance draws upon the elemental essence of the world, fortifying and nurturing the listener, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. As the head of the Zither Sect, the cultivating tranquility melody, played by Qin Shang, is not something just anyone can experience. Thus, the newly appointed president of the Arcadia Mage Guild, Qin Shang, settled within the azure expanse of the sea. Meanwhile, our little Yinzhú gradually thrived amidst the celestial music that resembled the gentle rustle of leaves in spring and the soothing flow of autumn waters over stones. 6 years later, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the bamboo house, accompanied by the deep and gentle melodies of the Zither, Yinzhú slowly emerged from his meditative state, a profound sense of comfort enveloping him, prompting an involuntary sigh of contentment. At the tender age of 6, Yinzhú possesses a beauty reminiscent of a girl, with his ebony hair cascading down his back and a pair of large, expressive black eyes that sparkle with life. Although the white robe he wears appears somewhat oversized, it in no way detracts from his ethereal demeanor, which seems to embody the very essence of grace. Every movement he makes radiates elegance, surpassing even that of many adult aristocrats. Despite his youth, the calm and composed expression he wears is truly astonishing. Surrounding him is a faint aura, a blend of azure and crimson energies, gradually dissipating. The azure hue is noticeably more vibrant, while the crimson is deeper in tone. As the music comes to a halt, Qin Shang retracts his hands, a hint of fatigue creeping into his expression. "Yinzhú, it seems your fighting spirit has progressed once more." "Indeed, Grandpa Qin. When grandfather visited me yesterday, he mentioned that I might have already entered the 3rd tier of Qingtong," little Yinzhú exclaimed, his face brimming with youthful innocence as he leapt up from the ground and rushed to Qin Shang's side, pleading, "Grandpa Qin, aren't you supposed to teach me a new piece today? I've been practicing this one for a whole year." Qin Shang smiled gently, replying, "It is not yet time, Yinzhú. You must understand that mastery of one technique leads to clarity in 100. Merely accumulating songs holds little value. Only by truly grasping the profound essence of the Qin can you achieve continuous improvement." 6 years have passed, during which Qin Shang has poured countless efforts into Yinzhú. Every day, he dedicates at least half of his time to playing the Qin for Yinzhú, under the nurturing embrace of the melodies. Yinzhú's graceful and refined temperament has become increasingly pronounced. Since the age of 3, Yinzhú has been training in bamboo fighting spirit under Yi Li, who devoted a year to helping his grandson open his meridians with his vast fighting energy, enabling Yinzhú to grasp the essentials of his early training with ease. Beginning at 5, Qin Shang formally imparted the secrets of Qin magic to him, and now, A year has elapsed. Yet, during this time, Qin Shang has only taught Yinzhú the most fundamental fingering techniques in a single, simple piece titled Green Waters. Yinzhú, somewhat dissatisfied, protested, "But I've already learned it." Qin Shang chuckled lightly. "Have you truly mastered it? Very well, come with me." Stretching his body, Qin Shang lifted the ancient Qin, Chunlei, and led Yinzhú out of the bamboo house. The Yi family had honored their promise. Since Yinzhú began his lessons with Qin Shang, they only visited him once a month, though occasional peeking was unavoidable. Upon exiting the bamboo house, they entered a vast expanse of bamboo forest. Qin Shang halted and asked Yinzhú, "What are the three timbers of the Guqin and their meanings?" Yinzhú, evidently accustomed to Qin Shang's assessments, answered without hesitation. "The three timbers are San-Yin, An-Yin, and Fan-Yin." San-Yin refers to the sound produced by plucking the open strings with the right hand, yielding a rich and harmonious tone. An-Yin involves pressing the strings against the Qin's surface with the left hand while plucking with the right, resulting in a soft and round timbre. Fan-Yin is produced by lightly touching the strings with the left hand while simultaneously plucking them with the right, creating a clear and crystalline sound. The combination of these three timbres forms the essence of Qin melodies. Qin Shang nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the art of playing the Guqin is the most challenging among all instruments. The fundamental harmonics alone, under the influence of the 7 strings and 13 frets, yield as many as 91 variations. Coupled with the interplay of open and pressed notes, the combinations are countless and extraordinary. If you do not master the fundamentals, how can you hope to achieve greatness in the future?" Yinzhú, obediently nodding, replied, "Grandpa Qin, I understand my mistake and will diligently practice the basics." Qin Shang smiled faintly. Though he was critiquing Yinzhú, he felt immense satisfaction with this disciple. Although Yinzhú had only studied under him for a year, during the 5 years from his first month to the age of 5, he had grown amidst the melodies of the Guqin. His familiarity with the instrument was nearly on par with Qin Shang himself, and his innate talent for music was unprecedented. At such a tender age, he had already grasped the essence of the art, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Qin Shang handed the Chunlei Qin to Yinzhú, instructing him to sit at the bamboo table in the grove. "Let us do this. If you can play Green Waters and summon all the creatures of this forest to gather around you, regarding you as their closest friend, I shall teach you a new piece. Now, I will fetch your breakfast." Yinzhú nodded, placing the Chunlei Qin on the bamboo table and sitting up straight. As his hands made contact with the strings, his demeanor transformed once more. Though the innocence of youth remained, it was now tempered with an unexpected grace and composure. With 8 fingers deftly plucking, the melody of Green Waters began to resonate softly. The music was enchanting, yet Qin Shang furrowed his brow. One must harmonize heart, intent, and melody. If one cannot resonate with the music, then their notes will never stir the spirits of any creature. Yinzhú glanced up at Qin Shang, his hands never faltering. However, he soon closed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his youthful face. Although the tune remained Green Waters, the essence had subtly shifted. He seemed to immerse himself in the lush mountains and flowing waters, a faint crimson glow emanating from him, expanding outward. Witnessing this, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction, silently reflecting. "Yi, you are aware that our Qin sect's musical magic is the most potent of all. Yet, you know not the arduous path of cultivating spiritual magic, especially for us, the divine sound practitioners." Chapter 3. The sound blade. The cultivation of spiritual magic diverges significantly from that of other magical disciplines. It begins with the development of formidable mental strength, followed by the application of specialized methods to manifest that strength, thereby influencing an opponent's psyche on multiple fronts. While elemental magic aims to vanquish an adversary, spiritual magic seeks to conquer the very soul. By refining one's mental acuity through the art of Guqin, and subsequently utilizing the music to unleash spiritual energy, one can generate varied mental waves for attack or assistance, encapsulating the essence of musical magic. In the tranquil bamboo grove, the rich and soothing melodies echoed continuously. At the tender age of 6, Yinzhú devoted himself to the dual pursuits of cultivating his fighting spirit and mastering the art of music, honing his pure-hearted affinity for the zither, which bestowed upon him an unclouded mind in all his endeavors. The melody of Green Waters resonated repeatedly, and the passage of time seemed to hold no significance for him as he immersed himself in the profound intricacies of the music. Enchanted by the enchanting strains, A myriad of small creatures began to flock to the bamboo grove. Though they dared only to observe from afar, their enchantment with Yinzhú's performance was unmistakable. "Who are you?" A sudden, hushed exclamation escaped Qin Shang's lips as he returned to the bamboo cottage, a bundle of food in hand. The music abruptly ceased, and Yinzhú opened his eyes, curious to follow Qin Shang's gaze. To his surprise, a small boy sat 5 feet away, staring blankly at him. The boy appeared to be of similar size to Yinzhú, yet his facial features bore a strikingly rigid quality, a curious contrast for one so young. Most astonishing was his head of violet hair, a hue exceedingly rare among humans. Upon hearing Qin Shang's voice, the boy snapped out of his stupor, and a fierce hostility flickered in his eyes as he glared at Qin Shang, clenching his fists and remaining silent. Excitedly, Yinzhú dashed over to Qin Shang, took the bamboo bundle from him, and exclaimed, "Grandpa Qin, look, my music has attracted someone." As he spoke, he retrieved a freshly peeled bamboo shoot from the bundle and extended it toward the violet-haired boy. "Hello, please have some." The boy's gaze shifted from Qin Shang to Yinzhú's innocent, beaming face, and his expression gradually softened. The tight grip of his fists loosened as he accepted the bamboo shoot, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Before Qin Shang could utter another word, the boy suddenly turned and dashed away, vanishing into the bamboo forest in the blink of an eye. Watching the violet-haired boy disappear, Qin Shang furrowed his brow. Had the bamboo clan's concealment technique faltered? It seemed that the boy harbored a certain animosity towards him, yet he relaxed upon encountering Yinzhú. Was he truly drawn in by the allure of Yinzhú's music? Being merely a magician, pursuing him was futile, and he resigned himself to the boy's departure. By day, Yinzhú practiced the zither, and by night, he cultivated his fighting spirit under Qin Shang's melodic guidance. This was the simplicity of his life. However, ever since the appearance of the violet-haired boy, a splash of color had been added to his otherwise uncomplicated existence. Each morning, as Yinzhú began to play, the boy would quietly appear, sitting nearby to listen intently. With such an audience, Yinzhú found his practice to be far less solitary. Since his initial appearance, the violet-haired boy had never uttered a word to anyone. When alone with Yinzhú, he displayed a calm demeanor. But the moment Qin Shang or Yinzhú's parents or grandfather were present, he would promptly take his leave. Yicheng had once quietly followed the violet-haired boy, curious to uncover his origins. To his surprise, he discovered that the boy also resided within the Azure Sea, a mere 2 kilometers from the place where Yinzhú practiced the zither. At first glance, he appeared no different from other children. The bamboo shoots in the forest served as his sustenance. Whenever Yinzhú found time to spare, he would often engage the boy in conversation, offering him his own garments and sharing the food sent by his parents. The violet-haired boy silently accepted these gestures, remaining mute, yet his gaze towards Yinzhú gradually softened. Over time, he gained the tacit approval of the others. After all, his silence would not hinder Yinzhú's cultivation of the pure-hearted zither. As spring melted into autumn, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. The once handsome child had blossomed into a striking youth. At 16, Yinzhú bore a resemblance to his father, Yicheng, yet also inherited the delicate beauty of his mother. Standing at approximately 1.80 meters, with a well-proportioned physique clad in a flowing white robe and his long black hair cascading down, he appeared every bit the handsome young man. Xiaozi, where are you?" called out Yinzhú, his voice resonating through the bamboo grove like the ethereal strains of a zither. After calling for some time without a response, he paused, murmuring to himself, "Where has Xiaozi gone? Why is he nowhere to be seen?" A glimmer sparked in his eyes, and a smile graced his face as inspiration struck. He settled cross-legged on the ground, and with a flicker of silver light from the middle finger of his left hand, an ancient zither materialized before him. The instrument boasted a robust, rounded body crafted from paulownia wood, its yellow hue and ancient texture accentuated by a chestnut-colored lacquer, adorned with intricate patterns and designs. As he gazed upon the zither, his soft and clear eyes were infused with a hint of admiration. "With the Pixiangwan sand die, I shall employ this perfectly balanced zither to summon you. I cannot believe you will not answer." His fingers gracefully glided over the strings, and instantly, a mournful and lingering melody wafted into the air. This piece, emblematic of parting, enveloped Yinzhú entirely in its poignant essence. Crimson light swirled around his form, sending ripples of sound waves cascading outward. The Azure Sea harbored no large creatures, yet, in that moment, All the birds and small animals hastened towards Yinzhú, their mournful cries echoing as a cacophony of sorrow. The area around him soon became vibrant with life. Yangguan Sandai derives its name from the repetition of a single melody thrice and is imbued with the bittersweet emotion of farewell among friends. As the notes resonated, memories of his 16 years within the Azure Sea flooded Yinzhú's mind, and a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes, adding a shade of wistfulness to his otherwise graceful demeanor. As the final strains of Yangguan Sandai reverberated with profound emotion, Yinzhú gently pressed the strings, allowing the lingering echoes to fade away. With a tinge of sadness, he declared, "I am truly sorry, dear friends. I must take my leave. However, I promise I will return to see you all. I do not wish to depart, yet both grandfathers insist that I must venture forth to witness the world beyond. This melody shall serve as my farewell to you." A tall figure, whose presence I had not noticed until now, appeared behind Yinzhú. Upon hearing his words, a subtle rigidity crept across the figure's countenance, and instinctively, he raised his right hand to grasp Yinzhú's shoulder. Yinzhú seemed to have sensed his presence beforehand. Lowering his head, he said, "Xiaozi, I must leave." In a fleeting moment, the imposing figure stood before Yinzhú. Among ordinary people, at 16 years of age, Yinzhú's height of 1.80 m was already remarkable, yet compared to this individual, he appeared shorter by a head. The violet hair was somewhat disheveled, and the tall, robust physique radiated explosive strength. His chiseled features conveyed an impression of unwavering resolve, while his deep purple eyes sparkled like distant stars. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing any burden. Yinzhú had grown, and so had Xiaozi. A decade had passed, transforming his physique in ways that left Yinzhú's family in awe. Standing over 2 meters tall, he appeared significantly more mature than Yinzhú, devoid of the innocent light that once sparkled in Yinzhú's eyes, instead exuding a profound depth. Xiaozi gripped Yinzhú's shoulders with both hands, his gaze filled with curiosity and inquiry. Feeling the heat of Xiaozi's hands, Yinzhú looked up at him, sorrowfully stating, "I truly must depart. This is not merely practice. I have come to bid you farewell. Both grandfathers say that my innocent heart for music has reached the 9th tier and is on the verge of entering the realm of sword and melody, no longer needing isolation from the outside world. They have urged me to attend school and, in doing so, learn about the knowledge that lies beyond, to adapt to society. Hence, I must leave now, at this moment. Xiaozi, what is the world outside like? I have never ventured beyond. Yet grandfathers assert that to better experience everything the outside has to offer, they will not accompany me." The confusion in Xiaozi's eyes gradually dissipated as he slowly nodded, releasing his grip on Yinzhú's shoulders. "I shall accompany you." "Really? That is splendid news," Yinzhú exclaimed joyfully, leaping like a child, only to suddenly realize the peculiarity of the situation and gazed at Xiaozi in astonishment. You can speak now?" "Indeed." This marked Xiaozi's first spoken words in the 10 years since arriving at the Azure Sea. Prior to this moment, nearly everyone had regarded him as mute. However, he now spoke, his voice deep and resonant, evoking a sense of oppression, yet to Yinzhú, it transformed into a source of comfort. Xiaozi patted Yinzhú's shoulder and said, "Let us go." As he spoke, he began to stride toward the expanse beyond the Azure Sea. The trepidation that had initially accompanied Yinzhú on this solitary journey was now replaced with exhilaration. For a decade, he had spent nearly every day in the company of Xiaozi. Though Xiaozi had never uttered a word, their bond was forged through silent exchanges, and he had come to regard Xiaozi as his most trusted confidant and dearest friend. With Xiaozi by his side, the unknown world outside seemed less daunting. With a cheer, Yinzhú swiftly caught up to Xiaozi, and together they ventured into the world beyond. "Xiaozi, what was your original name?" Yinzhú inquired with curiosity as they walked. Beyond his pursuits of playing the zither and studying the teachings of the Bamboo Sect, he was a blank slate when it came to the outside world. Childhood is a time of carefree innocence, and Yinzhú embodied that spirit, even before he had fully departed from the Azure Sea. He had nearly forgotten the farewell to his family. With Xiaozi by his side, the anxiety in his heart had dissipated, leaving only curiosity and excitement. For this was his inaugural journey beyond the Azure Sea. "Just call me Ji," she replied. "All right, Ji, where do you come from?" "I heard from Grandpa Qin that you are not originally from our Azure Sea. He mentioned you harbor no malice towards me, merely an appreciation for my zither melodies. Which is why you have remained here, correct?" Ji nodded, Perhaps due to his exuberance, Yinzhú became particularly loquacious, peppering her with questions along the way, while Ji responded mostly with nods or shakes of her head. It was not until they entered Luna City that Yinzhú finally quieted down. Wow, is this a city? It looks magnificent and vast. Gazing at the towering walls of Luna City and the throngs of people, Yinzhú felt an indescribable thrill as he dashed toward the city gates. The Azure Sea is truly the most beautiful place. Observing Yinzhú sprinting ahead, Ji gently shook her head. Almost everything in Luna City was a novel sight for Yinzhú. Having dedicated 16 years to cultivating his Zither's pure heart, he had never ventured beyond the Azure Sea. Now, amidst his curiosity and excitement, he felt as though his eyes were insufficient to behold all that surrounded him. Where will you attend school? Ji inquired, a rare question from her. Yinzhú replied, Grandpa Qin instructed me to first visit the Mage Guild in Luna City to collect some items. He even provided me with a map, stating that by following its directions, I would find the academy and deliver his letter to the headmaster there. Ji extended her hand, requesting the map. Trusting Ji implicitly, a feeling that arose from the depths of his heart, Yinzhú unhesitatingly retrieved a specially crafted parchment map from his pocket and handed it to her. As Ji unfolded the map, she discovered it was a comprehensive illustration of the Longqinus continent, marked by a red line extending from Luna City to another destination. At the endpoint, a small inscription read Milan Magic and Martial Academy. Furrowing her brow, Ji remarked, You are headed to the Milan Empire. Your grandfather and the others are quite trusting. Yinzhú, lacking any concept of distance, curiously asked, Is the Milan Empire far? Ji nodded, explaining, To reach Milan, one must traverse the Bohar Kingdom. Arcadia lies at the southernmost tip of the continent, while Milan is situated in the north. Beyond it lies the frigid wastes. As she mentioned the frigid wastes, her pupils slightly constricted, though she quickly regained her composure, a detail that did not escape Yinzhú's notice. Ji, you need not fear. I will protect you, he declared, playfully thumping his chest. Ji paused, taken aback. You? Yinzhú nodded earnestly. Indeed. I will protect you. Grandpa Qin said, I am already a qualified mage. Observing the diminutive Yinzhú, a faint smile graced Zi's countenance, softening the previously austere contours of his face. Z, it is indeed a rarity. I have never before witnessed you smile. Yinzhú exclaimed, gazing at Z as if he had stumbled upon a newfound realm. With a trace of exasperation, Z replied, All right, let us first proceed to the Mage Guild. Fortunately, the Mage Guild in Luna City was renowned, and Z casually inquired of a passerby, leading Yinzhú to their destination. Although over a decade had passed, the Mage Guild in Luna City remained eerily quiet, devoid of even a doorman. Yinzhú and Z traversed the path until they arrived outside the Grand Hall. Before they could enter, the sounds of an altercation reached their ears. Inside the hall, 9 individuals were divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by Daira, flanked by Perlo and another fire mage, while the opposing group comprised 6 mages adorned in robes of varying hues. Judging by the colors of their garments, there was 1 blue-level archmage, 2 green-level grand mages, and 3 yellow-level senior mages. Fuming, Daira declared, Rufit, do not overstep your bounds. Let us not forget that you once emerged from this very place. The individual referred to as Rufit, the blue-level archmage, appeared to be in his 50s, short in stature, with a fiery emblem emblazoned on his chest, signifying his identity as a fire mage. With his hands clasped behind him, he wore an air of arrogance as he retorted, Indeed, I did depart from here, and I still rejoice in that decision. Just look at this place. Does it resemble a national mage guild? Merely 3 of you remain. After all these years, you have yet to ascend beyond the green level. I doubt you have even reached the pinnacle of that tier. Daira, cease your stubbornness and join us in Bowen. With our royal family's unquenchable thirst for talented mages, you will undoubtedly be held in high esteem, urged one of the mages. Such flattery for Rufit. Have you forgotten your roots as an Arcadian? Daira's voice trembled, recalling a time when Rufit stood as Arcadia's most promising mage, now representing another nation within Arcadia's borders. Rufit scoffed, It seems your obstinacy remains unchanged. Does your guild not have an elusive president? Bring him forth. If he can best me, we shall depart immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Furious, Daira retorted, Rufit, do not forget that this is Arcadia, not your Bowen. What consequences could you possibly impose? As he spoke, a sense of sorrow welled within him. Had Arcadia truly descended to the depths of being bullied? Rufit coldly replied, We come on behalf of Bowen to negotiate with the Arcadian royal family. As their envoy, I could easily eliminate a few of you, and I doubt the Arcadian royalty would dare retaliate. Is your so-called president merely a coward, unwilling to accept a challenge? Grandfather Qin is no coward. I shall accept your challenge on his behalf. As the impending eruption in Diala loomed, a melodious voice resonated from outside the door, none other than Yinzhú. The sudden sound instantly captured the attention of the gathered mages within the hall. The striking figure of Yinzhú, accompanied by the tall and sturdy Z, had made their entrance. Yinzhú cast an intense glare at Rufite. Since his birth, he had only interacted with his immediate family, Z and Qin Shang, who had provided him with meticulous care and guidance. The time spent with Qin Shang had been the longest, and in Yinzhú's heart, Qin Shang had already become akin to family. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning of turtle in its shell, he understood it was not a compliment. Rufite looked at Yinzhú with a hint of surprise. The handsome youth in white robes captivated the room, particularly with his clear, dark eyes that left a profound impression. Did I hear you correctly? You wish to challenge me? Yinzhú nodded earnestly and replied, with Grandfather Qin absent, I shall accept your challenge in his stead. Young man, who are you? Diala inquired. Yinzhú glanced at Diala with a gentle smile, but offered no response, instead sitting directly on the ground. He was oblivious to the niceties of conversation. His heart was solely filled with anger towards Rufite, leaving no room for delay. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the chestnut-hued Chunyuechin gracefully appeared upon his lap. The Chunyuechin measured 39 inches in length, 7 inches in shoulder width, and 4.5 inches at the tail, adorned with a chestnut lacquer and intricate flowing patterns reminiscent of a snake's belly. The words Chun Lei were carved above the dragon pool on its back, while the 13 Qin emblems beneath the strings were inlaid with white jade. One of the 5 renowned instruments of the Qin sect, it produced a sound that was pure and gentle. For a master of sound, a musical instrument served as his wand. I shall begin, declared Yinzhú, his left hand hovering above the body of the Qin while his right hand gently plucked the strings, producing a deep and resonant hum. A dark red light emanated forth, and Yinzhú's gaze was fixated upon the strings. In an instant, the indignation in his expression vanished, replaced by an elegant aristocratic demeanor imbued with a sense of calm and poise. Unfortunately, the 6 mages opposite him, upon witnessing the dark red glow emanating from him, failed to notice the change in his demeanor. What did the dark red magical energy signify? Merely the lowest tier of the crimson level. Even at an advanced crimson tier, he would still be regarded as an ordinary mage, far from reaching the level of a mid-tier mage. The 6 individuals, including Rufite, were at least of the high mage rank. Moreover, this striking youth appeared to be a master of sound, observing the glow surrounding Yinzhú. They could not help but burst into laughter. It's you, exclaimed Diala, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized the 8 fingers of Yinzhú. However, before he could interject, the music had already begun. As Yinzhú poured his spirit into the strings of the guqin, he became oblivious to the world outside, or rather, he chose to disregard it entirely. The resonance of his inner heartstrings intertwined harmoniously with those of the ancient instrument. At that moment, his mind was solely occupied with the profound intricacies of finger and string, sound and intention, form and spirit, virtue and artistry, as once recounted by Qin Shang. He murmured softly, the essence of sound aligns with the subtle depths of intention. In an instant, the hall of the assembly was illuminated, a radiance emanating from 2 distinct sources. One was the silver, magical hexagram at the center of the hall, and the other, the 7 strings of the Chunlei guqin beneath Yinzhú's knees. The silver light burst forth, and his voice seemed to embody countless magical powers, freezing disdainful gazes in their tracks. A sequence of deep, lingering, and endlessly entwined melodies unfurled, cascading through the dark crimson light, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The tune bore a tinge of sorrow, yet it was imbued with a weightiness, reminiscent of the farewell piece Yangwan Sandai that Yinzhú had previously played for his friends in the bamboo forest. With a different mindset and a different guqin, the sound produced was entirely distinct. At this moment, the sadness lightened while the heaviness intensified, filling the hearts of those present with a profound sense of gravity. Even the magical elements in the air were affected, becoming sluggish and stagnant. Rufite furrowed his brow, astonished to find that the music stirred a sense of disquiet within him, as if even his own emotions had been awakened. Alarmed, he mused that this young sound master was far from simple. Regrettably, He did not turn to glance at his companions. Had he done so, he might have regarded Yinzhú with even greater respect. The two green-level magicians stood entranced, their faces still wearing the expressions of their earlier laughter, while the three yellow-level magicians appeared dazed, their bodies swaying slightly, clearly losing control. The mentalist magicians, often referred to as magician killers, posed a formidable challenge for anyone wishing to chant before them. Rufet found that his attempt to vocalize was abruptly halted after the first note, as he realized in horror that the peculiar music had interrupted his voice. Magical chanting requires a unique intonation to communicate with the magical elements in the air, channeling one's own magical power to invoke the forces of nature. Yet at that moment, he could not even manage a complete line of incantation, let alone engage with the magical elements. Even the immensely powerful Rufet felt a tinge of panic. Unfazed by the happenings around him, Yinzhú continued to play Yangwan Sandai, repeating the piece 3 times, with each repetition building upon the last. Reaching the pinnacle of the composition, as the first repetition concluded, Yinzhú's hands glided ethereally over the strings, and the rhythm of the music quickened abruptly, amplifying the sense of stagnation in the air. Aside from the blue-level magician Rufet, who somehow retained his lucidity, the 2 green-level apprentices and the 3 yellow-level magicians had completely lost their awareness of the outside world, entranced by the music. Even the 3 magicians standing nearby, Jia, were affected to varying degrees. Completely unaffected, only the figure standing behind Yinzhú, Z, remained steadfast. In truth, having attained the 9th rank of the child's heart of the Zither, Yinzhú's strength was already comparable to that of a high-level yellow mage. It was merely due to the fact that the child's heart of the Zither had always appeared red prior to its breakthrough, leading opponents to misjudge his capabilities. After 16 years of navigating the vast sea of Zither music, his prowess was far from simplistic. Let alone mages of the same rank, once his melodic notes resonated, even those within the 3rd tier would find themselves influenced. Moreover, his adversaries were caught off guard. Thus, even green-level mages, superior in rank, fell prey to his skill. The dark red glow intensified, as the magical elements in the air seemed to pulse rhythmically with the Zither's melody. The deep, sorrowful notes concealed a lethal intent. As a Zither mage, the magic he conjured functioned as an all-encompassing assault, challenging 6 opponents of equal or higher rank single-handedly, an endeavor perhaps achievable solely by Yinzhú. Rufet felt the overwhelming influence of the music encroaching upon him and silently recognized the peril. Nonetheless, as a blue-level mage, he maintained a 3-tier advantage over Yinzhú, seemingly around levels 7 or 8, allowing him to stabilize his mental fortitude. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain clarity through the sting of pain. With a swift motion of his right hand, a magic wand materialized in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, a fireball, the size of a bowl, hurtled toward Yinzhú. Any mage could instantaneously cast spells 3 tiers below their own level. For instance, a green-level mage could swiftly unleash a red-level spell. In the absence of incantations, one could utilize such instantaneously cast spells to vanquish an opponent, a technique known as instant casting. At this moment, Rufet's eyes were filled with murderous intent, yet he still did not afford adequate respect to the red-level bard before him. The bowl-sized fireball shimmered in orange. In his panic, Rufet had managed to conjure an orange-level spell, a testament to his formidable prowess. As the orange fireball approached Yinzhú, Diala yearned to intervene, but with his current strength, he could not afford the time to cast a spell. He involuntarily gasped. Z's fists clenched tightly. Just then, Yinzhú suddenly lifted his head, with a peculiar brilliance gleaming in his bright eyes. His 8 fingers continued to dance upon the strings, and a faint yellow glow had mysteriously enveloped his hands, amplifying the Zither's resonance almost instantaneously. With a humming sound, a wave of mixed yellow and red light surged forth, accompanied by a distant resonance, striking the orange fireball directly. With a soft pop, the orange fireball disintegrated into a cascade of twinkling lights. Yinzhú's left hand shifted, pulling back the 7-string Zither by an inch. His right hand persisted in playing, producing a wondrous note within Yangwan Sandai. Following this, he relaxed his left hand, causing 7 beams of mixed yellow and red light to drift forth silently, accompanied only by the profound and rich tones of the Zither, which emitted a melodious rumble akin to soft thunder. As swift as sound, the light traveled with equal velocity, flashing past in an instant. While the performance of Yangwan Sandai came to an abrupt halt, 6 mages from the kingdom of Boha stood in a stupor, including Rufit. Jia La and the 2 mages behind him awakened the moment the melody faded, while Z, standing behind Yinzhú, remained dazed like the mages from Boha. His gaze fixated solely on Yinzhú, for he alone had witnessed the trajectory of the 7 waves of yellow and red light. With a flash of silver, the spring thunder Zither was retracted into the spatial ring. Yinzhú adjusted his attire and stood up, muttering in frustration. I still cannot sustain the melody while unleashing the 7 sound blades. No wonder Grandpa Qin said I am still far from proficient. Jia La was horrified to discover a line of blood appearing on the necks of the 6 individuals. At that moment, Rufit's staff shattered into 2 pieces. Which one is Grandpa Jia La? Despite defeating the 6 mages, Yinzhú felt no joy and did not even glance back at Rufit and the others who remained standing there. In truth, Rufit was immensely powerful. However, upon seeing that Yinzhú was merely at the red level, he had let his guard down, failing to deploy his magical pet or scrolls, and was instantaneously eliminated under the influence of Yinzhú's melody. Jia La's voice trembled as he looked into Yinzhú's clear black eyes, feeling a pang of fear. I am. This is what your Grandpa Qin asked me to give you. As he spoke, he retrieved a badge symbolizing a red-level mage from his pocket and handed it to Yinzhú. Yinzhú eagerly accepted the badge, which was a red 6-pointed star adorned with an engraving of an ancient zither, with faint magical waves coursing over it. This is indeed what Grandpa Qin entrusted to you. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Grandpa Jia La. With that, Yinzhú took Z's hand and made his way out. Praise Fa Lan. Wait a moment. Jia La called out in haste. Yinzhú turned back, curiosity piqued. Is there something else? Jia La murmured. Your Grandpa Qin mentioned yesterday that I should give you a mage badge, then send someone to accompany you to Milan and teach you some common knowledge of the continent. Chapter 4. The power of Z. At that moment, Z realized that Qin Shang was indeed concerned about Yinzhú traveling alone. Before Yinzhú could speak, he interjected. It is unnecessary. It is sufficient for me to accompany Yinzhú. Let us go. He took Yinzhú's hand and strode out of the mage guild without a backward glance. Jia La wished to intervene, but when he saw the glint of cold light in Z's eyes, the words he intended to speak were forcibly suppressed. With a mournful expression, he lamented. What should I do? What can I do? Pirlo approached Jia La and whispered, Vice President, it is likely that no one witnessed their arrival here. You should hasten to address this and report to the President for his decision. Jia La hesitated. Are you suggesting? Pirlo cast a disdainful glance at the corpses of Rufit and the others, bitterly replying, They are all traitors and will meet a dire fate. However, I never anticipated that the President's disciple would possess such formidable strength, appearing merely to be at the red level. It is truly unimaginable. Diala, having practiced magic for many years, gradually regained her composure. Well, let us keep today's events to ourselves, particularly regarding that child. Forget everything you have witnessed, and ensure that this matter is handled discreetly and thoroughly. A cold glimmer flickered in Pirlo's eyes. This was precisely the forte of fire mages like him. Yinzhú, unaware of the considerable trouble she had caused for the Mage Guild, strolled along the streets of Luna City. Turning to her companion Z, was my action just now appropriate? With a gentle gaze, Z looked at Yinzhú and earnestly nodded, absolutely. When confronted by an adversary, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Otherwise, it will only invite further complications. You performed admirably today. Yinzhú, akin to a blank canvas, felt her doubts dissipate upon hearing Z's commendation, and she smiled. That is reassuring. However, since Grandpa Qin has suggested that the Mage Guild appoint someone to teach me about the continent's knowledge, is it not improper for us to leave like this? Z halted. Adopting a serious demeanor, Yinzhú, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Yinzhú nodded. Of course, I trust you. You are my dearest friend. Z smiled. In that case, allow me to be your guide. Come, let us purchase a few items before we embark. Yinzhú felt a warmth in her heart at Z's smile. Casting aside her worries and following him. Little did Qin Shang and Yi Li anticipate that Yinzhú was not accompanying the individuals they had arranged to take her to Milan City. Z led Yinzhú to a shop by the roadside and paused. Yinzhú, do you have any money? Yinzhú nodded. A glint of silver appearing in her hand as a handful of gold coins manifested. Grandpa gave me these. It seems there are a few hundred. Do you have enough? Z asked, taking the coins from Yinzhú before they entered the shop. Inside, the sound of clanging echoed as a middle-aged man, appearing rather languid, stood up upon their entrance. What would you like? Curious, Yinzhú surveyed the surroundings, noticing various weapons and armor adorning the walls, items she had never seen before. "Z, what are these?" Z replied, "These are the armors worn and weapons wielded by warriors. Are we going to buy any? They look quite impressive. Do you want one?" Yinzhú inquired. Z nodded and addressed the middle-aged man. "I would like a two-handed greatsword." The man, still appearing lethargic, responded, "There are many types of two-handed greatswords. Which one do you desire?" "You have chosen the right place. The weapons produced here are renowned throughout Arcadia." Z, growing somewhat impatient, replied, "Enough chatter. Any type will suffice. As long as it is heavy enough, the heavier, the better." Z's bluntness irked the middle-aged man, yet upon observing Z's robust physique, he refrained from further comment, thinking, "You desire weight, do you? Very well, I shall provide you with something substantial. Follow me," he instructed, turning to lead them into the back of the shop. Yinzhú and Z trailed behind, where they beheld several burly men laboring diligently to forge weapons. Arcadia was already sweltering, and being near the furnace intensified the heat. Nevertheless, Yinzhú and Z did not linger in their observations, following the perspiring middle-aged man deeper into the establishment. The man gestured towards a corner and remarked, "This is the heaviest two-handed sword. If you can lift it, it's yours." A glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes as he spoke. In the corner lay an object shrouded in darkness. Frankly, it could scarcely be deemed a sword, resembling more a hefty iron rod, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. One end was considerably thicker than the other, which tapered down significantly. Yet, even the thinner end boasted a girth comparable to that of an adult's arm, while the thicker end was the size of a human head, caked with layers of dust. "This is what you call a sword?" Yinzhú exclaimed, irked. Though it was his first venture beyond the Azure Sea, he was well aware of what a sword ought to be. The middle-aged man retorted, "This is a rather unique sword. You sought a heavy blade, did you not? This is the heaviest I possess. If you can lift it, it is yours." His condescending gaze intensified as he spoke. Z's expression remained tranquil, yet Yinzhú sensed an undercurrent of displeasure emanating from her. Stepping forward, Z grasped the thinner end of the iron rod. As she exerted her strength, surprise flickered in her eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips as she effortlessly lifted the approximately 2-meter-long rod. "Impressive," the middle-aged man remarked, nearly aghast as he observed Z's effortless handling of the rod. No one understood its daunting weight better than he did. This iron rod had been unearthed during his expedition in the iron mines, weighing nearly dozens of times more than ordinary iron ore, exceeding 500 kilograms. Had he not suspected it might be of a special metal, he would never have brought it back. However, his hopes were dashed. No amount of firepower, not even hiring a fire mage at great expense, could melt or reshape the rod. Over time, it had languished in the forge. He found it hard to believe that a person could lift such a rod without employing any fighting spirit, especially one so youthful in appearance. "Let us go," Z stated succinctly, and she turned to exit with Yinzhú in tow. "Wait, just a moment." The middle-aged man's voice echoed from behind. Z frowned and asked, "Are you having second thoughts?" Panic-stricken, the man hastily waved his hands. No, I merely wish to inquire if you require armor as well. The price is negotiable." He was no fool. Rather, as a merchant, he was astute. Having witnessed Z's effortless lifting of the heavy rod, he discerned that she and Yinzhú were no ordinary individuals. For a weapon merchant, encountering formidable warriors was undoubtedly fortuitous, and his earlier lethargy dissipated as he sought to promote some armor. Z coldly replied, "I do not need armor." With that, she and Yinzhú departed. Under Z's guidance, the pair procured some essential supplies in Luna City before finally leaving the capital of Arcadia, heading north along the main road towards the Azure Sea. "Father, I harbor some concerns regarding Yinzhú. This child has never been away from home. Should we perhaps follow him discreetly? At the very least, we should accompany him to the academy," Maying expressed anxiously. Yi Li smiled faintly, exuding a sense of pride as he replied, "As a descendant of the Yi family, he possesses remarkable adaptability. Moreover, with your Uncle Qin's letter of recommendation and the company of the Mage Guild, there is little cause for worry." Yet, Maying remained apprehensive. "I fear that Yinzhú may struggle to interact with others. What if he faces difficulties at the academy?" Qin Shang, standing nearby, smiled reassuringly. "Are you not aware of Yinzhú's capabilities? Furthermore, the head of the sound department at Milan Academy is a close friend of mine. With my letter of recommendation, Yinzhú will be just fine. After 15 years of cultivating the pure heart of the Zither, it is time for him to venture forth and forge his own path." Only then can he truly accelerate his growth. I do wonder how my old friend will react to me introducing such a young teacher to him. Ha ha ha. Gee, you are truly impressive. As they walked along the main road, Yinzhú curiously admired the surrounding scenery while conversing with Ji, with a heavy iron rod resting on her shoulder. Ji nonchalantly replied, "What makes you think I am impressive?" Yinzhú remarked, "You have purchased so many items, as if you were quite familiar with the outside world. However, I recall you arriving at the Azure Sky Sea when you were quite young and seemingly never venturing out." A glint of cold light flashed in Ji's eyes as she replied softly, "That is a matter of the past, Yinzhú. In due time, I shall share more with you." "When will that be?" he inquired. "When you have truly grown up. Arcadia is pathetically small, even less than 1/3 the size of the kingdom of Bohong. And Luna City is relatively closer to the northern part of the kingdom. After 10 days of travel, they had already entered Bohong. As they crossed into Bohong, the air grew much cooler. The kingdom stood in stark contrast to Arcadia. The width of the official roads was twice that of those in Arcadia. There were many travelers on the road, most of whom rode on horned horses. Horned horses, ranked as first-tier magical beasts, are named for their robust bodies and 2 forked horns. Although they are among the lowest tier of magical beasts, lacking any offensive capabilities, their endurance is exceptional, making them the ideal power source for civilian transport. In Arcadia, only the affluent could afford a horned horse. "Gee, let us also purchase a horned horse to ride. How much do they cost?" Yinzhú gazed enviously at the passers-by on their horned horses, his youthful heart unable to suppress his curiosity for the novel sights. Ji pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, this will allow us to travel more swiftly. However, if we walk, it is likely we would not reach Milan in 2 months. Approximately 30 miles ahead lies the southernmost city of Bohong. Roar, we shall acquire a horse there." "One horse?" Yinzhú asked. "Indeed, one will suffice. I do not require another. The speed of a horned horse may not surpass my own running." Ji smiled at Yinzhú. Her smile was reserved solely for him, as she typically maintained a cold demeanor in the presence of others. "I do not believe you. I wish to race you," Yinzhú declared with a grin. Ji glanced at him and said, "Then let us commence." As he spoke, his body surged forward, his towering frame effortlessly bearing the weight of the heavy iron staff without any discernible impact on his speed. "You are being unreasonable." Upon seeing that Zi had already begun to run, Yinzhú swiftly leaped into the air, landing on one foot and rapidly pursuing Zi. Zi's running movements were remarkably steady. Each footfall was a powerful thud against the ground, propelling his body forward with strength. In contrast, Yinzhú's movements were exceedingly agile, merely tapping the ground with his toes. Each leap covering a distance exceeding 5 meters, allowing him to close the gap between them in mere moments. "Zi, I am faster than you," Yinzhú proclaimed with a hint of pride. Zi cast him a peculiar glance. "Is that so?" The moment his foot struck the ground, Yinzhú suddenly felt the earth tremble violently beneath him, followed by a resounding crash emanating from Z's feet. In the blink of an eye, Z's body shot forward like an arrow, covering nearly 20 meters in one explosive motion, leaving Yinzhú in his wake with another thunderous sound. Yinzhú, surprised by the absence of any fighting spirit, pondered deeply, though his mind was as blank as a canvas. He was astute enough to realize that such incredible speed could not be achieved solely through physical strength. "Zi, what other secrets do you hold?" he mused, hastening his pace to catch up. At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from ahead, approaching the direction of Yinzhú and Zi. In the distance, a vast cloud of dust billowed, racing toward them like a swift, earthy dragon. The pedestrians on the road, startled, hurriedly stepped aside, gasping in shock as the dust cloud drew near. It was a troop of approximately 100 cavalrymen, clad in black heavy armor, wielding 4-meter-long lances, with thick iron shields hanging from their saddles. The formidable aura of steel was enough to instill fear in any onlooker. They were not riding regular steeds, but rather the formidable iron-clad beasts, resembling antelopes, but without horns, their heads and bodies covered in a layer of thick, horn-like armor, providing exceptional strength. These were the finest mounts for heavy cavalry on the continent of Longqinus. Heavy cavalry were an essential military force in any nation of Longqinus, albeit at a steep cost. Arcadia had only a single battalion of heavy cavalry, totaling around 10,000. Once the ironclad beasts charged, combined with the weight of the heavy cavalry, they became a terrifying force, heedless of the pedestrians on the road. Both Zi and Yinzhú halted their steps simultaneously, fixated on the approaching ironclad heavy cavalry. Showing no intention of veering off the road, Yinzhú was driven by curiosity about the ironclad beasts and heavy cavalry, while the concept of yielding was completely absent from Zi's lexicon. "Get out of the way," the leading heavy cavalryman barked, noticing the two individuals blocking the road. Zi remained unmoved, his gaze turning icy, while Yinzhú also stood his ground, as he had vowed to protect Zi. Instinctively, he stepped forward, placing himself in front of Zi. Without questioning why Zi chose not to evade, the heavy cavalry's eyes glinted with a savage light. Since they refused to yield, they would have no mercy. In the kingdom of Bo, heavy cavalry occupies a privileged position among the ranks of soldiers, wielding the authority to execute orders without mercy, even in the presence of civilians. Consequently, they bear no psychological burden. Approaching ever closer, the armored knights now stood before the two individuals, the first row of 5 heavy cavalrymen simultaneously leveling their lances. Wholly convinced that their formidable weapons would effortlessly pierce the bodies of the two civilians before them, a fierce roar erupted, resonating like thunder from the heavens. Yinzhú felt an inexplicable lightness envelop his body, as if he were lifted into the air, the scenery beneath him diminishing in size. Soon, he beheld a peculiar spectacle. Zi bellowed towards the sky, and in an instant, the advancing heavy cavalry underwent a dramatic transformation. All the armored beasts simultaneously reared back, their forward momentum abruptly halted. The velocity of their charge led to a chaotic collision, as the beasts behind crashed into those in front, the clashing of armor ringing out, accompanied by the sickening sounds of lances piercing flesh and the cries of the wounded. The once formidable 100-strong cavalry unit found itself thrown into disarray in a heartbeat. Yinzhú was convinced that he would never forget the visage of Zi in that moment of fury. The tempestuous emotion and the icy gaze were indelibly etched into the depths of his mind. The heavy cavalrymen were bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats amidst the deafening roar. Meanwhile, the armored beasts, once their steadfast companions in battle, trembled beneath them, some even frothing at the mouth. "Begone," Zi growled, striding forward, just as Yinzhú landed behind him. Though Zi's pace was not swift, each step exuded a steadfast solidity. The foremost armored beast had collapsed to the ground, and instinctively, the cavalrymen thrust their lances towards the approaching violet-haired youth. Zi moved with remarkable swiftness and simplicity. His 2-meter-long black iron staff swept through the air, sending 5 lances and their bearers flying almost instantaneously, landing 10 meters away along the roadside. The once stalwart steel lances now bent like serpents. Zi stood before the incapacitated beasts, performing the same straightforward maneuver, with a sweep of his right foot. He sent a beast weighing over 200 kilograms crashing to the ground amidst its anguished cries. Repeating this motion, all 5 armored beasts were hurled aside, clearing a path for Z's advance. Apart from those previously injured, the heavy cavalrymen scrambled to their feet, sensing no trace of fighting spirit emanating from Zi. Yet the sheer strength he exhibited instilled a profound fear within them. 5 armored knights had been sent sprawling with a single blow. The once ferocious armored beasts were dispatched like straw, offering no resistance whatsoever. What terrifying power this was! "Begone," Zi commanded once more, and this time, the heavy cavalrymen silently parted, creating a passage, even going so far as to drag their incapacitated beasts aside with all their might. Zi strode forward with an air of confidence, seemingly oblivious to the glimmering lances that sparkled in the sunlight on either side. Yinzhú curiously observed the figure of Zi before him, following as they advanced together. This marked his first encounter with Zi's display of strength, and he was astonished by the sheer power emanating from him, derived solely from physical prowess. No one dared to intervene. Even passers-by were rendered silent and motionless at the sight. It was not until the silhouettes of Zi and Yinzhú vanished down the road that the armored beasts gradually regained their mobility. The 5 heavily armored cavalrymen, who had been hurled aside by a single strike, found their right arms completely fractured, and their mounts, the 5 armored beasts, lay incapacitated. "Zi, are you a warrior?" Yinzhú inquired. "Somewhat," Zi replied, the fervor in his eyes having entirely dissipated, replaced by a serene calm. "Why did you resort to force just now?" Zi glanced at the azure sky and replied nonchalantly, "Because no beast of magic is worthy enough to command my deference, not even a dragon." Yinzhú regarded Z with a profound gaze. Do you know? Just now, you exuded an overwhelming presence. Yet, I cannot discern the source of your strength. Do you practice fighting spirit? Not at all, for I have no need of it, Z responded while casting a sidelong glance at Yinzhú, suddenly breaking into a faint smile. Aren't you supposed to protect me? Yinzhú smiled in return. Of course, whenever you require it. I shall always stand before you to shield you. But please, do not throw me so high next time. Ruaur was a bustling small town, where the inhabitants displayed a diligent demeanor, in stark contrast to the lethargy of Arcadia. The cool air brought a refreshing sensation, and the temperate climate was conducive to life. The handsome visage of Yinzhú and the resolute demeanor of Z frequently attracted attention on the streets, particularly from the young maidens, some of whom boldly approached them. Z maintained his characteristic icy demeanor, while Yinzhú often responded with a warm smile, charming and gentle, making him more appealing to the infatuated young ladies. However, if these maidens were privy to Yinzhú's internal musings, their hearts might find no solace. Z, why do those girls appear different from us? Their muscles are so robust. Yinzhú exclaimed with a hint of envy. Z's expression momentarily stiffened as he quietly replied, Didn't your parents ever enlighten you? Yinzhú shook his head. Having spent so much time with you in the Azure Sea, you've seen it. My time with my parents is minimal, and they refrain from discussing the outside world to avoid hindering my training with the Zichin Xian. Do you know why their muscles are stronger than ours? Z gazed at Yinzhú helplessly. I do not know. Ah, so you are unaware as well. Z, let us procure a horned horse. Should we stay here for the night or continue our journey? As Yinzhú posed the question, suddenly, Z's countenance shifted dramatically. Yinzhú, standing close by, distinctly sensed Z's muscles tense instantaneously, a peculiar aura radiating from him that was indescribable, an amalgamation of fury and exhilaration. Following the gaze of Z, one could see a group of over 10 individuals advancing in another direction not far off. The object of Z's attention was a figure entirely shrouded in golden hair, possessing a grim countenance and towering stature that slightly surpassed Z's own. An aura of primal ferocity emanated from him, his muscles, visible beneath his garments, exuding explosive strength. His cheekbones were notably high, and the hair on his face was remarkably dense, indicating a stark divergence from ordinary humanity. The others accompanying him exhibited varied forms, most of which were distinct from typical humans. Yinzhú even noticed that one had a long tail protruding from his back. Passers-by on the street instinctively recoiled at the sight of these beings, as if gripped by an instinctual fear. Z, what troubles you? Who are they? Yinzhú inquired. They are the beast men from the desolate northern wastelands. The one at the forefront is one of the royalty among them, a member of the Lion clan, Z replied darkly. Beast men? What are they? Are they human too? I cannot fully explain the origin of the beast men. They can be described as a fusion of human and beast, with some being entirely animalistic. On the continent of Longqinus, beast men are the closest to magical beasts, inherently warlike and endowed with formidable strength. If not for their lack of prowess in magic, which has led to their oppression by the three great northern empires, they might have long since invaded the human heartlands. Instead, they are relegated to the harsh northern wastelands. Due to the strength of the three empires bordering those lands, there has not been a conflict in decades, forcing the beastmen to trade their unique northern products for food and essentials with human nations. I never anticipated their arrival in the southern region of Boan. At this juncture, Z appeared lost in thought. For Yinzhú, the beastmen were undoubtedly a novelty, prompting her to steal a few more glances. At that moment, the lion man's gaze swept over Yinzhú before settling on Z. Upon locking eyes with her, his golden mane bristled violently, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he strode purposefully towards Z and Yinzhú. A faint green aura of combat energy coursed through his golden mane, barely perceptible unless one observed closely. Only a mage like Yinzhú, attuned to the cultivation of mental strength, could sense it with ease. Z abruptly raised her head to meet the lion man's gaze, which faltered momentarily. Upon encountering the icy depths of Z's eyes, he slowly nodded before pivoting back to rejoin his cohort. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Yinzhú glanced between Z and the lion man, while Z sighed, bowing her head to Yinzhú. I apologize, Yinzhú, but I fear I cannot accompany you to Milan. What? Why, Z? Yinzhú exclaimed, taken aback. Z grasped Yinzhú's shoulder, offering a wry smile. I regret having promised to accompany you. However, I have pressing matters that require my attention. Keep this map safe. If you follow its directions diligently, you shall reach the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. If you find yourself lost, do not hesitate to ask someone for guidance. Once I have resolved my affairs, I will seek you at the academy. Yinzhú accepted the map from Z's hands, her heart suddenly heavy with a sense of loss. For a decade, he had never parted ways with Z. At this moment, Z suddenly declared his intention to leave, his gaze resolute, which filled Yinzhú's heart with an indescribable sorrow. He felt an emptiness within, as if he had lost something of utmost importance. Z, it seems you harbor many secrets, yet you are reluctant to share them with me. If you require my assistance, please do let me know, will you? I am your brother. Yinzhú implored, his urgency palpable. Brother. Z's profound eyes ignited with two blazing flames as he firmly clasped Yinzhú's shoulder. Indeed, we are good brothers. You must head to the Magic Martial Academy. I shall not delay for long and will assuredly seek you out there. This is my promise to you. Remember, do not trust strangers easily along the way, and conceal your abilities as much as possible. Never allow outsiders to discern the true extent of your power. Only then can you best protect yourself. Do you understand? He handed Yinzhú something, instructing, use this when you need to undertake actions you wish to keep hidden from others. Furthermore, we encountered a conflict with the heavy cavalry of Bohan earlier. To avoid complications, it would be prudent for you to leave this place swiftly. As he spoke, Z pressed an object into Yinzhú's hand and hurriedly departed in the direction where the lion-headed figure had vanished. Only when Z's silhouette had completely disappeared did Yinzhú retract his gaze. Although the streets of Zither City bustled with activity, a cold sensation enveloped his heart, accompanied by a tinge of loneliness and helplessness. Lowering his gaze to the item Z had entrusted him, he discovered a mask crafted from an unknown material. Soft and comfortable to the touch, he carefully tucked it into his bosom, silently urging, Z, please come find me soon. Now, he had no choice but to rely on himself. First, he needed to acquire a horned horse, then hasten to the Milan Magic Martial Academy to await Z's arrival. With this thought, the sense of loss began to dissipate. He inquired with a passerby and learned that horned horses were sold at the slave market near the northern gate, prompting him to set off eagerly in that direction. Z had once informed him that on the continent, gold coins were the universal currency across all nations, with 1 gold coin equivalent to 100 silver coins. Generally, people predominantly used silver coins, with an average household's monthly expenses amounting to merely a dozen silver coins. Purchasing a horned horse would require no more than a few gold coins. On the continent of Longqinus, nearly every human city boasted a slave market, an indispensable institution. The class system was remarkably rigid, with the slave market serving as the lowest tier for the sale of human slaves. As the continent evolved, the scope of the slave market expanded to include various races and magical beasts. Typically, the magical beasts sold were of low rank, not exceeding the 3rd tier. In Longqinus, magical beasts were categorized into 10 tiers. Those ranked 3rd and below, including the 3rd tier, were considered low-level magical beasts, while those ranked 4th to 6th were classified as advanced magical beasts. Beasts exceeding the 6th tier were known as intelligent magical beasts. Generally, low-level magical beasts were docile, and even those with fiery tempers posed minimal destructive power. However, advanced magical beasts were formidable foes. The intelligent magical beasts, ranging from 7th to 10th tier, were exceedingly rare entities. The 10th order beasts, also referred to as divine beasts, are merely legendary entities. Among the myriad of magical creatures, the 2 most formidable clans known are the behemoths of the extreme northern wastelands and the dragons that inhabit the hidden dragon city within the 8 nations of humanity. The true dragons and behemoths are exceedingly rare, with historical records indicating that their numbers have never reached 4 figures. However, their prowess is unparalleled. Every authentic dragon and behemoth possesses a strength no less than the 7th order. Yet, the dragon clan holds a distinct advantage over the behemoths, their remarkable reproductive capacity. After millennia of propagation, while the true dragon population remains scant, various subdragon species have proliferated. Some have been successfully domesticated by humans, becoming dragon riders. Though they may not rival their true counterparts, the very essence of draconic lineage ensures that even the weakest among them possesses a strength exceeding the 3rd order, with the strongest capable of standing toe-to-toe with genuine dragons. It is precisely this existence of dragon riders that endows humanity with formidable strength. effectively restraining the Orcish denizens of the northern wastelands from breaching their frigid domain. Naturally, humanity harbors no intentions of invading a world inhospitable to their survival. Chapter 5. The Price of Kindness. How pitiable I am. Orphaned at 3, abandoned by my father at 10. Noble sir, esteemed ladies, I implore your compassion. Please, grant me a few gold coins for a morsel of food. Yinzhú, having finally located the entrance to the slave market, was greeted by the sight of a small beggar weeping inconsolably at the threshold. The diminutive child was frail and ragged, his disheveled hair obscuring his face, which was completely masked by layers of grimy filth. His tattered clothing was little more than ripped shreds, and before him lay a battered bowl as he cried out in desperate supplication to passers-by. Those who entered the slave market typically fell into one of two categories: sellers or buyers. The sellers were often merchants or families so impoverished that they had no choice but to sell themselves or their children. The buyers, on the other hand, were usually affluent nobles, and in either case, the inclination to bestow charity was scarce. Merchants, driven by profit, paid no heed to beggars, while the impoverished were too preoccupied with their own survival to consider aiding others. As for the nobles, their primary concern lay in avoiding the contamination of their opulent garments by the wretched. Thus, the choice of this small beggar to solicit alms in such a place was evidently unwise. Had he possessed a sturdier physique, he might have been mistaken for a slave to be sold, but his frail stature, compounded by his unclean appearance, rendered him less valuable than bathwater in the eyes of the slave traders. Upon encountering the beggar for the first time, the innocent-hearted Yinzhú mused to himself, observing that the child appeared to be of similar age to him, yet was so emaciated. Orphaned at 3 and abandoned at 10. What a lamentable fate. A wave of compassion washed over him, prompting him to halt instinctively as he approached the beggar. The little beggar, noticing someone had stopped before him, brightened instantly. Sir, kind sir, please spare a bit of coin. Yinzhú reached into his bosom and retrieved a handful of gold coins, approximately 30 in number, which he tenderly presented to the small beggar, placing them into the outstretched hands of the boy. The beggar was momentarily taken aback, for what he beheld were Yinzhú's clear, untainted black eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sudden tremor resonated deep within his heart, but it was swiftly overshadowed by the exhilaration of receiving the coins. Thank you, kind sir, he stammered, his hands trembling as he hurriedly tucked the coins into his garments, his movements so swift that even Yinzhú was startled. Rise, the ground is cold, Yinzhú urged, gently grasping the boy's hands. He felt the softness of the small hands, delicate yet with long, slender fingers. The beggar, head bowed, caught sight of the shimmering space ring on Yinzhú's hand, and his own nimble fingers quivered slightly. With Yinzhú's gentle tug, he stood up, expressing his gratitude. Sir, thank you. You are truly a good person. However, in his haste to stand, he collided with Yinzhú. As Yinzhú steadied him, the beggar's slender fingers made a subtle, secretive motion. Yinzhú smiled, his warm and benevolent expression reminiscent of an angel. A sense of comfort enveloped him, and he mused to himself how wonderful it felt to help others. Goodbye, he waved to the small beggar before stepping into the slave market. Watching Yinzhú's retreating figure, the beggar's eyes flickered with inner turmoil. With a determined bite of his lip, he swiftly darted in another direction, vanishing into the throng of people. The slave market was divided into 7 distinct areas. The outermost section dealt with the sale of lowly civilian slaves, where even a robust human slave was valued at merely 50 gold coins. The next area was designated for the sale of inferior magical beasts. As one ventured deeper into the market, the prices of the goods escalated. Naturally, in a small town like Roar, there were not many valuable items available. Only the slave markets of larger cities boasted truly exquisite wares, such as dragon trainers and beautiful elven maidens. Upon entering the slave market, Yinzhú was immediately struck by the cacophony of sounds that echoed around him. The vastness of the place left him, a novice, unsure of where to procure a horned horse. In haste, he approached a passing middle-aged man and inquired, Sir, good day. Might you tell me where I could find horned horses for sale? The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in finely crafted black leather armor emblazoned with a crest depicting a sword and shield entwined with thorns on his left breast. He was tall, rivaling even the stature of Z, and bore a hefty 2-handed sword measuring 1.5 meters on his back. You seek to purchase a horned horse? How fortuitous. I am headed there myself. Allow me to guide you. the man replied jovially. Wonderful. Thank you, kind sir. Yinzhú expressed his gratitude politely. Years of subtle refinement through music had bestowed upon him an air of elegance, and combined with his handsome visage, he easily garnered a favorable impression. A middle-aged man walked towards the slave market with Yinzhú, inquiring as he strolled, "Young brother, my name is Zern. What is yours? Where do you hail from?" "I am called Yinzhú, from Arcadia," came the reply. "Your name is rather peculiar." "Ah, we have arrived." As he spoke, Zern gestured towards a massive barn ahead. Upon entering the stable, an overwhelming stench assailed Yinzhú's senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Accustomed to the fresh air of the azure sea, he found the foul atmosphere quite disconcerting. Inside the barn, there were approximately dozens of horned horses, with traders negotiating prices with various customers. Zern appeared quite familiar with this environment, remarking that the slave market in Roar City was much the same. If you ever visit the slave market in a larger city, you will encounter enormous stables with top-quality horned horses, offering hundreds to choose from. The horse traders seemed to recognize Zern, and as he approached, one of them promptly greeted him. "Oh, isn't this Captain Zern. What brings you here? Have you got another operation underway? These horned horses are newly arrived. Feel free to select some." Zern nodded and replied, "Hart, do I still need to inquire about the quality of your horned horses? Very well. Select 20 of the stronger ones for me. And do pick one for this young brother as well." Hart promptly agreed with a smile and hurried off to choose the horses. In a short while, 21 horned horses were brought forth. Clearly a long-time client, Zern did not deliberate much. He retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket, stating, "As per our usual arrangement, it's 2 horses for 5 gold coins. Here are 50 gold coins, do count them." Hart accepted the pouch, tucking it into his own pocket, and chuckled, "Count? Do you think I don't trust you? Your Iron Thorn mercenary group is the only resident mercenary group in Roar City." Zern let out a wry smile, saying, "Do you think I enjoy being stationed in this wretched place? Without strength, it is impossible to establish oneself in those larger cities. Now, this young brother is with me. On my account, give him a discount, just 2 gold coins. Young brother, you may choose from these 21 horses, although they are not the finest. Hart's horses here have decent stamina." Yinzhú could clearly discern that Zern had secured a favorable price for the horned horses. "Thank you, Uncle Zern," he expressed. He had given all his gold coins to that young beggar earlier and instinctively summoned his spiritual energy to retrieve money from his spatial ring. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Extending his hands, he found 8 fingers empty, with only the finger bearing the spatial ring showing the mark left behind. "Ah, my spatial ring is gone," Yinzhú exclaimed, panic washing over him. The spatial ring was incredibly precious, but even more invaluable to him were the 5 ancient Zither strings contained within it, along with the letter from Qinshang and the remaining gold coins. All were lost with the ring. At that moment, he found himself utterly destitute. "Young brother, what is the matter?" Zern was startled by Yinzhú's sudden reaction. Yinzhú remained silent, and a flicker of cold light passed through his clear black eyes. He closed his eyes, and a faint red glow emanated from his brow, forming a dark crimson magical hexagram before him. The spatial ring shared a mental connection with its master, and only the master could unlock its seal. Any forceful external impact would merely damage the ring. The only explanation for its loss dawned upon Yinzhú. It was when he had lifted the little beggar that the boy had collided with him, diverting his attention and surreptitiously relieving him of his spatial ring. After departing from the Azure Sea, a surge of anger surged through Yinzhú's mind for the first time. His kind-hearted generosity had been met with the theft of his most precious possession. He was a musician mage. Without the Guqin, he could not wield his musical magic. Moreover, those 5 gyukins were treasured relics of the Zither Sect. Having accompanied him for 16 years, how could he not be distressed? At that moment, in a deserted corner of Roar City, the little beggar sealed the box in his hands and murmured to himself, "A spatial ring. How unfortunate that I cannot extract its contents. Oh well, let it serve as a memento. In this world, there are few pure-hearted individuals like him. Perhaps a lesson is in order. What use is a spatial ring? With this lead box, he shall not be able to establish a mental connection. A few dozen gold coins will suffice for my travel and tuition fees. Old man, just wait. One day I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine." His eyes were large and bright, yet lacking the clarity of Yinzhú's. Instead, they brimmed with hatred and a myriad of complex negative emotions. Grasping the box containing the ring tightly, a faint green light flickered momentarily. His petite figure swiftly vanished from sight. It was over. He could not make contact. Retracting his released mental energy, Yinzhú's complexion turned pale. What did the loss of the spatial ring signify? It meant he had lost the sacred treasures of the Zither Sect. It meant he was bereft of all his funds and the letter of introduction to Milan Academy. He had nothing left. What was he to do? What was he truly to do? Trapped in a dilemma, should he proceed to Milan? He lacked both money and the letter. Should he return? That too was without funds. And having lost the 5 gyukins, how could he face Master Qinshang? Zhern and Hart did not mock him for his inability to produce gold coins. Rather, both displayed a hint of surprise. Zhern cautiously inquired, "Little brother, are you all right?" Yinzhú, filled with frustration, replied, "Uncle, I fear I cannot purchase the horned horse. My spatial ring is lost, and all my money is within it." Zhern nodded and said, "Little brother, judging by your earlier demeanor, you should be a high-level red mage. Correct?" Yinzhú immediately recalled Qinshang's admonition and instinctively nodded. Indeed. A glimmer of joy appeared in Zhern's eyes as he continued, "Where do you intend to go now?" Yinzhú hesitated, contemplating internally that returning was not an option. He could not face Grandfather Qin without retrieving the spatial ring. He decided it best to head to Milan first. Ji had mentioned he would go there to seek him out, and he would discuss their course of action upon meeting Ji. "I am bound for the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, nestled just beyond the capital of the Milan Empire. How splendid. This is indeed a marvelous opportunity. Our mercenary group has been tasked with a mission to Milan City, and I would be delighted if you were to accompany us. Our group will cover all expenses along the journey, and upon arrival, I shall bestow upon you 20 gold coins. What say you to that?" Zhern's proposal sparked a flicker of hope within Yinzhú, who had recently been struck by the loss of everything. Yet, the proposition came as a surprise, leaving him momentarily dazed. Zhern, misunderstanding the reason for Yinzhú's silence, hurriedly added, "We will also take care of the costs for your steed. What is your hesitation?" No, I am most eager to accept. However, Zhern, dear uncle, might you enlighten me as to what a mercenary truly is?" Zhern looked at Yinzhú with a bemused expression, for the handsome young man before him was earnestly seeking clarification, devoid of any jesting demeanor. "You are unfamiliar with the concept of a mercenary? Allow me to explain." Hart interjected, "In the continent of Longqinus, mercenaries are a prevalent profession, referring to warriors who engage in combat or undertake tasks purely for monetary gain. Their presence is ubiquitous, particularly in the Kingdom of Palermo, often dubbed the Mercenary Kingdom, where some of the largest mercenary groups are stationed. There, mercenaries enjoy the highest remuneration and status." "Oh, I see. So, Uncle Zhern, are you suggesting I become a mercenary?" Yinzhú inquired. Zhern nodded. "Consider yourself a temporary mercenary. To be frank, our Iron Thorn mercenary group lacks the financial means to employ a mage for an extended period. Our current mission involves escorting a shipment and its owner to Milan City, and the journey should be relatively safe. We can assist one another, what do you think?" As he gazed into Zhern's sincere eyes, the shadows cast by the loss of his spatial ring began to dissipate. "Uncle Zhern, you are truly a kind soul, and I would be more than willing to help." At that moment, he had completely forgotten that the small beggar who had stolen his ring had also called him a good person. "Very well, let us depart. Hart, please ensure your men bring the steed to us at the usual location." Zhern's spirits were evidently high as he draped an arm around Yinzhú's shoulder, leading him towards the slave market's exit. Observing their retreating figures, Hart chuckled. "Zhern's fortune is remarkable. Who would have thought he would encounter such an innocent mage? Finally, Iron Thorn has acquired a mage, albeit temporarily, yet it shall elevate their status." Unbeknownst to Yinzhú, the status of a mage in the continent of Longqinus surpassed his wildest imaginations. It is regarded as one of the noblest professions. Even a novice mage holds a higher standing than a warrior of the same caliber. Moreover, mages are typically quite proud and seldom engage in the mercenary profession, as most pledge their allegiance to various nations. The possession of a mage has historically been a critical indicator of a mercenary group's strength, and the fees for hiring one are exorbitantly high. The mercenary corps is classified into 8 tiers, descending from the highest to the lowest. Among these, the lowest tier is referred to as the low-tier mercenary corps, the middle tier as the mid-tier mercenary corps, the high tier as the high-tier mercenary corps, and the highest tier as the super-tier mercenary corps. Currently, the Iron Thorn mercenary corps is at the low-tier level and has completed sufficient missions. However, to ascend to the mid-tier, they require the presence of a magician to pass the review of the mercenary guild. This explains why Zhern employed Yinzhú for this seemingly innocuous task. The Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps is stationed in a courtyard near the north gate of Roll City, comprising 67 male members, including their leader, Zhern. Among them, there are 20 heavy sword warriors, 10 archers, 10 light cavalry, and the largest contingent consists of 27 shield and spear warriors, making their roster quite diverse. Established 6 years ago, most of the mercenaries are aged between 25 and 40. Zhern, a green-tier earth warrior, has been pivotal in the rise of the Iron Thorn to a low-tier mercenary corps within 5 years. His ambition is to elevate the corps to the mid-tier, which would significantly enhance their remuneration. As Yinzhú arrived at the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps under Zhern's guidance, the mercenaries were engaged in their final preparations for an early departure the following morning. The remuneration offered by the employer is quite generous, prompting the Iron Thorn to mobilize fully. Yinzhú, just stay close to me, Zhern instructed. Observing the bustling mercenaries, Yinzhú inquired, Zhern, your corps has over 60 members, yet you only purchased 20 horned horses. Isn't that insufficient for riding? Zhern chuckled wryly. I wish I could provide one for each member, but our financial resources are limited. The horned horses I procured are primarily for transporting goods and the employer's requirements. If it weren't for the employer's funding, I wouldn't even afford 20. He continued, we mercenaries are accustomed to running about, clad in light armor, which doesn't weigh much. So our speed won't lag behind that of the horned horses. Rest assured, as a magician, you will certainly ride. As he spoke, Zhern clapped his hands vigorously, capturing the attention of all mercenaries. Everyone, please pause for a moment. I would like to introduce our new member, Yinzhú, who will accompany us to Milan. Oh, a newcomer. He seems a bit frail. What is his profession, Captain? A curious mercenary in his 30s asked. Zhern smiled mysteriously. He is a red-tier high magician. From this moment on, the Iron Thorn can proudly claim to possess a magician. Once we complete our mission in Milan, we can conveniently register as a mid-tier mercenary corps at the guild there. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries erupted in jubilant cheer, having awaited this day for far too long. The elevation of their corps rank directly impacts their earnings. In an instant, Yinzhú became the darling of the mercenaries, with many curiously inquiring about the handsome young man. Some even eager for him to demonstrate a spell. All right, everyone quiet down. Let us not frighten young Yi, Zhern admonished. Zhern wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acutely aware of the prideful nature of wizards. He pondered the repercussions if his subordinates insisted on demonstrating magic, and he found himself frustrated enough to withdraw. I'm sorry, but I cannot showcase my magic for you, Yinzhú said, somewhat embarrassed. Without his instrument, what could he possibly demonstrate? Zhern hastily interjected, indeed, you rascals should keep quiet. Magic is not something to be displayed frivolously. Yinzhú, disregard them. By the way, have you misplaced your wizard's badge? If you still have it, it would be prudent to wear it. Fortunately, Yinzhú had not lost the badge. He had casually tucked it away after receiving it from the Luna City Wizards Guild. Along with it, the map and the mask gifted by Z remained intact, as they had not been placed in his ring. He retrieved the crimson badge from his pocket and pinned it to his left chest. Though merely 16, Yinzhú's youthful appearance was somewhat offset by the badge that attested to his professional identity. The badge, issued by the Wizards Guild, was impossible to counterfeit, imbued with unique magical fluctuations. To create this emblem, Qin Shang had even taken a drop of Yinzhú's blood to the guild. As long as the badge remained undamaged, it would accompany him throughout his life. Upgrading it would merely require a visit to the guild upon leveling up. The moment the badge was revealed, the mercenaries fell silent, returning to their tasks under Zhern's direction. Captain Zhern, how fortunate you are here. How are the preparations progressing? A melodious voice called from the entrance, prompting Yinzhú and Zhern to turn in unison. In that instant, Yinzhú felt a slight tremor in his mental energy. A woman appeared at the doorway, gracefully advancing towards them. Her simple white gown shimmered with an air of elegance, and her flowing azure hair, reminiscent of rolling waves, cascaded behind her, with two strands framing her face to conceal her ears. Her fair and exquisite visage radiated a gentle glow, with a delicate, straight nose, a graceful neck, and lips that seemed to beckon with their luscious hue, resembling the ethereal beauty of a celestial being. Her movements were soft and poised, as graceful as a delicate lily drifting through the clouds. Yinzhú found himself entranced, unable to ascertain her exact age. At first glance, she appeared youthful and vibrant. Yet upon closer inspection, Her demeanor exuded a refined elegance that left others feeling inadequate in her presence. The arrival of the woman captivated all the mercenaries, though they quickly averted their gazes, even Zhern, as if continuing to gaze upon her would be an affront to their goddess. Only Yinzhú's bewildered gaze remained fixed on her, and within the courtyard, his intangible aura was the only one that could be likened to hers. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to this woman, her presence enveloping him in comfort, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the presence of his mentor, Qin Shang. The young woman soon noticed Yinzhú's gaze. Her gentle eyes met his in the air, and instantly, the world around her brightened. A hint of surprise flickered across her delicate face, and two unusual glimmers emanated from her beautiful eyes, devoid of any malice, merely brushing lightly against Yinzhú's gaze in a tentative manner. For a brief moment, Yinzhú felt a slight daze, his own eyes momentarily losing focus, a sensation of dizziness enveloping his mind, yet it returned to normal in an instant. A pure and unblemished heart harbors no distractions, and it is precisely for this reason that Yinzhú's progress in cultivation has been remarkably swift. Both his mental acuity and resolve truly justify Qin Shang's praise of him as a genius. Under the stimulation of the unusual light in the woman's eyes, a dark red glow emanated once more from his brow, forming a barrier of mental energy. Such a pure exploration of mental prowess is a common practice among sorcerers, utilized to gauge the strength of one another. How is this possible? The surprise in the woman's eyes deepened. Captain Guan, will you not introduce me? It was only then that Guan came to his senses, cursing himself for his lack of composure. This was not their first meeting. So why did he still react this way? He hurriedly said, Miss Anya, this is the new sorcerer I have hired, Yinzhú. He will also partake in our mission. With his addition, we shall undoubtedly escort you and your cargo more effectively. Upon hearing Guan's words, Yinzhú realized that the elegant and noble woman before him was indeed the employer for this journey. Hello, Sister Anya. Yinzhú's clear black eyes gazed at Anya, and he thought to himself how remarkably strong she appeared. Anya initially felt a flicker of anger at his scrutiny, but when she met his pure gaze, her irritation quietly dissipated. Faced with this handsome and exceptionally poised young man, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration, not for his looks, but for the untainted aura that enveloped him. Welcome to our team, she said warmly. May I ask, are you truly just a novice sorcerer? Yinzhú nodded, replying, Indeed, I am a high-level novice. Perhaps due to the dishonesty, his face flushed crimson. Anya chose not to press the matter, smiling gently as she said, Having a powerful sorcerer join us is certainly a boon. Guan chimed in, Praise be to Fa Lon. Miss Anya, we are nearly prepared. We will surely depart on time tomorrow morning. Anya nodded with a smile, Then I can rest easy. You all may continue your tasks. I shall see you at the city gates tomorrow morning. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Praise be to Fa Lon. She has finally left. Guan instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Yinzhú curiously inquired, Uncle Guan, are you afraid of Sister Anya? Guan replied, It's not fear. I don't know why, but in her presence, I always feel as though I cannot hold my head high. She is the most beautiful and nobly graceful woman I have ever encountered. To be frank, I cannot even entertain any thoughts of disrespect towards her. Thoughts of disrespect? What does that mean? You will come to understand in due time. Yinzhú's gaze remained fixed on the door. Uncle Guan, Sister Anya, is also a sorceress. Zhern was taken aback, gazing at Yinzhú in astonishment. Could it be? She appears to be merely a merchant. Yinzhú replied earnestly, She must be a sorceress. She just probed me with her mental power, and I am certain of it. A flicker of contemplation glimmered in Zhern's eyes, revealing that his thoughts were not as coarse as his exterior suggested. It was no wonder she had ventured alone to such a distant place as Roar to procure tea leaves. It turned out she was a noble sorceress. Yinzhú, can you discern her level? Is she more formidable than you? Yinzhú shook his head and said, I cannot ascertain her level, but she is undoubtedly more powerful than I. So she might be an orange-level sorceress, Zhern mused inwardly, relieved that he had not harbored any ill thoughts towards this female proprietor, for offending a sorceress would be unwise. However, he remained unaware that, in terms of magical capability, Yinzhú had already reached a high-tier yellow level, while Anya was evidently not merely of orange level. Out of respect for the sorceress, Zhern arranged for Yinzhú to have a private room to rest. Sitting on the bed, Yinzhú was lost in troubled thought. He had attempted several times to contact his spatial ring with his mental power, but each effort had been in vain. Moreover, he had an unsettling feeling that the spatial ring seemed to be drifting increasingly farther away from him. Why? Why have you stolen my ring? Have I not given you gold? Without his loot, Yinzhú found himself overwhelmed with a profound yearning for it. For 16 years, he had been inseparable from his loot, which had become his closest companion. Now that he had lost it, the sense of loss weighed heavily on his heart. Sitting cross-legged, he sought to calm his mind by practicing his bamboo fighting chi. A gentle yellow glow emanated from within him, forming a soft barrier that enveloped his body. The fighting chi flowed ceaselessly through his meridians, and that refreshing, soothing sensation gradually dispelled the unrest and worries within him, allowing him to enter a meditative state. The bamboo fighting chi was divided into 3 tiers: green bamboo, yellow bamboo, and purple bamboo. Just like the loot magic cultivated by Yinzhú, the colors manifested at different levels differed from the 7 colors of the rainbow present on the continent. Each tier comprised 9 ranks. The faint yellow light radiating from him indicated that he was at the first stage of yellow bamboo. In terms of ranking, his fighting chi was even slightly superior to his loot magic. According to the continent's rainbow classification, it corresponded to a green-level first-tier standard, which could be considered on par with a terrestrial warrior. However, his fighting chi primarily served to enhance his loot magic. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the land, the northern gate of Zither City buzzed with activity. The Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps, consisting of 68 members, was ready to set off. The first and last of the 3 carriages were laden with goods, while the middle one housed their employer, Anya. The sturdiest heavy sword warriors among the 20 mercenaries surrounded the carriages, with archers positioned beside them, and 27 shield and spear warriors forming the outer perimeter. 10 light cavalrymen forged ahead to clear the way. The newly acquired 20 horned horses, aside from those pulling the carriages, bore the group's supplies. And everything was arranged in an orderly fashion. Yinzhú, as a magician, was positioned beside the central carriage. Riding the horned horse for the first time, he experienced a blend of excitement and trepidation. Although the ride was somewhat jarring, this gentle first-tier magical beast was easily tamed, and he quickly acclimated to the sensation of being atop the horse. After all, his physical condition was far more robust than it appeared at first glance. At that moment, Yinzhú's gaze was fixed on the leader of the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps, Gu-In, at the front of the procession, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Gu-In was not merely a simple earth warrior. He was an earth knight. His steed was a dragon steed. The 4th-tier green-spined land dragon measured a formidable 5 meters in length and stood over 2 meters tall, its forelimbs relatively small, entirely supported by its sturdy hind legs. Its entire body was a deep green hue, and aside from its formidable charge, this 4th-tier dragon also possessed commendable defensive capabilities and the ability to spew corrosive acid. Though it was on the lower end of the dragon hierarchy, it surpassed lower-tier magical beasts by a significant margin. With the initial strength of a green-tier warrior, Gu-In was well-equipped to contend with mid-tier earth warriors. This dragon steed was the pride of the entire Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps, having taken considerable effort for Gu-In to acquire. The mercenaries were clad in leather armor, advancing at a steady pace. By midday, they had already distanced themselves from Zither City, gradually making their way towards the interior of the Bohan Kingdom. The primary objective was to travel, and Gu-In would only call for a rest after every hour of progress. When the sun hung directly overhead, they quickly consumed some provisions before resuming their journey. As the carriage curtain was lifted, the enchanting visage of Anya was revealed. "Sister Anya, is there something you need?" Yinzhú politely greeted the elegantly poised beauty. Anya smiled and replied, "You are a magician. Why endure the discomfort of riding? Why not join me in the carriage? It appears to be your first time riding a horned horse, and I fear you may find it unbearable after a while. Our journey to Milan may take a month." "All right," Yinzhú readily agreed, promptly leaping down from the horned horse and entering the carriage. Chapter 6. Dragon Knights unaware of the nuances of etiquette or the dynamics between employers and mercenaries, Yinzhú acted with unrestrained spontaneity, embodying the essence of a childlike heart. After riding for half the day, the novelty had worn off, and the monotony made him somewhat restless. The Iron Thorn mercenaries took their tasks very seriously, rarely engaging in conversation. The carriage was spacious, feeling rather empty with only Anya inside. It was stocked with various foods and beverages, and the seats were broad with thick cushions, making them significantly more comfortable than the horse's back. "Anya, clad in a flowing white gown, reclined against the cushions, exuding a sense of languor. As they sat facing each other, a refreshing fragrance wafted from her, prompting Yinzhú to inhale deeply. The delightful aroma was soothing, and he sincerely remarked, "Sister Anya, you are truly beautiful." Anya had received many compliments, but hearing it from the innocent Yinzhú imparted a different flavor. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Yinzhú, what brings you to the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps?" Yinzhú did not conceal the events of yesterday, recounting them in detail. Fortunately, he remembered Ji's admonition upon departing and refrained from disclosing the presence of 5 gyukins within his spatial ring. "So it is, you are truly kind-hearted. Yinzhú, in this world, there are times when one cannot afford to be excessively kind, lest they become a target for others' malice." Reflecting on Anya's comforting words, Yinzhú could not help but recall that detestable little beggar, vowing vehemently, "It shall not happen again." Innocence does not equate to the absence of anger. Anya cast a glance at the magical emblem adorning Yinzhú's chest. While the unfamiliar mercenaries from Gen may not have perceived its significance, she certainly did. "Yinzhú, the design on your emblem is quite peculiar. What school of magic do you belong to?" "I am a sound magus." "The emblem is engraved with the image of my instrument." "A sound magus?" Anya paused, her gaze toward Yinzhú shifting to one of intrigue. "What is it?" Yinzhú inquired. "Is there something strange about it, Sister Anya?" "Oh, it is nothing. I merely find it curious that a young man like you would choose the profession of a sound magus. I know several sound mages, but they are all women." "So, you do not possess your own magical beast?" Yinzhú replied. "Must a magician necessarily have a magical beast?" The surprise in Anya's eyes faded subtly. "Of course, a magical beast is the best safeguard for a magician. A magician without a magical beast is quite vulnerable. After all, they are not adept in close combat. As the most noble profession on the continent, magicians earn respect not only due to their scarcity, but also because of their inherent power. In the lower tiers, this may not be evident, but once one ascends to the yellow level, a magician can effortlessly handle multiple warriors of the same rank. A magical beast serves as a shield for the magician. As long as it can withstand the enemy's attack before the magician completes their incantation, it suffices. A formidable magical beast can even collaborate with the magician to assault their foes. A magician accompanied by a magical beast possesses unparalleled combat capability. Are you not aware of this? My grandfather seems to have mentioned magical beasts as well, although he said I am not yet at the stage to have one. In order for Yinzhú to devote himself fully to the cultivation of the cheesy Qinxin, Qinxin seldom discussed matters beyond the Guqin. Anya exclaimed, "Your grandfather must be a powerful magician. Every magician has but one opportunity in their lifetime to contract with a magical beast. He hopes that when your strength has grown, you will then sign a contract with a formidable magical beast. Alas, you are a sound magus." At this point, her gaze softened further as it lingered on Yinzhú, who felt a resemblance between Anya's eyes and those of his mother. "Sister, please tell me stories of magical beasts. Do you have one of your own?" Anya smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, I do. Otherwise, how could I dare to venture so far alone? A magical beast is the finest companion for a magician. Generally, magicians choose to contract with magical beasts that are strong in close combat and defense, thereby maximizing their protection. In the realm of Warcraft, flying beasts are the most precious, for they grant mages additional time. Once a master-servant contract is established between a mage and a beast, the beast is bound to its master for life, unable to betray them, while the mage cannot relinquish their beast. Thus, this singular opportunity to forge a contract becomes exceedingly valuable. Yinzhú, I overheard Captain Guen say that you intend to study at the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, correct? Since you have addressed me as sister, I cannot accept this without reciprocation. If you are willing, I would like to find a way to gift you a beast." Upon hearing Anya's words, Yinzhú's eyes sparkled with excitement, though it quickly faded as he shook his head and replied, "Sister Anya, I appreciate your kindness, but my grandfather has always taught me not to take what belongs to others. You've already called me sister. Am I not someone close to you? A gift from your sister is something you should graciously accept." Observing the handsome yet innocent Yinzhú, Anya's fondness for him deepened. Her desire to present him with a beast stemmed primarily from his profession as a sound mage. As a branch of mental magic, the offensive capabilities of sound mages are often overlooked. The essence of contracting a beast necessitates first defeating it, which poses a significant challenge for a sound mage relying solely on their innate strength. Thus, motivated by her growing affection for Yinzhú, She wished to gift him a beast to afford him some measure of protection, preventing this Na'vi younger brother from being bullied at the Milan Academy. Can I truly? He asked. Of course. However, I must consider what type of beast would be best for you, as this is a singular opportunity in your life. Ideally, a growth-type beast would be most advantageous. Once we arrive in Milan, I will assist you in searching for one. Yinzhú remained unaware of the implications behind Anya's casual mention of a growth-type beast. Even among intelligent beasts of the 7th tier and above, growth-type beasts are exceptionally rare, and any intelligent beast on the market commands exorbitant prices, often with little availability. Moreover, subduing an intelligent beast is no simple feat, sister. May I see your beast? Yinzhú asked, his gaze filled with hope. Anya smiled and shook her head, saying, Not here. We shall discuss it later in a more private setting. Yinzhú, your hands. He extended his hands before Anya, explaining, I was born this way. My grandfather said that having 8 fingers allows me to play the piano without creating interference. Sister Anya, what level of mage are you? When you tested me yesterday, I felt a strong wave of water element from you. Anya was taken aback. You can sense the water element within me? Yinzhú nodded. Yes. Anya replied earnestly. Yinzhú, are you truly just a sound mage? Why is your mental acuity so sharp? Yinzhú scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. I don't know. I merely express what I feel. Anya sighed softly. You foolish boy, do not pose such questions to others in the future. Mages often possess peculiar temperaments, which could provoke discomfort. That can't be. Sister Anya, your temper is exceptionally good. Oh, by the way, Sister Anya, why are women's pectoral muscles more developed than those of men? Yinzhú's gaze naturally fell upon Anya's chest as he curiously inquired. Ask your mother when you get home. Anya replied, somewhat flustered, her fair face turning a shade of pink. I never had the chance to ask before. My grandfather only allowed me to learn the piano and forbade me from inquiring about anything else. Sister Anya, your face is so red. Are you unwell? You little rascal. You've truly perplexed me. Anya sighed in resignation. Had anyone else posed such a question, she would have likely lost her composure long ago. Such inquiries should not be made to other girls. This reflects the physiological differences between men and women. In due time, you shall understand. Oh, I see. Sister Anya, you are so kind to me. It's a pity my piano is lost. Otherwise, I would certainly play a piece for you. Yinzhú seemed to grasp something profound. Just as Zhern had surmised, the journey from the kingdom of Bo to the empire of Milan had unfolded without peril. After 20 days of travel along the main road, they had arrived at the border of the two nations. Throughout the journey, Yinzhú spent most of his time in Anya's company, much to the envy of the mercenaries. He listened to her share anecdotes from the continent, and the knowledge she imparted far exceeded what he had learned in over a decade at the Azure Sea. Anya was not only gentle as water but also possessed remarkable patience, enabling him to grasp certain fundamental concepts far better than before. Once we cross this mountain, we shall enter Milan's territory. It will take us about 10 more days to reach the city, Anya remarked, standing beside the carriage and addressing Yinzhú. The Iron Thorn mercenaries, save for those on watch, rested in the shade of the trees lining the road. Upon hearing Anya's words, Zhern chuckled. The Empire of Milan is even more peaceful than the Kingdom of Bo. Once we pass this point, our mission will be more than halfway complete. What sound is that? Yinzhú's expression shifted as he listened intently. What sound? Zhern inquired, surprised. How come I didn't hear anything? Is your hearing sharper than mine? Anya's expression grew serious. There was indeed a sound, albeit distant. Though I cannot hear it, the ground is experiencing slight tremors. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Yinzhú, pondering that his hearing might surpass hers. Was this an advantage of the sound mage? Over the course of these 20 days, Yinzhú had presented himself as a blank canvas, innocent and curious about everything. The mental energy he inadvertently released seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere red-level mage. Yet, its hue was distinctly red, and this innocent, handsome youth exuded an air of mystery. Although Yinzhú was naive, he would fall silent whenever she probed about his origins. The sound gradually intensified, becoming clear even to the mercenaries. It was a thunderous rumble, filled with an oppressive force emanating from their side. A colossal earth dragon surged skyward, reminiscent of the heavy cavalry Yinzhú encountered with Zither, though this time, its presence far surpassed that of the previous cavalry. Form ranks. Although unaware of what was approaching, Zhern reacted immediately, bellowing a command to summon his subordinates. The seasoned mercenaries swiftly formed a battle array, with gunshield warriors at the forefront. followed by heavy sword fighters and archers. 10 light cavalrymen split into 2 squads to guard the flanks, shielding 3 horse-drawn carts and the sound bamboo behind them. Jern stood at the front of the formation, his greatsword resting on his shoulder, his expression grave as he gazed towards the Earth Dragon's direction. The green-spined Earth Dragon beneath him emitted low growls, displaying signs of unease, with corrosive slime dripping from the corners of its mouth. Plopping onto the ground with a soft thud, the bright sunlight accentuated the distant Earth Dragon, making its presence all the more apparent, while a thunderous roar caused the ground to tremble violently. "Ah, it is the Dragon Cavalry. Quickly, stow your weapons," Jern shouted in a panic, hurriedly sheathing his greatsword behind him. The members of the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps mimicked his actions, their demeanor suggesting they had encountered something truly terrifying. Yet, amidst their fearful gazes, there lingered a hint of respect, coupled with a greater sense of envy and jealousy. What is Dragon Cavalry? Those who ride dragons are referred to as Dragon Cavalry. It was such a troop that caused the Earth Dragon to soar, comprising approximately 100 individuals. At the forefront was an enormous golden dragon, exceeding 10 meters in length and standing 4 meters tall, rendering Jern's green-spined Earth Dragon minuscule in comparison. This golden dragon also lacked wings, its massive body grounded, with a somewhat pointed head crowned by a 1-meter-long horn shimmering with the brilliance of golden crystal. Its thick scales were clearly visible from afar, densely layered upon its colossal form. Its long tail bore triangular spikes, with the tail end forking into 3 prongs, slightly raised and not touching the ground, glimmering with a blue luminescence. Behind the golden dragon, there was a uniform line of azure dragons, 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, in a semi-upright stance, equipped with saddle-like harnesses to secure their riders. Though they ran on 2 legs, their speed was remarkable, always trailing closely behind the golden dragon. "That is the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus and the Ericman dragon," Anya remarked calmly. In the face of the formidable dragon cavalry, she exhibited no signs of panic. Neither did Yinzhú, who observed the throngs of tamed dragons with curiosity. "Sister Anya, what level are these dragons?" The golden crystal Tyrannosaurus is among the more powerful of the tamed dragons, its strength comparable to that of a true dragon, albeit only of the lower tiers. It is the king of earth dragons, a level 6 magical beast of the metal type, second only to intelligence-based magical beasts. Its natural defense is immensely robust, further augmented by its metal type innate magic, allowing it to roam freely across the land. Observe its horn and tail. These are the loci for its innate magic. As for the Ericman dragon, it is of lesser significance. It is a low-tier tamed dragon, classified between levels 4 and 5. The larger and swifter specimens are level 5, while the slightly smaller ones are level 4. In terms of strength, they are comparable to Jern's green-spined earth dragon, also belonging to the earth dragon category, with the primary feature of remarkable speed. In terms of sheer speed, even the short-range acceleration of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus fails to rival him. While Anya spoke, the Dragon Knights had already drawn near, evidently aware of the presence of the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps, their advance gradually slowing. As they approached, Yinzhú observed a man of approximately 30 perched upon the back of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. He bore a 7-meter-long heavy dragon spear hanging by his side and an ancient-styled longsword at his waist, clad in resplendent silver armor that shimmered under the sunlight. He wore no helmet, allowing his golden hair to cascade freely down his back. He was tall and imposing, with an ordinary appearance marred by a 5-inch scar running from the corner of his eye to his chin, exuding an aura of ferocity. On the left breast of his silver armor was a palm-sized silver hexagram, adorned with a violet pattern, signifying his lineage. Faced with the imposing presence of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, the green-backed earth dragon beneath Jern roared and trembled. "Praise to Fablon. It is an honor to encounter you here." "Esteemed Dragon Knight," Jern exclaimed, hastily dismounting from the green-backed earth dragon. He placed his right hand upon his left chest and respectfully saluted the Dragon Knight atop the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. The Dragon Knight merely glanced at him, responding coldly. "Praise to Fablon. What brings you here?" The Dragon Knights behind him had come to a complete halt, the silence among them reflecting their disciplined nature. Jern, unfazed by the indifference, quickly replied, "We are the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps, presently undertaking an escort mission." The Dragon Knight raised his hand, indicating, "My companion is hungry. Relinquish 5 horned horses for its sustenance." Here are 20 gold coins as compensation. As he spoke, he casually tossed a pouch of coins. Despite being 20 paces away, the pouch reached Jern in an instant. Jern instinctively reached out to catch it, feeling a sudden force that nearly caused him to stumble. Careful, Yinzhú called out from behind, steadying Jern to prevent him from embarrassment. After tossing the pouch, the Dragon Knight paid Jern no further heed, gently patting the robust back of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus in a manner that suggested affection, clearly indicating that this creature was the companion he referred to. A flicker of anger crossed Jern's eyes, yet he dared not offend the Dragon Knight before him. However, the number of horned horses in their party was precisely sufficient. Surrendering 5 would leave the mercenary corps without means to carry their supplies. Must you be so forceful? Why should our horned horses be given to feed your earth dragon? Jern was startled to realize that Yinzhú had stepped forward, his clear and melodious voice tinged with irritation. The Dragon Knight furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to Yinzhú, who met his stare without flinching. Despite the Dragon Knight's elevated position, Yinzhú's clear black eyes revealed a hint of defiance. A mage? The Dragon Knight's tone softened slightly. Mages, too, held a noble status, even if the badge upon Yinzhú's chest only signified a novice level. Yinzhú nodded and replied, "We do not sell our horned horses. Without them, we would be at a loss." At this moment, Jern had realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly positioned himself behind Yinzhú. He was all too familiar with the pride and might of the Dragon Knights and feared for Yinzhú's safety. "I apologize, Dragon Knight, but we truly have no surplus of wildebeests," he implored. A cold glimmer flickered in the eyes of the Dragon Knight, who was growing increasingly impatient. "Who among you can withstand a single strike from me? You may leave or forfeit the wildebeests." "By what right do you act so tyrannically?" Yinzhú retorted, glaring defiantly at the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight coolly replied with a single word, "Strength." Indeed, in the continent of Longqinus, strength dictated all. "What an imposing demeanor you possess, Viscount Austin. Why not allow me to block your dragon spear?" The elegant and enchanting voice of Anya emerged from behind Yinzhú and Jern. Upon hearing her voice, Austin's entire body trembled, and his previously dismissive gaze shifted entirely towards Yinzhú's group. With a soft exclamation, Austin nimbly leaped down from the back of his golden crystal dragon. Addressing Anya with respect, "Madam Anya, it is an honor to encounter your party." As he spoke, his right hand pressed against his left breast in a knightly gesture, far more refined than Jern's. "Your Grace, Madam Anya." She raised her right hand, allowing Austin to perform a kiss on her hand. The abrupt change in Austin's demeanor left the Iron Thorn mercenaries astonished. They had never anticipated that a Dragon Knight would address their employer with such reverence. "Madam Anya, what brings you here?" Austin inquired. Anya replied nonchalantly, "I am here in Boha to procure a shipment and have hired the Iron Thorn mercenary group for protection. I did not expect to encounter a viscount here. Have you not been in Milan?" Austin gazed at Anya, a fleeting glimmer of admiration crossing his face. "I am escorting a shipment of military supplies to Boha. As you know, the Kingdom of Boha has always been a partner of Milan. My task is complete, and I was preparing to return to Milan. You two must be heading back. Perhaps we could escort you? The Iron Thorn mercenary group is hardly worthy of your stature." Anya replied with a dismissive huff. "Let us leave it at that. As long as your dragon spear is not aimed at me, I shall be content. I would not dare trouble you." Austin smiled wryly. "I was indeed rude earlier and did not realize it was you. Though my dragon spear is sharp, it would never be directed at you, my lady." "Then, if that is the case, I bid you farewell, Viscount. You must be eager to return to Milan to report." Anya said, "Do you truly not require our escort?" Austin asked, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. "If that is your desire, then I will take my leave. Once you are back in Milan, I shall visit to make amends." As he spoke, he took several steps back before gracefully leaping away. The towering form of the golden crystal dragon was but a small leap for him. Before departing, he cast a significant glance at Yinzhú, from which Yinzhú sensed a flicker of hostility. The Dragon Knights vanished in the blink of an eye. But this time Austin and his knights moved with far greater grace, stirring up little dust as they departed. Watching the retreating figures of the dragon riders, Jern approached Anya, his heart heavy with trepidation. "Miss Anya, I apologize," he murmured. Anya offered a faint smile, the coldness on her face dissipating. "There is no need for apologies. Even a first-rate mercenary group would not fare much better in the presence of the dragon riders. After all, they are the ultimate warriors of humanity. We must depart now?" "Captain Jern." Without waiting for Jern to respond, she returned to the carriage, seemingly oblivious to the respectful gazes of the mercenaries. "Uncle, stop daydreaming. We must leave." Yinzhú gently tapped Zhern's shoulder. Zhern finally snapped back to reality, pondering the extraordinary status of his employer. It was best not to pry too deeply into matters that could lead to unnecessary complications. After all, someone whom even the dragon riders respected was not to be trifled with. It was imperative to complete this task swiftly. "Yinzhú, thank you for your words earlier," Zhern expressed gratefully. Yinzhú smiled in response. "There is no need for thanks. I merely spoke my mind. Those dragon riders are indeed domineering, especially that dragon commander, as if he were issuing orders to us. If they are so arrogant in the kingdom of Boha, what would they be like in the empire of Milan? Would they soar through the skies?" Zhern sighed. "Brother, you are unaware. The status of the dragon riders on the continent is second only to that of the magicians. The rank of a dragon commander even surpasses that of a magician. Only high-level magicians can be compared to them. The number of dragon riders has become a standard for measuring a nation's strength. 100 dragon riders, as seen earlier, can rival a legion of 10,000 heavy cavalry." Yinzhú nodded. That viscount was indeed formidable. "Are all dragon commanders this impressive?" Zhern replied. "He is merely average, regardless of the nation. The classification of dragon riders remains consistent. 10 form a squad, 100 a detachment, 1,000 a brigade, and 10,000 a legion. Do you know why only Milan and Landias among the 8 human nations on the dragon rider continent are called empires, while the other 6 are kingdoms? It is because Milan and Landias each possess a dragon rider legion. Comparatively, Milan's dragon rider legion is the most powerful on the entire continent. Their presence alone deters the orcs of the far north from crossing the line. The man named Austin is a silver star dragon commander, beneath whom are the squad leaders of the dragon riders. And above him are the gold star dragon commanders commanding the large brigades and the purple star dragon commanders leading the legions. A silver star dragon commander possesses the strength of an advanced blue level, while a gold star dragon commander is at least a beginner blue level. And a purple star dragon commander is a master of the purple level. It is said that the mount of a purple star dragon commander is a formidable 9th level dragon, whereas even a gold star dragon commander's mount is a true dragon rather than a mere tamed beast. In the dragon rider legions, ordinary dragon riders must possess at least mid-level or in strength, have their own dragon mounts, and hold a noble title of knight or higher. The selection process is exceedingly rigorous, and the rewards are astonishingly high. Every warrior aspires to join the ranks of the dragon riders with pride. Had I possessed this magnificent green-scaled dragon a decade ago, I might have endeavored to join the dragon riders. Such is the nature of power, combined with a dragon as a steed. It is no wonder the dragon riders are so formidable. Yinzhú pondered, lamenting that as a sorcerer, the prospect of riding a colossal dragon would surely be exhilarating. After the earlier tumult, the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps resumed their journey. In the hearts of the members, Anya's identity had become shrouded in mystery. No one regarded her as merely an ordinary employer any longer. The remaining journey unfolded smoothly, and 10 days later, the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps finally escorted Anya and her cargo to the capital of the Milan Empire, Milan City. Upon entering the city, the goods escorted by the mercenaries were promptly received by a dozen young men clad in azure, their connection to Anya evident, though none could fathom how she had communicated with them. "Yinzhú, won't you come and visit my sister?" Anya gazed at Yinzhú with a hint of anticipation. Yinzhú shook his head, replying, "No, I have promised Uncle Zhern to assist their mercenary group in registering for a rank. Besides, the Milan Martial Arts Academy is just outside Milan City. I will surely seek you out when the opportunity arises. Thank you for your care along this journey, Anya. You have taught me so much." A fleeting sadness glimmered in Anya's eyes, a sight that astonished her azure-clad subordinates, as they had never witnessed their beautiful employer display such emotion towards anyone before. "Well then, here, take this. When you have time, come to the Pialan Pavilion in Milan City. I am eager to hear you play." As she spoke, Anya delicately slipped a ring crafted from blue crystal onto Yinzhú's left hand's middle finger. "Ah, Anya, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." The blue crystal ring, elegantly designed with a silver base, was adorned with a teardrop-shaped sapphire that emanated a gentle blue radiance, reminiscent of rippling water, flawless in its beauty. More importantly, Yinzhú recognized the magical energy emanating from it. This was a space ring. As he donned the ring, he felt his mental energy connect with it. And to his astonishment, the space within this ring was even larger than his previous one, containing 500 gold coins. Are you still speaking like that to your sister? This is merely a small memento from me to you. Furthermore, you will need it to find me when you visit the Pialon Pavilion. If you refuse to accept it, I shall be quite displeased. Despite her feigned irritation, Anya's tactic was invariably effective with Yinzhú. Reluctantly, Yinzhú conceded, "Very well, I shall accept the ring. But I absolutely cannot take your money. My grandfather taught me that a man must never accept money from a woman, lest he become a freeloader." I still vividly recall my grandfather's stern demeanor. "Sister, I must return this money to you. It is a matter of principle." His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby. Anya's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue, yet her unwavering resolve managed to suppress her emotions as she softly remarked, "Silly child. Do you even know what it means to rely on others? You mustn't speak recklessly. It is not easy for you to venture out alone. How could one manage without funds?" This time, Yinzhú shook her head with determination, stating, "Sister, I truly cannot accept it. If you do not reclaim the gold coins, I shall not dare to keep the ring." Anya sighed helplessly, her right hand brushing over Yinzhú's, revealing a ring of the same design, adorned with a gleaming green gemstone. The 500 gold coins embedded within Yinzhú's blue crystal ring vanished without a trace. "Silly child, I must take my leave now. Be cautious this time. Do not misplace the ring again. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek out your sister." Standing by the roadside, Yinzhú watched as Anya's carriage gradually receded, escorted by the young men in blue. A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over her, reminiscent of the sorrow felt when Zizi departed. The Milan Empire, the most powerful human nation on the continent of Longqinus, is bordered to the north by the frigid wasteland, to the west by the kingdom of Ascoli, to the east by the kingdom of Froller, and to the southwest by the kingdom of Palermo, with the kingdom of Boha located southeast. Directly to the south lies the heart of the Longqinus continent, Fablon. Its proximity to the four nations and the extreme north necessitates a robust military presence. Otherwise, how could it stand firm amidst the throngs of rivals? Milan City, an ancient and civilized metropolis, is home to nearly 6 million residents and serves as the political, cultural, and commercial hub of the Milan Empire. As the capital, it also functions as the empire's foremost military stronghold, boasting a standing army of 300,000, including 3 battalions of dragon cavalry. Zhern and Yinzhú traversed the streets of Milan City, with him pointing out the surrounding edifices. Milan is renowned as a paradise for the aristocracy, where the architecture is the culmination of the finest artisans' ingenuity. Here, with wealth, one can procure anything one desires. The city is replete with various establishments for indulgence. Simultaneously, Milan City is deemed the safest city on the Longqinus continent. Who would dare commit a crime in a city defended by 3,000 dragon riders? The city is vast, and traversing from the north to the south would require at least 3 days. He arranged for the Iron Thorn mercenaries to stay in an economical inn. For advancing mercenary ranks does not necessitate the presence of all, as long as Yinzhú, the Crimson Tier mage, is with them. Chapter 7. Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts flanking the streets. Grand edifices rose in succession, and a myriad of pedestrians could be seen everywhere. Yinzhú not only spotted warriors, but also encountered mages on several occasions. Such sightings are rare even in Arcadia, let alone in Boha, illustrating the immense strength of Milan's national power. Within Milan City, only the nobility are permitted to ride magical beasts. As Yinzhú and Zhern lack noble titles, they are compelled to walk. "Look, there lies the mercenary guild," Zhern exclaimed with excitement. For mercenaries, the guild is akin to a sacred sanctuary. Yinzhú gazed in the direction indicated by Guan, and before her stood a grand and magnificent edifice at the end of the street. The enormous structure was arched, and from the front, it was difficult to gauge its vast expanse, yet even from this vantage point, it stretched over 100 meters wide and nearly 30 meters in height. Enveloped by a towering wall, at the center of the building hung a massive golden shield, crossed by 2 long swords behind it, glimmering radiantly in the sunlight, visible even from a considerable distance. As they entered the vicinity of the mercenary guild, a surge of people surrounded them, with mercenaries of various shapes and sizes bustling about. With great difficulty, Guan and Yinzhú managed to push their way into the guild. Once inside the main hall, the pressure of the crowd dissipated. At least 100 staff members clad in black were present, maintaining order within the guild. The hall itself was exceedingly spacious, soaring over 20 meters in height. with bright sunlight streaming through the enormous crystal windows on either side. Except for the entrance, the remaining 3 walls were lined with stone counters, approximately 2 meters tall, giving the staff a commanding presence. Most mercenaries needed to ascend the stone steps in front of the counters to engage in conversation. Guin whispered, Yinzhú, do you see? Although these order keepers may not possess great strength, here, no one dares to offend them. Anyone who causes a disturbance would be stripped of their mercenary status. To the left was the task reception area, distinct from other mercenary branches, as only missions of a certain rank could be accepted here. If one did not belong to a qualified mercenary group of that rank, they were ineligible to accept tasks. To the right was the task submission area and the place to receive rewards. At the far end lay the counters for mercenaries to register and upgrade with the guild. The counters on either side were the busiest, with even the innermost counter having a considerable queue. As Yinzhú and Guin made their way deeper inside to join the line, a sudden wave of gasps erupted from the inner counters. A rank mercenary group. The second rank mercenary group has been established. The densely packed lines of mercenaries parted like a tide, revealing the innermost counter. The unexpected exclamations drew the attention of those accepting and submitting tasks, their astonished gazes turning towards the split aisle. 3 individuals emerged from behind the counter, evidently having just completed their Group S elevation. In the center was a mage clad in a gray robe, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, tall and slender. With an ancient visage, his grizzled hair was neatly combed back. He moved with a graceful lightness, his piercing eyes emanating an unsettling aura that deterred direct contact. Most intimidating was the overwhelming surge of magical elements surrounding him. So dense was it that Yinzhú, also a mage, could sense the almost viscous quality of the magical energy enveloping him. Anyone who met his gaze would instantly experience a profound sensation of suffocation. A purple badge, adorned with a swirling pattern, proudly rested on his left chest, signifying his formidable power. A Grand Mage, astonishingly, he was a purple-level Grand Mage. Zhern's eyes seemed on the verge of popping out. For every appearance of a Grand Sorcerer, a pinnacle existence among the powerful of the continent, would inevitably draw the attention of all. Yinzhú's thoughts diverged entirely from Zhern's. He mused inwardly. Is this the formidable power that manifests when an elemental mage reaches the purple level? One glance into his eyes revealed the profound depth of his mental prowess. Grandpa Qin did not exude such strong elemental fluctuations, yet his mental strength appeared significantly superior. Beside the Grand Sorcerer stood a young man and woman, both of tender years. The young man on the left appeared to be around 26 or 27, clad in exquisite silver armor that shielded every part of his body except for the joints. He possessed broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat aloof visage, with golden hair cascading over his shoulders. His right hand rested on the hilt of a sword at his waist, most notably upon his left chest. There was a violet insignia identical to that of the Silver Star Dragon Knight, Austin, whom they had previously encountered. To the right of the Grand Sorcerer stood a young girl who seemed to be merely 16 or 17. Her short hair framed her face elegantly, and her light pink robe did little to conceal her fully developed figure. Her delicate face radiated a proud expression, and her large, aquamarine eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer as she smiled while entwining her arm with that of the Grand Sorcerer. Most striking was the magical emblem on her left chest, which was yellow. To reach such a level of proficiency at such a tender age was indeed astonishing. The yellow level symbolized that of a senior mage. Even a novice in this rank was enough to elicit surprise. Uncle, does the presence of a purple-level powerhouse allow a mercenary group to attain a higher rank? Yinzhú inquired softly. Zhern replied, a purple-level powerhouse symbolizes a high-ranking mercenary group, but it is not the sole criterion. Just as our Iron Thorn needs your assistance to elevate the Group S rank, a high-ranking mercenary group must possess at least one purple-level powerhouse, along with formidable strength of its own. Oh, so it seems that a high-ranking mercenary group is not as prestigious as it sounds, Yinzhú remarked casually. Both of his grandfathers were purple-level powerhouses, and in his perception, they did not occupy an unattainable status. After all, in his practice of the Qin magic, the equivalent of a purple level, the Ziwei Qinshin, was not the ultimate destination. No sooner had he spoken than Yinzhú's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively stepped aside as a faint whisper of wind brushed past him. Looking up, he met the furious gaze of the girl standing beside the Grand Sorcerer. It was clear she had overheard Yinzhú's words, as the trio passed by him and Zhern. "What do you think you're doing?" Yinzhú retorted, a hint of anger evident in his voice. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck by the wind blade that had just surged past. Though merely a momentary burst of crimson-level magic, it could have easily torn through his garments. The girl arrogantly raised her chin and replied, "Did you not just claim that a high-ranking mercenary group is inconsequential? I am quite curious to know what level your mercenary group is. You are merely a crimson-level mage, yet you dare to speak so boldly here." Yinzhú was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by speaking boldly? He was merely stating a fact. So what if I am crimson level? Weren't you all once crimson level yourselves? Whose cultivation does not require a process. The young girl released her grip on the archmage's hand and strode menacingly towards Yinzhú. The elemental winds began to coalesce around her, threatening to burst forth at any moment. "Enough, my dear, do not cause a scene." The archmage's deep voice resonated, halting the girl in her tracks. His gaze swept over Yinzhú, neither mournful nor joyful, merely indifferent. However, as his attention lingered on Yinzhú's graceful demeanor, he found himself somewhat astonished, particularly by the clarity of her eyes, which left a profound impression on him. The girl shot Yinzhú a fierce glare, warning, "Don't let me see you again, otherwise, you'll regret it." Yinzhú replied nonchalantly, "My mother says I have always been quite attractive. I need not be any more so." To him, it was simply the truth. But to others, it sounded like mockery, prompting laughter from the surrounding mercenaries. Few dared to offend a mercenary of such caliber, and in the eyes of many, the crimson-clad Yinzhú, with his noble and elegant demeanor, could only be a young aristocrat. The girl turned once more, casting a final glare at Yinzhú, seemingly intent on etching his image into her memory before huffing and departing. The Iron Thorn mercenary group successfully registered at the rank of intermediate, and Zhern finally realized his aspiration of becoming the leader of the mid-tier mercenary band. In gratitude for Yinzhú's assistance, he presented him with the promised 20 gold coins and personally escorted him to the entrance of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. "Yinzhú, we must return. The expenses in Milan are exorbitant. We cannot linger here. Be sure to take care of yourself while you remain here alone. When another task arises in Milan, I shall seek you out. And remember, your innocence and kindness are rare. Henceforth, protect yourself in all circumstances," Zhern advised, akin to a concerned elder. Yinzhú's naivety was a sensation Zhern had not encountered in many, many years. With slightly reddened eyes, Yinzhú nodded and replied, "Uncle, take care on your journey. Without your help this time, I would have been at a loss." Zhern chuckled heartily. "There will be opportunities to meet again. I must take my leave, and you ought to hurry to report to the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Oh, and I must say that Miss Anya is certainly no ordinary person. Even the Dragon Knights treat her with utmost respect. If you find yourself in any trouble, do not hesitate to seek her assistance. I believe she holds you in high regard and would not refuse to help." As Yinzhú watched Zhern's figure fade from view, he finally turned towards his destination. The Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy lies adjacent to the eastern gate of Milan. Only upon arriving here does one truly comprehend why this prestigious institution of the continent is situated on the outskirts of Milan rather than within the city itself. Its vast expanse is simply immense. The Academy's towering walls meld with those of Milan's city fortifications, stretching far beyond the horizon. On his journey to Milan, Yinzhú had heard Anya speak of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, also known as the Milan Royal Academy, which holds an esteemed status within the Milan Empire. As the foremost academy on the continent, it has nurtured countless talents. All young individuals take pride in the opportunity to study at the Milan Academy. The Emperor of the Milan Empire serves as the honorary principal of this esteemed academy. Aside from the Milan royal family, there exists but one pathway for anyone wishing to enter the hallowed halls of learning, and that is through rigorous trials. It has been said that the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy stands as a veritable sanctuary for the formidable, second only to the illustrious Phelan on the continent of Longqinus. The eastern gate of Milan is the sole entrance to the city that does not require military fortification. The students of the Milan Academy alone constitute an immensely powerful defensive force. The grand entrance of the academy towers at an impressive 20 meters high and spans nearly 50 meters in width. Its golden plaque intricately carved with the insignia of the Milan Empire. Even from the threshold, one can distinctly sense an ancient aura enveloping the surroundings. Upon stepping through the grand doors, a wide avenue unfolds, ample enough for several dozen horsemen to traverse side by side. Flanked by towering trees whose canopies shade the ground beneath, their lush foliage bearing witness to the Academy's age-old existence. The profusion of flora renders the air within the Academy remarkably refreshing. Yinzhú felt as though he had returned to the azure seas, inhaling deeply. Since departing from home, this marked the first instance he experienced such comfort in his environment. A multitude of students traversed the grounds, and Yinzhú observed that they were clad in a unified attire of red and white, with distinct emblems on their left chests denoting their respective fields of study. After a brief observation, Yinzhú discerned that those adorned with the six-pointed star of magic were likely mages, while those bearing the insignia of swords and shields were warriors, and archers were represented by elegant longbow designs, among others. Adjacent to these emblems were various intricate red and white lines, the significance of which he could not ascertain. Initially, Yinzhú intended to inquire about the enrollment process upon entering the campus, yet he quickly realized that such inquiries were unnecessary. Clear directional signs lined the avenue, guiding him towards the registration office. Unbeknownst to him, he had fortuitously arrived on the final day of enrollment at the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. While it would have been straightforward to assume the role of a mentor as arranged by Qin Shang, the absence of a letter of introduction rendered the aspiration to become a student considerably more complex. Following the indicated signs, Yinzhú soon arrived at the registration area. A row of exquisite buildings stood eerily quiet, each structure encompassing at least several hundred square meters, with various disciplines inscribed above their doors. These disciplines were broadly categorized into magic and martial arts, with numerous subdivisions therein. At the entrance of the last building, he discovered the words Sound Mage. Within the spacious registration chamber for sound mages, there was but a single individual present, reclining on a desk in slumber. From her cascading hair, it was evident that she was a woman. "Good day," Yinzhú ventured tentatively. The woman, momentarily disoriented, lifted her head, revealing a delicate and charming visage. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her azure locks cascading over her shoulders in disarray from her recent slumber. Although seated, her figure remained obscured. Yet she undeniably exuded beauty, her demeanor infused with a languid elegance from being roused from her dreams. "Hello, I am here to register." "Oh, a registrant. Please fill out this form. The registration fee is 10 gold coins. If one fails the entrance examination, the registration fee is non-refundable." As she spoke, she effortlessly placed a form before Yinzhú and tossed a quill made of goose feather onto the registration sheet. "Thank you, teacher," Yinzhú responded. The form required only 5 simple details: name, gender, age, cultivation level, and place of birth. Just as Yinzhú was about to begin filling it out, the female teacher suddenly let out a shriek, rising abruptly and staring at Yinzhú with her large, emerald-green eyes wide open in shock. Yinzhú was startled, instinctively stepping back a few paces and nearly tripping over a nearby chair. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Are you sure you haven't entered the wrong registration room?" The teacher mumbled. Yinzhú glanced at the sign for the Soundmaster registration at the door and nodded, saying, "No, this is indeed the Soundmaster registration area." The teacher exclaimed dramatically, "Heavens! Could it be that you are the famed green amidst a myriad of blossoms? Our sound department finally has a male student. It's quite a rarity. Hurry, fill out the form and pay the registration fee. The entrance examination for the sound department must have already commenced, and you still have time." Though she found the teacher's demeanor somewhat peculiar, Yinzhú complied, and soon half of his gold coins had vanished. "Teacher, where is the examination taking place? I will take you there. No one else is likely to register for the Soundmaster now. The registration area was bustling a few days ago, but here it's just a handful of us. Follow me." After exiting the registration office, the teacher halted, clasping her hands before her chest, her fingers interlacing to draw a 6-pointed star pattern, murmuring a few incantations. A radiant light erupted from her chest, illuminating the star she had drawn in a vivid orange hue. In a flash, a colossal figure materialized before her. It was a unicorn. Yet unlike the one Yinzhú had previously ridden, this unicorn was white and thrice the size of the one before, measuring over 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height, emanating an aura far beyond that of a mere first-tier magical beast. Upon its appearance, it obediently bent its body, allowing the teacher to mount. "Teacher, is this your magical beast?" Yinzhú inquired. "Indeed, my name is Biji. You may call me Teacher Biji. Come aboard. Walking would take too long. Riding is much faster." Yinzhú, feeling no hesitation, swiftly mounted the unicorn. Due to the unicorn's considerable length, he did not come into contact with BG's body. The white unicorn stood up and, at BG's command, began to stride forward. Its speed was remarkable, yet the ride was smooth and comfortable. Teacher, can one ride magical beasts on campus? Of course. The Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts occupies an area equivalent to 1/5 of Milan City. If one were to walk, it would be manageable for the warriors department. But what about us mages? My little Bai is a rare 3rd-tier jade unicorn with excellent endurance. 3rd tier? Do mages also possess low-tier magical beasts? Yinzhú exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at BG ahead of him. Anya once conveyed to him that, due to the significance of magical beasts to sorcerers, it is customary for them to wait until their magical prowess reaches a certain level before selecting their magical beasts. Conversely, while warriors also form contracts with their beasts, they do not possess the same ability as sorcerers to summon their creatures at will. Nevertheless, the bond a warrior shares with their steed is not as rigid as that of a sorcerer's contract, which is typically a singular commitment for life. If a magical beast perishes, a warrior has the opportunity to forge a new pact, albeit at a certain cost. BG snorted and remarked, though I am a sorceress, I am merely an orange-tier sound mage. We sound mages do not require combat. Having a means of transportation suffices. If you aspire to become powerful, it is not too late to switch your major. No, I choose to be a sound mage, Yinzhú replied. He fell silent, having come to comprehend the status of sound mages in the continent through his interactions with Anya and the present BG teacher. It was no wonder that so few opted for this vocation. As the jade-horned horse navigated a few bends along the road, the scenery before Yinzhú blossomed into a panoramic view, revealing numerous towering edifices and sprawling open spaces, with the number of students steadily increasing. BG guided the jade-horned horse to a halt before a circular structure. We have arrived. This is the auditorium of our sound department. Before Yinzhú could thoroughly inspect the architectural marvel before him, BG ushered him into the auditorium. The space was not particularly large, accommodating approximately 500 individuals. Yet only about 40 attendees were present, rendering it rather empty. Since Yinzhú and BG entered from the rear, they could only see the backs of the attendees, all of whom, as Yinzhú had surmised, were young women, each with their own instruments arranged before them. At the far end of the hall, a solitary young girl occupied the stage, seated behind an antiquated wooden table adorned with a guzheng. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she bore a striking resemblance to Yinzhú with her long black hair, which cascaded down as she focused on tuning the guzheng, obscuring her face and preventing Yinzhú from glimpsing her features. However, her delicate hands, gracefully plucking the strings, captivated Yinzhú's attention. They were akin to tender spring scallions, with slender, elongated fingers that even the finest jade could not rival in their exquisite luster. Each finger bore a crystalline nail, approximately an inch long, and her fluid, harmonious motions were profoundly elegant. Find a place to sit. The entrance examination is about to commence, BG instructed Yinzhú. Teacher BG, what does the entrance exam entail? He inquired. With a gentle smile, BG replied, once you listen to her perform a piece, the examination will be complete. With that, she made her way to a corner and seated herself. Yinzhú glanced around and was suddenly struck by a sight. He spotted a guzheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly approached the young girl with the guzheng and settled beside her, his gaze transfixed on the instrument. The Yinzhú. This is the Yinzhú, he exclaimed. The guzheng, a revered string instrument, is regarded as a treasure of traditional culture and is considered the pinnacle of musical instruments. The 5 ancient gyukins possessed by our clan are indeed renowned masterpieces, yet they remain insufficient, for we lack a truly divine instrument worthy of reverence. Should you come across any other illustrious genes, strive to acquire them to the best of your ability, particularly the legendary 5 unparalleled genes, which are akin to divine artifacts. Grandfather Qin, what notable genes are there? There exists a plethora of celebrated genes, categorized into numerous types, such as the Shenlong style, Lianzhou style, Shikuang style, Lingji style, and Fengshui style, among others. A fleeting thought of Qin Shang's words crossed my mind. Yinzhú, though not on par with a divine instrument, ranks alongside the Chunlei Qin in terms of prestige. At that moment, the young girl seated before the guzheng turned to glance at Yinzhú, only to be taken aback upon realizing a young man sat beside her. She was clad in a delicate blue outfit. Her similarly colored long hair, cascading gently over her shoulders. While she may not possess the breathtaking beauty of Anya, her gentle demeanor easily engendered a favorable impression. Especially her azure eyes, though filled with surprise, still radiated an aura of warmth. At that instant, the sound of the guzheng resonated, and in that fleeting moment, the audience was captivated. Yinzhú's gaze was forcibly drawn to the guzheng. The guzheng, resembling the guqin, yet larger in form and possessing 21 strings, produced a resplendent sound that pierced the air and was easier to control than the guqin. Qin Shang had remarked to Yinzhú that among the ancient instruments, the guqin represented the emperor while the guzheng symbolized the empress. The guqin struggles to harmonize with other instruments aside from the shao, whereas the guzheng can seamlessly collaborate with any instrument for ensemble play. The guzheng's tones are comparatively bright and melodious, with a broader range, but it lacks the refined depth and lingering resonance that characterize the guqin. As the young girl in white played the guzheng, the initial notes soared like the flow of high mountains and flowing water, emanating an orange radiance that captivated all present. The clear and textured tones of the guzheng carried a hint of melancholy, her slender jade-like hands dancing gracefully over the strings, intertwining with the orange glow released by the music, as if the notes were ethereal threads weaving through the hearts of every listener. Yinzhú's eyes fixed upon the girl on stage, his gaze becoming somewhat entranced, softly murmuring the words a Chinese ghost story. This phrase did not describe the girl, but rather the title of the composition she played. Her hands moved with remarkable speed, yet the fluidity of her performance felt entirely natural. The guzheng's sound resounded clearly and far. Though its orange magic did not envelop the entire audience, it still resonated distinctly in every ear amidst the enchanting melody. The poignant and delicate notes stirred the emotions of the crowd, causing expressions to rise and fall in tandem with the rhythm, even affecting teacher Biki, who had accompanied Yinzhú. Yinzhú's gaze became dreamy. Perhaps others were lost in the sorrowful waves of the music, yet his heart was utterly immersed in the harmonious interplay and profound meaning of this exquisite piece. Only those who truly understand can fully grasp the essence of this guzheng composition, as clear as jade splashing and trembling like a dragon's chant. What a splendid piece, a Chinese ghost story. As if under an irresistible compulsion, Yinzhú had drawn the yiyunqin close before him, without tuning it, his fingers gliding gently over the strings. His right thumb delicately supported the instrument, while both hands gracefully danced upon the 7 strings. In an instant, the innocence of youth vanished. Despite the wear and tear of his white robe from the long journey, a noble and elegant aura still enveloped his handsome visage, rendering it flawless. The ancient and rustic tones of the qin began to resonate softly, Yinzhú's movements considerably slower than those of the girl on stage. Yet, each note he played was imbued with lingering echoes, his technique deftly controlling the nuances of intensity and tempo, weaving a tapestry of intertwined melodies. The clear and prolonged notes of the yiyunqin harmonized with the zheng, enriching the original composition with a profound weight. Crimson light radiated from the qin, intertwining with the orange glow of the white-clad maiden, their luminescence illuminating the hall in a captivating interplay. The intrusion of the qin's music felt not at all abrupt, but rather harmonious. The girl, who had been engrossed in her zheng, lifted her gaze for the first time. Her dark hair partially veiled her face, revealing only half of it. Yet, that mere fragment sent a tremor through Yinzhú's heart. The pallid countenance and the cold, deep black eyes met Yinzhú's without a trace of surprise, though the chill within them softened slightly. The qin and zheng, 2 instruments that traditionally could not coexist, merged seamlessly under Yinzhú's exquisite command, as if it were a divine miracle. The white-clad girl gazed at Yinzhú, and he returned her glance. Yet their fingers remained perfectly synchronized upon their respective strings. The melding of their gazes resembled the blending of crimson and orange, as Yinzhú shifted his hand posture. He plucked the strings with a gentle embrace, his voice, elegant and deep, resonating amidst this enchanting fusion of qin and zheng. Life is but an extension of dreams. Let the winds and frost linger upon our faces. In this world of dust, how many directions do beautiful dreams take? Chasing after the beloved heart in a haze of longing, the path stretches endlessly. At this moment, it seemed as though only the 2 of them existed within the entire hall. The fundamental methods of playing the guqin comprised 2 forms, solo performance and qin singing. The chill in the girl's eyes appeared to have melted, leaving only an infinite sorrow. Her voice, slightly hoarse yet as captivating as a phoenix's song, seamlessly continued into the latter half of the piece. Life is a prolongation of dreams, where tears glimmer faintly within. Where do we come from, and where do we go? The direction in our hearts wanders like the gentle sigh of the wind in dreams, the path and people lost in the vast expanse. Yinzhú altered his hand position once more, his right index and middle fingers arched in a semicircle, while his left hand pressed the strings with his thumb, middle, and ring fingers. The sound waves trembled, becoming softer than before, slightly alleviating the sorrow within the melody of a Chinese ghost story. Accompanied by the harmonious interplay of Qin and Zheng, the two singers could not help but join in a duet for the final stanza. On the human path, joyful youth. Amidst the rugged terrain, seek the sunlight. In this world of dust, how many directions lead to joy? Threads of rain like dreams follow the wandering souls. With their harmonious song drawing to a close, the music of the Qin and Zheng lingered gracefully, and in a simultaneous hum, the endless resonance gradually faded away. The bamboo-like eyes of Yinfeng were as clear as a bright mirror, while the black eyes of the maiden in white bore a hint of confusion. Even the most rugged paths are illuminated by sunlight. Sister, your zither piece is too sorrowful. Why can't it be a little more cheerful? With her hands pressing the strings, Yinfeng rose and smiled. The innocent spirit of youth re-emerged, diluting the elegance and nobility that enveloped him. The maiden in white awakened from her reverie, pondering to herself, what is happening to me? I have never sung the final stanza of a Chinese ghost story. Yet today I unconsciously sang it. Could it be his influence upon me? The wind startled the cranes into a dance. The breeze carried the light clouds. The phoenixes sang in harmony, and the falling flowers flowed with the water. You employed 4 techniques to complete this piece. But is this enough for the Guqin to harmonize with the zither? Why must you let your music affect my emotions? The maiden's voice, though still hoarse, carried a bright clarity as she gazed intently at Yinfeng. Because I understand the sorrow within your zither piece. Yinfeng was somewhat perplexed. Why, after the conclusion of the piece, did the maiden's cold demeanor seem to intensify? You understand? Do you truly comprehend? With a cold huff, the maiden lifted the guzheng from the table and turned to retreat backstage. Slowly sitting down, Yinfeng carefully placed the Yuyunqin back in front of the maiden, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. Dong! A bell tolled, and a faint azure light flickered in the auditorium as an elderly woman clad in a long blue dress appeared on stage. She appeared to be at least 60 or 70 years old, holding a delicate small bell in her left hand, with the bell striker in her right hand, evidently just having struck it. The sound of awakening from a dream resonated throughout the hall, including the maiden beside Yinfeng and the teacher Biji, sitting in a corner. As the zither music played, they had become so engrossed that most were entirely unaware of Yinfeng's subsequent entrance. For a moment, they remained in a dreamlike state, with only a few young girls showing clarity in their eyes, reflecting thoughts akin to Yinfeng's. Chapter 8. The registration incident. Well, today's examination concludes here. Next, I will call out the names of those who should remain for enrollment. The rest may leave and return next year. The elderly woman's voice was deep, devoid of discernible emotion. 11 names were called from her lips. Those mentioned appeared elated, while those omitted left the hall with discontent. Yinfeng was among those called. Yet he remained unchanged, still pondering the words spoken by the maiden in white before her departure. You, stand up and tell me your name. Hey, Director Nina is calling you. The maiden beside Yinfeng, who possessed the Yuyunqin, gently nudged him, rousing him from his thoughts. She was also one of those remaining. At this moment, her gaze no longer held any surprise, but rather a hint of something else. Yinfeng instinctively stood up. I am Yinfeng. Hello, Granny Nina. Silence enveloped the entire auditorium, plunging it into an abrupt stillness. Am I that old? A seething anger seemed poised to shatter the tranquility of the hall. Amidst soft laughter, the gazes of the 11 young girls were now completely focused on the youth who was their peer. It is well known that Nina, the head of the Department of Divine Music, detests being referred to as old. My grandfather once remarked that addressing older individuals as grandma is a matter of courtesy. Observing the bewildered expression on Yinzhú's face, Nina felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the clock in her hand at him. However, upon gazing into Yinzhú's clear black eyes, she managed to suppress her rising ire. Are you here to enroll in the Department of Divine Music? At that moment, Biji stepped onto the stage to answer for Yinzhú. Yes, Director, he has just come to register, and I brought him along. As she spoke, she cast a deep glance at Yinzhú below. Among those who had just witnessed the duet between Yinzhú and the girl in white, she was undoubtedly the most lucid. As an orange-level divine music master, she found it hard to believe that the boy beneath her had reached a level of musical prowess that left her in awe. Nina scoffed and said, "I didn't expect a boy to choose to study divine music. Very well, you have been accepted. You may proceed with your registration now. Off you go." With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Wow, a male divine music master. Is it possible for a man to choose this profession? How intriguing. An excited exclamation startled Yinzhú as a petite girl of about 16 or 17 with short hair bounced over to his side, looking at him with sheer incredulity. The other girls who had passed the examination quickly gathered around them. "Hey, why did you choose to become a divine music master?" It seems that very few boys opt for this seemingly trivial magic. The fragrant aroma enveloped them, and Yinzhú, having learned a bit about the dynamics between the sexes from Anya, felt his face flush as he was surrounded by the girls. The maidenly fragrance lingered at his nostrils, and he could distinctly feel his heart racing. A wave of unfamiliar sensations made him somewhat uneasy. Scratching his head, he replied, "Is there anything wrong with being a divine music master?" "Not at all. It's just that very few boys study it." "You're quite fascinating," a vibrant girl exclaimed. "You're like a splash of green amidst a sea of flowers. You're so cute. I think I saw you playing the piano earlier. Do you study music?" Yinzhú nodded and replied, "Yes." "Hello, I play the xiao," she said, her eyes sparkling. Yinzhú's eyes lit up in response. After all, the xiao is the only instrument that can harmonize beautifully with the piano. That is wonderful. I look forward to experiencing your skills in the future. All right. You will have plenty of opportunities to study together. For now, follow me to register. Under BG's guidance, a total of 12 new students from the Department of Divine Music, including Yinzhú, exited the auditorium. Yinzhú, walking at the back, felt a sense of comfort while observing the lively girls and mused that his future life at Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts should be quite delightful. "Hello." A gentle yet somewhat shy voice called out beside Yinzhú. It was the girl who had been seated next to him earlier, holding the jade Yinqin. Her height reached just up to Yinzhú's chest, and her blue attire paired beautifully with her gentle azure eyes, evoking memories of Anya. Although this girl appeared far more innocent in comparison, Yinzhú quickly responded, "Hello, I borrowed your qin for a moment." The girl hurriedly replied, "It's quite all right. Your playing is truly wonderful, and your singing was lovely as well." "You heard that?" Yinzhú said, astonished as he gazed at the girl. Although he did not consciously attempt to control his emotions and magical powers earlier, it is implausible to hear one's own melodies without a certain understanding of the musical piece, coupled with considerable mental fortitude. The young girl nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. However, I only recall the first half. The latter part eludes me, as my consciousness was entirely enraptured by your harmonious performance." She continued, "I remember that the qin and zheng cannot be played together. How did you manage it? May I inquire your name?" "Ah, you are Yinzhú, correct?" "I am Longqinus," Yinzhú replied. "It is indeed challenging for the qin and zheng to harmonize, yet if it is merely a relatively short piece, employing certain techniques and varied fingerings can render it feasible, albeit they may not complement each other effectively, merely providing a backdrop for one another." Longqinus, enlightened, remarked, "So that is the case. However, without exceptional skill, it would likely be quite difficult, would it not? Your qin performance is splendid. Would you be willing to teach me in the future? I have only just begun my journey." Yinzhú smiled. "No worries. I cannot be your teacher. I have much to learn myself. However, feel free to ask me any questions, as long as they are within my knowledge." "Thank you. You are truly kind," Longqinus said, sticking out her adorable little tongue. "You were remarkably bold earlier. You actually referred to Director Nina as Grandma. Are you not aware that she despises being called old? Thankfully, your qin skills are impressive. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to be selected." Yinzhú expressed surprise. "Is that so? I was unaware." Longqinus displayed an expression of defeat. "You truly know nothing, do you? Did you not research Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts before the examination? Please do not tell me you are completely unacquainted with this place." Yinzhú nodded earnestly. "I genuinely did not know." Longqinus covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Praise be. It appears you are indeed fortunate to have been accepted under such circumstances. However, it is fortunate that you chose the Divine Sound Department, as we are fewer in number, leading to a relatively lower elimination rate. In contrast, other departments face a significantly higher rate of elimination. Each year, At least 200,000 individuals apply to Milan Academy. Yet fewer than 2,000 are ever admitted, resulting in a mere 1% acceptance rate. The academy is divided into northern and southern districts. The southern district is dedicated to martial arts, encompassing all combat-related specialties, while the northern district houses the magical disciplines. Regardless of district, the teaching areas are located in the central zone of the academy, with the periphery housing various specialized training grounds. Thankfully, the pathways between the teaching areas are relatively short. Otherwise, traversing from one class to another would be quite a trial. Today marks the final day for registration, and all departments are gathered together. As they spoke, BG had already led 12 individuals to a towering teaching building, where numerous temporary stone platforms had been erected for the purpose of registering and collecting fees from new students. Irrespective of their specialties, BG waved her hand, saying, "All right, everyone, you may go on your own. Classes commence the day after tomorrow. After you complete your registration, you may either proceed to the dormitories assigned by the academy for rest or venture out, but do remember to stay safe." With that, she cast a glance at Yinzhú among the girls before summoning her jade-horned horse and departing. "Behold, the new beauties of the Divine Sound Department have arrived," someone exclaimed. Although the Sound Masters are considered an unconventional profession at the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, it must be acknowledged that the young women who choose this path are invariably strikingly beautiful. Instantly, the 11 new students became the focal point of the gathering, drawing the attention of other students engaged in registration. In any setting, the allure of beauty is undeniably potent. The previously orderly scene swiftly descended into chaos, as many seized the opportunity to curry favor. "Come register here. The beauties of the sound department never need to queue." Several registration points were promptly vacated, and amidst the adoration akin to stars surrounding the moon, the 11 enchanting ladies of the sound department swiftly completed their registration. Yinzhú, positioned behind the beauties, was preparing to register when he was intercepted. "Hey, which department are you from? Trying to sneak in?" Two tall male students blocked his path, glaring at him. Yinzhú was taken aback and replied, "I am also from the sound department. Why can't I register?" "You claim to be from the sound department? Think carefully before fabricating lies. Which boy would choose the sound department?" scoffed one of the male students with red hair, brandishing his large fists as if to intimidate Yinzhú. "Who says there can't be boys in the sound department? I can vouch for him. He is indeed one of us." A short-haired beauty, who had just registered and introduced herself as Chue Xiao, appeared at Yinzhú's side without anyone noticing. In that instant, silence enveloped the crowd, as all eyes, whether those registering or those attempting to flatter the beauties of the sound department, converged upon Yinzhú, rendering him the center of attention. The red-haired male student stared blankly at Yinzhú, incredulous. Is he truly from the sound department? The short-haired beauty stated proudly, "Indeed. Would I, Xueling, ever lie?" The expression on the male student's face shifted, and suddenly, he dashed to Yinzhú's side, his excitement palpable as he grasped Yinzhú's hand. "Idol, you must be a master in the art of wooing, right? To win over the beauties of the sound department. You even resorted to self-harm to join us. I admire you immensely. Idol, please take me under your wing. You must impart your romantic skills to me." The crowd erupted in a chorus of laughter, as a myriad of envious, jealous, and disdainful gazes fell upon Yinzhú. From that moment onward, he became a beacon of attention, adorned with titles like the first male of the sound department and the love guru, elevating him to a celebrity status among the new students, and even within the entire Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Yinzhú shook off the other's hand, frowning. "Self-harm? Why would I do that? Has there truly never been a boy in the sound department?" The red-haired student replied without hesitation, "Of course. Since the establishment of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, for hundreds of years, you are undoubtedly the first of your kind. Idol, I am in awe of your spirit of sacrifice. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I am Fei Law from the Swordmaster Department. You must remember me. Since you're from the Sound Department, hurry up and register." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "This guy seems quite naive. If I forge a good relationship with him, how could I not have opportunities to approach the beauties of the Sound Department in the future? He certainly cannot claim all those beautiful women for himself, can he?" The thought made him chuckle in a rather lewd manner. With Xueling affirming that Yinzhú belonged to the sound magic system, no one dared to hinder him any longer. 100 gold coins. The teacher's icy voice from behind the desk felt like the onset of winter. "What? So expensive?" Yinzhú stared at him in disbelief. retrieving his entire wealth of 10 gold coins from the ring Anya had gifted him. Teacher, this is all I have. Although he had anticipated that the tuition would be steep, he never imagined it would be so exorbitant. 100 gold coins were enough to sustain an ordinary family for several years, yet here it represented merely a semester's tuition. What are you doing at Milan Magic Martial Academy without money? This is just for tuition and accommodation. The cost for magical materials and venue fees are additional. If you're broke, then leave. The teacher waved dismissively at Yinzhú, as if swatting away a fly. I thought those who dared to criticize our mercenary group would be impressive. But it turns out you're just a fool who can't even afford tuition. The crowd, previously lined up, parted automatically, revealing a pink figure entering Yinzhú's line of sight. He recognized her as the magic girl from the elite mercenary group he had encountered at the mercenary guild. She approached him step by step, and the registering students made way for her, clearly aware of her identity. I am not a fool, Yinzhú replied in a low voice. The girl scoffed. You come to Milan Magic Martial Academy with no money for tuition and choose the sound magic system? Aren't you just a fool? A poor wretch daring to comment on our violet mercenary group? You'd best get out of here quickly. Milan Magic Martial Academy does not welcome paupers. Yinzhú glared at her. Stepping forward with his left foot, his right fist clenched tightly, suppressing the anger within. I do not strike women. The girl burst into laughter. Huh? You think you can hit me? With your mere rank 1 mage? If you can't pay your tuition, just leave. I don't want to see you. Her words dripped with disdain. Who says he can't pay his tuition? I have covered it. A chilling voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd, and a pathway opened up, revealing a slender figure gradually coming into focus. Dressed in a flowing white gown, exuding an aura of frosty elegance. It was the white-clad girl who had previously performed alongside Yinzhú in the auditorium. Her black hair still obscured the left side of her face. She approached Yinzhú, tossing a ruby coin onto the desk. This is his tuition, she stated to the teacher responsible for registration. Ruby coins were rarely circulated in the market. Reserved for the nobility, 1 ruby coin was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Ocean, it's you again, opposing me. The girl mage exclaimed in anger. Roland, I am not opposing you. I simply cannot stand by and watch you bully our sound magic system's freshman. Ocean's voice remained as icy as ever. Yet it kindled a warmth in Yinzhú's heart, making her somewhat pallid visage appear even more regal. Roland pointed at Yinzhú and said, Fine, this time I'll let you off. However, if you are a man, we shall meet on the arena during the freshman competition in 3 days. Otherwise, when you see me in the future, you'd best take the long way around and avoid me. As she spoke, she paused momentarily, her eyes shimmering with a sardonic light, feigning a look of realization. Oh, I nearly forgot. You belong to the Divine Sound Sect, which seemingly never participates in the freshman tournament. After all, what can you do without any offensive capabilities? I shall participate, Yinzhú retorted almost instinctively, accepting Roland's challenge. Haoyang frowned slightly and murmured, Do not act impulsively. I shall participate, Yinzhú reiterated with steadfast determination. Although I am unaware of what the freshman tournament entails, I accept your challenge. In that moment, he recalled his grandfather's words from his childhood when he first learned the bamboo fighting chi. One must not possess arrogance, yet should embody an indomitable spirit. As a descendant of the bamboo clan, he was expected to exhibit a spine as upright as bamboo itself. Roland scoffed, Very well. I shall see if you can even encounter me on the arena. I suspect you won't survive the first match and will end up bedridden. Perhaps you won't even qualify to compete. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Haoyang beside Yinzhú and turned away, seemingly unwilling to face her. As he observed Roland's retreating figure, Yinzhú pondered deeply. At that moment, he felt as if he had matured a few degrees. Are you truly going to participate in the freshman tournament? That is not something our divine sound practitioners engage in. Xueling expressed her unease. Yinzhú nodded at Xueling, affirming, Yes, I shall participate. My grandfather once said that a man must never flinch in the face of adversity. Xueling gazed at Yinzhú in astonishment, her beautiful eyes seemingly sparkling with something new. Very well, count me in as well. I will assist you too. Came a timid voice, belonging to Lan Shi, whom Yinzhú had only recently met. Haoyang's voice remained calm and measured. It appears that the freshman tournament requires a senior from our sect to lead. Suddenly, Yinzhú remembered the tuition fees and hastily remarked, Thank you. But I cannot accept your money. He turned to retrieve the ruby coin from the table, only to find that it had already been collected by the instructor. Haoyang walked towards the exit, saying, I am merely lending it to you. it must be returned. She departed. Yet both her zither and her presence left a profound impression on Yinzhú's heart. This is your school uniform, along with your dormitory key. Your dormitory is in Mixed Zone Room 623. The instructor responsible for registration seemed disinterested in Yinzhú, hastily shoving the items into his hands before attending to other matters. Mixed Zone Room 623? Where's that? Yinzhú asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Xueling and Longqinus shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. I know. I will guide you, Fiefdom volunteered. Thank you, Yinzhú replied, his spirits lifting. The displeasure caused by Roland had dissipated, and he perceived that there were indeed more good-hearted individuals within the academy. See you tomorrow then. Don't be late for class. Xueling cheerfully waved at Yinzhú. Longqinus, more reserved, merely smiled and nodded in his direction. With the registration commotion behind them, the freshmen continued their orderly registration process. Fiefdom patted Yinzhú on the back and said, let us run. It will be quicker that way. As the two emerged from the throng of people, Fiefdom sprinted ahead. Although his pace was not particularly swift, his long strides compensated, enabling him to maintain a commendable speed. Yinzhú quickened his steps to match Fiefdom's side, inquiring, Fiefdom, where's the mixed area? Is it far? With a smile, Fiefdom replied, it's not too far, really. I suppose the registration officer assigned you to the mixed area because he noticed your financial constraints. Of course, had you been a female student, you could have directly gone to the dormitory of the sound division. Unfortunately, as the top male student of the sound division, you cannot reside with the girls. The mixed area, also referred to as the work-study zone, is where several work-study students reside. The conditions may be less than ideal, yet it allows those with potential to pursue their studies while working, even if they lack funds. Yinzhú's eyes brightened at this revelation. So, I can do that as well. Fiefdom affirmed, of course, but you must seek employment on your own. By the way, do you genuinely intend to participate in the freshman competition? Yinzhú nodded earnestly. Yes, but could you enlighten me on what the freshman competition entails? Fiefdom stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and exclaimed in disbelief, no way. You dare accept that little witch Roland's challenge without even knowing what the freshman competition is? Truly, you are my idol. Despite his words, the way he looked at Yinzhú resembled that of someone gazing at a fool. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yinzhú scratched his head. I come from Arcadia and am unfamiliar with everything here. Fiefdom explained, every year, after the academy enrolls new students, a freshman competition is held to assess the overall caliber of the newcomers. Those who achieve notable rankings are likely to receive focused training from the academy, with the top 3 also receiving monetary rewards. That sounds wonderful, Yinzhú exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He was currently in dire need of funds, especially considering the 100 gold coins he owed for the ocean and his future living expenses. Fiefdom rolled his eyes. Oh, you think it's that easy to secure a ranking? The freshman competition is divided by academic divisions, and each division sends forth their strongest freshman teams. Thus, the optical division must endure 3 days of rigorous selection rounds to choose the 4 most exceptional students plus 1 senior from the previous year to participate in the genuine freshman competition. The divisions compete against each other through a draw. Our martial arts division comprises 17 divisions, while your magic division has 9. The sound division is not even a complete division. It is merely a small branch under the mental division. After a series of matches, the best 2 divisions from both the martial arts and magic divisions will progress to the finals. Only through elimination rounds can the true champion be determined. Almost all students admitted to Milan's Magic and Martial Academy are elite. To stand out among so many is exceedingly challenging. Historically, the sound division has never participated in the freshman competition. The mental division, however, has been quite prominent, with newcomers reaching the finals for 3 consecutive years. That little witch Roland is the granddaughter of the head of the Violet family, a prodigious wind magic user who, at just 16, has already attained the intermediate level of the yellow rank, making her one of the standout freshmen. You, from the Divine Sound faction, claim victory, yet I suspect even gathering 5 participants for the competition may prove to be quite the challenge. Although it may sound rather intricate, Yinzhú possesses an exceptional memory, instantly committing the entire process of the contest to memory. He finds himself in a quandary. Participating alone would pose no issue, yet the requirement for 5 individuals complicates matters. Is it truly the case that the Divine Sound Masters are so lackluster? Just moments ago, Xueling, Longqinus, and Haiyang expressed their willingness to support his participation. Yet aside from Haiyang, It is evident that Shui Ling and Lan Shi lack substantial mental fortitude, not to mention the need for an additional member. It is no wonder Roland regarded him with such an expression. It appears that entering this freshman tournament is indeed fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, he resolved to compete, even if it meant participating solo. With this determination, he inquired, Faiskila, what are the rules of the competition? Is it best out of 5? Faiskila replied, that is a matter of choice. There are 3 formats available, decided upon by mutual agreement between the competing parties. The best of 5 is one option. Another is a direct team battle, 5 against 5. The final option, known as the Wolf Pack Battle, commences with the first match, where the victorious side continues to compete until defeated. Should one possess sufficient strength, they may even accept successive challenges from the opponent. But victory is only claimed after vanquishing all of the opposing team's participants. Excellent. That is the most favorable option, Yinzhú thought, feeling a sense of relief at the mention of the last format. This predicament was of his own making, and he would face it alone if need be. He could simply defeat his adversaries one by one. At this moment, he remained unaware of the formidable opponents that awaited him. The Milan Magic Martial Academy is indeed vast. It took them over half an hour to traverse from the registration area to the mixed dormitory. To Faiskila's astonishment, even he was slightly winded, while Yinzhú appeared unfazed, his countenance unchanged. This is it, room 623, Faiskila indicated towards a small building. Indeed, the plaque marked room 623 hung above the door. Thank you, Faiskila, Yinzhú expressed his gratitude. Faiskila chuckled, saying, no need for thanks. However, if you truly wish to show appreciation, do invite me to any future events featuring the beauties of your faction. Oh, certainly, Yinzhú replied, oblivious to the deeper implications of Faiskila's words, merely appreciating his amiable nature. After Faiskila departed, Yinzhú unlocked the door to room 623. As he stepped into his new abode, he noticed a slender figure busily attending to chores. As a work-study student's dormitory, the space was rather cramped. The room barely accommodated a single bathroom, and the common area could scarcely seat 2. The bedroom, furnished with 2 beds and a table, left little room to maneuver. The diminutive figure was diligently tidying up, moving with agility. Clad in loose gray attire, though simple, it was impeccably clean. Standing only to Yinzhú's chest height, the figure possessed small, yet nimble hands, having already rendered the modest room 623 quite tidy. Hello, Yinzhú greeted the petite figure. Upon hearing someone enter, the individual turned, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat pallid visage before Yinzhú. Cascading brown locks rested upon his shoulders, and his large, expressive eyes flitted about with a spark of intelligence. However, his diminutive frame and unhealthy complexion suggested a state of malnutrition. When he first laid eyes on Yinzhú, he stood transfixed, oblivious to the cloth that slipped from his grasp. Yinzhú, believing he had startled the newcomer, hastily spoke, I also reside in this dormitory. Are we roommates? Huh. It was only then that the slight student regained his senses and exclaimed, yes. It's a small space. Please come in. As he bent to retrieve the fallen cloth, a flicker of surprise illuminated his keen eyes. Yinzhú entered the modest bedroom, devoid of any luggage, and placed the school uniform he had just received upon an unoccupied bed. Hello, I am Yinzhú. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the slender student. Hello, you can just call me Sula. Oh, your hand. Sula grasped Yinzhú's hand and immediately noticed the absence of a finger. Yinzhú dismissed it nonchalantly. It's nothing. I was born this way. I only have 8 fingers. As he spoke, he presented his other hand, wiggling it playfully before Sula. Fortunately, it's just the pinky. It doesn't hinder me much. A smile flickered across Sula's face. Which department are you in? Yinzhú replied, I am in the Divine Sound Department. The Divine Sound Department? You're a sound mage? Sula gazed at Yinzhú in astonishment. Yinzhú chuckled wryly. Why does everyone seem so surprised when they learn I'm from the Divine Sound Department? Sula laughed. I suppose anyone would be astonished to see a male pursuing a career as a sound mage. It is indeed a rather unconventional profession. Yinzhú grinned. You are quite diplomatic. Others call sound mages superfluous magic. Oh, you are quite diligent. The dormitory is spotless. Sula exclaimed. Is there anything I can assist you with? Sula shook his head repeatedly. No, I can manage alone. The space is too small for 2. However, it was quite dirty when I arrived. How about this? You can give me a silver coin. A silver coin? Yinzhú was taken aback. Sula offered an awkward smile. Indeed. In this world, everything comes at a price. You see, I put in considerable effort to clean this place. Realizing the implication and observing Su La's malnourished appearance, Yinzhú said little and retrieved a gold coin, which represented 1/10 of his wealth, and handed it to Su La. This is all I have. I don't have a silver coin. Su La eagerly snatched the coin from Yinzhú's palm, his gaze filled with a mix of enchantment and greed. Gold coins are certainly better. How about this? I will take care of the dormitory cleaning from now on. Let us consider this payment for 3 months of work. Shall we? Also, since you are a work-study student as well, why don't we skip the cafeteria meals and prepare our own food in the dormitory? I am quite good at cooking. You only need to give me 3 gold coins a month. The cafeteria certainly wouldn't suffice for less than 10 gold coins a month. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers with an excited expression. All right, that sounds fine. Yinzhú produced 3 gold coins and handed them to Su La. What profession do you hold? Su La replied, me? I am of the assassin class. A rather unconventional field, I must say. With my physique, is there a more fitting role than that of an assassin? An assassin. Yinzhú couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Su La. His grandfather had often spoken of the assassin's path, a profession notoriously difficult to master. During training, one focuses entirely on offense, devoid of any defensive measures, relying solely on stealth and unique abilities for protection. Once an attack is launched, it is either a decisive strike against the opponent or a fatal consequence for oneself. Indeed, the slender and agile Su La seemed perfectly suited for this vocation. Do assassins participate in the freshman competition? Su La looked at Yinzhú in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Assassins do not engage in open combat on the arena. That would cease to make them assassins. Please tell me you are not considering entering. Yinzhú nodded. Indeed. I have resolved to participate. Chapter 9. The Treasure of the Sound Division. Are you feeling unwell? Su La asked, extending a hand to touch Yinzhú's forehead. His hand was small, yet his fingers were long and cool, providing a soothing sensation against Yinzhú's skin. Do you not believe in me? The sound masters are not entirely devoid of merit, Yinzhú asserted earnestly. Regrettably, my lute, along with my spatial ring, was lost en route. Otherwise, I could play a piece for you right now. A peculiar glint flashed in Su La's eyes as he sighed. What a pity that is. Well, you must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal, allowing you to sample my culinary skills, thus justifying your expenditure of those 3 gold coins. With that, he swiftly exited the room. Su La's movements were indeed swift. In no time, lunch was prepared. 2 dishes accompanied by steamed buns graced the table. The dishes consisted of simple vegetables, devoid of any meat. Yet Yinzhú found Su La's culinary prowess remarkable. The ordinary greens were transformed into a feast for the senses. Vibrant in color and rich in flavor. Having grown up on bamboo shoots, he had always favored light fare, and so he found the meal exceptionally delightful. Thus, the renowned lute emperor, Yinzhú, shared his inaugural lunch with the Night King, Su La. Unbeknownst to Yinzhú, news of the Sound Division's participation in the freshman competition had spread like wildfire, making him a well-known figure throughout the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The following day, Yinzhú rose early from his slumber. Su La had already vanished, leaving behind a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge, evidently prepared for his breakfast. Though simple, the meal filled Yinzhú with warmth. Aside from being a bit of a miser, Su La proved adept at both housekeeping and cooking. The investment of 3 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Stretching his body with vigor, the bamboo fighting spirit circulated through him, a comfortable sensation permeating every meridian. The practice of cultivating fighting spirit alongside meditation had long become his routine. Yinzhú then touched his right wrist, murmuring to himself. Fortunately, it remains intact. Through his conversation with Su La the previous day, Yinzhú learned that the red and white stripes on the school uniform held significance. A pair of red and white stripes signified a first-year student, and as Milan Academy operated on a 5-year system, each advancement in grade resulted in an additional pair of stripes. Certainly, each semester requires students to pass examinations to advance to the next grade. Otherwise, they must remain in their current level and start anew. Graduates of the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts are expected to possess at least a high-level proficiency in the yellow tier. The fabric of the school uniform is quite exceptional, and when Yinzhú donned it, he exuded a sense of elegance and vigor. The academy is notably accommodating. Upon receiving his uniform yesterday, Yinzhú was also given a campus map, which proved invaluable in guiding him to the location of the Department of Divine Sound. From the mixed dormitory area to the Department of Divine Sound, Yinzhú ran for a full hour, yet he was unfazed, considering it merely a physical exercise. The teaching building of the Department of Divine Sound is situated in a particularly advantageous part of the Milan Academy, an elegant and exquisite four-story white structure. To the left of the building lies a sizable lake spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, while the other sides are enveloped by lush vegetation, with several pathways leading to the main building from various directions. Behind the main structure are the dormitories of the Department of Divine Sound, charming white villas that are quite distinctive. However, residing here necessitates a separate accommodation fee, which is exceedingly costly. Yinzhú, over here, Xueling called from the second-floor window, spotting him as he approached from a distance. According to the map in his possession, Yinzhú learned that the first floor of this four-story building houses the classrooms for mental magic instruction, while the remaining 3 floors consist of lecture rooms for students. Upon entering the teaching building, Yinzhú's first impression was that it resembled a palace rather than an academy. The opulent decorations and abundant greenery harmoniously complemented each other without appearing gaudy. Although classes had yet to commence, the sounds of musical instruments could already be heard emanating from within. What a splendid place. No wonder it is so expensive, Yinzhú mused to himself. Expensive? It is common knowledge across the continent that the quality of education at the Milan Academy is matched only by its steep tuition fees. As he turned around, he noticed the department head, Grandma Nina, had somehow appeared at his side. Hello, Nina. Oh, no, Director Nina. Yinzhú corrected himself promptly, remembering his manners before Nina could reprimand him. Nina huffed. In the academy, you ought to be mindful of your words. I heard you accepted a challenge from a new student in the wind department yesterday and intend to participate in the upcoming freshman competition? Yinzhú nodded in affirmation. Do you feel confident? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Nina's eyes. Yes, Yinzhú replied succinctly. On what grounds do you base your confidence? She inquired. I am a divine sound master. Naturally, I rely on my musical magic, Yinzhú stated with clarity in his gaze. Nina pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well. In that case, follow me. She led Yinzhú directly to the second floor, to the classroom designated for first-year students. The classroom was spacious, accommodating 40 students. Yet this year's freshman cohort, including Yinzhú, numbered only 12. Thus, even with all present, the room felt somewhat sparse. Nina gestured for Yinzhú to take a seat, and without hesitation, he chose to sit beside Lan Shi, causing her to blush profusely. In truth, his feelings towards Lan Shi were not particularly special. It was mainly because Lan Shi, like him, was a music student, and he himself had no instrument. Nina stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the new students, and the classroom fell silent. Nina spoke. First and foremost, as the head of the Department of Divine Music, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Regardless of your reasons for choosing this department, now that you are here, I hope you will diligently pursue your studies in the coming years. Formal classes will commence in a week, as you all know. The annual freshman competition will take place in 3 days. Other departments will be selecting their candidates during this time, but our Department of Divine Music is an exception. However, student Yinzhú has already registered for the competition on behalf of our department yesterday. Now, I would like to know who is willing to participate alongside him. If we do not gather 5 participants, our department will be disqualified. I am willing. Xueling was the first to raise her hand. Lan Shi subsequently expressed his intent to join as well. A subtle smile graced Nina's aged face. Very well, we need 2 more. Nina. Senior Hai-Yang said she would take us to compete, Xueling added. We just need 1 more person. Nina looked at Xueling with some surprise. Hai-Yang is participating too. All right, we still need 1 more. This time, the classroom fell into silence once more. Observing that no one else was speaking, Nina calmly remarked, our Department of Divine Music has always been the foremost department of Milan's Magic Martial Academy. Yet, behind this title lies the disdain of many who deem us mere trivial mages. Since Yinzhú has proposed our participation in the freshman competition, regardless of the outcome, I hope you will uphold the dignity of the Department of Divine Music. All participants will receive a musical instrument and 300 gold coins on behalf of the department. Upon hearing Nina's words, Yinzhú's heart surged with joy. 300 gold coins would suffice for quite some time, not to mention the instrument. However, before he could revel in his excitement, Nina continued, except for Yinzhú, as a freshman, having clashed with students from other departments on the very first day of school, I must retract the incentive for his participation as a punishment. Nina, please don't. Yinzhú exclaimed in despair, instinctively touching upon Nina's sore spot. Very well. I have made my decision. If you cannot lead the Department of Divine Music to victory this time, your tuition will double henceforth. It dawned on Yinzhú just how formidable Nina was. Adhering to the principle of not inviting further trouble, he could only grimace in silence. Xueling chuckled softly beside him. Your defeated expression is rather endearing. Yinzhú replied helplessly. Endearing does not seem like a fitting description for a man. At that moment, from the back of the classroom, a girl stood up. Director Nina, I wish to participate as well. She was a tall and striking beauty, appearing slightly older than Xueling and Lan Shi, with an expression of pride on her face. Beneath her school uniform, her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Lan Shi whispered in Yinzhú's ear, her name is Kong Ke. She plays the pipa and is likely of a higher rank than both Xueling and me. Nina had just claimed that our Department of Divine Music was the foremost department of Milan's Magic Martial Academy. Is that truly the case? Do other departments not refer to us as a mere trifle? Lan Shi chuckled softly and replied, this is indeed true, but it pertains to status rather than capability. At the zenith of our Divine Sound Department, we boasted 9 princesses from various nations, a position that undoubtedly ranks us highest among all academic divisions. The title of the foremost department is thus rightfully earned. And what about you? What is your standing? Lan Shi waved her hand dismissively, saying, that cannot be asked. The identities of every student in the Divine Sound Department are confidential. After all, the relations among the nations on the continent are far from harmonious. Here, we are merely students. Director Nina clapped her hands and announced, in the days leading up to the official classes, the others may arrange their activities as they wish. But the 4 of you will accompany me. She led them to the first floor's classroom dedicated to mental magic. This was a vast space, outfitted with 100 seats, and the walls were crafted from special materials to facilitate the surround sound of music. To excel in one's craft, one must first equip oneself well. I have brought you here to select some gear. This marks the Divine Sound Department's inaugural participation in the freshman competition. We cannot afford to fail. At this juncture, Nina appeared somewhat melancholic, letting out a sigh. Perhaps the Divine Sound Department ought not to be classified under the realm of magic at all, for nearly every student is here due to their passion for music. Lacking offensive capabilities, we are superficially regarded as the leading department of Milan's Magic and Martial Academy. Yet behind closed doors, students and teachers from other departments have always looked down upon us. Although the incident instigated by Yinzhú was fortuitous, I wish to use it to demonstrate to other departments that the Divine Sound Department is not without merit. The honor of our department rests upon your shoulders. Lan Shi hesitated and asked, but, Director Nina, can we truly achieve victory? Our magical music, Nina interrupted her, speaking calmly, for a long time. Nearly everyone has believed that sound mages are ineffectual. In truth, they are mistaken. A true sound mage possesses immense power, even among the strongest of mental magic practitioners. However, due to the arduous nature of their training, this secret remains largely unknown. On the continent, one sound mage once single-handedly defeated 6 mages from other departments. Simply put, aside from mental magic practitioners, we sound mages are the nemesis of nearly all other types of mages. Can anyone tell me the essence of being a sound mage? The peacock replied, it is to evoke resonance through the infusion of mental power into music. Nina affirmed, indeed, a sound mage can be said to be the only type of mage whose magic is entirely area-based, and music permeates all, impervious to any form of defense unless one steps outside the range of sound. Through our music, we can unleash our mental power broadly. Provided we possess sufficient mental strength, we can manipulate our adversary's emotions through music, tipping the scales of victory without question. In equal conditions, only the mental magic practitioners can rival our mental power, while mages from other departments stand no chance whatsoever. Yinzhú, can you tell me where the shortcomings of a sound mage lie? It lies in the duration of the performance. Generally speaking, the melodies of the sound masters begin to manifest their effects only after 1/3 of the piece has been played. In contrast to the incantations and instantaneous spells of other schools of magic, our progress is considerably sluggish. This was the exact phrase that Qin Shang had once conveyed to him, a sentiment that Yinzhú had etched in memory. This time, it was Nina who expressed surprise. 1/3. Your assertion is inaccurate. It should be after 1/2 has been reached. unless one's prowess exceeds the green level. Little did she know that, as a practitioner of the childlike lyre's heart, Yinzhú's music indeed required only 1/3 of the piece to yield its effects. In the freshman competition, the contestants selected from each school typically possessed magical abilities ranging from advanced red to beginner yellow levels. Moreover, the team leader from the previous year would not surpass the advanced yellow level. Therefore, as long as the timing of the performance is managed effectively under Haiyang's guidance, victory is entirely within reach. Even mages of a level or two higher than Haiyang would find it challenging to surpass her in mental prowess. Thus, during the competition, you must engage your opponents in a team format. Your collective task is to hold off the adversaries until the effects of Haiyang's music can manifest, preventing them from interfering with her. Nina's eyes sparkled with determination. She had evidently devised such a strategy long ago. No, I refuse to be mere cannon fodder. As a noble sound master, I will not accept such a role. The peacock lifted her proud chest, undeniably possessing the most enviable physique among this year's freshmen. Nina frowned. Do you truly believe you can surpass Haiyang? Peacock, if you cannot prioritize the team's victory above all else, then you need not participate in this freshman competition. An intangible authority radiated from her, momentarily stalling the proud peacock. Nina approached the wall adorned with a magical hexagram behind the podium and extended her right hand, pressing it against the center of the star. A series of deep, rhythmic chants filled the air, yet Yinzhú and her companions could not decipher Nina's incantations. A brilliant azure light erupted from her hand, instantly saturating the hexagram in that hue, a clear indication of at least a mid-level magic tutor's prowess. To have cultivated a sound master to such an extent is a rarity, even across the entire continent. As a melodious tune resonated within the classroom, the hexagram before Nina silently parted, revealing a broad passageway. The corridor sloped downward at an angle, and Yinzhú and her companions followed Nina in astonishment into this uncharted territory. Every 10 meters along the passage, a milky white magical orb was embedded in the ceiling, radiating a gentle glow. The air here felt dry and refreshing, devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. After walking 100 meters, they encountered a grand door adorned with ancient floral engravings that obstructed their path. Nina halted and calmly instructed, upon returning, forget everything you have witnessed today. A chant similar to the previous one arose, and a hexagonal gemstone materialized in her palm, casting a purple glow as it embedded itself in the door. A wave of suffocating magical energy erupted instantly, causing Yinzhú and her companions to momentarily stiffen. The grand door gradually creaked open, revealing a room of approximately 50 square meters. Apart from the direction of the door, the remaining 3 walls were adorned with numerous compartments, crafted from an unknown material that seamlessly blended with the walls. The left wall showcased an array of musical instruments, their ancient styles hinting at a rich history. On the right, one could find magical robes, wands, and even suits of armor alongside various weapons. The wall directly opposite the entrance housed the most compartments, filled with gemstones. Magical jewels. The overwhelming surge of magical energy emanated from the hundreds of stones, creating an atmosphere akin to a miniature treasure trove. Upon entering, Lan Shi, Xueling, and the peacock were instantly captivated by the gemstones, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Even the typically haughty peacock could not conceal the enchantment gleaming in her beautiful eyes. Yinzhú, however, was drawn to the left side of the room, where he discovered a singular zither, the only one within this treasure trove of divine music. Its chestnut-colored lacquer, flowing patterns, and a layer of radiant sheen exuded an air of solitary majesty. It occupied the central position among the instruments, while the others stood at a respectful distance, akin to loyal subjects surrounding their emperor. Unconsciously, Yinzhú forgot the presence of others, stepping closer to the ancient zither as if an invisible force was guiding his heart. As he approached, he could discern the faint azure glow of the strings and the 13 inlaid symbols of the zither, resembling 13 miniature full moons, harmoniously resting atop the instrument. Another individual, Nina, was equally mesmerized. As she led 4 new students into this treasure of divine music, she turned just in time to witness Yinzhú's entranced gaze as he moved uncontrollably toward the zither. In that moment, her heart seemed to freeze, a sharp pang of pain coursing through every inch of her being. The previously imposing director Nina trembled in that instant. It was strikingly similar. His demeanor mirrored that of another who had once entered this place. Neither was swayed by the allure of the gemstones. Both possessed a keen eye solely for the zither. Nina positioned herself before Yinzhú, blocking his view of the instrument. With the zither out of sight, Yinzhú snapped back to reality, meeting Nina's vacant stare. A long purple flute fell into her hands, a chill emanating from its body as she murmured. Fragrance drifts away, clouds vanish like shadows, the songs of birds echo at my slender fingertips. Gazing out to the horizon, it is the moonlight tinged with longing, the indelible memories etched within my heart, perhaps even a sliver of sorrow that lingers unquenched. The bright moon reflects upon the jade, filling my brow and heart with unintentional thoughts. Tonight, the flute remains. The purple jade flute, a solitary silhouette beside the luminous strings. Where art thou now? When transformed into lonely starlight, as the melody fades, standing guard by the moonlit zither. Do you know, I have waited far too long? A mournful sound from the flute, tinged with frustration and boundless yearning, echoes through the air, lingering endlessly. A cerulean radiance enveloped Nina, instantaneously illuminating the entire treasure vault. Tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. Simultaneously, the three young ladies, who had been entranced by the brilliance of the gemstones, collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with anguish, tears flowing uncontrollably, as if their hearts had been shattered by the mournful notes of the flute. Yinzhú's condition was scarcely better. His spiritual strength paled in comparison to Nina's, and being closest to her, an indescribable sorrow overwhelmed him, rendering his complexion ashen. Fortunately, the clarity of his pure heart prevented him from succumbing to the haunting melodies. A sharp bite of his tongue jolted his muddled mind into lucidity. A soft yellow light enveloped his form, and in a swift motion, he circumnavigated Nina, his hands gliding over the 7 azure strings of the zither. A cascade of clear, resonant notes, swirling like a vortex, interrupted the impending sound of the flute just before it could resonate. Nina felt a lightness in her mind, suddenly aware of her actions. In a moment of emotional turmoil, she had inadvertently unleashed a sonic explosion. Had it caused irreparable psychological trauma to the children, it would have been a calamity. The sonic explosion, an instantaneous release of sound waves, possessed remarkable penetrating power, equivalent to the instant cast spells of other elemental mages. This ability could only be wielded by sound mages after reaching the green level, and Yinzhú was still a tier away from achieving it. Hastily, she retracted her purple jade flute and approached the 3 girls, releasing her spiritual energy to assess their condition. After her examination, Nina's anxious expression softened considerably. Fortunately, the girls possessed a solid foundational spiritual strength, and since her sonic explosion had been timely interrupted by Yinzhú, they had only experienced a minor psychological shock and would recover after a brief respite. Recalling Yinzhú, Nina's gaze sharpened. Yinzhú, tell me, what is your relationship with Qinshang? Huh. At that moment, Yinzhú's spiritual energy was only just recovering from the impact, leaving him momentarily bewildered. You need not conceal it. With my blue-level spiritual strength, if you were not practicing the same zither magic as Qinshang, you would not have been able to withstand it with merely red-level power. No wonder you were unaffected by the ocean's zither melody and could perform alongside her. It turns out you share the same extraordinary magical prowess as that rascal, represented not by Tier 3, but by Tier 9. Grandpa Qin is not a rascal, Yinzhú retorted, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. Unbeknownst to him, he had clutched the ancient zither tightly to his chest. The connection felt between a zither mage and their instrument was an attachment he found hard to relinquish. Grandpa Qin, you are his grandson. Nina's complexion turned ashen in an instant, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Yinzhú shook his head. No, I am Grandpa Qin's disciple. Nina paused, her expression softening somewhat. Did he send you to find me? Yinzhú recalled the words Qinshang had spoken to him before he left the Azure Sea. Yes. Grandpa Qin asked me to deliver a letter to the head of the sound department, which should be you, right? And the letter? Nina stepped closer to Yinzhú, her breathing noticeably uneven. It was lost. What? What on earth happened? At present, Yinzhú recounted in detail the unfortunate incident of his benevolence towards a beggar, which resulted in the theft of his spatial ring. Damn it. If I find out who that thief is, I shall slay him. Nina, in a fit of rage, was already losing her composure. As she recalled the explosive sound she had just unleashed, Yinzhú increasingly understood why the female students held her in such fear. After a long while, Nina gradually calmed down, Fixing a fierce gaze upon Yinzhú, she said, all these years, he hasn't come to find me himself. Yet he sends you instead. What does he mean by that? I thought he had long forgotten me. What does he want you here for? Is it for this Chiyu Qinghui Zither? Yinzhú, bewildered, shook his head and replied, I do not know. Grandpa Qin merely instructed me to deliver a message. Without specifying the purpose. Perhaps it is to have me become a student. What nonsense. Can he not teach himself? With his level of expertise. Does he truly need you to come here to learn? I am unsure why Grandpa Qin sent me. Nina Granny, are you all right? Yinzhú tentatively inquired. Oh, I apologize. Director Nina, I misspoke again. Surprisingly, this time Nina did not erupt in anger at his calling her Granny. Instead, she responded calmly. You may call me Granny Nina from now on. Is he well? Quite well. Although sometimes I see him lost in thought. Yet, most of the time, he is with me, teaching me to play the zither. Is he married? Nina's inquiry revealed a tinge of embarrassment. Yinzhú shook his head and said, I do not know, but for the past decade, Grandpa Qin has been alone. A sigh of relief escaped Nina, but it was swiftly followed by bitterness. That scoundrel. Not married, yet still doesn't he come to find me. Am I truly that frightening? What a wretched man. Tell me, where is he? Nina Granny, I cannot say. When I departed, Grandpa Qin specifically instructed me not to disclose his whereabouts. Nina's anger dissipated, replaced by a beaming smile that rendered her eyes nearly invisible. Yinzhú dear, tell Granny Nina where your master is. If you do, I shall gift you this Chiyu Qinghui Zither. It is among the finest in the world, no less valuable than what you lost. Initially, your master even asked me for it, but I never gave it to him. Reluctantly, Yinzhú cast a lingering glance at the Chiyu Qinghui Zither in his arms, inhaled deeply, and resolutely presented the ancient instrument before Nina. Then I shall refuse it. I cannot go against Grandpa Qin's words. You little fool raised by that scoundrel. Nina angrily reclaimed the Chiyu Qinghui Zither. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and her anger vanished. Ah, Qinshang, you refuse to seek me out? Very well. Your disciple is here. If you do not appear, I shall detain him. And we shall see if you come. Having come to a realization, Nina's thoughts began to flow once more as she scrutinized Yinzhú, asking, to what extent have you cultivated your zither magic? Speak freely. I am an old friend of your Grandpa Qin and know nearly everything about him. The levels of your cultivation differ from those of ordinary Shinin masters, divided into 3 parts, each consisting of 9 tiers, correct? Yinzhú nodded. Having already placed his trust in the venerable Nina, recognizing her insight into his connection with Qinshang. Grandfather Qin mentioned that I am on the verge of entering the initial stage of sword and melody, yet to break through this bottleneck requires both opportunity and time. Nina gasped internally at this revelation. So, you currently possess the prowess equivalent to a high-level yellow-grade sound master? Perhaps, he replied. Haha, this is splendid news. Heaven has bestowed upon me such a marvelous opportunity. How could I possibly let it slip away? Humph. Let the old fogies from other departments witness what a true sound master is capable of. The upcoming freshman competition shall tremble before our sound department. As she spoke, she placed the Moonlight Melody Guqin into Yinzhú's hands. To what extent have you mastered your Grandfather Qin's abilities? Nina inquired. I am uncertain. Grandfather Qin said I still have a long way to go. Nina exclaimed, you are too emotionally volatile. Such behavior is unbecoming for a sound master. With a dismissive huff, Nina replied, my affairs are not your concern. How ridiculous. That little girl from the wind department dared to provoke you, oblivious to the fact that you are the true genius. Achieving high-level yellow-grade mastery at merely 16 or 17 and excelling in the arena as well. Yinzhú, heed my words. Regardless of the outcome, you must lead the sound department to a commendable performance in this competition. Should you reach the finals, I, as the head of the sound department, will advocate for a scholarship on your behalf, waiving all your future tuition fees. And you will have the privilege of using this Moonlight Melody Guqin indefinitely. Is that truly the case? That is splendid. Yinzhú beamed with joy. For what he yearned for most was money and a Guqin, and now he had both. Nina shot him a stern glance, cautioning, do not assume it will be easy. Let us not forget that sound masters lack offensive capabilities. We shall adhere to my previous strategy, but the primary focus will shift to the ocean. Yinzhú shook his head, asserting, no, that is not advisable. I cannot allow a girl to act as my shield. Nina, I believe I can manage on my own. Very well, such ambition. You are indeed worthy of being Qinshang's disciple. However, You must heed my guidance here. Your presence alters the dynamics, and I will need to reconsider our tactics for the competition. We can discuss it later. Oh, and do not reveal that your musical magic differs from that of ordinary sound masters. The more they underestimate you, the more advantageous your position will be. Understood, Yinzhú replied. Sighing, Nina said, if you encounter any troubles at the academy, seek me out. Since your master has entrusted you to me, I shall take good care of you. She then led him to the right side of the treasure vault, retrieving a set of white magical robes from the highest shelf and placing them into his arms. Next, she guided him to the shelf housing gemstones, from which she extracted a bracelet and a necklace for him. Now, you may depart. I still need to assist these young ladies in selecting some equipment. Take great care of the 3 items I have given you, especially the magical robes. They are known as the Moon Goddess Guardian robes, crafted by the Elven race, and possess an elemental shield skill along with an innate water-based self-cleaning magic, ensuring they remain pristine and untainted. The elemental mask releases different ranges based on the wielder's mental strength, and it can be utilized 3 times a day, providing commendable resistance against both physical and magical attacks. Grandma Nina, this is too precious. From the elemental fluctuations emanating from these 3 items, Yinzhú could discern their rarity and value. It is not for you. It is merely to aid the divine sound system during the freshman competition. The necklace, known as the Mind Guardian, is specifically designed to protect one's mental strength, offering some benefits during your daily training. In the event of a mental magic attack, it can safeguard your mental essence, ensuring you do not lose yourself. The Life Guardian bracelet can summon absolute defense once a day. Although it is indeed absolute defense, it remains perilous if the opponent exceeds the purple level. You should ponder this yourself. Following Nina's instructions, Yinzhú departed, and as she watched his retreating figure, tears welled in Nina's eyes. You ungrateful wretch! The divine guardian trinity that you once rejected, I have bestowed upon your disciple. Do you know? This was initially intended as a token of my affection for you. Chapter 10. The initial battle of the freshman competition. As night fell, the silhouette of Qinshang appeared somewhat desolate before the bamboo house by the azure sea, with an ancient guqin laid across the table before him. Yinzhú should have arrived in Milan. Have you seen him? Nina, oh Nina, do you realize how desperately I wish to see you? Yet, I cannot. I bear too many burdens. The gentle flow of water serenely accompanied the night, a melody whispering softly into the ear. The delicate understanding of the strings spoke silently. The clear and melodious tones transformed into verses, yearning to be heard by you. A wish, a destiny, ensures that the guqin and Shao do not miss their meeting in this lifetime, leaving behind the most exquisite musical bond. Arriving gracefully with the guqin you adore, this night seems even more enchanting. Beneath the moon's luminous glow, I cherish our connection, strumming a tune that transcends distance. I pour my steadfast heart into it. As the strings resonate, tears cascade. The moment Qinshang's hands touched the strings, he was enveloped in distant memories. Although he did not wear the Moon Goddess Guardian, he had securely donned the Mind Guardian and Life Guardian. The Mind Guardian is a silver necklace crafted from an unknown metal, adorned with a heart-shaped silver gemstone. When Yinzhú wore it, the gem inexplicably adhered to his chest, merging with his mental energy in a peculiar elemental vibration. His mind felt clearer, while his mental strength became more compact and solid under the influence of the intangible elemental energy. The Life Guardian, measuring about an inch in width, embraced his wrists snugly against his skin, featuring 8 pale green gemstones set in azure metal. Its gentle energy intertwined with his heart's pulse, radiating warmth. All 3 magical items pertained to defense, and even though Yinzhú was not familiar with them, he could sense their worth. Although Nina appeared fierce upon discovering his connection to Grandfather Qin, he could still clearly feel her longing for him. Grandma Nina imparted a familial warmth to him. Hey, you've been sitting there for ages, neither sleeping nor meditating. What are you thinking? Sula inquired curiously from her bed. Yinzhú was jolted from his reverie. It's nothing. In just 2 days, the freshman competition shall commence. Sula chuckled softly, his large eyes still radiant in the night. Are you truly going to participate? Don't harbor any illusions. Your sound division stands no chance. You should rest early and contemplate your future more wisely. The days swiftly passed, and each time Yinzhú arrived at the sound division, Nina would gather the 5 of them to discuss competition strategies. She seemed to have forgotten the events of that day, offering Yinzhú little more than occasional glances imbued with a hint of gentleness. As the golden sun illuminated the earth, Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts thrived with vitality, diverse flora exhaling the freshest air under its rays. Although summer had arrived, the climate remained pleasantly cool due to the Academy's proximity to the northern edge of the continent. Beyond the central campus, more than two-thirds of the area comprised various training grounds, as the cultivation of both magic and martial arts necessitates ample space. Today, the training grounds buzzed with excitement, for the freshman competition was underway. A multitude of students gathered around the grand training arena to witness the contests, with the most fervent excitement surrounding the match between the Sound Division and the Water Division at Arena 6. The Sound Division's training ground was the very hall where new students had undergone their initial tests, an unsuitable venue for competition. Consequently, after the draw determined the order of matches, they were compelled to compete at the Water Division's arena. Magic from any division requires a certain range for its manifestation. An Arena 6 spans over 1,000 square meters, which is relatively modest. This arena, designated for the Water Division, should have attracted a majority of its students as spectators. Yet, at this moment, no fewer than 6,000 students from other divisions had gathered, outnumbering the Water Division students by a factor of 10. The reason was simple. Since the Academy's inception, it was the first time freshmen from the Sound Division were competing. It is known that most who choose to train as sound mages hail from the highest echelons of nobility, free from concerns about their future sustenance. Who could guarantee that among this year's freshmen, there were not princesses from the various nations of Longqinus continent? Sound Division, Sound Division, Sound Division. The exuberant cheers surged like waves, with even some Water Division students joining in the acclaim. In truth, few believed the Sound Division would emerge victorious. But the opportunity to behold the numerous beauties of the Sound Division was a coveted desire for all male students. To leave a favorable impression on these enchanting ladies would indeed be a stroke of fortune. The observation platform at Arena 6 housed 20 seats, typically reserved for Water Division instructors to oversee students' training. Now, it had transformed into the viewing area for teachers from both the Water and Sound Divisions. Director Nina occupied the central position, flanked by the Water Division's mid-level mage, Master Wagley. The remaining instructors sat on either side. Director Nina, I had thought your Sound Division's participation was mere rumor, but it appears to be true, remarked Wagley, a slender, elderly gentleman, casting a peculiar smile in Nina's direction, his expression enigmatic. Nina cast not even a glance in his direction, her gaze solely fixed upon the students engaged in the trial arena. With a calm demeanor, she replied, Since our sound system is the premier department of Milan Magic and Martial Academy, why should we not participate? You should instead consider how to prevent your water system from once again finishing at the bottom in the freshman competition. Wagley felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The water magic has long been regarded as a weaker form of magic, its healing spells pale in comparison to those of the light system, and its offensive spells require one to attain at least the green tier to truly unleash their potential. Consequently, in past freshman competitions, the water system has often found itself at the lowest ranks. Those who choose the water system are generally from modest backgrounds, with the majority of work-study students in the magic department belonging to this category, indicating their insufficient financial means to procure advanced magical items. Given that this is a competition testing all freshmen, it is only natural for the sound system to participate. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from behind them. Both Nina and Wagley turned in surprise, only to discover an elderly man clad in a light golden magic robe had approached them unnoticed. Even Nina, known for her haughty demeanor, immediately rose to her feet upon seeing him and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Dean Ferguson." Wagley, equally astonished, inquired, "Dean Ferguson, what brings you here?" Ferguson smiled gently. With the sound system participating, I naturally must show my support for Director Nina. I believe this year's freshman from the sound system must harbor some exceptional talents. He possessed a deeper understanding of Nina than Wagley did. Nina's pride was legendary throughout the Milan Empire. She would not have allowed the sound system to take center stage in today's trial without confidence in her students. Wagley graciously vacated his position for Ferguson, who waved to the surrounding faculty members from the two departments, saying, "Please, everyone, take your seats. The competition is about to commence." In the expansive trial arena, spanning over 1,000 square meters, 10 students had gathered at the center. The ocean-haired Haiyan remained in the back, half concealed by her flowing locks, and did not attract attention. In contrast, The alluring blue shi, xueling, and peacock naturally captivated the eyes of many spectators. However, the true focal point was not them, but rather Yinzhú, who stood resolutely at the center of the sound system's competitors. His immaculate moon god robe was unblemished, adorned with golden trimmings along the collar and cuffs. A crescent-shaped milky white gem on the left side of his chest radiated a gentle glow, imbuing the simple robe with an air of nobility and elegance. His long black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, and a serene expression graced his handsome visage. Clad in the moon god robe, Yinzhú seemed a transformed individual, exuding an aristocratic aura in every gesture. His elegance was pure and untainted, especially evident in his deep, clear black eyes that appeared to penetrate the depths of one's soul. With an exceptionally straight posture, his relaxed demeanor rendered the four women beside him mere embellishments to his presence. Positioned at the center, he represented his department as the chief commander, surprising everyone as they realized that the leader of the sound system was not the second-year Haiyan, but rather Yinzhú, who had accepted the challenge from the wind system's prodigious young lady, Roland. The participants from the water element are 2 men and 3 women. In contrast to the Radiant Sound faction, the appearances of the 3 female contestants are decidedly more ordinary. At this moment, their attention is completely captivated by the enchanting figure of Yinzhú, with some even appearing to emit rosy bubbles. Greetings, I am Karachi, a second-year student of the water element and the captain of the freshman competition. I humbly seek your guidance. As she gazes at the contestants from the Radiant Sound faction, Karachi cannot suppress her feelings of envy. It is one thing for the Radiant Sound to boast beautiful women, but to have a male contestant emerge for the first time in years, and to be so strikingly handsome, is simply overshadowing her presence. Humph. You shall soon discover my prowess. Karachi stands half a head shorter than Yinzhú. Although her appearance is also commendable, she suffers from the common affliction of mages. Her complexion is pale, and in comparison to Yinzhú's sunlit demeanor, she is clearly not in the same league. Yinzhú nods in acknowledgement and replies, "Hello, I am Yinzhú, the captain of the Radiant Sound faction and a first-year student. I look forward to your guidance." Suppressing her jealousy, Karachi smiles and inquires, "I wonder which competition format your faction has chosen?" According to the rules of the freshman competition, out of respect for women, the side with a greater number of female participants has the privilege to choose the format. In the event of an equal number, a draw will determine the format. Without question, in a competition involving martial skills and magic, the Radiant Sound faction is unique in fielding 4 female contestants, which is one of their advantages. Team battle. Yinzhú responds firmly. Karachi acknowledges her with a nod, and both sides step back. A teacher from the Academy's administration serves as the referee for this match. After confirming the competition format, he announces loudly, "The match begins." Simultaneously, 6 points surrounding the 6th competition arena illuminate, and a massive magical hexagram materializes in the air. A soft, milky white glow forms a vast, transparent shield, enveloping the entire trial arena. The use of high-grade magical stones to create a defensive barrier for the trial space is a luxury that only a wealthy institution like Milan Magic and Martial Academy could afford. This elemental shield, infused with various elements, is capable of withstanding attacks from blue-level magic. As long as the officiating mage possesses sufficient energy, it can be maintained indefinitely. Wooden tables and chairs are arranged, and Haiyang takes a seat in the rear, laying the guzheng flat upon the table. Meanwhile, Yinzhú and the other 4 stand 5 meters in front of Haiyang, forming a protective arc around her. "Yinzhú, we are about to begin," Karachi shouts from across the way. She is in no rush to launch an attack. Having some understanding of sound mages, they know that as long as the melody is not completed, the true power of the sound mage's performance cannot be unleashed. Given this duration, even the most complex spells from the water element could be conjured. In response to Karachi, the resonant, powerful sound of the guzheng resonates. Akin to the roar of a dragon, Haiyang has commenced her performance. Orange light radiates, accompanied by the melodious notes of the piece titled Dream. The soft and melancholic melody seems to express Haiyang's innermost feelings. Karachi's eyes sparkle with intensity. Excellent, an advanced orange-level performance. Truly, the Radiant Sound faction's foremost genius. Regrettably, Yinzhú remained oblivious to the meaning of the word regret as articulated by Karachi. At that moment, the opponent's assault had already commenced. The 4 competitors selected from the first-year cohort of 100 were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the newcomers, exuding varying shades of orange that indicated a proficiency at the level of intermediate mages. A low chant reverberated through the air as they began their incantations. Karaji, however, did not chant. Instead, a faint yellow aura emanated from him, signifying an entry-level proficiency. A swift red water arrow hurtled toward Yinzhú's chest, marking Karaji's initial probing attack as the captain. Nina's instructions for the first match were succinct: win by surprise. The sound mage discipline had never before graced the freshman competition, and the unfamiliarity with sound mages was their greatest advantage. Yinzhú stepped to the left with his left foot. Although the water arrow was rapid, his seemingly nonchalant movement deftly evaded it. The red arrow struck the protective barrier of the training ground, creating a slight ripple. Karaji was taken aback. In confrontations between mages, instances of evasion were rare. He had not anticipated Yinzhú's unconventional response to his attack. At that moment, he sensed something amiss. According to the original plan, his 4 companions should have unleashed their initial wave of magic by now, yet their incantations remained incomplete. Why was this the case? It was the Zither's melody. The sudden realization transformed Karaji's expression into one of seriousness. He recognized that the sound mages were not entirely without merit. For at least the ocean's Zither had begun to exert its influence. It was imperative to thwart her. Having finally encountered a sound mage potentially capable of replacing the water mage at the bottom tier, he was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. A barrage of instantaneous water arrows surged towards Yinzhú and his companions, some even targeting the gaps between them, aiming for the ocean. Karaji reasoned that as long as they interrupted the Zither's melody, victory was assured. The peacock disdainfully huffed, clearly unimpressed by the displayed skill. With a flick of his right hand, a ring on his middle finger emitted a brilliant elemental radiance. An orange light shield expanded instantly, standing guard before the 4. The red water arrows, against the orange-gray defense, were entirely repelled, resulting in a cacophony of impacts. At this juncture, the other 4 water mages finally completed their spell. Water Roar, a colossal wave magic. While the impact of a single orange-grade mage's casting would naturally be limited, the simultaneous invocation by 4 mages produced a vastly different effect. The quadruple-layered orange tidal wave surged forth with a deafening roar towards the sound mage side. Karaji raised his magic staff, a dazzling blue gemstone atop it radiating a gentle glow, as his incantation commenced. From the audience, someone shouted, "The water spirit's blessing." An orange-grade defense alone was insufficient to withstand 4 water roars. Blue Shi and Shui Ling simultaneously extended their right hands, releasing an orange light shield identical to the peacock's, thus forming a triply layered defense. When the water roar collided with the triple-layered defense, an explosion of orange magical elements erupted within the training ground, with the protective shield beginning to falter. In the stands, Vager scoffed disdainfully. Can magical artifacts truly withstand the might of magic? Even the most formidable enchanted items only allow a mage to wield power equivalent to their own level. The Water Spirit Guardian Staff of Carrick can reduce the chant time of water spells by 30%. But how can the little fellows of the sound system defend against that? Nina let out a cold laugh. Just wait and see. The impoverished water system will never comprehend what constitutes a magical artifact. She was well aware that the Water Spirit Guardian was Vager's own staff, lent to Carrick for use. Vager had already pulled out his trump card. However, Nina felt no apprehension. In terms of wealth, no system could compare to the sound system, which frequently boasted princess-level students. The esteemed reputation of the first school was not easily earned. As the power of the 4-fold water roar dissipated, the 3 orange magical defense shields also vanished. Magical artifacts require a degree of mental strength to sustain them, and even the novice Snow Ling and Lan Shi, who were merely at the initial level of the red rank, were beginning to pale. Seizing the moment while the Water Roar and Water Spirit Guardian affected Jingyin, Carrick completed his spell. A water dragon, approximately 3 meters long, roared forth, shimmering with a yellow glow as it lunged towards Yinzhú and the others. Having completed the spell, Carrick appeared even more pallid. The influence of Jingyin grew increasingly pronounced, and reluctantly, he had to unleash his most powerful spell, Water Dragon Chant. A gasp arose from the spectators below. They could all tell that even if the students of the sound system could cast their previous magical shields, they would be unable to withstand an attack of yellow rank magic. The outcome of the competition seemed predetermined. Just then, Yinzhú smiled serenely and, alongside Snow Ling and the other two women, retreated to the ocean's edge. A milky white light emanated from him, released by the moon goddess guardian, instantly expanding to encompass a 10-meter radius, enveloping the five of them. Boom! The power of water dragon chant was indeed impressive. However, after the instantaneous collision, the audience's gasps transformed into astonishment. The 3-meter-long yellow water dragon shattered into fragments, while the milky white protective dome only exhibited minor cracks. Impossible. Vager's eyes widened as he stood from the stands. The magical radiance emanating from Yinzhú was evidently red. Ferguson cast a meaningful glance at Nina, the moon goddess guardian. Even I find myself envious of the sound system. The dream had surpassed its midpoint, and all uncertainty had vanished. Neither Carrick nor his companions could conjure another spell. His 4 junior classmates even succumbed to slumber under the influence of the dream. Carrick himself was growing drowsy, no longer able to utter a single incantation. Naturally, the dream would not affect Yinzhú and his companions, as selective targeting is a unique skill possessed by all sound mages. The entire water system lost its capacity to resist, leading to a victory for the sound system. The judge rendered an accurate verdict. Even though mages are not particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, it is entirely feasible to throw sleeping individuals off the arena. Hooray! We won. We truly won. Snow Ling exclaimed, leaping in excitement. She embraced Yinzhú, planting a kiss on his cheek, causing him to blush profusely. Awkwardly unsure of how to respond. Lan Shi, however, was far more reserved, a gentle smile gracing her face. The peacock proclaimed with pride that the sound system was the strongest. The ocean's response was rather subdued. As the dream concluded, it embraced its gouging and proceeded toward the training grounds. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Prior to the commencement of the match, apart from Yinzhú and his companions, not a single soul believed that the sound system would emerge victorious. Traditionally, in battles among magicians, both sides unleash their magical assaults, with defeat befalling the one whose magical energy is exhausted first. It is a sheer contest of strength. However, today's contest concluded far too swiftly. The water system participants barely managed to cast a single offensive spell before succumbing to the might of the sound system. At this moment, many students began to question the seemingly inconsequential reputation of the sound system. Vagary stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend the impossibility of it all. Even with the moon goddess's protection, it was unfathomable for a red-tier student to withstand the water dragoness song. He had initially believed that with the sound system participating, the water system would not finish last, but his spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Nina rose, her head held high, and declared, Vagary, mark my words. This is merely the beginning. Vagary huffed in anger, offering no reply, and turned to leave with the water system's teachers. Defeated by the sound system, he found it utterly embarrassing to remain. Ferguson smiled faintly, acknowledging that water magic was indeed quite commendable, albeit lacking potency at lower tiers. Director Nina, your sound system's captain, Yinzhú, is quite intriguing, he remarked, partially agreeing with Vagary's sentiments. Even with the moon goddess's protection, a red-tier magician could not possibly withstand a yellow-tier spell. The news of the sound system's victory over the water system swiftly spread throughout the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The rapid and uncomplicated conclusion of the battle astonished everyone. Various discussions regarding the sound system began circulating throughout the academy. Yinzhú and the 4 enchanting participants became subjects of fervent discourse, particularly the elemental shield Yinzhú manifested at the last moment and the ocean's gouging, which became focal points of intrigue. Unbeknownst to Yinzhú, while others discussed him, he hastily departed the 6th training ground the moment the competition concluded, sprinting in a singular direction. For just before the match ended, he had heard a voice, an exhilarating voice that stirred his very soul. A flash of yellow light swept past, leaving behind but a faint shadow. Some magicians traversing the academy pondered which senior from the martial arts department was now invading the magical realm. In his fervor to reach his destination with utmost speed, Yinzhú ceased to conceal his bamboo fighting spirit, for the Milan Academy was indeed vast. Bolstered by this spirit, he propelled his speed to its zenith, exiting the academy in a mere 10 minutes. Upon leaving the academy, he continued to dash northward for 10 miles before halting before a grove, his excitement palpable. Overwhelmed with emotion, he called out, Z, where are you? I have arrived. Indeed. Just as the match concluded, Z's voice resonated in his ears, uttering a singular phrase. I await you in the grove 10 miles north of the academy. For Yinzhú, although he had settled into the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, this place was still not his home. Z, his companion of 10 years, was undoubtedly the person he trusted most, second only to family. A tall and imposing figure emerged from the woods. His hair remained somewhat disheveled, and his star-like, brilliant purple eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, yet his rugged visage remained unchanged. Upon seeing Yinzhú, the indifference in his gaze softened slightly. It was only when he was with Yinzhú that such a transformation in expression would occur. Yinzhú, the deep, magnetic voice resonated, evoking a profound sense of familiarity within Yinzhú. Z, he exclaimed excitedly, as if propelled by an arrow of intense golden light. He swiftly appeared before him, standing still as if nailed in place, creating a seamless transition between movement and stillness. Z smiled faintly and said, I have come as promised and witnessed your recent contest on stage. It seems you have adapted well to life here. Yinzhú nodded, replying, Z, are you well? You seem somewhat weary. A flicker of cold light flashed in Z's eyes as he replied, It is nothing, merely the completion of an obligation. This is only the beginning. A jolt of alarm coursed through Yinzhú's heart. Z, are you leaving? The tone of his voice shifted slightly. Z rarely displayed a smile. You are a student here. It is not fitting to have someone by your side. Focus on your studies. This environment is quite suitable for your acclimatization to the continent. I have inquired, and the Milan Academy, also known as the Royal Academy of Milan, holds a prestigious reputation across the continent. Perhaps you may not learn much about your heart magic here, but you will easily gain valuable life experiences, and you will remain out of danger. A resolute gleam sparkled in Yinzhú's eyes as his right hand shot out like lightning, gripping Z's left arm firmly. Z, if you are leaving, I will accompany you. My grandfathers have urged me to gain experience on the continent, and being with you is equally a form of training. I do not wish to be separated from you any longer. Although his hand bore only 4 fingers, it was as strong as steel, surprising even Z with its force. Z patted Yinzhú on the shoulder. I too do not wish to part ways with you. However, at this moment, we are not yet equipped to pursue all that we desire on the continent. Staying here would be beneficial for you. Therefore, I propose a compromise. I wonder if you would be amenable to it. What compromise? Yinzhú inquired with curiosity. Z explained, though I may not be by your side. This method will allow us to meet at any time. Yinzhú paused, perplexed. Is there truly such a method? Z nodded, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Everything I have today is a gift from you. Do not question me now. When your strength is sufficient, I will reveal all. The method I speak of is known as the equal life contract. Equal life contract? What is that? Z elaborated, on the continent. Not only warriors can possess their own steeds, mages can also summon magical beasts to protect themselves. However, when summoning, the level of the mage dictates the level of the magical beast they can summon. In the life of a magician, one can only forge a contract with a single magical beast, hence lower-tier magicians are reluctant to hastily enter such agreements. They typically await the enhancement of their magical prowess before seeking a suitable magical beast to serve as their lifelong companion, a bond referred to as a master-servant contract. The reason magical beasts cannot be summoned beyond their tier is quite straightforward. The act of summoning consumes mental energy, and attempting to summon a beast of a higher tier would impose a significant strain on the magician. This rule, however, does not apply to summoners who have dedicated their studies to the art of summoning. Consequently, students at the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts are unlikely to possess their own magical beasts unless they are of a growth type. What I refer to as an equitable life contract, however, shatters the conventional rules of the master-servant agreement. Similarly, an individual has but one opportunity in their lifetime to complete such a contract, the incantation of which is known solely to me. Once established, it cannot be altered. In simpler terms, should you enter into such a contract with me, we shall become bonded partners. Henceforth, regardless of where we may be, there shall exist a thread of connection between our spirits. You may summon me to your side, and I may summon you to mine. Thus, no matter the distance that separates us, we shall be able to meet. Each summoning can last for half an hour and demands minimal expenditure of one's mental energy. Yinzhú exclaimed in delight. Is there truly such an extraordinary contract? Splendid. Let us commence at once. Just as Z was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly. his gaze turning cold as it fixated on a section of the woods. Wait. A figure shimmering with yellow light appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Even Yinzhú could not discern the form of this figure, as it was simply too swift. However, recognition does not always rely on sight. The aura emanating from this being was all too familiar to him. Father! Yinzhú cried out in exhilaration. Indeed, the figure that had materialized was none other than his father, Yicheng, clad in a gray warrior-esque garb. Yicheng appeared to be scarcely older than Yinzhú, despite nearing his 40s, possessing a mature demeanor. A verdant long sword was slung across his back, and his gaze toward Yinzhú was filled with warmth and affection. Zi turned his attention to Yicheng, who reciprocated the glance, their eyes colliding in the air, igniting a spark akin to fireworks. Over the span of 16 years, Yinzhú had matured. Yicheng's bamboo battle aura had advanced from its initial yellow tier to the 6th level of the yellow tier, equivalent to a high-tier sky warrior of the cyan level within the rainbow classification, mere steps away from becoming a battle master. It is no wonder I felt a presence trailing us since leaving the azure sky sea. It was you. Zi spoke in a low tone. Yicheng smiled faintly. I have but one son, and neither I nor his mother, nor his 2 grandfathers could ever truly feel at ease allowing him to traverse the continent alone. Thus, I have been discreetly watching over him. Now that he has arrived at the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, my task is considered complete. What? Father, you have been following me all along. Yinzhú gazed at Yicheng in astonishment. Do you know where the person who stole my ring is? Before Yizhong could utter a word, Zi's expression shifted dramatically as his gaze fell upon Yinzhú's left hand, which bore only 4 fingers. It was then that he realized that the spatial ring had been replaced with another. Yinzhú, have you lost your spatial ring? Yinzhú sighed bitterly. I lost not only the ring, but also my Zither, introduction letter, and money. What? Zi exclaimed, a wave of formidable energy suddenly emanating from him. Though no visible aura of fighting spirit manifested, Yizhong observed the ground beneath Zi crack silently. The intensity of Zi's fury even imparted a measure of pressure upon him. Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Let me know who did this. I shall shatter every bone in their body. Chapter 11. The Equal Contract of Destiny. Yizhong cast a profound glance at his son and stated earnestly, the items you have lost must be retrieved through your own strength. I can only inform you that the individual who stole your ring is also in Milan. My son, remember, to become a powerful individual, you must first learn to observe and perceive everything around you. That person is also in Milan. Yinzhú looked at his father, contemplating before resolutely declaring, Father, I will rely on my own strength to recover the ring. Yizhong turned to Zi. Zi, I wish to speak with Yinzhú privately. Zi disregarded Yizhong's request, his gaze lingering on Yinzhú for a moment before he turned and walked toward the woods. Yinzhú, I have been observing everything you encountered along this journey. However, whether it was the encounter with those mages in Luna City or the subsequent loss of the ring gifted to you by Grandpa Qin, I refrained from intervening. Do you understand why? Yinzhú shook his head, bewildered. Yizhong spoke gravely. Because I desire for you to grow from your own experiences rather than remain sheltered under my protection. Perhaps I could assist you in retrieving the spatial ring this time. But what if I am not by your side next time? You are now 16 years old, and according to the customs of Longqinus, you are considered an adult. From now on, you must learn to be strong and face all challenges on your own. This is why I have not intervened. Even though you are no longer following the path laid out by Grandpa Qin, I believe this to be a positive development. You must forge your own path. Always remember the teachings of your 2 grandfathers. In the face of his father's stern gaze, Yinzhú suddenly felt the uncertainty that had lingered since leaving the azure sky sea dissipate. The essence of strength took root and flourished within him. Father, I will. The transition from dad to father, though merely a single character's difference, led Yizhong to sense that his son was truly maturing. Yinzhú, I do not oppose you taking a life. However, I must impart this wisdom. Not every enemy needs to be killed. Some individuals, while deserving of punishment, do not warrant death and require alternative methods of resolution. Furthermore, taking a life comes with consequences, as you witnessed during your encounter with the Arcadium Mage Guild. While you did not bear the repercussions, the entire Arcadium Mage Guild, and perhaps the entire kingdom, would suffer. Fortunately, this was a scenario we anticipated. Though he harbors no malice towards you, he does possess certain obsessions. His words are not necessarily infallible. One must exercise personal judgment. During the time you were apart, I followed him, but I returned to your side, concerned that you might encounter danger without your instrument. Zhi must possess a profoundly mysterious background. He seems to share a unique connection with the orcs of the far northern wilderness. Upon hearing his father's words, Yinzhú couldn't help but furrow his brow and resolutely declared, "Father, Zhi would never harm me. We are brothers. What price has Arcadia paid on my behalf?" Yizhong smiled slightly and replied, "You need not concern yourself with the affairs of Arcadia. Your two grandfathers will handle that. I merely offer a reminder, not a judgment." He continued, "I also heard the suggestion Zhi put forth. Although I am unaware of the true essence of an equal life contract, I can assert one thing. Once you complete this contract with him, you will no longer possess a magical beast. Such contracts are singular in nature. As a sorcerer, one's own magical beast holds immense significance. Your grandfather Qin was compelled to enter into a pact with a lowly beast in his early years due to his insufficient strength, which ultimately precluded him from acquiring formidable beasts later on. Does grandfather Qin also have a magical beast? How come I never knew?" Yizhong sighed and said, "Your grandfather's beast perished in battle long ago while protecting him. In its memory, and due to the lingering effects of their contract, your grandfather has never again possessed a magical beast. How to navigate your relationship with Zhi is entirely up to you. I must take my leave now. My departure from the Azure Sea serves two purposes: to escort you to Milan and to attend to certain matters in the Ascoli Kingdom. Remain at the academy. There will be no need to return home at the end of the term. We will keep in touch. You have grown, and it is time for both the Zhu and Qin clans to take action." After speaking, Yizhong embraced his son and, before Yinzhú could utter another word, ascended into the air, vanishing after a few leaps. "I must be strong. I will be strong." Suppressing the sense of loss from his father's departure, Yinzhú's clear gaze now bore a deeper significance. The lesson imparted by Yizhong was profoundly important. As Yinzhú gradually distanced himself from the previously carefree existence of solely focusing on cultivation while at the Azure Sea, he understood that henceforth he could rely only on himself. As he observed the tall figure returning to his side, Yinzhú smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Let us commence." Zhi was taken aback. "Commence? Begin what?" Yinzhú replied, "Of course, the equal life contract." Zhi spoke in a serious tone. "Are you truly resolved? I believe your father must have informed you of the drawbacks of the contract and its implications for your future during your conversation. I hope you consider this carefully, lest you come to regret it later. There is nothing left to contemplate. I have thought it through thoroughly. In fact, when my father explained the contract's effects on future summoning of magical beasts, I posed a singular question to myself: which is more significant, possessing a powerful magical beast or having the ability to summon you to my side at any moment? The answer is evident. Yinzhú never once contemplated rejecting the equal fate contract due to the issue of the beasts. His thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Yet he often grasped the essence of matters during contemplation. Signing the contract was not merely a constraint upon him, but equally so for Zhi. If Zhi harbored no fears, what should he worry about? Is it impossible to become a formidable warrior without a beast? His father had just imparted that true strength must be forged through one's own efforts. Gazing at Yinzhú's warm smile, a profound emotion suddenly erupted in Zhi's brilliant eyes. "Good brother, your trust shall forever be etched in my memory. We are brothers." Yinzhú merely spoke 5 words. "Indeed, since we are brothers, what more needs to be said?" This was the silent exchange between the Qin Emperor and the Zhi Emperor. From this moment forth, their brotherly bond would remain unaltered and grow ever more resilient throughout their lives. "Zhi, let us begin." Yinzhú discerned the excitement radiating from Zhi, and he too felt a surge of exhilaration. Once this contract was fulfilled, they would be able to meet at any time within the academy. "All right, repeat after me." Zhi had never been one to hesitate. Under the eternal witness of the sun, moon, and stars, he declared, "I, Zhi." Under the eternal witness of the sun, moon, and stars, I, Yinzhú. Zhi struggled slightly as he bit into the fingertip of his right hand, his blood emerging in a peculiar light purple hue, strikingly odd. Yinzhú mirrored his actions, and as their blood intermingled, the two distinct colors fused together in the air. An intense surge of magical energy erupted instantly, enveloping both of their bodies in a tempest. It seemed as though a radiant galactic light descended from above, isolating them from the world around. In that fleeting moment, Yinzhú felt as if his consciousness had transcended to another realm, where all sensations faded away. The only essence he could perceive was that of immense authority. Indeed, it was the ancient power of the sun, moon, and stars. The surroundings were bright, illuminated by the brilliance of celestial bodies. Yet Yinzhú could only see Z before him. Open, gate of the contract. Bestow upon me the noble radiance, and let the indelible seal be established. The earth possesses boundaries, the ocean has edges, the northern winds traverse the labyrinth, and the flames of war blaze in the sacred garden. Hearken to the wishes of the eternal believers, and guided by our shared blood, I, Z, willingly from this moment forth, shall share my life with Yinzhú. In equal support, unwavering and eternal. A colossal surge of purple light soared upwards, and in an instant, from Z's eyes shot forth two beams piercing deep into Yinzhú's heart. Yinzhú distinctly felt as though something had been added to his mind. All that was Z was indelibly imprinted upon his soul and memory in a more profound manner. Unconsciously, Z's form appeared to grow immensely large, yet at that moment, he seemed to blur. Open, gate of the contract. Bestow upon me the noble radiance, and let the indelible seal be established. The earth possesses boundaries, the ocean has edges. The northern winds traverse the labyrinth, and the flames of war blaze in the sacred garden. Hearken to the wishes of the eternal believers, and guided by our shared blood. I, Yinzhú, willingly from this moment forth, shall share my life with Z, in equal support, unwavering and eternal. The luminescence emanating from Yinzhú is of a milky hue, a gentle white light intertwining with an imposing violet radiance, both ascending in a dance of entanglement. The air of authority dissipates, and in this moment, both Yinzhú and Z perceive each other's essence with utmost clarity. Yinzhú seems to glimpse the entirety of Z, albeit in a hazy manner. He senses the depths of Z's heart, a wellspring of infinite sorrow and nearly frenzied rage. All these emotions leave an indelible mark. A colossal magical hexagram, coalescing from the violet and white hues, materializes above their heads, drawing their bodies together in a slow, swirling embrace. At this instant, their mental energies intertwine, while the bloodlines that connect them begin to subtly transform. Yinzhú feels his body brimming with boundless strength, and Z, in turn, finds her mind becoming increasingly lucid. Unbeknownst to Z, the equal soul contract is the highest form of pact. Once forged, it not only allows for mutual summoning, but also, at the moment of completion, enables both parties to wholly offer their abilities to one another, resulting in a complementary enhancement. Yinzhú reaps the benefits of enhanced vitality and physical strength, while Z experiences an elevation in her mental prowess and a clearer mindset. This augmentation occurs without diminishing their inherent capabilities. Although the effects of Z's mental enhancement remain subtle, Yinzhú's bamboo fighting spirit has quietly ascended to the second stage of the yellow bamboo, placing him within the intermediate green tier of the rainbow classification. In the Milan Magical Martial Academy, Ferguson, as the headmaster, resides in a splendid tower situated in the most exquisite central area of the institution. Though this tower pales in comparison to the 7 towers of Fablon, it nevertheless signifies his esteemed position within the Milan Magical Martial Academy. At this moment, Ferguson lounges on a deck chair on the balcony, basking in the warm sunlight, while leisurely perusing an old friend's magical journal. What force is this? It feels so peculiar. Ferguson's previously languid gaze sharpens suddenly, and he rises to behold the northern horizon. A faint white-violet stream of energy swirls through the air, lingering for a full half-minute before gradually dissipating. Sensing the distant aura, Ferguson muses, such potent elemental fluctuations, though they do not seem to belong to either attack or defense. Could a formidable magical beast have emerged? No, that presence is serene, not characteristic of a beast. It resembles the elemental fluctuations of summoning or a pact. The source of that radiance is unmistakably several dozen miles away. To perceive elemental energy from such a distance, what sort of contract or summoning could this be? In Milan, there are few occurrences that pique Ferguson's interest, but today, a student who, despite possessing crimson-level strength, managed to block the yellow-level water dragon's roar has stirred his curiosity. Now, this white-violet elemental fluctuation beckons him with even greater allure. Come forth, my old friend, Kesa. With a flourish of his right hand through the air, a violet stream effortlessly forms a magical hexagram suspended in the atmosphere. Immediately, a deep, resonant roar echoed, and a colossal figure emerged from the hexagram. It was a magnificent red dragon, a member of the dragon kin. Though the red dragon is not the mightiest among its kind, it is a true dragon, not a mere tamed beast. An adult red dragon can reach the 8th tier, while a red dragon king possesses nearly 9th tier strength. The fire magic and physical prowess of an 8th tier red dragon are simply insurmountable for any human lacking purple tier power. The red dragon summoned by Ferguson, named Kosa, measured over 20 meters in length, clearly an adult. The oppressive aura of the 8th tier caused various small creatures in the surrounding forest to faint, flapping its massive wings. Capable of conjuring hurricanes, Kosa lifted its relatively short foreclaws to pat its own head, appearing somewhat groggy. "What do you want, old friend?" As a sentient magical beast exceeding the 7th tier, Kosa, while lacking the ability to shape-shift into human form like a 9th tier beast, had no difficulty in speaking. Ferguson smiled and replied, "Apologies, Kosa, for disturbing your slumber. However, I have detected an unusual elemental fluctuation and wish to investigate. As you know, I am a mental-type mage and cannot fly." Kosa rolled its eyes, reluctantly turning its hefty dragon rear towards Ferguson. "Come aboard, after all. I am destined to be your steed." Ferguson chuckled, exuding confidence as he unsteadily climbed onto Kosa's back, eventually settling at its neck. He felt no fear of falling. With Kosa's strength, even an attempt to leap off would not be a trivial matter. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, Kosa ascended into the air, propelled by a surge of scorching air towards the direction Ferguson indicated. For a true dragon, traversing several dozen miles was merely a matter of a few breaths. Upon reaching the source of the elemental fluctuation, Ferguson instructed Kosa to descend. As soon as they touched the ground, Kosa's body trembled violently, unleashing a formidable dragon's might. Pale blue flames swirled around its massive form, scorching the nearby trees to a charred yellow. "Kosa, what is wrong?" Ferguson sensed his companion's unease. The drowsiness in Kosa's eyes vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. "This is the aura of a growth-type beast, and it is one that I find repugnant." "Oh." Ferguson's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "Can you discern what type of beast it is?" Kosa shook its immense head. "No, I cannot ascertain. I can only feel the immense pressure from this growth-type beast's aura, but this is the first time I have encountered such a presence and cannot identify its origin. Moreover, there is a human presence here. Someone must be summoning a beast." The dragonkin's sensitivity to auras far surpasses that of humans, and Ferguson had no doubt about his companion's words. He found himself lost in contemplation. Even for a creature of growth, it would be impossible for Kosa to feel significant pressure before reaching level 9. The appearance of a level 9 beast in this vicinity would indeed be peculiar. The disdain Kosa experienced serves to affirm a singular truth. This beast is certainly not of the dragon lineage. Yinzhú remained oblivious to the fact that the equal life contract he had just formed with Z had drawn the attention of Dean Ferguson, who was now traversing the path back to the academy alongside Z. "Yinzhú, I must take my leave. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, summon me," Z stated, standing beside Yinzhú, his previously icy demeanor replaced by a warm, brotherly concern. "Z, if you find yourself in any predicament, do not hesitate to call upon me. I have vowed to protect you," Yinzhú replied with a faint smile, reassured this time by the knowledge that he could summon Z whenever he wished. Upon the completion of their pact, an inexplicable mental connection blossomed between Yinzhú and Z. The essence of the other felt familiar, and through this bond, they could even sense each other's emotional shifts. "Z, I find myself in a quandary," Yinzhú confessed. "What do you hesitate about? The freshman tournament has commenced today. We triumphed in our first match against the water affinity, yet Grandma Nina has mentioned that water is the weakest among the 9 magical elements. Our opponents from other disciplines are formidable. I am uncertain whether I should integrate the sound blade into my performance to contend with them. Grandpa Chin has remarked that any adversary who witnesses my sound blade must perish, but my father just told me that some are not deserving of death. This is merely a competition, which naturally falls into the category of those who do not warrant such a fate." Z understood the turmoil within Yinzhú and smiled gently. "This is a decision only you can make. I can only advise that while your Grandpa Chin may harbor concerns about your abilities being exposed, aspiring to be a strong individual necessitates honing your skills through practical experience. Concealment is not the optimal approach. Rather, fortifying oneself is the path forward." Yinzhú nodded in agreement. I share your perspective. Moreover, it is imperative to note that aside from myself, all in the Divine Sound faction are female. I do not wish for them to suffer harm in the upcoming matches, nor do I want them to shield me from the opponent's assaults. As a man, I must stand at the forefront. Yinzhú, you are maturing rapidly. This allows me to depart with peace of mind. Remember this. Our equal summoning can only succeed when neither party is engaged in combat. Thus, if you wish to summon me now, I must not be in a fighting state. Otherwise, the summoning will fail. The same applies in reverse. Only the party in combat can summon the other who is not in combat, Zhe reminded, giving Yinzhú a reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning to leave. It was only then that Yinzhú realized he had unknowingly returned to the entrance of Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. As he strolled into the academy, he felt no urgency, leisurely making his way towards the mixed zone. His memory was sharp, having lived in the academy for several days. He had memorized the paths to the places he frequented, breathing in the fresh air of the academy as he traversed the northern district. Yinzhú was on the verge of entering the mixed area when he was suddenly intercepted by a group of individuals, comprising 7 members of varying heights. Their weapons clearly indicated that they were not affiliated with the Northern District's magic department. Halt! You must be Yinzhú, they proclaimed, forming a line to block his path. Indeed, that is me. Do you require something? Yinzhú inquired, furrowing his brow, an instinctive sense warning him that these individuals harbored ill intentions. Of course we do. You, young man, have cost us a considerable sum today. We had intended to make a little pocket money, only to have you, a solitary green amidst a sea of blossoms, ruin our plans. What do you propose we do about it? The leader, a tall youth resembling Fei Si-che La and appearing to be in his early 20s, exuded a fierce demeanor. With 2 massive battle axes slung across his back. I caused you to lose money? Yinzhú replied, bewildered. Certainly. Do you think I, Jianyi, would lie? Today, your sound department triumphed over the water department, for which we had wagered on the latter's victory, only to be left empty-handed. It became evident that during the freshman competition, certain upperclassmen clandestinely organized betting pools. The clash between the sound department and the water department was the highlight of the event. The bets were not on who would win, as few anticipated a victory for the sound department. Rather, they wagered on whether the sound department could endure against the water department for half an hour. The outcome was that the vast majority of bettors lost. Jianyi and his 6 companions, all students residing in the mixed district, had initially assumed the gamble was foolproof but found themselves at a loss, venting their frustration on Yinzhú, who also lived in the mixed district. This is your affair. It bears no relation to me. What do you intend to do? Yinzhú was not one to be easily intimidated. As he contemplated the provocation from Jianyi and his entourage, he mused that these individuals were, as his father had said, deserving of a reprimand but not death. What do we want? We desire nothing more than compensation for our losses. A mere 40 gold coins will suffice. Pay us, and we shall depart. Otherwise, prepare to endure some physical discomfort today. Jianyi's physique was not dissimilar to Zhe's, his broad hands clenched tightly, producing a cacophony of cracking bones, augmented by his intimidating appearance. Alas, he had chosen the wrong target today. I have no money, and even if I did, I would not give it to you. I was under the impression that in gambling, one must accept defeat gracefully. Do you not comprehend this? A glint of cold determination flickered across Yinzhú's face, as the bamboo energy within him surged, fueled by the explosive power granted through his pact with Zhe. He had no intention of deploying the newly acquired Si Moon Qinhui against these adversaries. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Jianyi was about to unleash his wrath, he suddenly became rigid, standing frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror. A 7-inch dagger, black and devoid of reflection, had somehow found its way to his throat. The chilling aura emanating from the blade sent tremors through his skin, causing his body to shudder. The icy killing intent constricted around his throat, and he could almost sense the hot blood within him poised to erupt. Indeed, just like that, do not move. I cannot guarantee the steadiness of my hand. A gentle voice emanated from behind Gennady. His 6 companions turned in shock, realizing that a slender figure had unexpectedly appeared behind him. One hand rested upon Gennady's broad shoulder for support, while the other gripped a black-bladed dagger. Though a faint smile graced his lips, his eyes glimmered with an eerie stillness. "Who are you?" Gennady exclaimed in terror, acutely aware that the figure behind him could take his life at any moment. "This is the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Like you, I am a student here. If you wish to bully my roommate, shouldn't you first seek my consent? The slight figure was none other than Sula, Yinzhú's roommate. Cold sweat trickled down Gennadi's forehead as he deduced that the person behind him was undoubtedly an assassin. In the martial techniques department, no matter how formidable a warrior, they would hesitate to confront an assassin, for assassins are omnipresent, and no one desires to be the target of a killer. Gennadi had always been confident in his abilities, yet being caught off guard by Sula's sudden appearance revealed that this assassin was beyond his capacity to contend with. Even within the confines of the academy, no one would question the ruthlessness of an assassin. The first lesson in the assassin's curriculum is to eliminate potential threats at the earliest opportunity, regardless of the location. Thus, a saying circulates within the Milan Academy: better to provoke a teacher than to cross any student from the assassin's department. I acknowledge my mistake. I was unaware that Yinzhú is your roommate. Please spare me. We shall depart immediately. Gennadi's voice quivered, as the black blade seemed to graze his skin. Should I encounter you again, I shall remain silent. Sula's once gentle tone turned ominous. Silence from an assassin signifies annihilation. The black blade vanished as if by magic. In the gaze of Gennadi's 6 companions, Sula swayed slightly and then disappeared from sight. The art of concealment, a skill reserved for only the most adept assassins, had been executed flawlessly. A profound dread enveloped the 7, and Gennadi cast a glance at Yinzhú, too intimidated to utter a word, hastily retreating with his companions. Yinzhú's gaze shifted to his left, where the slender figure of Sula materialized silently. Sula, thank you, Yinzhú smiled gently. Sula looked at Yinzhú in surprise, for just before his appearance, he had distinctly sensed an intangible mental wave locking onto him. Even without my intervention, I trust you could have handled it. However, instilling fear in them is preferable. That Gennadi is a standout second year from the Great Sword Department, proficient in martial arts. I suspect they won't dare trouble you again. Sula chuckled, his previous aura of deathly stillness and chilling menace now dissipated. Sula's recent performance bestowed upon Yinzhú an entirely new perception. It dawned upon him that his roommate possessed remarkable strength. Congratulations, Yinzhú. Congratulations? Oh, are you referring to our match against the water element today? Sula exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. I truly did not anticipate that your sound element would have a day of resurgence. Let us return to the dormitory. What would you like for dinner tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Yinzhú smiled warmly, replying, You truly are a diligent and commendable caretaker. These 4 gold coins are indeed worth their weight. For not only do I evade the chore of tidying up the room, but I also enjoy a meal, and you even serve as my free bodyguard. Sula chuckled, responding, If you find such value in my services, I would not decline a raise. As he spoke, his fingers began to fidget in a somewhat mischievous manner, contrasting sharply with the cold assassin he had just been. The dormitory remained as modest as ever, yet it had transformed into a sanctuary for Sula and Yinzhú. A grand, opulent villa might not guarantee comfort, but this small dormitory, although compact, was immaculately clean and orderly. Each time Yinzhú returned here, he felt a sense of warmth enveloping him. Since his arrival at Milan Martial Arts Academy, the individual who left the deepest impression on him was undoubtedly Nina. However, among the students, it was not the enchanting beauties of the sound element that captivated him, but rather his roommate, Sula. Sula was exceedingly capable, managing every aspect of their shared space with remarkable efficiency. Yinzhú could hardly discern when he tidied up, for the dormitory never bore a trace of dust. Today, witnessing Sula's prowess as an assassin left him truly astounded. While everyone harbors their own secrets, Sula seemed to possess an abundance of them. Perhaps even the Emperor of Gennai was unaware of Sula's true level of power. Yet, Yinzhú comprehended that an assassin rarely revealed their fighting spirit. Concealing one's strength from adversaries is paramount for an assassin. However, Yinzhú's mental fortitude surpassed that of his peers. At the moment Sula concealed himself from the Emperor, Yinzhú sensed that the aura of fighting spirit emanating from Sula was strikingly similar to his own, indicating that Sula possessed at least a foundational level of green-tier fighting spirit. This was nearly unimaginable among contemporaries. It is worth noting that even Yinzhú had dedicated over a decade of unwavering diligence to attain such a level of fighting spirit. Without needing to inquire, Yinzhú could surmise that Sula was undoubtedly the strongest among the freshman assassins in this cohort. Time to eat. What are you pondering? The restored Sula appeared carefree as ever, extracting his coin pouch and calculating the meal expenses. Their lunch was more lavish than in previous days, featuring a meat dish, a vegetable dish for steamed buns, and even a small bowl of vegetable soup. Wow, Sula, what occasion warrants such a feast? Yinzhú exclaimed in astonishment. Well, your sound element triumphed today, didn't it? Consider this a celebration, Sula replied with a grin. We are at the stage of growth. We must indulge in meat every month. You have another match this afternoon, so eat quickly. I have no plans, and after lunch, I shall accompany you to the competition venue to cheer you on. Thank you. Sula, Yinzhú expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude and at a loss for further words. Sula lowered her head, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her eyes as she said, No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then strive diligently. If you manage to secure a commendable position and earn some rewards, our lives will undoubtedly improve significantly. Indeed, for the sake of her own dignity and for Sula, Yinzhú resolutely determined her goal for the upcoming freshman competition to claim the championship. After hastily finishing her lunch, Sula accompanied Yinzhú back to the Department of Divine Sound. At that moment, the classroom was filled with beautiful students, likely buoyed by their morning victory over the water department, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Yinzhú, you finally arrived. What did you do after the match? Shuling, with keen observation, spotted Yinzhú the moment she stepped into the classroom. Recalling the exhilarating kiss from Shuling earlier that day, Yinzhú felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her handsome face flushing as she replied, Shuling, I went to have lunch. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Sula from the assassin department. Sula and Fizicella were undoubtedly of two distinct natures. While Fizicella's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at the sight of a beautiful woman, Sula remained remarkably composed, her smile fading slightly as she merely nodded in greeting to Shuling. In the classroom of first-year students at the Department of Divine Sound, the atmosphere was lively, with Haiyang seated in a corner, adjusting her zither strings. Shuling turned to Yinzhú, saying, Everyone is discussing this afternoon's match. Puzzled, Yinzhú asked, Discussing? Didn't Grandma Nina already arrange everything? Shuling giggled, We are discussing the cheerleading aspect. The senior sisters mentioned that if we win another match, they will rally to cheer for us in tomorrow's competition. It will surely astonish the entire academy. With a teasing tone, she added, Yinzhú, why do you still call Director Nina Grandma? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? We could be implicated too. Yinzhú smiled faintly, but did not respond. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Nina strode in. Although her expression remained haughty and frosty, it was evident to all that she was in unusually high spirits today. Clapping her hands to draw everyone's attention, Nina declared, All right, everyone, listen up. I have just returned from the draw. Our opponent this afternoon is the Dark Magic Department. The strategy will be the same as this morning, but you must exercise caution. If our defenses cannot withstand their assault, concede immediately. Yinzhú, this is your responsibility. To ensure fairness, the freshman competition employs a round-robin format, with draws conducted after each match, excluding previously faced opponents. Upon hearing that their next opponent was the Dark Magic Department, both Shuling and Longqinus gasped in surprise, while Conque remained silent, her proud demeanor tinged with a hint of gloom. Only Haiyang, seated in the corner, remained unperturbed, her demeanor as cold and tranquil as ever. The 9 major departments of the Magic Division comprise water, fire, wind, earth, light, dark magic, summoning, mentalism, and spatial domains. Among these, the first 6 belong to elemental magic, while the latter 3 are categorized as special magic. The most enigmatic of all is undoubtedly the realm of spatial magic, while the most formidable lies within the domains of mental and summoning magics. However, what one is most reluctant to confront is the dark magic. Qin Shang had previously expounded upon the intricacies of various magical schools to Yinzhú in great detail. Water magic, in its nascent stages, is relatively feeble, whereas dark magic stands in stark contrast as the most potent in its early form, often referred to as the foremost among dark magics below the green level. Dark magic predominantly entails the offering of certain personal elements as sacrifices to summon dark entities for one's own benefit, wielding immense power. Among these, the corrosive spells are particularly dreaded, as once afflicted by such magic, the damage is often irreparable, which accounts for the fear experienced by the enchanting ladies of the Sound Division. Grandma Nina, may I devise the strategy for the afternoon's competition? Addressing her as Grandma Nina in public was not a first for Yinzhú. Yet this time he spoke with an unprecedented candor. Nina shot him a glance, yet refrained from rebuking him. Instead, she nodded and said, "Very well, since you are the captain, you shall be in charge. However, I must emphasize one point. Safety must be paramount. I do not wish for any mishaps to occur. Magic knows no bounds, and the damage from dark magic is formidable." Yinzhú nodded in understanding and then inquired, "Senior Ocean, could you perform a phantom lady once more this afternoon?" Ocean was momentarily taken aback, her pale visage revealing a hint of surprise. "Why? The P.S.A. phantom lady expresses only sorrowful emotions, and the practitioners of dark magic are not as easily subdued as those of water magic. Even if a phantom lady is successfully performed, it may not incapacitate them in battle. Rest assured, Senior Ocean, and heed my arrangements," Yinzhú replied confidently. "Additionally, Xueling, Lan Shi, and Kong Ke, you all should be familiar with this widely recognized piece. I ask that each of you perform it on your preferred instruments. Lan Shi, you will play beside me. The zither is the most challenging to blend with other instruments, so please pay close attention to my technique." Lan Shi nodded enthusiastically in agreement, having witnessed Yinzhú's mastery of the zither and longed for his guidance. However, Kong Ke interjected with annoyance, "Yinzhú, what do you mean by this? If everyone plays a phantom lady, who will defend against the dark magic attacks?" "I will," was Yinzhú's resolute single-word response. Kong Ke scoffed, "Do you think you can manage that?" Among the four participants, Yinzhú held the least regard for the arrogant Kong Ke, retorting coolly, "If I cannot, can you? If you are capable of withstanding the opponent's magical onslaught, I shall relinquish my position as captain to you." Furious, Kong Ke exclaimed, "Who do you think you are to speak to me like this? Do you dare enough?" Nina's calm voice interrupted, quelling Kong Ke's outburst. "The competition has yet to commence. Do you wish to incite discord? Remember, Kong Ke, this is not your Palermo kingdom. Since I have declared Yinzhú as captain, henceforth, all matters pertaining to the competition will be arranged by him." The venue for the Sound Division's competition in the afternoon was located in the 4th practice arena of the Dark Magic Division. This arena, unlike the Water Division's standard layout, was constructed from various materials, all of which were black, though its size was comparable. Upon first arrival, visitors often sense an eerie atmosphere. The 4th trial arena is currently experiencing an unusual surge of activity since its inception. The audience attending the match between the Sound Elemental and the Dark Demon Elemental exceeds that of the earlier contest between the Sound Elemental and the Water Elemental by a notable 20%. Although the Sound Elemental has already secured one victory, they remain largely underestimated. Most of the students believe that the Water Elemental's defeat was primarily due to the inexperience of its newcomers, who were overly complacent at the outset, resulting in a sluggish attack speed. Little do they realize that the slow release of magical energy was not mere negligence, but rather a consequence of the melodic influence. "Yinzhú, you must do your utmost. I placed a gold coin bet on your victory," Sula whispered with a chuckle as she observed Yinzhú preparing to take the stage. Yinzhú frowned slightly and replied, "My grandfather always said that gambling is unwise." Sula responded with a playful grin, "A little wager adds to the excitement, nothing more. Now hurry up and get out there. I will be cheering for you all the way." Unlike the first match, this time the Sound Elemental brought not one, but 3 sets of tables and chairs to the arena. Aside from Yinzhú, who personally transported his own set, the other 2 sets used by Hai Yang and Lan Shi were carried by students from other disciplines. "Go, Sound Elemental. Victory is ours." The crisp shouts and the captivating presence of the young ladies became the focal point of the arena. The first-year students of the Sound Elemental, apart from the 4 competitors, donned their uniforms and stood at the sidelines to support Yinzhú. At this moment, most of the girls' gazes were fixed upon Yinzhú. Despite his humble origins, his demeanor and appearance were strikingly distinguished. Had he not been a somewhat underappreciated Sound Elementalist, it was likely that female students would have already pursued him fervently. Alas, in this world, strength reigns supreme. The Dark Demon Elemental boasts the smallest number of students among the 9 major departments within the Magic Division, only slightly outnumbering the Sound Elemental's branch, the Spirit Elemental. Each grade comprises merely 20 to 30 individuals. When gathered together, they appear distinctly out of place compared to their peers from other disciplines. Yinzhú's table was positioned at the forefront, flanked by Lan Shi and Hai Yang, while Xueling and Peacock stood at the rear. It was the first time Yinzhú had seen their instruments. Xueling wielded a blue jade flute, while Peacock's pipa was a creamy yellow, seemingly crafted from ivory, radiating a translucent brilliance. The sound it produced when plucked resonated with a vibrant metallic essence. With both teams assembled, they faced each other at the center of the arena. Yinzhú was taken aback to find that the composition of the dark demon elemental was the exact opposite of the sound elementals. While the sound elemental featured 1 male and 4 females, the dark demon elemental consisted of 4 males and 1 female. Even more astonishing was the fact that the female student was their captain, a first-year newcomer as indicated by the insignia on her uniform. First-year dark demon elemental, Captain Yuming. Please select the mode of competition, the female captain spoke succinctly. Her long, dark blue hair cascaded down her back, and she donned a black robe of magic. Her large eyes, typically enchanting, now emanated a chilling light, exuding an aura of icy detachment. First-year sound elemental, Captain Yinzhú. Team battle. Yinzhú's response was equally succinct. The girl before him, named Yuming, had already instilled in him a profound sense of vigilance. He contemplated silently that the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy truly deserved its reputation as the foremost institution on the continent. Even a mere first-year student could exhibit such remarkable prowess. The dark magic she wielded was evidently incomparable to the water magic from the morning session. A student from the dark magic department scoffed disdainfully. Do you need to set up a table to join the battlefield, sound department? In retort, Xueling, standing behind Yinzhú, shot back. Have you ever seen a sound mage in battle? Win against us first before boasting. Yinzhú and Yuming exchanged nods, retreating together with their respective department members. As the defensive barrier of the 4th trial arena activated, the judge's command signaled the commencement of the match. In the stands, Nina and the head of the dark magic department were present. Unlike Waggle, the head of the dark magic department, though an older man, exuded an icy demeanor. Having not uttered a single word from his appearance to the start of the competition, perhaps he was intrigued by the victory of the sound department. Dean Ferguson reappeared in the stands. This child, Yuming, is becoming increasingly exceptional. I wonder how long the sound department can withstand today's battle. Even I cannot harbor expectations for them. I am well aware of Yuming's formidable strength, being the granddaughter of an old friend. As the judge announced the start, 10 crimson orbs, brimming with an aura of desolation, materialized in midair, hurtling towards the 5 members of the sound department. A flash of yellow light revealed that all 5 students from the dark magic department were indeed yellow-level mages. Leading them, Yuming radiated an elemental glow that indicated her high-tier yellow status. The instant she unleashed the dark orbs, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlooking students surrounding the arena. All is within my grasp, Yinzhú calmly articulated, as the gem on his left-hand ring shimmered, summoning the sea moon's radiance to materialize upon his table. Confronted with the pressure exerted by Yuming, Yinzhú's heart surged with a fierce fighting spirit. Seated before the zither, he seemed to transform into another being, gracefully placing his hands upon the strings. At that moment, his soul resonated with the sea moon's radiance in a wondrous harmony. As the 10 dark orbs approached ominously, Yinzhú refrained from invoking the moon god as protection. Instead, he gently plucked the zither strings, and with a deep, resounding hum, the 5 dark magic students were all jolted, their incantations abruptly interrupted. In the stands, Nina suddenly rose from her seat, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Yinzhú in the arena. An explosive sound. Could it be an explosive sound? How else could he have disrupted their incantation before the music even began? Yet, he cannot possibly possess green-level magical prowess. Without invoking the moon god as protection, the deep, resonant tones of the zither began to play. A blade of light, infused with yellow and red hues, surged forth from the strings, curving in an extraordinary arc as if it possessed sentience, simultaneously obliterating the 10 dark orbs in midair without leaving a trace. Nina, standing alone in the stands, should have appeared somewhat out of place, yet in that moment, she felt transformed into a dual presence. The second individual to rise was none other than Ferguson, the esteemed dean of the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, a grand master of the spiritual arts at the violet level. The sound that escaped Ferguson's lips was one of astonishment. No one present possessed senses as acute as his. He distinctly perceived that the sound blade emitted by Yinzhú was far from a mere magical phenomenon. The crimson hue represented the spiritual magical energy summoned by the melody of the zither, while the golden shade signified the profound essence of battle aura. What truly astounded him was the flawless amalgamation of the Zither's melody and the battle aura, giving rise to an extraordinary energy. The Dark Sphere, renowned for its unparalleled might among red-level spells, faltered against the sound blade gently plucked from Yinzhú's strings. No one had anticipated such a scenario. Even the four women supporting Yinzhú were left in a state of shock. Yet in the next moment, their consciousness was revitalized by the enchanting melody of Yinzhú. Similarly playing the piece, A Chinese Ghost Story, Yinzhú's rendition was entirely distinct from that of the ocean. A subtle melancholy, reminiscent of aged wine, lingered in the air, while the melodious notes flowed like a gentle stream. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Even those observing from beyond the protective barrier of the training ground felt their emotions sway in harmony with the music. Among the quartet of spiritual mages, the one with the highest mastery of oceanic magic was the first to react. The clear and textured tones of her guzheng cascaded forth as her fingers glided over the 21 strings, producing a sound akin to a dragon's whisper, blending seamlessly with Yinzhú's melody. Following closely, another guzheng melody emerged, identical to Yinzhú's, yet slightly unrefined. Bai Shi, absorbed in the moment, did not glance at the jade guzheng before her. Her focus was entirely on Yinzhú's hands. At that moment, she realized with astonishment that Yinzhú possessed only 4 fingers on each hand. The sound of beads cascading upon a jade plate entered the composition at just the right moment, infusing the piece A Chinese Ghost Story with a touch of solemnity. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant, and delicate flute melody imbued with sorrow descended upon the scene. The quintet of spiritual mages showcased the ensemble skills of a spiritual musician, wherein multiple musicians simultaneously performed the same piece. Regardless of differing magical levels, a masterful orchestration could yield cumulative effects. In an instant, for shafts of crimson light intermingled with the deep orange radiance released by the ocean, erupting in a dazzling display that filled every corner of the 4th training ground. The most formidable aspect of the spiritual mage's magic lies in its invulnerability. No magic or battle aura could thwart the spiritual assault delivered through the melody. Only by relying on one's own mental fortitude could one withstand its effects. Initially, the 4 dark magic students, aside from Yuming, paid little heed to the 5 spiritual mages before them, believing their orange-level prowess would suffice to counter any effects of the music. However, as they witnessed Yinzhú's sound blade obliterating their dark spheres, they realized that the spiritual mages were far from ordinary. As their incantations were disrupted, they quickly reacted, channeling their magical energy with all their might, unleashing a torrent of instantaneous red-level spells directed towards Yinzhú and her companions. In truth, the first sound of the zither produced by Yinzhú was not the explosive note characteristic of traditional divine sound masters. He had not yet attained the green-level capability required to generate such an explosion of sound. That singular note was an innovative sonic blast he had devised himself, igniting the sound through the force of his fighting spirit. When confronted by the blue-level mage Rufit, he had seized the advantage by employing this unexpected technique. Soft, ethereal sound blades emanated gracefully from the 8 fingers of Yinzhú's hands. Although the dark magic was imbued with corrosive properties and formidable power, it could not breach the 5-meter radius surrounding him. With his left hand, he unleashed the echo of the empty valley, while his right hand summoned the flowing spring of the gloomy valley, simultaneously inviting his opponents to engage. 4 sound blades converged mid-air in a cross shape, gliding towards the 5 dark magic students. The sound blades were remarkably enchanting, drifting as if unaffected by any force, ever changing in direction yet moving with astonishing speed, nearly vanishing in an instant. Previously, when he had dispatched Rufit and his companions, Yinzhú had been aware of his limitations. Thus, he had fully unleashed the 7-kill sound, while his adversaries were momentarily stunned by his zither music, achieving success in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, he retained some reserve. Given his current strength, should he employ the 7-kill sound, he would have no energy left to spare. Suddenly, a thick black fog erupted from the chest of Yuming, coalescing in the air into a wall of darkness. As the cross-shaped sound blades penetrated this nocturnal mist, the dark magic trembled violently, but ultimately managed to block the onslaught. Shadow split, Yuming commanded sharply, her voice slightly breathless. Although she conjured a defensive spell through her magical artifact, The impact of the four sound blades significantly affected her magical power. Simultaneously, the 5 dark magic students produced a black orb and shattered it in midair. In an instant, countless dark figures spread out, each of them splitting into 6 distinct silhouettes that swiftly dispersed, mounting a siege against the divine sound practitioners. Unable to chant incantations, they relied on magical artifacts to instantaneously cast the yellow-level spell, Dark Shadow Split. The dark magic was far from impoverished like the water magic. The Shadow Split was perfectly suited to counter Yinzhú at this juncture. The dark magic students lacked the capacity to withstand the sound blades directly. Yet, by suddenly manifesting multiple clones, they rendered it nearly impossible for Yinzhú to discern their true positions. The sound blades consumed vast amounts of fighting spirit and magical energy, and Yinzhú was not inclined to expend them lightly. However, at this moment, the piece of Chinese ghost story had progressed to 1/3 of its entirety. 1/3 was precisely when Yinzhú's Zither melody began to exert its influence. The 5 dark magic students simultaneously felt a surge of profound sorrow rising from deep within their hearts, as if subconsciously compelled to listen to the music rather than continue the contest. The clones produced by the Shadow Split began to blur. Yu Ming, being of the same caliber as Yinzhú, bit her lip fiercely at a critical moment, using the sharp pain to regain her focus. With a resounding shout, she called forth her companion. "Come forth, my partner, Ming Shui." A dark blue magical 6-pointed star materialized before the multitude of shadowy figures, and a graceful form emerged, revealing a girl who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, floating in midair. Her long, deep blue hair cascaded behind her, extending beyond her feet, while her large, black eyes radiated an aura of chilling coldness. A faint dark blue glow swirled around her form, creating an ethereal spectacle. Strangely, her body appeared almost crystalline in its transparency. In the stands, Nina's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "A growth-type undead magical beast, the Yiming Shuepa." All growth-type magical beasts possess the potential to evolve into intelligent tier creatures, yet the journey is arduous and protracted. The rarity of undead growth-type beasts is comparable to that of a 9th-tier dragon, let alone the illustrious Yiming Shuepa. It is crucial to understand that forming a pact with any growth-type beast necessitates beginning from its juvenile stage. An adult Yiming Shuepa, however, is classified as a 9th-tier beast and can only produce a single soul throughout its lifetime. To acquire this soul and establish a contract, one must not only locate the Yiming Shuepa, but also vanquish an adult of equivalent strength to a purple-tier dual-element Grand Sorcerer. Spirit Howl. With a commanding shout, Yu Ming prompted the yet-to-mature Yiming Shuepa to emit a piercing, shrill cry that resonated with an eerie and frigid intensity. This sudden wail effectively diminished the impact of the divine music ensemble's performance of the enchanting ghost. Snow Dance. Yu Ming issued another command, prompting dark blue orbs of light to materialize around the Yiming Shuepa, gradually coalescing into delicate snowflakes that danced gracefully in the air. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Ming hastily gathered with his 4 companions from the dark magic faction, initiating their incantations. "O God of darkness, you emerge from the void," intoned the first dark mage. "With profound sorrow, take my soul," continued the second, seamlessly picking up the thread of the previous incantation. "Bring despair to my enemies, envelop the world in slaughter." The third chimed in, maintaining a harmonious flow as if the spell were being chanted by a single voice. As they spoke, a copious amount of yellow light radiated from each of them, converging at the center of their quintet. "I swear by my blood, I shall offer my soul," declared the fourth, and as his incantation concluded, all 4 simultaneously released a mist of blood, transforming the previously gathered yellow light into a ghastly green. In the stands, Ferguson expressed his astonishment. Overlapping chant, dark magic spell. "This is an advanced dark magic. Director Baston, this year's new recruits from the dark magic faction are exceptional." As he spoke, his violet magical energy began to coalesce. As the headmaster of the academy, he was keen to avoid any casualties during the new student competition. The silent dark magic department head, Baston, could only describe his feelings as bitter. Advanced dark spells like the dark magic spell are rarely executed by even 5th-year students independently. He had originally designed the overlapping chant for a more pivotal match to showcase the dark magic faction's prowess. Unexpectedly, in the second round, he found himself compelled to use it against the so-called mediocre sorcerers of the Divine Sound faction, although he believed victory was already assured. Revealing their strength too soon was not a scenario he wished to witness. Dark magic spell, Hell's Lament. Yu Ming concluded the final line of the incantation. In an instant, a ghastly green luminescence enveloped the 5 students of the dark magic department, accompanied by piercing screams that resonated throughout the arena. As the dark magic students chanted their incantations, Yinzhú and his companions found themselves beset by formidable challenges. The dual elemental undead creature, the Nether Snow Spirit, posed an immense threat. Despite still being in its developmental stage, the Nether Snow Spirit exhibited a power surpassing that of a level 4 entity. The dark blue snowflakes, imbued with an icy aura, were as sharp as blades, and even more terrifying was their corrosive nature. A mere touch could inflict devastating erosion. The performance of the ghostly woman did not cease. Yinzhú understood that the melody of the sound spirit was unequivocally effective against any being with a soul, including undead creatures. However, the sound blades could not shield against the omnipresent snowflakes. In a critical moment, he summoned the Guardian of the Moon, enveloping all 5 members in its protective embrace, allowing the dark blue snowflakes to slice through with abandon. Simultaneously, he subtly altered his stance, channeling his energy into his fingertips, causing the melody to amplify, suppressing the piercing wails of the Nether Snow Spirit, accompanied by the deep and distant strains of the instrument. His elegant and resonant voice emerged among the quintet's harmony. Life is a dream, a long and winding road. Let the frost and the wind etch upon our faces. In the mortal realm, how many paths of beautiful dreams await, to seek the beloved heart lost in whimsical fantasies, as the journey unfolds, amidst the vastness we roam. The melody of the instrument had previously resonated with the ocean, yet now, it was Yinzhú's inaugural demonstration of its true power. The combination of music and song permeated the minds of all present with an irresistible force. Among the 5 dark magic students who had just completed their incantation, only Yu Ming, with her exceptional mental prowess, managed to hold her ground. The other 4, overwhelmed by the mental assault of the melody, succumbed entirely. Tears streaming down their faces, rendered incapable of combat. Most astonishing was the response of the Nether Snow Spirit, closest to Yinzhú. Its crystalline form rippled in response to the melodic onslaught, causing a noticeable reduction in the dark blue snowflakes swirling in the air. Even more remarkable was the glimmer of emotion that flickered in its lifeless eyes, a faint sorrow gracing its flawless visage as it floated forward, seemingly propelled by an unseen breeze, drawing closer to Yinzhú. Though the 4 dark magic students, aside from Yu Ming, were completely absorbed in the melody and thus incapacitated, the incantation of the dark magic had reached completion through their synchronized chanting. A massive black 6-pointed star materialized silently before Yu Ming, from which a cacophony of howling emerged. Shades of ghastly green, reminiscent of souls struggling from the depths of hell, surged forth from the black star, descending upon the 5 sound spirit practitioners like a tempest. Given the color of the magic, it had evidently attained a mid-level green classification. The combined might of the 4 yellow-level students was formidable enough to elicit a simultaneous pallor from Yinzhú and his companions. "Yinzhú, be cautious." Su La's urgent voice rang out, amplified by the energy surrounding them. Yinzhú paid no heed to the now passive Ming Shui beside him, for his clear black eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He understood that retreat was not an option, as behind him stood the Oceanic 4. In this moment, he had no choice but to rely solely on his own strength to withstand the final onslaught of the dark magic. Instantly, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, a powerful surge of dark magical energy emanating from him. His mental fortitude reached its zenith, bolstering the defensive capabilities bestowed by the Moon Goddess to their utmost potential. His fighting spirit was contained yet potent, and beneath the concealment of his sleeves, his fingers took on the hue of yellow jade. The melody of a Chinese ghost story abruptly ceased as all 8 fingers simultaneously grasped the 7 strings of the celestial instrument. Drawing back with the full force of his magic and combat energy heightened to their peak. Yet, a wave of weakness began to encroach upon his mind. Yinzhú was aware that he still possessed the Life Guardian on his wrist, which could provide absolute defense, an ability that the dark curse could not penetrate. However, with his innate pride, he was reluctant to employ the Life Guardian. He recognized that over-reliance on it would pose a significant impediment to his future progress. Thus, he would not activate it unless absolutely necessary. The wails of the dark curse summoned a multitude of specters. Their sheer number formidable even if the likes of Yuming could not unleash the full might of such advanced dark magic. The fourth trial ground reverberated with piercing cries and oppressive waves of dark elemental energy, the immense pressure causing the three women behind Yinzhú to pale in unison. Save for the ocean. Just as Yinzhú concentrated all his energy, poised to confront the dark curse in a decisive clash, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Mingshui, who had floated beside him, suddenly exhibited an increasingly pronounced emotional intensity in her eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. Without warning, her body darted forward, silently positioning herself in front of Yinzhú, causing his mental focus to falter just as he was about to unleash his full power. Her dark blue hair billowed unbidden, rising behind her to form an enormous circular barrier. The black currents coalesced around her, creating a vast black hole, its powerful sucking force radiating a chilling aura. The specters ejected from the black hexagram emitted terrified shrieks, their sickly green glow oscillating violently, as if gripped by an inexplicable fear. Yet, confronted by the dark energy emanating from Mingshui, these phantoms released by the dark curse found themselves devoid of any capacity for resistance, each one consumed like arrows of green light by Mingshui's insatiable void. Yuming stood utterly stunned, unable to fathom that the most potent dark magic attack she had painstakingly conjured could be thwarted by her own magical beast. Although she could distinctly sense the mental connection with Mingshui, at that moment, she lost all control over her. Such a phenomenon was nearly impossible to occur with a contracted magical beast. The enigmatic director of the dark magic department, Baston, who had remained silent on stage, could no longer contain himself. He rose in astonishment, his aged visage etched with horror. The uncontrollable beast signified a profound implication. Could this lead to a backlash? The anticipated victory had taken an unexpected turn at the most critical juncture, leaving him in disbelief. The four young women behind Yinzhú were equally stunned, as the melody of a Chinese ghost story concluded at that moment. Within the turmoil, Haiyang experienced a subtle sensation. Among the 5 contestants from the Divine Sound Department, her mental prowess ranked just below Yinzhú's. She sensed that the transformation of Mingshui was likely closely linked to the ensemble they had just performed. The dark magic curse was notoriously difficult to conjure, yet its consumption was alarmingly swift. Within mere breaths, the ghastly green specter had vanished completely, and the black hexagram before Yuming silently converged. Overwhelmed by excessive mental strain and the shock to her psyche, Yuming swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground, and could only rely on her magic staff to steady herself. Mingshui floated to Yinzhú's side, seemingly solidifying after devouring the dark magic curse. In that fleeting moment, she appeared to have matured. Her original appearance, reminiscent of a 6- or 7-year-old, had transformed into that of an 8- or 9-year-old. Most chillingly, Yuming discerned a glimmer of contemplation in Mingshui's eyes. It was crucial to note that this evolving creature was merely a level 4 to 5 beast, and such an emotion was typically reserved for intellect-driven beasts of level 7 and above. In the stands, Ferguson furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. It seems that the ethereal Mingshui has undergone an evolution. As Yinzhú closed his eyes while Mingshui began to consume the dark magic curse, a faint smile graced his lips, the previously concentrated fighting spirit and magical energy gradually dissipating. However, the abrupt abandonment of his full-force attack had resulted in a degree of elemental backlash, prompting him to turn and spit blood. "What have you done to Mingshui?" Yuming glared at Yinzhú, her expression a mix of fear and disbelief. Slowly opening his eyes, Yinzhú's gaze remained clear, untouched by the fatigue that would typically accompany elemental backlash. With a gentle smile, he replied, "I have done nothing. I can only say that our music can influence both you and the beasts. Any creature with a soul can be affected by the emotions woven into the melody. You should pay more attention to your beast. She seems rather discontented in your presence. If you cannot earn her genuine loyalty, she will never become your greatest companion." Yuming stared at Yinzhú in a daze, but suddenly a glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes as she shouted, "Mingshui, attack him." She was convinced that had it not been for Mingshui's betrayal at a critical moment, victory would have been theirs, and she could not fathom that her beast would disobey her commands. Mingshui hovered in place, glancing between Yinzhú and Yuming, and, with a surprisingly human-like gesture, lowered her head and shook it gently in refusal. You refuse to attack him? Yuming was utterly stunned, her delicate face devoid of any color. Yinzhú turned to Ming Shui beside him and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Let us return." Ming Shui gazed at Yinzhú, and with remarkable respect, she performed a bow, subsequently uttering two awkward words, "Thank you," with a graceful twist of her elegant form, shrouded in dark blue locks. Ming Shui transformed into a myriad of dark blue luminescent specks and vanished from sight. Yu Ming's gaze towards Yinzhú became exceedingly intricate. Her magical beast not only disobeyed her, but also heeded her opponent's commands. At that moment, her heart was engulfed in an icy chill, leaving only an endless resentment towards Yinzhú. Ming Shui was a formidable magical beast, painstakingly acquired by her grandfather after immense effort. Once Ming Shui reached level 7 or above, combined with her own magical prowess, she would become a formidable force capable of rivaling the Dragon Knights. Yet, this beautiful prospect seemed to have been shattered by the presence of this male student from the sound magic department. "Miss Yuming, my mother once told me to show respect to young ladies. Therefore, I do not wish to continue the assault. I implore you to concede," Yinzhú said, exuding a sense of helplessness as he regarded Yuming. In truth, even he was not entirely certain why Ming Shui had behaved in such a manner. However, his acute sensitivity to her aura allowed him to distinctly perceive the deep-seated animosity emanating from her. Yinzhú's goodwill now struck Yuming as remarkably jarring. The excessive drain on her mental energy, coupled with the psychological blow, rendered her unable to endure any longer. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed onto the stage. The fourth trial arena fell into an eerie silence, as nearly 8,000 spectators remained mute for a full minute. The sound magic department emerged victorious. The referee finally regained awareness, marking the conclusion of this tumultuous match. The sound magic department, once deemed unlikely to succeed, had performed a miracle by defeating the formidable dark magic department, which boasted 5 yellow-level mages, with a mere combination of 1 orange and 4 red-level mages. For anyone, this victory was nothing short of astonishing. Even Nina, the head of the sound magic department, had not dared to entertain fantasies of victory upon witnessing the appearance of the ethereal Ming Shui, yet triumph arrived with remarkable swiftness. As Yinzhú exited the trial arena, the gazes of all present shifted towards him, tinged with a peculiar nuance. The students of Milan Magic Martial Academy were all elites, and it was evident to all that the key to this victory lay with the first-ranked male student from the sound magic department, often referred to as a solitary green amidst a blooming garden. The enchanting sound blade that thwarted the dark magic department's instant spellcasting made its inaugural appearance on the historical stage of the Longqinus continent. Dean Ferguson cast a deep glance at Yinzhú in the distance without uttering a word, before turning and departing. The instructors from the dark magic department wore grim expressions as they sought to tend to their students, who had succumbed to the enchanting melodies of the sound magic department. In stark contrast to their dismal demeanor, Nina was overwhelmed with excitement, finding it difficult to contain herself. For countless years, the sound magic department had upheld its title as the premier department of Milan Magic Martial Academy, yet had been overlooked by many. At this moment, the sound magic department finally stood at the center of attention within the academy. If the sound magic department had triumphed in the first match against the water department through magical artifacts and a stroke of luck, the contest against the dark magic faction was a genuine clash of power, and at this moment, no one doubted the prowess of the sound division. Victory belonged to the sound division. Victory belonged to the sound division. Cheers erupted in waves, particularly from the 8 enchanting first-year girls of the sound division, who shouted with unrestrained excitement. Yinzhú finally managed to squeeze through the jubilant crowd, safeguarding the 4 girls and the other first-year beauties of the sound division as they returned to the teaching building. "Yinzhú, you were incredible. How did you achieve that? What was that wind blade-like attack?" Xueling inquired eagerly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with bright stars. Although Yinzhú was innocent, he understood that the secret of the sound blade should not be disclosed lightly. At a loss for words, he was rescued by the sudden appearance of Nina. "Yinzhú, come with me," Nina said, her expression calm, though her eyes betrayed her excitement. "All right," he replied, following Nina out of the classroom. As the head of the sound division, Nina had her own private office, a vast and opulent space that rivaled a classroom. Various elegant magical decorations adorned the walls. Nina gestured towards the sofa in front of her desk, saying, "Please, have a seat." It was Yinzhú's first visit to this office, and he couldn't help but marvel at his surroundings. The leather sofa was soft and comfortable, and the fatigue from the competition seemed to dissipate in this cozy atmosphere. "Nina, did you call me for something?" Yinzhú tentatively asked. After a moment of contemplation, Nina suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes burning with intensity as she asked, "Tell me, did you combine fighting spirit and magic to unleash the sound blade just now?" Taken aback, Yinzhú hesitated before slowly nodding. Yes, Purple had been correct. His sound blade would eventually manifest across the continent. Although its secret must remain concealed, this unique method of attack did not require such deep concealment. Nina stood up, visibly excited, but soon sank back into her chair, sighing. "Yinzhú, does this mean you are adept in both martial arts and magic?" "Sort of." Yinzhú scratched his head. In truth, he was uncertain whether he could truly be classified as such. Nina frowned. "Has Qinshang lost his mind? Does he wish to ruin you?" Why do you say that, Nina?" Yinzhú asked, astonished. Nina replied sharply, "How can the base martial skills compare to our noble magic, especially the most exalted sound masters? By intertwining martial techniques into your music, you may eliminate the drawbacks of the sound master's slower musical effects, but it also taints the purity of your music. This approach will not benefit your future development. Does Qinshang not realize this?" Yinzhú, feeling bewildered, said, "I don't know. Since childhood, Grandpa Qin taught me to cultivate this way. It didn't seem wrong." Nina let out a soft snort. The combination of magic and martial prowess, while capable of unleashing tremendous power, suffers from a significant drawback due to the lack of specialization. The cultivation speed drastically diminishes after reaching the green level. Success may still be possible, but the effort required would be several times greater than that of a dedicated mage or warrior. Once reaching the purple level, a magic warrior may not necessarily hold an advantage over a singular warrior or mage. Yinzhú shook his head and said, "I cannot ascertain the validity of your claims, but I firmly believe that Grandpa Qin would never lead me astray." Nina observed Yinzhú's calm, yet resolute gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. From her perspective, it was impossible to question the teachings of Qinshang, the foremost god sound master of the continent, a figure she found difficult to rival in the realm of sound magic. However, she could not fathom why Qinshang would guide Yinzhú towards the path of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. Little did she know, Yinzhú was not practicing the conventional form of dual cultivation. Let us set that aside for now. What transpired on the competition stage today? Why did the Nether Snow Spirit turn against its allies? This was the true reason Nina sought out Yinzhú. Yinzhú chuckled wryly. "I'm not certain. Perhaps it was our music that moved it." Nina replied adamantly, "That cannot be. While god sound masters excel at using music to influence magical beasts, and can even render some lower-tier beasts utterly incapable of combat through melody, you were facing a Nether Snow Spirit capable of evolving into a 9th-tier intelligent beast. Being of the undead type, our music would have had negligible impact on it, even if you could sway its emotions. It would be impossible to compel it to turn against its allies." Yinzhú instinctively suggested, "Perhaps it has something to do with the piece we chose today." A Chinese ghost story. Nina's eyes sparkled with realization. A Chinese ghost story. The connection to the undead Nether Snow Spirit is evident. This unveils a new topic for our research within the realm of god sound. I must ponder this further. If every god sound master could incite an opponent's magical beast to turn against them, even when facing dragon knights, the thought thrilled her. And she began to dance with excitement, her eyes shining brightly, reminiscent of the earlier Snow Maiden. "Very well, Yinzhú, you should return and rest. Replenish your mental energy. The competition continues tomorrow." With a newfound sense of purpose, Nina immediately ceased her attention on Yinzhú, immersing herself entirely in her exhilarated contemplation. Upon leaving Nina's office, Yinzhú did not return to the classroom. The recent victory had stirred the entire god sound department into a frenzy. Yet everyone overlooked the toll it had taken on him. As the captain, he had single-handedly withstood the combined assaults of 5 opponents and a Nether Snow Spirit, resulting in a tremendous drain on his fighting spirit and mental energy. Had it not been for his profound foundation cultivated through years of training with the Zither Sect, he might have faltered long ago, particularly after his powerful strike was left unexecuted due to elemental backlash. He had sustained significant internal injuries. Now, Waves of weakness surged through his mind, compelling him to leave Nina's office and head outside. He needed to return to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. Yinzhú, as soon as Yinzhú emerged from the Divine Sound Master teaching building, he heard someone calling out to him. Sula appeared from an unknown direction, his complexion somewhat pallid, and the gaze he directed at Yinzhú became oddly intense. Sula, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yinzhú mustered his strength and reached out to touch Sula's forehead. I'm not unwell. Sula swatted Yinzhú's hand away, his voice carrying an unusual tone. Congratulations, you've won again. Yinzhú offered a wry smile. There's nothing to congratulate. Luck played a significant role. Your complexion is poor, Sula remarked through clenched teeth. I can't look any better. Yinzhú, I want to kill you. In an instant, his slight frame surged forth with astonishing speed. The distance between them was already minimal, and Yinzhú, having exhausted much of his energy, found his reflexes severely diminished. Before he could react, Sula's hands were already gripping his throat. Due to their size difference, Yinzhú found himself suspended by Sula. A chilling, slippery sensation enveloped his neck. Sula's hands were icy, and despite his fierce demeanor, he did not exert true force. Sula, what are you doing? Yinzhú exclaimed in shock. Sula's eyes shimmered with a complex light, even glistening with unshed tears. Abruptly releasing Yinzhú, he declared, I hate you to death. Why did your Divine Sound department have to win? Why? Yinzhú, suddenly freed, felt the world spin as his extreme exhaustion and elemental backlash took their toll. Darkness enveloped him, and his body lurched forward. Sula, preoccupied with another pressing matter, was taken aback to see Yinzhú falling towards him, and before he could react, Yinzhú collided into him. As he supported Yinzhú's body, Sula's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale. The pitch-black dagger reappeared in his grasp, and as he gazed at Yinzhú leaning against his chest, he hesitated, unable to plunge the dagger into him. The extreme north wilderness occupies more than a quarter of the Dragon Chi-Nu Sea continent, situated at its northernmost reaches, perpetually engulfed in frigid weather. The southern border of the extreme north wilderness is flanked by the Ascoli Kingdom to the southwest, the Milan Empire directly south, and the Flora Kingdom to the southeast. To defend against the orc threats from the extreme north wilderness, human nations have stationed heavy troops along their borders. Likewise, the orc tribes remain vigilant against human incursions, leading to the construction of 3 fortresses at the junctions with these 3 nations, the Solomon Fortress bordering the Ascoli Kingdom, the Thunderhammer Fortress adjacent to the Milan Empire, and the God of War Fortress alongside the Flora Kingdom. In the eyes of humans, orcs embody savagery, regarded as wild beings of impure lineage. However, while many orcs possess lower intelligence, numerous highborn orcs exhibit intellect rivaling that of humans. This is evident from the fact that many orc nobles closely resemble humans in appearance. Z stood atop a small hill, 5 miles from the Thunderhammer Fortress, gazing coldly at the towering fortress walls that loomed 20 yards high. He gripped a heavy iron rod, using it to support his frame. He had remained there for a full hour. A decade has passed, and I never anticipated that I would once again return to the Hammer of Thor. You may be astonished to learn that the child you once hunted has now returned. From the farthest north to the southernmost reaches, and back again. The fury of violet flames shall melt the icy expanse of the northern wasteland. 2 piercing beams of light erupted from his violet eyes, and the muscles in his arms swelled dramatically, veins standing out prominently. No one could doubt the explosive power contained within those arms. At that moment, the gates of the Hammer of Thor fortress suddenly swung open, and the earth trembled beneath them. One after another, colossal figures emerged before the fortress gates. Upon seeing them, the deep violet of his eyes ignited with a scorching fire, and his grip tightened around the heavy iron rod. These were giants, each towering over 15 meters, their iron-gray hair glistening under the sun and exuding an overwhelming aura that caused even the magical elements in the air to recoil in fear. With feet measuring a meter in length, each step they took sent tremors rippling through the ground. Every part of their bodies was immensely robust, particularly their bloodthirsty red eyes that gleamed with a feral light. Their shoulders spanned 5 meters, the triangular muscles bulging like small hills, while the sheer size of their hidden musculature could only be described as terrifying. At the ends of their stout arms were claws 100 inches long, each rivaling the dragon's spears of human cavalry. Their deep, rumbling breaths seemed to make the very air weep. Indeed, these were the formidable behemoths of the orc race. The ultimate champions capable of standing against true dragons, renowned for their invincibility in land combat. Even the might of dragons pales in comparison to the behemoth. In close combat, these 7th-tier ferocious behemoths could easily shred an 8th-tier dragon to pieces. Despite their 7th-tier classification, no other beasts of the same rank could match them. Their high resistance to magic rendered them immune to all blue-tier spells, making their bodies akin to unassailable fortresses. As for the 8th-tier silver behemoths and 9th-tier golden behemoths, they epitomized invincibility on the battlefield. In the northern wasteland, the orc tribes are numerous, and their strength is not measured by the size of their territories, but by the number of behemoths they possess. The tribe with the greatest number of behemoths is deemed the strongest among the orcs. At this moment, there were 100 ferocious behemoths outside the Hammer of Thor fortress. Their formation disorganized, as behemoths never require a battle array. Their presence was not for combat, but for training. Even in the orcs' foremost stronghold, the Hammer of Thor, commanders dared not allow these ferocious giants to practice within the fortress. In addition to the 100 ferocious behemoths, there were also 5 silver behemoths and 2 golden behemoths, representing more than half of the behemoths within the Hammer of Thor fortress. The silver behemoths boasted silver fur and possessed a physique even more formidable than that of the ferocious behemoths, rendering them nearly immune to all blue-tier magic. Only violet-tier spells could inflict damage upon them. The golden behemoth is even more terrifying. This so-called supreme behemoth, hailed as the king of its kind, is an unequivocal 9th-tier powerhouse. Not even purple-level magic, unless it surpasses the 3rd tier, stands a chance of inflicting even the slightest harm upon it. The golden fur adorning its body is more resilient than any armor, and its bloodthirsty gaze is enough to make dragons tremble. It is precisely due to the existence of these colossal behemoths that human nations find themselves unable to advance a single step beyond the threshold of danger. Unbeknownst to many, the orc nation has unleashed hundreds of tamed dragons, ranging from the 4th to the 6th tier, instilling sheer terror among them outside the Thunder God's Hammer fortress. On the fortress walls, countless formidable orc warriors chant fervently, rallying in support of their king. The blood of dragons serves as the most potent catalyst for the behemoth's fury, and thus, the enraged behemoths spring into action. Their immensely powerful physiques exhibit no clumsiness. A single leap can rival the height of the fortress walls. Those tamed dragons attempting to take flight are swiftly brought back to the ground, savagely torn apart by the behemoth's lethal claws. The method of attack employed by these behemoths is simple: absolute power, blood-soaked strength. No tamed dragon can resist, nor can any escape. In a mere 5 minutes, the area outside the Thunder God's Hammer fortress transforms into a scene of bloody carnage. The tamed dragons have vanished, leaving behind not even a fragment of flesh. Blood saturates the iron-gray fur of the enraged behemoths, intensifying the crimson glow in their eyes. At this moment, 5 silver behemoths and 2 golden behemoths join the fray, targeting their own kin. The massive forms of the enraged behemoths are tossed about like mere toys in the presence of these 7 even mightier behemoths, their furious roars tearing through the air. Ji stands there, observing the fierce combat of the behemoths from a distance, fully aware that this is their method of training. Even in practice, each behemoth commits wholeheartedly. Their exceptional defensive capabilities render them impervious to injury. Only through continual battle can the behemoths maintain the formidable combat strength that instills dread in human nations. With his blood boiling, Ji realizes he cannot remain in this place, for he finds himself losing control over his emotions. He lets out a roar that compels the distant behemoths to halt, transforming into a purple shadow that dashes towards the left side of the Thunder God's Hammer fortress, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Yinzhú awakens from his stupor, he finds himself lying on the bed in his dormitory. The aroma of food wafts in the air, causing his stomach to emit a mournful growl. He rolls over and sits up. Aside from a slight dizziness in his head, his body feels entirely well. Even he is astonished at the remarkable recovery ability he possesses. The internal injuries inflicted by elemental backlash have completely healed. "You're awake. Time to eat," comes the somewhat cold voice of Sula, as 2 plates of vegetarian dishes and several buns are placed on the table. "Are there no extra dishes today?" Yinzhú asks with a smile. Sula snorts. "Extra dishes? Just having something to eat is already fortunate." Yinzhú picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. "Sula, what has happened to you? I recall having done nothing to offend you. It seems that just before I fainted, You threatened to kill me. While speaking, his hands were not idle. He was quickly devouring the vegetables. Sula's culinary skills were quite remarkable, and the flavors were nearly impeccable. What do you mean? What is wrong with me? Sula gritted his teeth and retorted, who allowed you to win? Who permitted your sound division to triumph? Why are you so formidable? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Huh, you never inquired. Yinzhú replied, somewhat bewildered. Sula, what is going on with you? I seem to recall my father mentioning that only those approaching menopause experience such emotional instability. You aren't, by any chance, experiencing an early onset of menopause, are you? Sula's expression darkened further, and suddenly, he burst into tears. My money, my money. You scoundrel, you caused me to lose all my funds. I will kill you. I will kill you. As he spoke, a dagger mysteriously reappeared in his palm, and he brandished it in the air as if the atmosphere itself were Yinzhú. Did I cause you to lose money? I recall you only wagered a single gold coin. Moreover, since you bet on our sound division to win, how could you possibly lose? Yinzhú was perplexed. Once the sobbing ceased, Sula looked at Yinzhú with an awkward gaze, lowering his head and confessing, truthfully, I did not have faith in your sound division. So I bet all my money on the dark magic division. I intended to earn some money to improve my living conditions. But who would have thought that you all would actually win? Upon hearing this, Yinzhú finally understood, frowning as he said, I have always warned against gambling. Why did you still choose to bet? Sula huffed, I don't care. In any case, I have lost all my money. This is our last meal. After this, we won't even have money for vegetables. You caused me to lose, so you must compensate me. Seeing the tears still glistening on Sula's face, Yinzhú felt a mix of amusement and pity. With a gentle sigh, he activated the spatial ring on his hand, and the remaining few gold coins appeared. Here, take them. This is all I have. Sula was taken aback. He had never expected Yinzhú not only to refrain from blaming him for losing all his money, but also to offer him the remaining funds without uttering a single reproachful word. Accepting the gold coins, Sula slowly lowered his head, and a subtle change appeared on his face, his gaze softening unconsciously. Let us eat. Do not gamble again. These few gold coins should suffice for a few days, right? Yinzhú proactively placed a steamed bun into Sula's hand and pulled him to sit across from him. However, Sula remained still, staring at the bun in his hand. Yinzhú. Yes? You are a good person, Sula sighed gently. Yinzhú smiled slightly and replied, I believe so too. Sula forced a smile and said, but how will we manage in the future? Everything in Milan is expensive. This money will barely last us a little over a month. I lost dozens of gold coins. That is a considerable amount. Yinzhú sighed in resignation. I do not know what else to do. I will strive to win the championship in the upcoming Grand New Life competition. That way, we will have funds. Sula huffed again. Do you think it is that easy? You have witnessed the prowess of the dark magic system. However, within the realm of the 9 magical systems, now 10, including your divine sound system, the dark magic can only rank 3rd or 4th at best. The wind, space, and light systems are not inferior in strength. Moreover, the mental and summoning systems undoubtedly surpass them. Miracles do not occur incessantly. Even if your divine sound system possesses a degree of strength, it does not guarantee continued victory in the forthcoming matches. Yinzhú confidently asserted, I have faith in myself. Sula cast a skeptical glance at him. But I am not confident in you. Yinzhú sighed with a wry smile. What can we do about it? Gold coins do not simply fall from the sky. Suddenly, Sula's eyes sparkled as he suggested, Yinzhú, why don't we seek part-time jobs? The Milan Magical Martial Academy emphasizes self-study. With only 3 days of classes each week, we could utilize our free time to work. As long as we find a modest job, it should cover our expenses at the academy. Do not forget, we need to pay tuition next semester. A year's tuition amounts to 100 gold coins. That is no trivial sum. Upon hearing Sula mention tuition, Yinzhú recalled the ocean and nodded. All right then. What shall we do? Sula shook his head. I do not know either. Here's the plan. You continue with the competition while I search for suitable job opportunities in the meantime. If I find anything appropriate, I will take you along. Yinzhú nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Sula chuckled. However, I shall be in charge of our future earnings to prevent you from spending recklessly. You tend to be quite extravagant. Yinzhú gazed at him in silence, thinking to himself that it was likely Sula's fault they had lost all their savings. Although he harbored this thought, he refrained from voicing it and acquiesced to Sula's request. For him, money was not of paramount importance. having food to eat and a place to stay sufficed. When the competition commenced the following day, the Milan Magical Martial Academy showcased a splendid sight. 81 students from the Divine Sound System across 5 grades formed a spectacular cheerleading squad, arriving early at the competition venue. Perhaps the Divine Sound System was not a favorite to win, yet it undeniably held the title of the most popular. This exemplifies the might of the Milan Magical Martial Academy's premier system. In contrast to other competition venues, the number of spectators at the Divine Sound System's events could only be described as sparse. Those who attended to watch the Divine Sound System, whether students or teachers, regardless of their skepticism towards the system's chances, were drawn by the allure of beautiful women. 81 enchanting maidens from the Divine Sound System. While not every one of them could be deemed a stunning beauty, at least half possessed enough charm to be considered attractive, and many were truly exceptional. Furthermore, with their noble backgrounds, who wouldn't wish to capture the attention of such captivating figures? Observing the competition from the Divine Sound System provided ample satisfaction to the eyes. After all, this marked the first collective venture of students from all grades within the Divine Sound System. From that day forth, prior to the commencement of each of the Divine Sound System's matches, spectators would witness a row of young ladies clad in white skirts and blue tops, with bright, captivating eyes, appearing at the prime location in the training grounds. Their melodious and enticing voices rang out in unison, proclaiming, "The Divine Sound System shall surely triumph." Uncertain whether it is due to the formidable prowess of the sound department's newcomers or the invigorating spirit fostered by their cheerleaders, the sound department triumphed in 3 consecutive matches over the next 2 days, defeating the earth, fire, and light departments respectively. Among these, only the encounter with the light department posed some challenges. The captain of the light department, unlike the shadow demon department's commander, Yiming, who possessed a growth-type magical beast, though also a high-level yellow mage, was unable to breach Yinzhú's defenses, bolstered by the Sound Blade and the Moon Goddess protection, ultimately succumbing to the harmonious composition of the Sound Department's quintet. In a remarkable display, the Sound Department achieved an impeccable record of 5 victories, sharing the top position in the freshman competition with the Spirit and Summoning departments. Their next adversary would be the Wind Department, led by the talented magical girl Roland, who had issued a challenge to Yinzhú during the freshman registration. Seated in the stands, Director Nina appeared somewhat haggard, her brow furrowed. Despite the Sound Department's recent success, she had not once shown a smile. Why was that? My magical power far exceeds that of that boy, Yinzhú. Yet, why can't my flute music control the opponent's magical beast? Was his prior success merely a stroke of luck? What thoughts occupied Director Nina's mind? The competition was about to commence. A gentle voice broke her reverie, and she looked up to find Dean Ferguson had quietly taken a seat beside her. Perhaps due to the Sound Department's unexpected rise, Ferguson had attended every match, observing in silence before departing discreetly. "Good day, Dean. I was merely pondering some issues regarding the music," Nina replied coolly. Ferguson smiled. "The Sound Department's performances have truly broadened my horizons. It is a pity that the rank of a sound mage is so difficult to elevate. Otherwise, it would inflict significant damage upon any adversary in battle. Indeed, the greatest challenge facing the Sound Department was not the duration of their musical performances, but the arduous nature of their training. A sound mage's magical power only improves during performance, making it considerably more challenging than the straightforward meditation employed by ordinary mages. Otherwise, one would not encounter instructors of such low rank as BG. The Sound Department's 5-year curriculum allows graduation upon reaching the Orange level, a significantly lower requirement than other magical disciplines. Chapter 14. The Battle of Promises. Nina sighed softly. From the yellow level onward, the enhancement of a sound mage's abilities relies solely on innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of effort would yield results, hence the title of the most superfluous profession. Nonetheless, I have always believed that it is the sound mages who shall become the most powerful sorcerers on the continent. One day, beyond the 7 towers of Phelan, a new tower dedicated to sound mages will rise. Ferguson was taken aback, casting a knowing glance at Nina, who quickly realized her misstep and fell silent, her heart racing. Ferguson's gaze shifted towards the Sound Department's cheerleaders. Though not particularly young himself, who could resist the allure of beauty? Even he found himself envying the youthful exuberance of these cheerleaders. "Yinzhú, you must persevere. Our Sound Department is the mightiest." A melodious voice, smooth as pearls, resonated from the forefront of the sound department's cheerleading squad as a young girl brandished her specially crafted cheerleading baton, exuberantly calling out. If it is said that there are over 5,000 males present, then at least 95% of them have their gaze fixed upon this young maiden. Among them, more than 70% are swallowing hard and gazing with sparkling eyes. As the captain of the Divine Sound System cheerleading team, Xiang Wan, the most beautiful girl of Milan Magic Martial Academy, undeniably possesses the allure to attract such attention. Xiang Wan is not her true name, but rather a title. Her real name remains unknown, even in the Academy's student records, where she is referred to solely as Xiang Wan. The name Xiang Wan is derived from a flower symbolizing happiness, embodying tranquility, harmony, and grace, reflecting the spirit of freedom, optimism, and integrity of the Milan Empire. It is also the national flower of the Milan Empire, fondly referred to as the golden lily by its people. Upon hearing that voice again, Yinzhú, who was already on stage, instinctively turned his gaze toward the source. Although this was not his first encounter with Xiang Wan, her presence still caused his heart to race. Clad in a similar white dress and blue attire, she exuded an ethereal beauty. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, with a flawless golden ratio, her long, graceful legs partially exposed. Her golden-pink hair cascaded in large waves behind her, and her pale violet eyes shimmered with light. As she moved, she seemed to glide like a startled swan or a dancing dragon, radiant like autumn chrysanthemums and flourishing like spring pines. From a distance, she appeared as luminous as the sun rising amidst the dawn, and upon closer inspection, she shone like a lotus emerging from the clear waves. Her captivating visage rendered anyone unable to avert their gaze upon first sight. The other beauties of the Divine Sound System stood behind her, yet none could compare to her singular brilliance. When Yinzhú first encountered Xiang Wan, his mind went blank. He had seen many beauties of the Divine Sound System, yet only Xiang Wan made his heart race and his face flush. The sensation she evoked within him was utterly distinct, her visage seemingly etched into his very soul. At that moment, their eyes met once more, and he saw her encouraging gaze, which inexplicably filled him with boundless energy and unwavering confidence. Is she looking at me? Is she encouraging me? I must win alongside the Divine Sound System. Hey, stop staring. Haven't you seen enough? Schwelling's teasing voice jolted Yinzhú back to reality. Ah, my innocent self. He felt a flush creeping onto his face. Schwelling huffed and leaned closer to him, whispering, "Stop looking. It's pointless. Do you know how many people in our academy are pursuing Senior Xiang Wan? Even if she were truly interested in you, you wouldn't be worthy of her." "Why?" Yinzhú instinctively inquired. Schwelling replied, "Do you wish to become the target of the entire academy? The competition is about to begin. Focus your mind." Yinzhú took a deep breath, diverting his attention from Xiang Wan, centering his thoughts on the opponent across from him. Upon seeing Roland again, she wore the Milan Magic Martial Academy uniform today, although she was beautiful in her own right. Having witnessed the exquisite Xiang Wan and numerous beauties of the Divine Sound System, Yinzhú felt almost immune to her charm. His motivation for participating in the freshman competition was to prove himself, and Roland could be considered the catalyst for that ambition. As the leader of the Wind System, Roland bore a rather sullen expression. She had not anticipated that Yinzhú could indeed lead the sound system in the competition, achieving a series of consecutive victories. "Roland, it is a pleasure to see you again," declared Yinzhú, stepping forward as the captain of the sound system. Roland scoffed. "I never expected this impoverished lad to possess some skill, yet your winning streak ends here. I shall personally demonstrate to you what true magic and genuine strength entail." During his time at the academy, Yinzhú had acquired a wealth of knowledge, coupled with his inherently calm demeanor and a childhood steeped in musical cultivation. His mindset and temperament were unparalleled, rendering him less susceptible to provocation. With a slight smile, he replied, "Then let us begin. We shall opt for a team battle." He would not engage in debate. Proving everything through facts was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The 5 competitors from the Wind System, aside from Roland, were all male. The moment the referee announced the commencement of the match, 5 beams of yellow light ignited simultaneously, following the dark magic and light magic systems. The sound system once again faced a scenario where all 5 opponents were of yellow rank. Roland and the other 3 participants were intermediate yellow rank, while a second-year student had even attained a high-level status within the Wind System. Although wind magic was not the most powerful in terms of offense, it was unquestionably the swiftest. A piercing shriek shattered the silence as dozens of crimson wind blades erupted from the magic wands of the 5 competitors, hurtling towards Yinzhú and his team. A milky white light illuminated the scene as the moon goddess's protection materialized, enveloping Yinzhú's group. The ensemble piece they had chosen for today was titled White Snow, a composition imbued with sorrow. 4 sound practitioners. Melancholic melodies were the most potent in evoking emotions and manipulating the opponent's feelings through mental prowess. Given their generally lower magical levels compared to other systems, Nina had arranged for all their pieces in the competition to embody sorrow. To counter the impending assault, Yinzhú remained vigilant. White Snow commenced with the delicate notes of an ancient zither, and at the very moment the crystalline tones resonated, the wind blades in the air altered their trajectory. Just a few meters away from them, the wind blades abruptly changed direction, colliding rapidly with one another, the cacophony of their piercing shrieks disrupting the rhythm of the melody. The ocean's hand faltered momentarily, and White Snow was forcibly interrupted. The expressions of Shui Ling, Lan Shi, and Kong Ke shifted simultaneously. The melody was the sole weapon of the sound system, and to have it disrupted at the outset by the howl of the wind was clearly an ominous sign. The wind blades continued their relentless collisions in the air, the shrill cries echoing one after another. Apart from Roland and the high-level yellow rank wind student, the remaining 3 incessantly unleashed wind blades, refraining from direct attacks, instead colliding ceaselessly around the moon goddess's protection, generating chaotic friction to hinder the quartet's performance of the ensemble piece. Ocean fared slightly better. Despite the initial interruption, she maintained a cold demeanor. The Zither's notes steady yet strained as she struggled to play the tune of White Snow. However, Shui Ling, Lan Shi, and Kong Ke were not so fortunate. Their mental fortitude pales in comparison to the steadfastness of the ocean. At this moment, under the influence of the howling wind, the performance is utterly incapable of coalescing into a melody. Instead, the discordant notes adversely affect the ocean's playing to some extent. Right from the onset of the competition, the Shinin faction finds itself in an unequivocally disadvantageous position. Roland casts a provocative glance at Yinzhú. Although the ocean can still produce a melody, the impact of the howling wind renders the piece of little significance for these yellow-level mages, insufficient to influence their incantations. Roland and the second-year student beside him have begun their somber and protracted chanting. Yinzhú remains motionless, indifferent to the clashing wind blades outside, his gaze firmly fixed on Roland, seemingly awaiting something. As the low incantations quicken, Roland and his companion emit a brilliant yellow light, particularly the deep yellow radiance from the second-year student, which becomes increasingly intense, with a faint magical hexagram beginning to materialize before them. A subtle smile graces Yinzhú's face, as if all external matters are irrelevant to him. At this moment, his focus is solely on the shimmering moonlight harp before him. Raising his right hand slightly, with 4 fingers deftly sweeping, he strikes the strings with the swiftness of a hawk in flight, unleashing a deep, resonant hum that reverberates like the morning bell or evening drum, striking at the very core of one's being. This explosive sound is characteristic of Yinzhú's unique combination of fighting spirit and artistry. The dark red magical waves surge instantaneously, and in the blink of an eye, the incessant clashing of wind blades ceases. The 5 wind mages, including Roland, are simultaneously jolted. Unlike the explosive sound he employed against the dark magic faction previously, this time, Yinzhú utilizes a series of explosive sounds. Do not underestimate that seemingly simple stroke. It has been meticulously prepared from the outset, with his essence and spirit reaching their zenith, resulting in the pinnacle of explosive sound, 7-note continuous blast, born from the flawless fusion of fighting spirit and mental prowess. The potency of this auditory assault on mental strength is unparalleled, rivaling any yellow-level psychic magic. When does the explosive sound possess its greatest efficacy? Qin Shang had elaborated on this matter with Yinzhú in great detail. Regardless of the magical system, once the incantation surpasses half its length, it cannot be halted. Much like a musical composition, once the performance is set in motion by the magical force of the harp, if the progression exceeds 50%, it must be completed, otherwise, the caster risks a backlash of mental energy. Clearly, unleashing the explosive sound while the opponent's incantation has surpassed the halfway mark maximizes its impact. Forcing an interruption of an ongoing incantation inflicts considerable harm on the mage. If the opponent does not break off, Utilizing explosive sound to disrupt them can easily lead to elemental backlash, positioning oneself in an advantageous stance. However, explosive sound is merely a notch above the ordinary instantaneous spells. Thus, should the opponent's mental fortitude be resolute, disrupting their chanting becomes a formidable challenge. Yinzhú possesses considerable confidence, particularly in his explosive sound enhanced by fighting spirit. Yet, his adversary boasts a high-level yellow mage, compelling him to employ the 7-note continuous blast for the first time. The power generated by the 7 combined explosive sounds is not merely a summation of their individual strengths. The cumulative effect obliterates the incantation of both Roland and the high-level yellow student in an instant. The incantation was abruptly interrupted, causing Roland and her companion to instantly change their expressions. A faint green light emanated from the breast of Roland's attire, flashing momentarily before a powerful magical fluctuation caused her body to tremble again. It was evident that she possessed a magical artifact akin to a guardian of the mind, which had safeguarded her from elemental backlash in this critical moment. However, the second-year student was far less fortunate. The violent backlash from the wind magic caused the yellow magical aura surrounding him to oscillate violently, as if in fierce conflict. With a desperate scream, he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in a feeble state. The other 3 wind magic practitioners were left in a state of disarray, their ears ringing with a persistent buzz. Their minds engulfed in confusion, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. The initial use of the 7 sounds explosion had yielded an unexpectedly powerful effect. At this moment, although Roland remained conscious, the scorn in her eyes had completely vanished. She now fully comprehended that the string of 5 consecutive victories by the sound of God was no mere stroke of luck. Yinzhú's melodious performance was far from easy to withstand. The strategic approach of the wind magic practitioners towards the sound of God had been utterly dismantled by the 7 sounds explosion. Ferguson, now somewhat accustomed to the astonishment brought by Yinzhú, muttered to himself in a low voice, "Praise the magic of the blue. What a peculiar magical fluctuation." That last surge undoubtedly surpassed the green level, yet he was merely at the red level. Could it be that the dual cultivation of magic and martial skills was truly so effective for a sound of God practitioner? Little did he know that the dual cultivation of magic and martial skills for a sound of God practitioner was the most arduous of all. Otherwise, Qin Shang would have long since mastered it. Even someone as extraordinarily gifted as Yinzhú required a full 16 years to achieve preliminary success with the child's heart of the Zither. Finally, White Snow began to be played smoothly. Yinzhú, without joining in a duet, lifted her gaze towards Roland and spoke calmly. "Surrender. You no longer have a chance." With 4 out of 5 wind combatants incapacitated and possessing both the sound blade and the explosive sound magical abilities, Yinzhú would not allow any further emergence of wind howl. The lone yellow mid-tier Roland was entirely suppressed within the melody of the sound of God. Attempting to chant would only prove increasingly difficult. Furthermore, even though the magical artifact had mitigated the effects of the elemental backlash, it had still inflicted some harm upon her body. "No, I will not lose, especially not to you." A resolute expression appeared on Roland's delicate face. "Come forth, my partner." Fatty. A cyan magical hexagram materialized before her, and amidst the flickering azure light, Roland's confidence seemed to swell immeasurably. A colossal cyan figure began to emerge from the hexagram. Both Ferguson and Nina gasped in astonishment. A growth-type wind magical beast, the green dragon. Ferguson smiled and remarked, "Praise the magic of the blue. Today's children are indeed growing stronger." Another growth-type beast. Could it be that growth-type magical beasts have become so common on the continent of Longqinus? It seems that a golden generation is about to emerge from our Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Nina's expression, however, was not as favorable as Ferguson's. The green dragon was not merely a trained dragon, but a true dragon, although the mightiest green dragon could only reach level 8. It was still slightly inferior in growth potential compared to the spectral snow soul from that day. However, the green dragon is, after all, a true dragon, and its combat prowess is unmatched by the likes of the ethereal snow spirit. Only those sorcerers who possess a genuine dragon as their steed can be rightfully called dragon mages, a distinction that is starkly different from that of dragon knights. It is evident that Roland is indeed a dragon mage, although her green dragon is currently merely in its 5th level growth stage, with its intelligence yet to awaken. Its 7-meter length and 3-meter height give it a somewhat portly appearance, perhaps due to overindulgence in fine delicacies, rendering it rather adorable. Upon its emergence, the dragon, named Feifei, simultaneously tapped its head with its 2 front claws before turning to seek out Roland. Feifei, attack! Defeat them, or you shall go hungry tonight, Roland commanded with palpable fury. Feifei then turned its gaze towards the diminutive figures of Yinzhú and his 4 companions, its previously innocent expression transforming into one of fierce determination, as if to convey that it would fight for its dinner. This was Yinzhú's first encounter with a genuine dragon. He observed the creature's green body covered in a dense layer of scales, its plump form exuding a certain clumsiness. The 7-meter-long body was far from the ferociousness of the golden crystal tyrant he had seen before, and its slow demeanor made it hard to fathom any real threat. However, he was about to be gravely mistaken. A pair of massive wings unfurled from its back, and Feifei's previously awkward physique suddenly accelerated. Remarkably, it created an afterimage in midair, reaching the moon goddess guardian before Yinzhú in the blink of an eye. With immense force, its bulk collided directly with the moon goddess guardian. A wind element dragon, even if slightly rotund, could hardly be slow. The sheer power generated by Feifei's accelerated mass, measuring 3 meters in height and 7 in length, was astonishing. In an instant, the moon goddess guardian was reduced to mere motes of white light, disintegrating under Feifei's formidable impact. Fortunately, Yinzhú's mental projection of the moon goddess guardian possessed a defensive strength comparable to that of green-level defensive magic, temporarily absorbing the blow and preventing him from being directly struck by the behemoth. From a distance, Roland shouted, "Wind blade breath." "No," Nina cried out. But it was too late. A torrent of green gales erupted from Feifei's mouth, composed of innumerable wind blades. The breath attack is an innate ability of the dragon kin, with variations across different dragon species. Feifei's green-level wind blade breath was evidently worlds apart from the wind blades cast by the previous wind element students. With the moon goddess guardian gone, the green wind blades swiftly surged toward Yinzhú and his companions. At this moment, Yinzhú could not muster his mental energy in time to summon the moon goddess guardian once more. What fate awaits a sorcerer when confronted at close quarters by a dragon endowed with formidable melee and magical capabilities? The spectators from the sound element cheering squad fell utterly silent, with most of the girls shutting their eyes in dread. Even the judges and the teachers observing from outside could not possibly intervene in an instant. None had anticipated the sudden appearance of such a powerful dragon in the competition. Feifei was far too close to Yinzhú and his companions. As the vast expanse of emerald wind blades hurtled towards them, every individual held their breath in palpable suspense. Roland, too, was momentarily paralyzed, his heart weighed down by profound regret. The limitations of Feifei's intellect became painfully evident as she relied solely on her control. In the fury ignited by the 7 sounds explosive stimuli, she momentarily overlooked the terrifying nature of the dragon. With Yinzhú poised to face the brunt of Feifei's wind blades, it was too late for her to intervene. The performance of White Snow had lost all significance. Xue Ling was left dumbfounded, while Lan Shi's eyes brimmed with dread at the impending storm of wind blades. The peacock let out a piercing shriek. Haiyang lifted her head, her hands pressed against the zither strings, her cold gaze betraying a flicker of despair, even tinged with a semblance of relief. The tempestuous winds stirred her raven tresses, revealing a visage that had long been obscured, a face marred by disfigurement. Her right cheek bore an unsightly scar, starkly contrasting with the exquisite beauty of her left. In this moment of impending annihilation, Haiyang's secret was finally unveiled. If Xiang Luan was the epitome of beauty within the divine sound realm, then she stood as its most unfortunate visage. Yet, Yinzhú remained unfazed, resolute in the face of despair. As the green wind blade surged forth like a tempest, he sprang into action, not with the trembling of strings, but with his right hand, his 4 fingers poised for combat. A radiant glow, reminiscent of jade, expanded instantaneously to 3 zhang, swirling in the air to form a circle of emerald ripples. In that fleeting moment, the wind blades unleashed by the green dragon Feifei were completely enveloped within this radiant aura. The circular jade ripples surged violently, eliciting a muffled groan from Yinzhú as the force reverberated through his body, causing him to spit blood. Nevertheless, he did not falter. His determined gaze locked onto the colossal creature before him. He charged towards Fei. With ethereal grace, he evaded the descending claws of Fei, propelling himself upward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the dragon, where the gentle circular ripples quietly encircled Fei's robust neck. It was then that the keen-eyed observers noticed a jade-colored thread emanating from Yinzhú's right hand, now shimmering with a fierce golden light, tightly constricting around Fei's neck. Blood burst forth as Fei let out a pained cry. The seemingly delicate jade thread had penetrated its formidable scales. Clinging to its back, Yinzhú exerted simultaneous force, tightening the jade thread. In response to the searing pain around its neck, Fei was consumed by rage, unleashing a thunderous roar as its massive form soared into the air, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Yinzhú. Yet, contrary to its intentions, the constricting jade thread only tightened further, amplifying its agony. Streams of dragon blood cascaded down its thick neck, while Yinzhú's form clung tenaciously, impervious to the creature's desperate attempts to shake him off. With a sudden surge of determination, he soared upward, his body colliding heavily against the barrier at the apex of the training ground. Yinzhú coughed up a mouthful of blood once more, yet his grip on the jade thread tightened resolutely. "Withdraw your dragon, or I shall be compelled to slay it." His voice, cold as ice, resonated throughout the arena. The abrupt turn of events transpired within mere breaths, leaving few who could discern Yinzhú's movements clearly. Roland acutely sensed the profound agony of her plump green dragon, though she yearned for victory in this contest. The well-being of her dragon held far greater significance. Without a moment's hesitation, the hexagram re-emerged as Roland summoned her cherished dragon back to her side. Yinzhú's lithe form spun gracefully in midair, the 3-zhang-long jade thread in his grasp cracked against the ground like a whip. Infused with the second-tier fighting spirit of Huangzhu, thus slowing his descent before he touched down. The jade thread then transformed into ripples, retracting into the sleeve of his right wrist, vanishing from sight. Despite his pallid complexion that resembled parchment, he stood unwaveringly, an embodiment of pride akin to bamboo. The wind system had faltered, and so had Roland. In both competition and spirit, she had been utterly vanquished by Yinzhú. The sound system triumphed. The judge called an end to the match, his heart still racing. The harrowing sight of the 5 sound system students nearly perishing beneath the green dragon's wind blades sent chills down his spine. It was crucial to remember that these young women hailed from distinguished backgrounds. Any misfortune could spell disaster for the entire Milan Magic Martial Academy. Roland, along with the recovering participants from the wind system, departed in dejection, unable to muster the courage to meet Yinzhú's clear gaze. Standing there, Yinzhú's eyes found the astonished Xiang Wan among the cheering crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if to convey, "I have triumphed. The sound system has prevailed." Yinzhú. Xueling was the first to rush forward, followed closely by Lan Shi, Peacock, and Ocean. At that moment, Ocean's dark hair cascaded down again, veiling half of her withered face, and her complexion was ghastly, devoid of any color. Yinzhú regarded the 4 women, proclaiming, "We have emerged victorious. I promised to shield you from all attacks, and I have fulfilled that promise." As he expelled another mouthful of blood, his body began to topple towards Ocean. Startled, she instinctively caught him, the faint metallic scent of blood mingling with the unique aroma of a man enveloping her senses. A flush of color returned to her once pale cheeks, leaving her momentarily flustered and uncertain of how to respond. In a daze, Yinzhú perceived the entirety of his being, his meridians, blood, and internal organs vividly before him. "Why can I see all of this?" he pondered, confusion swirling within. Just then, a transformation occurred. His once crimson blood inexplicably shifted to a soft purple hue. The ethereal violet soon suffused his vision, tinting everything in its path. An insatiable itch spread throughout his body, penetrating to the very bones. He yearned to scratch, but found himself utterly powerless. The sensation intensified. A wave of warmth coursing through him, an itch far more tormenting than pain, rendering him unable to endure. His entire body was engulfed in an unbearable itch. A torment so intense that he found himself struggling desperately within. Alas, this agony was beyond his control. Time slipped away unnoticed. And just as Yinzhú felt on the brink of collapse, the heat surged into a torrent, consuming all of the maddening itch. The searing flow enveloped him. akin to being immersed in molten lava. However, this intense heat was far more bearable than the previous discomfort. At long last, the heat began to recede, and Yinzhú's consciousness blurred once more, succumbing to the comforting darkness that enveloped him. A refreshing coolness caressed his face, an indescribable comfort washing over him. With a soft groan, Yinzhú gradually opened his eyes. "Praise be, Yinzhú, you have finally awoken," exclaimed Su La, his voice brimming with excitement and concern, filling Yinzhú's heart with warmth. As his blurred vision sharpened, his senses returned one by one. He soon realized that his head rested upon a supple thigh. A faint, ethereal fragrance mingling with a hint of coolness, tantalizing his sense of smell. It was blissful, truly the finest pillow he had ever rested upon. Simultaneously, he noticed he seemed to be embracing something soft. "Ocean, how are you here? How did you end up in this place?" The awakening Yinzhú stared in astonishment at the scene before him. He discovered that his head lay upon Ocean's thigh, his arms wrapped tightly around her waist. His face pressed against her abdomen, the enchanting fragrance emanating from her. Almost instinctively, he released his grip and sprang upright, realizing his arms and body were somewhat stiff, evidently from maintaining that position for quite some time. At this thought, his heart raced faster than when he had encountered Xiangwan. With her dark hair partially obscuring her face and her gaze lowered, he could not discern Ocean's expression. However, the portion of her delicate visage that was visible had turned a vivid shade of crimson. Standing nearby, Su La held a towel. The refreshing sensation on Yinzhú's face evidently provided by this very cloth. With a knowing smile, Su La remarked, "You dare to question her? You fainted in the training ground, and lo and behold, you collapsed right into Ocean's embrace, refusing to let go. Alas, Ocean had no choice but to bring you back with her. I thought placing you on the bed would suffice, but you merely tightened your hold, shifting your position instead. You truly treated her like a pillow. It's a good thing Ocean is so kind-hearted. Had it been me, well..." At a loss for words, Yinzhú felt his face burn even more fiercely than Ocean's. His gaze lowered, unable to meet the eyes of this girl who was both beautiful and cold. The blush on Ocean's face gradually faded, returning to her usual icy demeanor, her pale countenance evoking a twinge of sympathy. "Are you all right?" It was only then that Yinzhú recalled the fierce battle with the green dragon, Fei, which had left him gravely wounded. The dragon's wind blades were not easily thwarted. In a moment of haste, he had relied on his fighting spirit and unique weapon to deflect the attack. Yet he had still sustained a tremendous impact. Subsequently, as he struggled against Fei, he collided with the barrier, suffering severe injuries twice over, which ultimately led to his bloodied unconsciousness. After stretching his body, he was astonished to discover that not only was there no lingering pain within him, but his magical and fighting energies seemed to have recovered substantially. Furthermore, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, as if he were brimming with vitality. However, he was somewhat uncomfortable due to a sticky sensation, presumably from excessive perspiration. "What happened? How did I recover so quickly? Did you assist me while I was unconscious?" Sula replied, "No. After we brought you back, you fluctuated between chills and warmth, trembling incessantly. I attempted to channel my energy into you to aid in your healing, but was met with a force that rebounded back. Subsequently, you sweated profusely, as if a purple aura was continuously pulsating around you. And it took an hour for you to settle down before you embraced the ocean of sleep. It was now evening. At that time, you appeared gravely injured. Are you truly all right now?" Before Yinzhú could respond, Haiyang had already risen, revealing a large patch of sweat on her pristine white dress. Clearly a remnant of Yinzhú. "Since you are fine, I shall take my leave. If you have not fully recovered, do not participate in tomorrow's competition." With that, she turned to depart, and in that fleeting moment, Yinzhú caught sight of her disfigured visage partially concealed beneath her dark hair. "Haiyang," Yinzhú called out. Haiyang paused momentarily. "Thank you." She gently shook her head, opting for silence, and gracefully departed. Observing her retreating figure, Yinzhú contemplated his next steps, recognizing that the chill surrounding Haiyang stemmed primarily from her appearance, a consequence of her past. "Stop staring. She's gone," Sula urged. "Yinzhú, do tell me, what weapon did you employ at the end of your match today? I feel as though I have never seen it before." Sula gazed at him with curiosity. "Ah, that?" Yinzhú raised his right hand, revealing a bracelet of emerald hue that shimmered softly upon his wrist. Unlike the life-protecting bracelet that conformed seamlessly to his skin, This verdant ornament rested upon his wrist. What a beautiful bracelet. How much must it be worth? Sula's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yinzhú replied with a wry smile. You are always concerned with money. Sula huffed. While money may not be everything, the absence of it is certainly a predicament. What shall we eat without funds? And you, a young man, wearing a bracelet. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he widened his eyes. You cannot possibly mean that this bracelet is the weapon you wielded today, can you? Yinzhú smiled faintly. It is called by sea. Observe. As he spoke, he gently flicked his wrist, and in an instant, the emerald bracelet transformed into a 3-meter-long emerald thread, seemingly alive, shifting through various forms under the gentle guidance of his fighting energy. Sura raised his hand to grasp the azure silk suspended in the air, only to discover that it was slightly thicker than a strand of hair. It felt remarkably smooth in his palm, yet when he gently tugged at it, the silk displayed no response. Under the deft control of Yinzhú's fingers, the azure silk coiled gracefully, wrapping around his wrist once more to resemble a bracelet. The place I reside is called Baikong Hai, a quaint locale within the Arcadian kingdom. Baikong Hai is an expansive bamboo grove, at the heart of which stands the life bamboo, the very core of Baikong Hai. The life bamboo contains a core that grows an inch every century, and that is the azure silk. It can be deemed the most resilient entity in this world, endowed with remarkable vitality. Sura, taken aback, exclaimed, an inch every 100 years? If this azure silk measures 3 zhang, does that not imply it has existed for 30,000 years? Yinzhú smiled and replied, indeed. It is precisely for this reason that its life force is extraordinarily potent. Do not be deceived by its delicate appearance. It possesses the ability to be both supple and rigid, with countless applications, even capable of pulverizing stone, its sharpness rivaling that of any weapon. What he did not mention was that this azure silk was a treasured artifact of the Bamboo Sect. Yinzhú, with his innate 8 fingers, was not suited for swordsmanship. Therefore, after more than a decade of research, Yi Li, his mentor, developed a unique martial technique based on the Bamboo Sect's skills, utilizing the azure silk as a weapon, tailored for Yinzhú's learning. Years ago, Qin Shang had made an agreement with Yi Li, pledging not to impart any martial skills to Yinzhú for 15 years. Thus, it was only from the age of 15 that the azure silk came into Yinzhú's possession. Aside from cultivating the Zhi Qin Xian, he dedicated the year before departing Baikong Hai to intense training with the azure silk, which became his martial technique. With the foundation of the yellow-level initial stage bamboo fighting chi, as an heir of the Bamboo Sect, although he had yet to master the azure silk to perfection, he had at least been able to execute the Bamboo Sect's martial techniques imparted by Yi Li. Today, when confronted by the Green Dragon, due to its unexpectedly swift movements, he had no time to counter with the sound blade, and reluctantly resorted to this martial technique for the first time. Were it not for the resilience and sharpness of the azure silk, how could he have possibly inflicted injury upon such a formidable dragon? Indeed, you are truly adept in both magic and martial arts. With yellow-level fighting chi, Sura remarked, gazing at the azure silk in Yinzhú's hand, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Yinzhú smiled in silence. Although he had come to trust Sura, the secrets of his abilities were not to be divulged lightly. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be the ocean returning? Sura mused curiously as he rose to open the door. Nina, clad in a white magic robe, entered and immediately inquired, Yinzhú, how are you faring? Ah, Director Nina. Greetings. Yinzhú has awakened. Sura promptly welcomed her inside. Nina dear, what brings you here? Yinzhú stood up. The room was rather cramped, so he offered his bed for Nina to sit. Nina assessed Yinzhú with a discerning gaze, from his now clear and bright eyes. She deduced that his condition was quite satisfactory. You're all right. Recovering so swiftly. I truly wonder what your body is made of. Seeing that Yinzhú was unharmed, she visibly exhaled a sigh of relief. Yinzhú scratched his head and remarked, I am uncertain why my recovery has been so swift. Perhaps it is due to my robust physique. Although he spoke these words, his mind wandered to a dream that had left his body in an intolerable itch. A lingering sensation that suggested a mysterious connection between his recovery and that dream. As long as you are well, I am reassured, Nina expressed. I have come today for 2 reasons, to assess your condition and to share some delightful news. A rare smile graced Nina's face, her spirits elevated. A joy she had not felt in many years. Good news? What is it? Yinzhú inquired eagerly. With a proud smile, Nina announced, "Our sound division has advanced to the finals of the freshman competition." Did we not just complete 6 preliminary rounds? Yinzhú exclaimed, taken aback. Nina beamed with pride. Praise the heavens. Perhaps this is divine favor. We have triumphed in all 6 matches, securing our place in the finals ahead of both the magic and martial arts divisions. Beside them, Sula interjected, is that truly the case? Even if the sound division has emerged as a dark horse this year, we still face formidable opponents in the space, summoning, and mental divisions. The last 3 matches against them will surely be grueling. Can you definitively assert that the sound division will prevail? Certainly not, Nina replied. However, even without further contests, we have already qualified. The new talents in the mental and space divisions are commendable, yet their strengths are closely matched. In today's simultaneous matches, they both suffered considerable losses, with 8 out of 10 participants, including key players, sustaining serious injuries and subsequently forfeiting tomorrow's competition. This means their best possible record is 7 victories and 2 defeats, and these 2 divisions are precisely our opponents for tomorrow. Thus, we achieve victory without battle, bringing our tally to 8 wins. Regardless of the outcome in the final match against the summoning division, one of the 2 qualifying spots from the magic division will undoubtedly be ours. The summoning division also enjoys favorable circumstances facing us, along with the space and mental divisions. In the final 2 days of competition, they too are highly likely to advance alongside us. Yinzhú replied with excitement. I see now. Our fortune is indeed remarkable. Rest assured, Nina, I will thoroughly prepare for the final match against the summoning division and strive to triumph over them. Nina shook her head gently. No? I have decided to forfeit our match against the summoning division. Why? Yinzhú asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Nina explained, it is evident to any discerning observer that, although 5 members represent the sound division, it is essentially you alone who has vanquished 6 major magical disciplines. You have exerted yourself greatly, and the toll on both your magical and mental energy has been substantial. While your body may now be sound, I wish for you to rest adequately and restore yourself to optimal condition before the finals. Moreover, should you encounter a perilous situation akin to yesterday's during the finals, I implore you to concede immediately. This is merely a competition, and I do not wish for any unfortunate incidents. Though her tone was calm, both Yinzhú and Sula could discern the concern underlying Nina's words. Nina, who will be our opponent in the finals? Yinzhú inquired. Nina remarked, it is still difficult to ascertain the situation. The martial arts department has 17 divisions, and their round-robin tournament will extend over several more days than ours. Several of these university divisions possess comparable strengths, making it challenging to predict who will reach the finals. Should we emerge as the second in the magic department, we will face the top contender from the martial arts department in the finals. The strengths among the leading 2 divisions in the martial arts department are quite balanced, so relinquishing the top position in the magic department may not be detrimental. The final stage of the competition will not commence for at least another week, so you need not report to the sound division during these days. You may rest in your dormitory. Thank you, Grandma Nina. Oh, by the way, this time Director Ferguson will be observing our sound division's competition. As the head of the academy and the most formidable mental magic practitioner, he has expressed a desire to guide you in your mental fortitude training. Although there are some differences between the magic of our sound division and the mental division, they ultimately lead to the same destination in application. Once the semester truly begins, I hope you will accept his guidance, as it will greatly benefit you. I must take my leave. Please escort me out. Nina rose and, accompanied by Yinzhú, exited his dormitory. Noticing that Sula had not followed, she turned to Yinzhú and said, Yinzhú, if Director Ferguson approaches you regarding the instruction of your magical training, do not be alarmed. However, remember that you must not divulge the secrets your teacher has imparted to you. Do you comprehend my meaning? Yinzhú nodded, affirming, I understand. Are you comfortable here? Nina glanced at the dormitory behind Yinzhú, a frown creasing her brow. Yinzhú replied, yes, quite well. Well, my foot. I shall arrange for you to be relocated. How can a student of the sound division reside in such a place? But I have no money. Yinzhú whispered. Nina replied nonchalantly, I possess the authority to waive a portion of the fees for students in our division. You need not concern yourself with it. Grandma Nina, I what? You should return now. A tender light sparkled in Nina's eyes as she nodded at Yinzhú before turning to depart. Yinzhú watched her youthful figure fade into the night before returning to his dormitory. Upon his return, Yinzhú filled a basin with fresh water and walked back to his bedroom, retrieving his towel from the cabinet beside his bed and tossing it into the basin. Surprised, Sula, reclining on the bed, exclaimed, "Yinzhú, what are you doing?" "I'm taking a bath. I feel sticky and uncomfortable," he replied rapidly, swiftly removing his moon god guardian attire, leaving only his shorts. Ah! A high-pitched scream erupted as Sula stared wide-eyed at Yinzhú's bare torso, seemingly taken aback. She noticed that, despite his usual slender appearance, Yinzhú's physique was remarkably well-proportioned, exuding a harmonious sense of muscularity rather than exaggerated bulk. Beneath his bronzed skin, a subtle purplish glow seemed to dance. Startled by her scream, Yinzhú nearly toppled the basin over. "Sula, what are you doing? There is nothing of consequence. You have taken to washing inside," while Sula, observing Yinzhú's hand as it deftly removed the last of his shorts, hurriedly turned away, covering his head with the quilt. Yinzhú chuckled, "It's rather chilly outside. The weather has turned cool. Moreover, it wouldn't be proper to be seen by the female students. I am hardly an exhibitionist. You, however, are the true exhibitionist," Sula retorted, his voice trembling slightly, his heart racing with an intensity he had not experienced in quite some time. As a composed and ruthless assassin student, he was unaccustomed to such vulnerability. The sound of running water echoed in his ears, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee the dormitory. Each passing minute felt like an hour to him. Much more comfortable, Yinzhú sighed contentedly, stretching out on his rather narrow bed. The pure pleasure of washing away the grime was undeniable. "Sula, aren't you going to wash up? I don't believe I've ever seen you bathe." "I have already bathed. I am not like you. An exhibitionist who bathes in front of others," Sula replied, somewhat irritably. "We are all men. What is there to fear?" "I never imagined our divine sound department would have such an occurrence," Sula remarked, turning to peek out from under the quilt at Yinzhú. "By the way, you can take a week off this time. Why don't we go out and find work? I noticed a place hiring when I arrived in Milan yesterday." "Oh, that sounds great." Yinzhú readily agreed without inquiring about the nature of the job Sula had discovered. Early the next morning, as dawn barely broke, Sula yanked Yinzhú from his bed. "Let me sleep a little longer," Yinzhú mumbled groggily, clutching the quilt tightly. "Get up. I've already prepared breakfast." "Didn't we agree to go work today?" Sula insisted, pulling Yinzhú up and pressing a cool, damp towel against his face. Instantly awakened by the cold, wet cloth, Yinzhú reluctantly sat up, his nose twitching. Though breakfast was simple, Sula's culinary skills filled the air with delightful aromas. Awakening Yinzhú's hunger, he dashed to the dining table, eager to eat. "Hey, you haven't washed up yet. Go freshen up before you eat," Sula exclaimed, grabbing Yinzhú. "Boss Sula, you aren't one of those overly fastidious types, are you?" "I'm starving. Can I eat first?" "No," Sula replied curtly, glaring at Yinzhú while pointing to a basin of clean water nearby. "All right, I yield to you," Yinzhú conceded. Despite Sula's demeanor resembling that of a strict housekeeper, Yinzhú relished the warmth of home. After all, he had not spent much time with his parents. Qinshang had been primarily concerned with his training, indifferent to everything else. As the two exited the Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy after breakfast, most of the students inside were still lost in dreams or meditation. Located in the northern part of the continent, Milan had just entered early autumn, and a hint of chill lingered in the air. Even the academy's lush plants appeared a touch desolate. "Yinzhú, let us have a competition," Sula proposed enthusiastically. "A competition? What shall we compete in?" Yinzhú inquired, looking at him curiously. Sula proposed a race to see who would reach the gates of Milan first, a distance of approximately 2 miles. He suggested that, given their journey to the city for work might be arduous for Yinzhú's constitution, it could serve as a beneficial exercise if he were to hone his martial skills. As he spoke, he bounced eagerly on the spot. Yinzhú glanced at the distant, looming walls of Milan and replied with a smile, "Very well. Let us begin." With a mischievous grin, Sula dashed forward before Yinzhú could react, his form a fleeting shadow as he effortlessly covered several dozen meters in an instant. The fighting spirit surged within Yinzhú, prompting him to pursue with all his might. His second-level Huangzhu energy, comparable to mid-tier green-level fighting spirit, allowed him to maintain a swift pace. Yet, he soon realized that, despite his utmost efforts, Sula was steadily pulling away. In mere moments, Sula had transformed into a mere wisp in the distance. How swift! What level of strength does Sula possess? Yinzhú pondered, filled with intrigue. Upon reaching the western gate of Milan, he found Sula waiting with a cheerful demeanor, unperturbed and appearing as if he were basking in the tranquility of the moment. Sula, your speed is remarkable, Yinzhú remarked sincerely. Though Sula had initially taken advantage of the situation, even if they had started simultaneously, Yinzhú knew he could never hope to match Sula's pace. Sula smiled and replied, "It is not that I am fast, but rather, you are too slow. Come, let us enter the city." As the sun rose on the horizon, Milan appeared to awaken from its slumber. The vibrancy that Yinzhú had previously witnessed during his last visit had yet to materialize, and the streets were still relatively deserted. Sula seemed intimately familiar with the city, pointing out various buildings as they walked. "Look over there, that is the magical item shop, an establishment not frequented by ordinary folk. Though the wares are rather unimpressive, the prices are exorbitant. Only nobles would dare to enter. Over there is the Warriors Guild, where registered warriors of the Milan Empire can obtain their respective badges. That restaurant is quite renowned in Milan. Many nobles prefer dining there. And behold, just yonder lies the barracks of the Dragon Knights." The reason Milan is the largest city on the continent is closely tied to the presence of 3 Dragon Knight regiments stationed here. No other nation would dare to station such a formidable force in their capital. Following Sula's gestures, Yinzhú observed a high courtyard wall that nearly matched the height of the city walls, obscuring the expansive grounds from view. In the center stood a massive gatehouse, towering over 10 meters, with a grand entrance that rivaled the city gates. Most striking were the Dragon Knights seated upon their dragons, clad in dark, formidable armor that enveloped their forms completely. In their hands, weapons exceeding 5 meters glimmered with a faint chill under the rays of the newly risen sun. Their mounts were the same gray earth dragons, towering nearly 3 meters high and measuring over 5 meters in length, exuding an invisible aura of menace. The thickness of their black scales was evident from their angular features. Although only 2 dragon riders were present, they resembled 2 machines of slaughter, instilling fear in all who dared approach. "Sula, what kind of dragon is this? I have never seen one before," Yinzhú whispered. Sula replied, "This is a type of earth dragon known as the Maginot Iron Dragon. Maginot in ancient language means indomitable. Though this earth dragon is only ranked at level 4, it is renowned for its formidable defense among earth dragons. With its robust scales, ordinary attacks cannot inflict harm upon it. Among dragon riders, it serves as a primary force, specialized in frontal assaults and defense, comparable to the Ericman dragon. Although these 2 types of dragons hold the lowest status in the Dragon Rider Corps, they are the most numerous. Of course, compared to the green dragon you defeated yesterday, the Maginot Iron Dragon is mere refuse." "Oh, is the green dragon truly that formidable? It seemed rather ordinary to me," Yinzhú remarked noncommittally. Sula retorted, "Fool. The green dragon you vanquished yesterday is a growth-type magical beast, still in its juvenile stage. In terms of strength, it is not significantly superior to the Maginot Iron Dragon. However, once it reaches maturity, attaining a level 7 or 8 standard, it will pose a challenge even for your esteemed Nina of the Sound Magic Department. Do not forget, that is a true dragon, not merely a tamed one. If true dragons are so remarkable, why does the Dragon Rider Corps still utilize tamed dragons?" Yinzhú inquired, once again exhibiting his naive or perhaps foolish nature. Sula rolled his eyes. "What do you think true dragons are? If they were so easily tamed, they would not be true dragons. The number of true dragons on the continent of Longqinus has never exceeded 4 figures, and most are exceedingly proud. Unless for special reasons, they would never submit to humans. Any human possessing an adult true dragon can become a dragon knight or dragon mage, representing the pinnacle of their nations and a symbol of power. Within the Dragon Rider Corps, only the Gold Star Dragon Knights and Purple Star Dragon Knights can command true dragons. In reality, there are many strong tamers among the tamed dragons, but their numbers are far too scarce. In configuring mounts for cavalry, if each tamed dragon had different capabilities, command would be impossible. Therefore, when selecting tamed dragons, the criteria typically favor those that are more numerous and practical. The Ericman Dragon and Maginot Iron Dragon are prime examples. As the 2 conversed, the gates of the Dragon Rider barracks suddenly swung open, revealing a 1-meter-tall unicorn gleaming with a crystalline golden hue, followed closely by a massive body standing 4 meters high and 10 meters long, emanating a heavy and fierce presence that felt suffocating. Its splendid silver armor, 2 meters longer than that of ordinary dragon riders, and its robust heavy dragon lance clearly showcased its noble status and immense power. Ah, it's him. Yinzhú recognized this figure, the Silver Star Dragon Knight, Count Austin, whom he had encountered on the road to Milan City. While Yinzhú spotted Austin, the latter remained oblivious to his presence, as the enormous golden crystal Tyrannosaurus occupied a third of the street's width. With heavy footsteps, Austin made his way toward the western city gate, his expression somewhat grim, lost in thought. "Do you know him?" Surla inquired, her voice tinged with an unusual curiosity. Yinzhú nodded, replying, "I encountered him once on the way to the academy. He is quite domineering and even attempted to lay claim to our mercenary group's kudu." He had already mentioned to Surla that Austin had arrived in Milan alongside the Iron Thorn mercenary group. Surla's demeanor turned serious as she said, "Yinzhú, you may be in trouble. It seems Austin is heading to our academy." "Trouble? What trouble? His presence at our academy has nothing to do with me," Yinzhú responded. Perplexed, Surla glanced at him, saying, "You truly are oblivious. When I say you are in trouble, it is because Austin is the older brother of that little sorceress, Roland. You injured Roland and her magical beast, the green dragon, yesterday." Yinzhú was taken aback. "What did you say? Austin is Roland's brother? Are you implying he seeks revenge against me? But the freshman tournament is meant to be a fair competition." Surla shook her head and replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it is indeed a possibility. Fortunately, our academy holds a prestigious position. I doubt Austin would dare to be too reckless. It seems I should elucidate Roland's background to you. In the Milan Empire, there are 3 prominent families, and the Violets, to which Roland belongs, is one of them. The head of the family is none other than Martini, one of the 2 marshals of the Milan military and one of the 2 Purple Star Dragon Knights. Martini has a brother named Matralaki, who serves as the vice president of the Milan Mage Association and has reportedly just reached the purple level of mastery." Yinzhú furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the formidable family power behind Roland. However, his expression quickly regained its composure. "Do you know what it means to be a Purple Star Dragon Knight? They are the most powerful beings on the continent, second only to the 7 Towers of Phelan. A purple-level battle master paired with a 9th-tier giant dragon earns the title of Purple Star Dragon Knight. Matralaki has devoted his life to magical research, remaining unmarried and childless. Martini's only son perished in battle against the orcs, leaving behind 4 children, the youngest of whom is Roland. She has 3 brothers, the eldest being Austin, who is considered the least gifted of the 3rd generation of the Violets. Roland's second brother, Okafo, is the youngest Venus Dragon Knight on the continent, possessing an adult 8th-tier Earth Giant Dragon. Her 3rd brother, Oliveira, is also a 5th-year student at our Milan Martial Arts Academy, renowned as the foremost student of the martial arts department, riding a water-type growing giant dragon, which is currently advanced to the 7th tier. It is said that upon graduation, he will directly become a Silver Star Dragon Knight and may even have the opportunity to break the record for the youngest Venus Dragon Knight on the continent. As the youngest, Roland is undoubtedly the most cherished. Unlike her 3 brothers, she has chosen the path of magic. Matralaki, having no children of his own, dotes on this niece and even joined the Violet mercenary group established by the 4 siblings at Roland's request. It is a rare occurrence for a purple-level mage to lower themselves to join a mercenary group throughout the continent. You have undoubtedly offended Roland, and you will face the consequences in the future." Upon hearing Sula's words, Yinzhú's eyes sparkled with contemplation, reminiscent of a scene from the mercenary guild. It was evident that the purple-level Grand Sorcerer must be Roland's great-uncle, Matrak, while the young warrior was perhaps her 2nd or 3rd brother. Noticing Yinzhú's silence, Sula, mistaking his quietude for concern about his situation, forced a smile and remarked, "Although you have only recently entered the academy, the list of those you have offended extends beyond the Violet family. The Dark Magic Commander, the 1st-year student Yu Ming, is also a member of the Yuehui family. Her standing within that family is comparable to Roland's in the Violet family. Yu Ming's grandfather, Yu Hui, symbolizes the family's rise. He is not only the president of the Milan Sorcerers Guild, but also a dark magic purple-level 5th-tier Grand Sorcerer, reputed to be one of the most formidable mages outside the 7 Towers of Lalon, far more fearsome than Matrak. He is on par with our Academy's psychic purple-level 4th-tier Grand Sorcerer, Ferguson, and serves as the Imperial Minister of Magic, overseeing all sorcerers within the Milan Empire." Raising his head, Yinzhú's gaze remained clear and calm as he smiled faintly and said, So what? Let us proceed. What? Are you not worried about your situation? Sula exclaimed, astonished by Yinzhú's seemingly unconcerned demeanor. With a subtle smile, Yinzhú replied, Aren't you supposed to take me to work? If we don't hurry, we will be late. It seemed that he was indeed speaking to deaf ears. You truly are not worried at all. Sula felt utterly defeated by Yinzhú's indifference. The matters he had just mentioned appeared to hold no weight for him. However, she couldn't help but be captivated by Yinzhú's poise. If she were in his position, she doubted she could maintain such composure. As they walked forward together, Yinzhú remarked nonchalantly, What is there to worry about? What do these prominent figures have to do with me? Surely, they wouldn't come after an ordinary student of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy simply because their granddaughter was defeated in a fair competition. The two traversed the streets of Milan for a full hour before Sula led Yinzhú to their destination. It was an elegantly designed three-story building, not particularly eye-catching amidst the bustling Milan city. Its location was not on the main thoroughfare, but rather on a secondary street, giving the surrounding area a somewhat desolate ambience. This three-story building had its own distinctive charm, occupying a modest area comparable to the teaching building of the sound magic department. The octagonal eaves adorned with dark green glazed tiles imparted a refreshing and comfortable aura. Surrounded by lush trees, despite the chill of the season, the foliage remained remarkably vibrant. The trees and the building harmoniously complemented each other, infusing the structure with a sense of nature. Most intriguingly, a giant tree emerged from the center of the building, suggesting that the three-story structure was constructed around it. Its canopy rose above the roof, adorned with delicate pale blue flowers that exuded a faint, musky fragrance, evoking an air of antiquity and elegance that easily enveloped the senses. Perhaps due to his origins from the Azure Sea, Yinzhú felt an inexplicable warmth towards this small building. What do you think? Quite lovely, isn't it? After meticulous consideration, I decided to take a job here. Not only is the environment pleasant, but the remuneration is also commendable. It is a tea house where the servers earn approximately 10 silver coins daily, and it is said that tips are included. If one performs well, the wages may increase. Let us proceed inside, Sula said, tugging at Yinzhú's sleeve as they made their way towards the tea house. Upon arrival, Yinzhú looked up and noticed the sign above the establishment bearing the name Piao Lan Xian. This name seemed somewhat familiar. Before he could ponder further, Sula had already pulled him inside. Apologies, gentlemen, but we are not yet open for business. A young server, appearing to be around 20, blocked their path. Dressed in blue work attire, though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded a serene aura that was quite endearing. We are not here for tea. I noticed your hiring notice yesterday, and we have come for an interview, Sula hurriedly explained. The server smiled slightly and replied, I regret to inform you that you are too late. After we posted the recruitment notice yesterday morning, over 300 applicants arrived by the afternoon, and we have already found suitable candidates. Do you not require any more staff? We are diligent workers, and as you can see, we are students from the Milan Magic Martial Academy, possessing qualities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Sula urged anxiously on behalf of both himself and Yinzhú. The server shrugged apologetically, saying, I am truly sorry, but we have sufficient personnel now. You should have come yesterday. Perhaps then you would have had a chance. Please, do take your leave. Yinzhú grasped Sula's slender shoulder with his left hand, saying, Let it go. Since they have already filled the positions, let us seek opportunities elsewhere and not put them in a difficult position. Sula, initially inclined to argue further, reluctantly nodded in agreement upon hearing Yinzhú's words. Just as they turned to leave, the server suddenly called out with excitement. Wait a moment. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Yinzhú's left hand gripping Sula's shoulder, and respectfully inquired, Sir, may I ask if your name is Yinzhú? Yinzhú instinctively replied, Yes. How do you know my name? The server stepped aside, blocking the exit, and bowed respectfully to Yinzhú, saying, I apologize for my earlier presumption. I was unaware you were a friend of the young lady. Please, do enter. Yinzhú was taken aback. Do I know your young lady? The server, astonished, responded, Are you not Yinzhú? The young lady instructed that if a youth bearing her ring arrived, it would be you. A sudden realization struck Yinzhú. Piao Lan Xian. Could this be the place of Sister Inya? He recalled that when he first arrived in Milan and parted ways with Inya, she had told him to seek her at Piao Lan Xian if he ever needed assistance. Indeed, the server confirmed. Piao Lan Xian was established by the young lady herself. Please, come inside. As he spoke, The server guided Yinzhú and Su La into the establishment. Upon entering Piaolanxian, they were greeted by a profusion of greenery, not only the various plants, but even all the furnishings and items within the pavilion of floating orchids are adorned in shades of green, revealing the owner's profound affection for this color. While lacking in opulence, there exists an indescribable elegance. The central area of the small building is transparent, and at last, Yinzhú and Sula behold the ancient tree that had previously emerged within. The trunk of this venerable tree is so vast that it would require at least 20 individuals to encircle it, a sight they had never encountered before. Perhaps it is the presence of this ancient tree, combined with the pavilion's airy design, that renders the air remarkably fresh, with everything around remaining impeccably pristine. A few attendants clad in azure garments are engaged in simple cleaning tasks. Sula gently pinched Yinzhú's waist, her voice laced with annoyance as she whispered, "So you are acquainted with the owner here. Were you deliberately trying to make me look foolish just now?" Yinzhú responded with a wry smile, "Of course not. When we arrived, the name Pavilion of Floating Orchids seemed somewhat familiar, but you pulled me along so swiftly that I had no time to ponder before being dragged inside. Did I not mention that my spatial ring was stolen on the way to Milan, leaving me without a single coin? When I came to Milan with the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps, I was escorting Sister Anya's caravan. She is a kind-hearted person, and since I haven't found work yet, visiting her would be a pleasant diversion." The attendant led them to a table near the center, where they could clearly observe the ancient tree's trunk, and the air felt particularly refreshing. "Please take a seat. I shall inform the young lady," he said before ascending the staircase that spiraled around the ancient tree. A design that showcases a unique charm while evidently prioritizing the tree's preservation. The simple wooden table, broad in surface area, was adorned with a set of antique-style tea utensils, and the wooden chairs were a deep green hue. Yinzhú glanced around, noticing that despite the ample space on the first floor of the pavilion, seating was rather limited. Encircling the ancient tree, there were only 10 tables in total, each surrounded by bamboo curtains, perhaps due to the establishment not yet being open for business. The curtains were raised, allowing a full view of the hall. Sula exclaimed, "This place is truly magnificent. Though merely a first-floor hall, it fully considers the privacy of its patrons. And that ancient tree at the center is simply extraordinary. It is likely unparalleled throughout the entire continent." Yinzhú lowered his gaze to the ring on his left middle finger, the teardrop-shaped blue gem emanating a gentle glow. Though subdued, its soft radiance was undeniably comforting. Sula noticed the ring as well and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. It was indeed rare for a woman to gift a ring to a man. Before long, the sound of soft footsteps signaled Anya's descent from the spiral staircase that wound around the ancient tree. Today, she wore a long skirt of aquamarine, the hem trailing to the floor and concealing her slender legs. Her azure hair cascaded down her back as usual, with 2 strands framing her face, remaining unchanged even in the presence of her joyful expression. Yet, even with her eyes brimming with delight, her graceful and noble demeanor remained unblemished. Among the women Yinzhú had encountered, only Xiangluan could rival her in terms of beauty and grace. However, Xiangluan possessed a youthful exuberance that contrasted with Anya's more mature charm. "Yinzhú, have you finally thought of visiting your sister?" Anya approached with a smile. Yinzhú quickly rose to greet her, his honesty leading to a slight awkwardness as he admitted, "Actually, I came here to look for a job with my classmates, and I unexpectedly found myself at your place." Anya glanced at Sula behind Yinzhú, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Turning back to Yinzhú, she chided him gently, "The expenses for students at Milan Magic Martial Academy are quite substantial. Given the difficulties, why did you refuse the money I offered you back then?" Yinzhú shook his head, replying, "I cannot accept my sister's money. The coursework at the academy is not too demanding. I should be able to earn enough for my tuition and expenses through part-time work." Since Anya's arrival, Sula had begun to act somewhat strangely. "Yinzhú, since there are no openings here, let us leave. We still have jobs to find." Anya smiled softly, saying, "There's no need to rush. Let us have some tea and rest for a moment." As she spoke, she nodded to the blue-clad waitress who promptly turned and departed. Anya invited Yinzhú and Sula to sit again and settled herself not far from them, asking, "What kind of work are you looking for?" "Since Yinzhú wishes to be self-sufficient, perhaps I can assist you in finding a suitable position." Yinzhú responded, "Any job would suffice, as long as it is within our capabilities. We originally intended to work as waitstaff here, only to discover this is your establishment. Before Anya could respond, Sula interjected. There's no need to trouble Miss Anya. We'll manage to find something ourselves. Anya replied with a smile. It's no trouble at all. Yinzhú, I recall you were a sound mage. You mentioned last time that you would play the piano for me. I have a piano here. Why not play me a piece? Although the waitstaff was fully employed, I happened to be seeking a performing sound mage. She cast a knowing glance at Sula, adding, Of course, I will not show favoritism. If your skills do not meet my standards, I shall not hire you. Yinzhú chuckled. Even if you do not hire me, I still wish to play a piece for you. I already have a piano. At that moment, the tea was served. The exquisite purple clay pot and cups indicating the waitress had prepared the tea with care. The fragrant aroma of plum blossoms wafted through the air, refreshing and delightful. The tea appeared a delicate red, exuding an enticing allure. Anya smiled, saying, Let us enjoy some tea first. This is red plum blossom tea, a rare variety essential for the Milan court. It is known for its ability to reduce fire, alleviate inflammation, detoxify, enhance beauty, and delay aging. With a hint of rock sugar added for flavor. Yinzhú lifted his tea bowl and took a sip. A subtle plum blossom fragrance mingled with the sweetness enveloped his senses, providing an indescribable comfort that made him instinctively exclaim, What an exquisite tea! At first, Sula regarded the flower tea with some disdain, but upon taking a sip, his eyes instantly brightened. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed an entire small cup of red hibiscus flower tea. Anya smiled gently and remarked, People often hold green tea and oolong tea in high esteem. Yet I have a particular fondness for flower tea. Many dismiss it, even going so far as to label it the commoner's tea, but I see it differently. The flower tea I serve is not merely a blend of flowers and tea leaves. It is crafted from genuine flowers that have been dried before being infused into the tea. This flower tea is, in my opinion, the aristocrat among teas. Its various benefits surpass those of green and oolong teas by a considerable margin. Yinzhú shyly smiled and said, I do not understand tea, but it is indeed delightful. Anya sighed softly, continuing, The culture of tea has a rich and ancient lineage, passed down from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Unfortunately, so much of it has been lost over time. Eastern Dragon Empire? Yinzhú looked at Anya in astonishment. Although it was the first time he had heard that name, he was quite familiar with the term Eastern Dragon. His grandfather and Qin grandfather had mentioned the 8 clans of Eastern Dragon on multiple occasions. Though he did not grasp the full meaning, he suspected it must be related to what Anya spoke of regarding the Eastern Dragon Empire. Anya's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal as she deftly changed the subject. Yinzhú, weren't you going to play the piano for me? Shall we begin now? Despite his surprise, Yinzhú, possessing a pure heart, followed Anya's lead and refrained from further inquiries. A glimmer of blue light emanated from the ring, and the moonlight clear harmony piano gracefully appeared atop the table. Though the table was a tad high, Yinzhú, being tall and sitting upright, managed to use it as a piano bench. The chestnut-colored lacquer, with flowing crack patterns, radiated a proud aura, while the shimmering strings glimmered faintly in blue. The 13 pearl inlays on the piano's emblem exuded an air of nobility. A fine instrument, Anya remarked, somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yinzhú could acquire such a splendid piano in such a short span of time. Fully concentrated, he observed the position of his breath, harmonizing his energy as he sat before the 5th emblem of the piano. With his hands resting lightly on the strings, he melded his inner self with the instrument. In that moment, Yinzhú seemed transformed. The innocence in his eyes morphed into fervor and dedication. Even clad in the uniform of the Milan Magic Martial Academy, the serene demeanor he exuded surpassed that of the most refined aristocrat. With a gentle shake of his hands, he freed his sleeves from his wrists, revealing his dexterous fingers. His left hand pressed down while his right hand lifted, playing with the grace of a spring oriole emerging from the valley. As the deep, resonant hum began to emanate, a piece titled Autumn Wild Goose, fitting for the season, quietly unfolded. With heart and intention aligned, and his spirit harmonized with the melody. Perhaps due to the fact that he was performing for Anya, Yinzhú found himself uncharacteristically liberated, playing without purpose for the first time since arriving at the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Thus, he captured the essence of focused tranquility and heartfelt dedication. In that moment, his mind was completely at ease, and a relaxed, confident glow shone in his eyes as he effortlessly melded his entire being with the music, becoming one with the world around him. The melody of the zither, akin to the autumn that has already arrived, expresses an admiration that resonates deeply within. Everything unfolds in perfect harmony with nature. Without the enchanting red glow of Zither magic, Yinzhú simply plays. All present cease their movements, standing still, entranced by the ethereal echoes that linger in the air. Perhaps Anya and Sula do not comprehend that, in a state of complete immersion, Yinzhú's right hand skillfully executes the techniques of the spring oriole emerging from the valley, the startled crane in flight, the crane-esque call in the shadows, the precious wild goose grasping the reeds, the solitary wild duck observing the flock, the ram's dance, the dragon soaring through the clouds, and the mantis capturing the cicada. The left hand complements with the autumn eagle facing the wind, the divine bird carrying a message, the delicate oriole in the fragrant woods, the azure dragon entering the sea, the phoenix preening its feathers, the literary leopard embracing its object, the howling ape ascending the tree, and the echo resonating in the empty valley. His hands dance like ethereal spirits, moving with a fluidity that transcends mere technique. This piece, Autumn Swan, when viewed solely from the perspective of its performance, would compel even Qin Shang to concede defeat. The pure-hearted dedication to the zither is unparalleled by any master of sound. The weather has turned cool, autumn awakens, fluttering like a startled swan, meandering through the surroundings. The joy of harvest and a slight apprehension of the impending winter are deeply etched into the hearts of all, enveloped by this celestial melody. The ancient resonance lingers, the zither's sound intertwining with the strings of the heart, culminating in this captivating autumn swan. The final reverberation fades into the distance, as Yinzhú gently raises his hands, slowly lowering them back onto the strings, restoring tranquility. His gaze is profound. Through this heartfelt performance, he gains new insights into the intricacies of the zither, and he senses a breakthrough in his zither magic. Silence envelopes the room, with only the rustling of leaves in the breeze remaining. Every gaze in the hall is fixed upon Yinzhú, revealing a look of rapture. Even without intentionally infusing his spirit into the music, this piece, Autumn Swan, has successfully captivated everyone present. 7 strings serve as loyal companions, 2 ears as kindred spirits. In tranquility, the sound becomes subtle, transcending the confines of time. A fine zither, a splendid composition. Such an evocative piece has not graced my ears in many years. An elderly voice from the entrance interrupts, awakening everyone from the lingering resonance of the zither. Indeed, it is a magnificent instrument. Anya exhales deeply, her eyes shimmering with newfound admiration for Yinzhú. She never anticipated that his zither skills would reach such extraordinary heights, nearly overwhelming her with nostalgia for her homeland. This is not the first time Sula has heard Yinzhú play, but it is the most complete experience yet, without the mental impact of zither magic. The enchanting celestial sound evokes myriad memories, almost bringing her to tears. I apologize for my lack of practice. I feared my skills had become rusty, Yinzhú admits. The music not only bestows beauty upon others, but also imparts a profound sense of joy to him. After performing an almost flawless autumn swan, he feels invigorated, enveloped in an indescribable comfort. Between the heart and lungs, a pure energy ebbed and flowed, as if the entire body had entered a specific rhythm. In such circumstances, the magical prowess of the Qin naturally ascended. Miss Anya, I never anticipated that you would invite such a noble Qin master, and so youthful at that. It seems I must report here daily, lest I do a disservice to my ears. Ha ha. The deep, resonant voice echoed once more, this time directed toward Anya. Yinzhú turned to look in the direction of the voice and beheld an elderly man clad in a long blue robe, approaching the trio. From the poetic verses he had just recited, Yinzhú discerned that this elder possessed profound insights into the art of music. Quickly, he rose and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, esteemed elder." The old man stood tall, his demeanor exuding an ancient gravitas. Despite his simple attire, he conveyed a unique presence akin to a proud evergreen. His eyes, occasionally glimmering with brilliance, captivated the soul. Silver hair cascaded over his shoulders in a seemingly careless manner. Virtue is the essence of character. Music is the adornment of virtue. The nature of the Qin reveals the heart of its player. Young brother, your skill in playing the Qin is commendable, reflecting your true disposition. Such a fine youth is indeed a rarity. With that, he appreciatively patted Yinzhú's shoulder. His hand was broad, warm, and strong, as he gently patted. Yinzhú felt a wave of warmth coursing through him, bringing a sense of comfort, and he sensed a slight enhancement in his inner bamboo energy. Seeing the elder approach, Anya remained seated, her expression cloaked in a hint of coldness. Indeed, an old hand knows the way. You have arrived rather early. Unfortunately, you have disrupted my enjoyment. The elder smiled faintly. Very well, I concede my error. However, Miss Anya, will we still have the pleasure of hearing such enchanting melodies here in the future? It is exceedingly rare to find a Qin master who embodies the four essences of clarity, subtlety, lightness, and distance. Upon hearing the elder commend Yinzhú, a faint smile graced Anya's lips as she turned to Yinzhú. Did you hear that? He is a frequent visitor to my Piaolon pavilion, and his tastes are quite discerning. If he holds you in such high regard, it would not be favoritism to keep you here as a Qin master. You can no longer decline the offer of recompense for your labor. Yinzhú glanced at Sula, who was still entranced by the earlier music and did not acknowledge him. Very well. Work knows no bounds, and here I can see my sister often. Yinzhú revealed a pure, untainted smile. For him, playing the Qin was the finest form of cultivation, and it also provided him with some funds for tuition and living expenses. What reason did he have to refuse? What do you call her? The elder stared at Yinzhú in astonishment before quickly turning to Anya. Is he your brother? Anya replied coldly. Your concerns are unwarranted. Speak further, and you shall no longer be welcome at Piaolon Pavilion. A hint of bitterness crossed the elder's face. Could you not temper your disposition a bit? After all, we are old friends. In terms of age, the elder could easily be Anya's grandfather, yet his tone reflected profound respect toward her. Anya ceased to pay him any heed and turned to Yinzhú, inquiring, Yinzhú, what remuneration do you desire? Yinzhú scratched his head, inadvertently revealing a blue ring on his left hand. The elder nearby stiffened at the sight of the ring, his expression shifting to one of peculiar unease. Sula is my roommate. Could we perhaps have him stay here and work alongside me? We require little. Merely 10 silver coins a day will suffice for our expenses. At that moment, Sula had already regained consciousness. Hearing Yinzhú request a mere servant's wage, he couldn't help but pinch him from behind, hastily interjecting, It's all right. As long as I don't have to part ways with Yinzhú. However, given that Yinzhú is a musician, should not his pay be a tad higher? A musician of his caliber is not easily found. He is a prodigy among the first-year students of the Divine Music Department. Anya chose to ignore Sula and gazed at Yinzhú, saying, You foolish boy, how could a musician's remuneration be so meager? Here, even a regular servant earns a gold coin daily. I understand your nature is tranquil and you regard money with indifference. How about this? Your salary shall be set at 10 gold coins per day. As for young Sula, let him remain here as a servant. An extra pair of hands is of no consequence. No, Anya, this truly is excessive. 10 gold coins a day? That is an astounding amount. A typical family's monthly expenses barely amount to 1 or 2 gold coins. Anya smiled and replied, As long as I deem it worthwhile, that is sufficient. If you doubt, inquire of Mr. Lao Ma whether your music merits such a price. Before Yinzhú could speak, Lao Ma nodded earnestly, affirming, Indeed, absolutely worth it. 10 gold coins is not excessive. Such enchanting music cannot be measured by mere currency. Surprisingly, Anya did not refute him this time, smiling as she said, You see, I am still taking advantage of you. Let it be settled then. Since you are here today, take some time to familiarize yourselves with the environment. From now on, you will work in the afternoons, which is our primary operating time. As students, you need not come when you have classes to avoid hindering your studies. This was undeniably a generous offer, not only for Yinzhú, but even for Sula. A daily wage of 1 gold coin was unattainable elsewhere, as typical service workers do not earn such high compensation. The Piaolon Xian was divided into 3 levels. The first floor housed the main hall, containing 10 tea tables. The second floor comprised 6 private rooms, while the third floor served as Anya's personal residence, which even the establishment staff could not easily access. Although the 3-story building appeared quite large from the outside, it could accommodate only 16 tables for guests at any one time. The lunch served was lavish, and Yinzhú and Sula dined alongside all the other attendants. The staff at Piaolon Xian were all male, led by the blue-clad servant whom the two had first encountered that day. Brother Dida, given the size of Piaolon Xian, why are there only so few tea tables? Is it sufficient for earning a profit? Yinzhú inquired with curiosity. Dida, the sole server clad in blue, appeared to be in his late 20s. possessing an unremarkable visage that would easily blend into a crowd. It was uncertain whether it was due to the special relationship between Yinzhú and Anya, or the astonishing performance he had just rendered, but the other servers treated him with marked courtesy. Dida remarked, "The scarcity of tables is to ensure that every guest who graces this establishment receives the finest service. Typically, patrons occupy only the first floor, as the 6 private rooms on the second floor have been reserved for extended durations. After the lunch hour, we anticipate a gradual influx of guests. The gentleman who arrived earlier, Mr. Lao Ma, is a regular in one of those second-floor rooms." He continued, "The lady instructed me to prepare a dedicated space for your piano performance in the central area of the second floor shortly. Do you have any special requests?" Yinzhú shook his head and smiled. "No, I have already troubled Sister Anya enough. I merely require a tranquil setting for my performance. I appreciate an aesthetically pleasing environment, and this place is quite delightful. The grand tree at the center of the pavilion of fragrant orchid is the largest I have ever encountered. The air and ambience here resonate with my preferences." Dida nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I am glad you find it to your liking." After lunch, Surla, somewhat reluctantly, was assigned to work on the first floor, while Yinzhú ascended to the second floor accompanied by Dida, with Anya not reappearing. The second floor of the pavilion of fragrant orchid, much like the first, encircled the majestic ancient tree. At that moment, within the staircase of the tree, a circular platform had been added, featuring a wooden table. Remarkably, the platform's supports were entwined with vines descending from the ancient tree, creating an impressively sturdy structure. Dida gestured towards the circular platform with a smile, saying, "This shall be your workspace moving forward. Once the weather turns colder, I will find a way to address the temperature issue for you. The platform is distanced from the surrounding private rooms, allowing you to perform in a relatively serene environment." "This is truly splendid," Yinzhú replied, gazing at the delicate blue flowers adorning the tree, feeling the pulsating vitality and tranquil essence of nature emanating from it. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Performing in such an environment would undoubtedly contribute significantly to his future cultivation, were it not for his financial constraints. He would gladly pay to practice in such a setting. As Yinzhú seated himself upon the platform, Dida lowered the prearranged drapery, concealing him from external view. Having cultivated his musical talent for 16 years, the guqin had become an intrinsic part of Yinzhú's life. Since arriving in Milan, this marked his first opportunity to play as he had during his early days amidst the azure seas. For an entire afternoon, he remained oblivious to everything outside, wholly immersed in the melodies of his performance. Despite possessing only a single Moon Pure Radiance guqin, his devoted playing seemed to elevate the music to sublime heights. For 4 uninterrupted hours, he played without repeating a single piece, while the ethereal strains of his music lingered throughout the pavilion of fragrant orchid. The Zither Sect is renowned for its 8 supreme techniques: observing the wind, capturing the soul, distinguishing emotions, pleasing the heart, calming the mind, bolstering courage, transcending mundanity, and conquering spirits. 8 distinct emotions expressed through the art of the zither had been mastered by Yinzhú to a certain extent. At this moment, he suddenly realized that although he had not consciously channeled his magical energy through his music, the act of playing the zither itself seemed to deepen his comprehension of these 8 formidable techniques. As the ethereal notes faded into silence, Yinzhú pondered whether this was what Grandfather Qin had meant when he spoke of the necessity of engaging with the world to achieve breakthroughs and ascend to a higher realm of zither magic. While he contemplated these thoughts, applause resonated from the 3rd floor of the Pialon Pavilion. Anya, unbeknownst to him, had arrived at the staircase. Gazing down at Yinzhú through the drapery, the only one able to witness the intense focus he displayed while playing. A subtle smile graced her elegant visage as she spoke in a calm tone. "That will be all for today, everyone. Please make your way out." Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the varying sounds of footsteps, and in a short while, the Pialon Pavilion returned to a state of tranquility. "Anya, I'm coming out," Yinzhú announced as he stepped from behind the curtain. "Yinzhú, your performance was truly exquisite. You must be weary after remaining in one spot all afternoon. Please take a moment to rest. I shall have dinner prepared," Anya said, her concern evident in her gaze. Yet, from Yinzhú's countenance, she discerned no trace of fatigue. Instead, his bright eyes sparkled with clarity. "No need, Anya. I wish to return to the academy as I have matters to attend to. I will come back tomorrow. I can manage to visit over the next 7 days." but after classes commence, I may not have the same opportunity. Although my classes are in the morning, I cannot guarantee I will arrive in time, he replied. Anya's presence brought him a comforting sense of familiarity, filling his heart with warmth. Very well, do take care on your way, Anya said, not insisting on his stay, merely bestowing a gentle smile upon him as she instructed Daida to escort him downstairs. Yinzhú, are you feeling tired? Sula, now clad in the uniform of the Milan Magic Martial Academy, awaited him. Yinzhú shook his head and replied with a smile. I used to spend far more time playing the Zither daily than I did today, so how could I be fatigued? The atmosphere here is delightful. The natural essence is so rich that it effortlessly calms my heart, allowing me to immerse myself fully in the music. The two exited the Milan Pavilion, retracing their steps towards the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Yinzhú, do you know who that Miss Anya truly is? Sula inquired suddenly. Yinzhú paused, responding. Isn't Anya the proprietor of the Milan Pavilion? What about it? Sula shook his head, saying, No, it is far more intricate than that. When you began to play this afternoon, the first and second floors of the Milan Pavilion were filled with 16 tables of patrons. Curiously, there was no raucous noise. Even conversations were conducted in hushed tones. Many were dressed in shades of blue or green, resembling our staff. However, I can discern that the guests frequenting the Milan Pavilion are not ordinary people. They sat quietly, sipping tea or engaging in soft-spoken dialogue, as if they were regulars here. Yinzhú replied, What of it? A lack of uproar merely reflects the patron's refinement. Sula countered, But do you know how much the flower tea at Milan Pavilion costs? Yinzhú shook his head, bewildered. Sula let out a cold chuckle, stating, A single cup of their flower tea costs 1 ruby coin. And that is merely for the standard variety. The patrons in the private room on the second floor pay 3 ruby coins for each cup of tea. Additionally, every refill requires another ruby coin. Have you ever encountered such exorbitantly priced tea? No wonder Miss Anya is so generous, offering you a daily wage of 10 gold coins. Compared to the earnings at the floating orchid pavilion, our income is indeed a mere drop in the ocean. It's so expensive. Are you suggesting that the crimson camellia tea we had this afternoon? Sula remarked, You sense something amiss, don't you? It seems the floating orchid pavilion possesses an air of mystery. Perhaps we should refrain from returning. Yinzhú shook her head and responded, That won't do. I promised Sister Anya that I would play the piano there. Besides, the floating orchid pavilion is perfect for me. It allows me to earn tuition while honing my musical skills. Such a place is surely one of a kind. Sister Anya has been incredibly kind to me. She is a good person. Trust me, Sula, she truly is benevolent. I can perceive the pure and natural aura she exudes. Only those with a kind heart can evoke such feelings in others. Sula, somewhat resigned, replied, Since you insist, I have no further objections. I merely advise you to exercise caution. However, your performance today was truly exceptional. The guests were utterly entranced, and many whispered among themselves, speculating about your origins. Yet, none could fathom that you are merely a student from Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. If it weren't for Miss Anya's parting words, I believe they would have lingered, eager to discover more about your remarkable self. Chapter 17. The Divine Bamboo Needle. Yinzhú smiled and stated, In truth, playing the piano is primarily for oneself, for the heart's own listening. Grandfather Qin once said that there are 7 purposes for playing the zither. First, to illuminate virtue. Second, to evoke spirits. Third, to beautify customs. Fourth, to clarify the heart. Fifth, to regulate tones. Sixth, to cultivate elegance. And seventh, to impart knowledge. The essence of the zither lies beyond mere skill. A pure heart harmonizes with the strings. Otherwise, exquisite melodies cannot be produced. Sula pondered. It seems there are truly no trivial professions, only trivial individuals. From you, I genuinely see the hope of the sound master. Just now, I overheard you telling Anya about your matters at the academy. What could those possibly entail? Yinzhú contemplated. I wish to seek out Haiyang. Sula chuckled. What do you need her for? Didn't you embrace her enough yesterday? Yinzhú's face flushed, and she retorted, That was unintentional. I seek Haiyang for her sake. Sula blinked in surprise. For her sake? Poor Haiyang has already suffered. You wouldn't want to add to her misery, would you? If her face had not been marred, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Yinzhú, slightly annoyed, replied, Am I the type to kick someone when they are down? Moreover, beauty and ugliness are not absolute. A girl may possess striking looks, yet if her heart is unkind, she remains unattractive. Sula's expression shifted slightly as she asked, "Then what do you intend to do with Haiyang?" Yinzhú responded, "I wish to see if I can assist her in healing. I can tell that her current cold demeanor is largely due to the scars on her face. A girl who has been disfigured must endure immense suffering. The damage appears to be acquired. Perhaps there is still a chance for restoration." Sula stared at Yinzhú in astonishment. "You mean you can heal as well?" "Yet, the visage of the ocean should be beyond the healing capabilities of even the most formidable light magic practitioners. Do you understand? The family to which the ocean belongs is the last of the three great families, the Ancelotti family. Her grandfather is another purple star dragon knight of the Milan Empire, the esteemed Marshal Seidorf. Marshal Seidorf has 2 sons, and Ocean's father is the elder, who wed the younger sister of the current emperor of the Milan Empire, Berlusconi IX. They have only this one daughter, which means that Ocean is of royal blood. Although she may not be highly regarded within her family due to her appearance, she has undoubtedly received treatment from the finest physicians. From my perspective, your chances of success are rather slim. Surely, you do not intend to repay her merely because you embraced her yesterday?" Yinzhú sighed softly and replied, "When I beheld her countenance during yesterday's competition, I felt compelled to offer my assistance in her healing. My methods differ from those of others. Even the slightest chance should not be forsaken. Otherwise, would she not be condemned to a life of suffering?" Sula regarded Yinzhú with a deep gaze and remarked, "Yinzhú, you are the most foolish fool I have ever encountered, yet also the most endearing. I shall accompany you. It would be inconvenient for you two to be alone." Upon their return to the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, night had fallen. The two first returned to their dormitory for a light supper before heading towards the dormitory of the sound magic students. Neither Yinzhú nor Sula knew where Ocean resided. However, aside from Yinzhú, who was in the mixed area for work-study students, all sound magic students lived together, making it easy to locate. "Ah, is that not Yinzhú? What brings you here?" As soon as Yinzhú and Sula arrived at the sound magic dormitory area, they encountered Xueling. At that moment, Xueling was clad in a long nightgown, brushing her long hair in front of her villa-style dormitory, seemingly preparing for rest. "I am looking for senior sister Ocean." "Xueling, do you know where she lives?" Xueling chuckled and replied, "You only have eyes for your senior sister Ocean, even fainting in her presence. Have you developed feelings for her? Would you like me to play matchmaker?" Yinzhú's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing his awkwardness, Xueling laughed even more heartily, exclaiming, "Truly, you are our sound magic department's most adorable young lad, Yinzhú." Sula rolled her eyes at the exchange. "Xueling, do you know where senior sister Ocean resides? I genuinely need to speak with her." Yinzhú, now flustered by the embarrassing topic, struggled to find his words, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Xueling laughed, "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Follow this path straight ahead. Senior sister Ocean's dormitory is at the very end of that building. She tends to be somewhat reclusive and speaks little. I cannot fathom what you find appealing about her." I do not." Yinzhú hastily defended himself. But upon seeing Xueling's teasing expression, he found himself at a loss for words, quickly following the path she had indicated and fleeing. Watching his panicked retreat, Xueling burst into laughter, unbothered by Sula's presence beside Yinzhú. Following the winding path, Yinzhú's blush finally faded as he approached the innermost white villa. Sula seemed to take delight in observing Yinzhú's flushed cheeks, merely chuckling softly along the way without uttering a word. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Yinzhú gently knocked and called out, "Sister Haiyang, are you there?" Before long, the door creaked open, revealing an unforgettable visage that would linger in memory. It was not Haiyang, but rather the stunning Xiang Wan, renowned as the most beautiful girl of Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy. Their eyes met, and both paused in surprise, exclaiming in unison, "What are you doing here?" This was Yinzhú South's first close encounter with Xiang Wan, and she appeared in a modest pink gown, gracefully enveloping her every inch, as the chill of the season necessitated such attire. Her light purple eyes betrayed a hint of fluster upon seeing Yinzhú, while her golden hair cascaded down her left shoulder, draping elegantly across her chest. Was Snow Ling deceiving me? Is this not Haiyang's dormitory? Yinzhú pondered bewilderedly. Yinzhú, are you here to find Haiyang? Xiang Wan was the first to shatter the awkward silence. Oh yes indeed. Yinzhú responded hastily, then tentatively inquired. Is this Haiyang's dormitory? Xiang Wan smiled softly. Please, come inside. Haiyang is upstairs, I shall fetch her. As she spoke, she stepped aside, allowing Yinzhú and Su La to enter the villa's hall before ascending the staircase. The interior of the villa was simply adorned, featuring a palette of cool blue tones, and as they entered, a faint chill enveloped them, reminiscent of the cool aura that emanated from Haiyang. Su La murmured, "Your sister Haiyang's talents as a sound master are truly wasted. Perhaps she would fare better in the dark arts." Yinzhú's heart raced uncontrollably, for reasons unknown. He always felt this way in Xiang Wan's presence, even hesitant to meet her gaze. Before long, accompanied by Xiang Wan, Haiyang descended from the upper floor. She wore a gown identical to Xiang Wan's, albeit in white, her dark hair cascading gently over her shoulders, her appearance unchanged from her usual self. Upon catching sight of Yinzhú, her expression momentarily flickered with discomfort, a faint blush creeping onto the visible half of her face, evidently recalling the events of the previous night. Seeing Haiyang stirred unease within Yinzhú, compounded by the teasing from Snow Ling earlier, igniting a peculiar sensation that flushed his cheeks anew. Xiang Wan chuckled, "What are you two up to? It looks like you're on a blind date." "Yinzhú, what brings you to seek our Haiyang? After she escorted you home last night, she returned quite late. When I inquired about her whereabouts, she refused to divulge anything. Did you bully her?" I'm not certain if my actions last night could be deemed bullying," Yinzhú stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Xiang Wan, do not tease him. He is quite the honest fellow," Haiyang finally interjected, her voice retaining its usual coldness yet veiled with an air of fluster. Xiang Wan laughed. "Oh, so you're defending him now. Yinzhú, do speak up. What is it that you desire?" Yinzhú took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that these young women were exceedingly formidable. Conversing with them seemed to invite playful mischief. "I am here to express my gratitude for the care you extended to me yesterday, Senior Haiyang." "No need for thanks. It was you who saved us during the competition," Haiyang replied, her gaze now returning to a state of normalcy. "Furthermore, I wish to see if I can remedy your facial condition." Yinzhú hastily articulated the primary purpose of his visit. "What did you say? You can heal Haiyang's face?" Xiang Wan looked at Yinzhú in astonishment, her beautiful eyes brimming with surprise. However, Haiyang's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning frosty. "You may leave. I do not require your assistance." Even Su La, standing behind Yinzhú, could sense the chill radiating from her, mentally chastising Yinzhú for his foolishness. How could he so bluntly touch upon the girl's sensitive issues? Haiyang was clearly a person with a strong sense of pride. His inquiry was nothing short of a self-imposed hardship. Yinzhú, oblivious to the nuances of a woman's psyche, quickly interjected, "Senior Haiyang, while I do not possess absolute confidence, I am willing to give it a try. You must have sustained injuries on your face, as classmates. I simply wish to assist you." Just as Haiyang was about to decline, Xiang Wan interjected, "Haiyang, his willingness to approach you suggests he may indeed possess a solution. Allow him to try." With a soft sigh, Haiyang recognized that Yinzhú had not intended to strike at her vulnerabilities. The iciness in her gaze lessened somewhat as she replied, "There is no need. Throughout my life, I have received treatment from both doctors and light magic practitioners. I have encountered enough disappointment. Yinzhú, I appreciate your kindness, but please leave." Yinzhú was taken aback by Haiyang's resolute rejection. "Senior, I merely wish to help you. The injuries on your face are likely the result of corrosive damage caused by dark magic, possibly accompanied by a curse. Although light magic can dispel such spells, the damage inflicted cannot be healed by light magic alone. It requires the unblocking of facial meridians, along with subsequent care, to potentially restore your appearance fully. I wish to attempt to unblock the meridians on your face. If successful, there is at least an 80% chance of restoring your beauty." Upon hearing this, Haiyang regarded Yinzhú with newfound surprise, her previous dismissal softening. Xiang Wan quickly urged, "Haiyang, let him give it a try. He has already brought miracles to the sound system. Perhaps he can bestow one upon you as well." Haiyang's gaze wavered slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, she slowly nodded, "Very well. How will you proceed?" Yinzhú gestured towards a nearby sofa. "Senior Haiyang, please take a seat." Following his suggestion, Haiyang sat down, while Xiang Wan and Su La positioned themselves nearby, eager to witness Yinzhú's approach to Haiyang's treatment. It was well known that the corrosive damage inflicted by dark magic was among the most challenging to heal, especially since the scars on Haiyang's face were also the result of a cursed spell. Yinzhú stepped before Haiyang, gently lifting her cascading black hair. tucking it behind her ear. A simple gesture sent a tremor through Haiyang's body. Although Yinzhú's hand never made contact with her skin, Haiyang could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from it, especially under the intense gaze of Yinzhú, which made her feel as if she were being pricked by thorns. Her greatest sorrows and shortcomings now lay bare before this unfamiliar man. Despite harboring some fondness for him, her heart was awash with conflicting emotions. I will not be treated, she thought, flustered as she attempted to pull back her long hair, only to be restrained by Xiangwan beside her. Haiyang, perhaps this is truly an opportunity, Xiangwan murmured soothingly, while using her other hand to shield Haiyang's eyes, preventing her from seeing Yinzhú. This action allowed Haiyang's tension to ease somewhat. Yinzhú regarded Haiyang's face with the same intensity one would reserve for a treasured guqin. Nearly 80% of the skin and muscle on the right side of her face had atrophied, the surface displaying a grotesque dark red hue that evoked a sense of terror. Though the corrosive effects of the dark magic and its curses had been eradicated, a profound sense of pity welled up within Yinzhú's heart. He could easily envision the torment and struggles Haiyang must have endured due to the injury on her face. A faint yellow light appeared on Yinzhú's right hand as he cautiously pressed his four-fingered hand against the scar on Haiyang's face. Her skin felt cold, yet his hand was warm. As he caressed the scar, her body noticeably trembled, a surge of energy coursing from her face, flowing like water over the wound. It is more severe than I imagined. Some meridians have already perished, he remarked, lowering his hand, his expression turning grave. Xiangwan inquired anxiously, can it still be treated? Yinzhú nodded, replying, I shall give it a try, but multiple treatments may be necessary for a chance of recovery. Haiyang, you might experience some pain and tingling sensations shortly, please bear with it. With that, he rolled up his pant leg. Sula and Xiangwan observed as Yinzhú revealed a cloth-like band wrapped around his right leg. He removed it and handed it to Sula, indicating he should hold it carefully. At that moment, Sula discerned that it was a fabric pouch adorned with several elongated pockets, a soft purple glow emanating from within. Yinzhú brushed his right hand over the pouch, and instantly, a long purple needle appeared between his index and middle fingers. The needle, approximately 3 inches in length, was sharply pointed at both ends and radiated a gentle purple light. Xiangwan gazed at Yinzhú in surprise, asking, what are you doing? What is the purpose of this needle? Yinzhú explained, this is the purple bamboo needle, found only in the bamboo grove of my homeland, known as the Azure Sky Sea. Surrounding the life bamboo at the center of Azure Sky Sea are 18 purple bamboos, their texture as hard as iron, imbued with a vast life force and the harmonious energy of nature. Each purple bamboo contains a core, which must be specially refined to create the needle. Within this pouch are a total of 18 purple bamboo needles. Utilizing the medical techniques passed down in my family, they can treat various ailments. In the beginning, Yinzhú lost his spatial ring, resulting in the simultaneous loss of the 5 ancient Zither treasures of the Zither Sect. However, he was fortunate that the treasures of the Yinzhú sect were always with him. The inconspicuous Bici on his wrist and the Yinzhú needle bound to his calf, both of which were, within the Yinzhú sect, unparalleled treasures. Yi Li, concerned for his grandson's well-being, entrusted these precious items to him, not even informing Yi Chong. During his final year at the Biquang Sea, Yinzhú focused his extraordinary concentration and wisdom primarily on mastering the Bici and the Yinzhú needle. Xiangwan gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, could this be the legendary divine needle pulse therapy? Wasn't this medical technique thought to be lost to time? Yinzhú offered no reply, merely smiling faintly. With a graceful sweep of his right hand, a violet light emerged, and the Yinzhú needle quietly pierced the right cheek of Haiyang. A slight sting accompanied by a tingling sensation did not cause her much discomfort. Upon hearing about the divine needle pulse therapy, a flicker of hope ignited within her. If it could indeed heal the scars on her face, then, Haiyang, would you please remove your top? With a deft motion, Yinzhú retrieved 2 more Yinzhú needles from his pouch. What? The remaining 3 exclaimed in unison, their gazes towards Yinzhú transforming into something peculiar. He twirled the needle in his fingers, a hint of helplessness in his voice as he remarked, my technique is not yet proficient enough to administer needles through clothing. That could lead to peril. The meridians on Haiyang's face must be unblocked starting from the upper body, addressing the source of the cheek's meridians. Xiangwan interjected without a moment's thought. That cannot be. If you do that, won't you see all of Yang's body? Absolutely not. As she spoke, she positioned herself to shield Yang from Yinzhú, preventing him from drawing closer. Sulan nodded earnestly, adding, "Indeed, how could you look at a girl's body?" Yinzhú gazed at Yang, and at that moment, Xiang Wan's hand that had been shielding her eyes fell away. Their eyes locked. Within Yinzhú's clear gaze, Yang discerned no inappropriate intentions. Only sincerity radiated from his pure eyes. Biting her lip, the typically icy demeanor of Yang softened with a surge of determination as she recalled the scene during her battle with the Wind Element students, where Yinzhú bravely faced a green dragon to protect them without a hint of retreat. His genuine and untainted gaze, along with his calm and refreshing aura, inspired a natural trust in him. "All right, I will remove it." Yang pushed Xiang Wan aside, took a deep breath, and began to unfasten the buttons of her white gown. "Yang, this cannot be." Xiang Wan hurriedly grasped her hand, anxiety lacing her voice. With a gentle sigh, Yang replied, "Sister Xiang Wan, did you not say earlier that this might be an opportunity? If he truly possesses the legendary medical skills, perhaps this is my final chance. I am willing to give it a try. I trust Yinzhú's character." Xiang Wan slowly released her grip, her heart heavy as she said, "Yinzhú, I leave it to you." A surge of excitement coursed through Yinzhú. Yang's trust filled him with an inexhaustible strength. The bamboo fighting energy within him flowed steadily, and his rhythmic breathing gradually calmed his heart. In the delicate art of treating the ocean, not a single misstep is permissible. The meridians of the human visage are intricately complex, should any issue arise. Not only may the affected area fail to heal, but one might also lose the ability to express emotions in the future. "Why are you still here? Are you hoping to gain an advantage?" Xiang Wan cast a sharp glance at Sula, who stood behind Yinzhú. "Oh." Sula paused for a moment, his gaze flickering with complexity as he glanced at Yinzhú before passing the cloth pouch into Xiang Wan's hands. "Yinzhú, I shall await you outside." As a button was undone, then another, the collar of the long dress began to part, gradually revealing the slender and graceful neck of the ocean. A faint, maidenly fragrance, imbued with a touch of sweetness and a cool essence, tantalized Yinzhú's senses. At last, as the myriad buttons were completely unfastened, the ocean closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, hands trembling as they gently tugged at her garment, allowing it to glide down slowly. More and more of her snow-white skin was unveiled, and the scent of her body became increasingly pronounced. Yinzhú's gaze remained tranquil, his breath unhurried despite the exposure of the ocean's skin. He was utterly ignorant of matters between men and women. Observing the ocean's fair skin, he felt a slight, unfamiliar stirring within. The ocean's dress finally descended, pooling at her waist, leaving only a strapless bodice atop. Yinzhú mused, "So the ocean's physique is quite substantial as well. Must I continue to undress?" The ocean asked, her hands lightly resting on her bodice, laced with a hint of unease. "That will suffice," Yinzhú replied, eliciting a deep sigh of relief from her. He stepped forward, his crystalline gaze growing grave. "Senior, regardless of any sensations you may experience, please remain completely still. I am about to commence." Outside, Sula pressed lightly on his belt, and a small, square box emanating a faint glow appeared in his hands. His expression turned somewhat distant, the echo of Yinzhú's words resonating in his ears. Beauty and ugliness in a person are not absolute. If a girl is stunning yet possesses a malicious heart, she is indeed an ugly woman. "Yinzhú, perhaps I embody the very notion of a poor heart you speak of." In a flash, the square box vanished, and as he felt the chill and solitude of the night envelop him, Su-La's countenance gradually turned cold. "Senior Xiang Wan, could you please remain silent? Your presence distracts me immensely." Yinzhú could hardly endure Xiang Wan's incessant chatter. Each time he attempted to administer the needle, she would intervene, as if the ocean were fragile porcelain, liable to shatter at the slightest touch. Xiang Wan blushed, realizing her verbosity. "Please be exceedingly careful." With Xiang Wan's interruptions finally alleviated, Yinzhú was able to concentrate. Two faint violet beams shot forth from his hands, silently penetrating the ocean's shoulders, with only the tips of the needles visible. Strangely, the ocean appeared utterly unfazed, her body remaining motionless. Though Yinzhú's hands possessed but 8 fingers, they were remarkably agile. His years of practicing the Zither had endowed him with extraordinary dexterity, allowing him to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort while mastering the technique of the purple bamboo needle. At this moment, his 8 fingers danced rhythmically, deftly extracting the purple bamboo needles from the pouch and swiftly inserting them into Haiyang's body. Along with the needle in his cheek, he had administered a total of 3 needles. This technique, known as the 3 needles of tranquility, is a hallmark of Yinzhú's mastery of the purple bamboo divine needle. The tension etched on Haiyang's face gradually eased, his aura softening considerably, enveloping him in a hazy, dreamlike state. Yinzhú took the pouch from Xiangwan's hands, draping it over his left wrist, and stood motionless, gazing intently at Haiyang as if lost in contemplation. He seemed to have entered an extraordinary rhythm, standing there silently, yet becoming the focal point of the entire villa's hall. A gentle yellow glow emanated from him, and the soft energy of his fighting spirit ebbed and flowed with his breath. In an instant, his right hand swept across the pouch, a swirl of purple cold flames dancing in his palm. Xiangwan blinked, and the purple flames erupted like fireworks, transforming into beams of purple light that vanished into the ether. Upon glancing back, she noticed that all 15 purple bamboo needles had completely embedded themselves within Haiyang's body. He let out a muffled groan, seemingly enduring immense pain. As his body began to tremble violently, Yinzhú moved with purpose, stepping forward with an enigmatic gait to Haiyang's side. With a swift motion of his right hand, he withdrew the 3 purple bamboo needles, infusing them with a faint yellow fighting spirit at their tips. In the blink of an eye, he repositioned them into 3 new locations without any pause, his movements fluid and graceful as he executed 3 ascents and descents. The yellow fighting spirit began to swirl rapidly around Haiyang's form, illuminating the space and rendering his true figure nearly invisible to Xiangwan. A delicate scent of bamboo wafted through the villa's hall. Xiangwan widened her eyes in astonishment as she looked at Haiyang, realizing that the purple bamboo needles had ceased their movement. Yinzhú was now twisting the needles at an astonishing speed, a total of 18 long needles, with 6 positioned on Haiyang's cheeks and the remaining 12 scattered across the nape of her neck, shoulders, chest, and back. Each needle's tail emitted a faint purple mist, the bamboo fragrance seemingly arising from this very phenomenon. Yinzhú's phantom-like figure gradually slowed, each motion transitioning from lightness to gravity, as if it took considerable effort to manipulate the purple needles. The needle therapy of the divine needle demands a high level of expertise from its practitioner, necessitating not only ample fighting spirit, but also an intimate understanding of the patient's condition. As he began to insert the needles, Yinzhú meticulously examined the scars on Haiyang's body and face. When he truly commenced the treatment, the control of the bamboo fighting spirit became paramount. Even the slightest deviation could prove disastrous. This placed immense demands on his mental fortitude. The dual consumption of fighting spirit and mental energy had already drenched him in sweat. Were it not for his childhood practice of the Zhi Heart Sutra, which often placed him in a state of singular focus, sustaining such concentration would have been exceedingly difficult. In that moment, Yinzhú realized that his fighting spirit had indeed progressed. After completing the equivalent life contract with Zhú's fighting spirit ascended to the 2nd tier of Huangzhu, significantly enhancing its robustness. The guest, referred to as Old Ma by Anya, infused a trace of his fighting spirit into Zhú's body, seemingly causing a subtle transformation, rendering his fighting spirit even more solid. Thus, even at present, he felt no signs of exhaustion. Unbeknownst to Haiyang, Yinzhú was exerting tremendous effort at that moment. Initially, the needles on her face only imparted a slight tingling sensation. However, as the 18 purple bamboo needles fully penetrated her body, Yinzhú's bamboo fighting spirit began to permeate through the needles, resulting in varying degrees of pain throughout her upper body. At times it was sharp, at others burning, and occasionally an itch that stirred her heart, compelling her to involuntarily emit a sound of discomfort. She yearned to raise her hands to scratch, yet found her arms utterly immobile, unable to lift even her upper body. To ensure the needles were effectively administered, Yinzhú had already sealed her meridians with the purple bamboo needles. Otherwise, any movement from Haiyang during the needling process could lead to a misalignment in the positioning or flow of fighting spirit, thereby nullifying all previous efforts. The fragrance of bamboo in the air gradually diminished, replaced by a faint metallic scent. The purple haze emanating from the tips of the needles seemed to have entirely entered Haiyang's body, casting a layer of purplish mist upon her previously fair and translucent skin. bestowing an added aura of nobility. In truth, the purple bamboo divine needle technique employed by Yinzhú transcended the mere acupuncture method described by Xiangyuan. Traditional acupuncture utilizes various needles of differing thicknesses, predominantly metallic. In contrast, in terms of efficacy, the purple bamboo needles far surpass their metal counterparts. Although not as rare as the life bamboo, the purple bamboo is undoubtedly among the finest, known as the guardian bamboo, thriving only in the vicinity of the life bamboo. It is not only remarkably resilient, but also possesses a unique life essence and detoxifying properties that rival those of spiritual herbs, categorizing it among the finest treasures of heaven and earth. Through the specialized refining techniques of the bamboo sect, only 2 complete sets of purple bamboo needles have been produced over hundreds of years. Utilizing them for the acupuncture technique, stimulated by Yinzhú's bamboo fighting spirit, would fully unleash the purging, detoxifying, and channel opening effects inherent in the purple bamboo needles. Without the purple bamboo needles, how could he have approached Haiyang with such confidence in her treatment? Gradually, the bamboo fragrance faded, giving way to a subtle fishy aroma. Drops of sweat trickled down Yinzhú's temples, and a weary expression began to manifest on her face. Rising heat enveloped her, rendering her body akin to a steamer. The pale yellow bamboo fighting spirit began to wane, its hue growing ever lighter. The anguish etched on Haiyang's face persisted, and amidst the continuous waves of pain, she felt increasingly disoriented, almost losing her sense of self. Suddenly, her slow pace quickened. Yinzhú uttered a low command, "Rise." 18 beams of purple light shot forth simultaneously. As Yinzhú pivoted, all 18 purple bamboo needles returned unerringly to the cloth pouch. Breathing heavily, Yinzhú stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. This treatment surprisingly consumed an entire hour. Xiangyuan hurriedly stepped forward to support Yinzhú, asking, "How are you?" Yinzhú waved his hand, weary yet reassured, replying, "I am fine. I have not failed in my duty. Senior Sister Haiyang has a chance to recover." Xiangyuan exclaimed joyfully, glancing at Haiyang. She saw that 18 streams of black liquid were slowly oozing from the puncture wounds left by the Zither needle. The metallic scent intensified, yet Haiyang's expression gradually softened. The once dark red scar on her face transformed into a gentle pink. Although the shrinking scar did not signify a complete change, it appeared less fearsome than before. Is Haiyang truly recovering? Chapter 18. The melody calls to the snow of the underworld, Yinzhú replied. One treatment is insufficient. I need to gradually pierce her facial meridians with the Zither needle to expel the residual toxins hidden within her body, allowing the necrotic and atrophied meridians to rejuvenate. Henceforth, I shall administer the treatment weekly, approximately 10 times, which should yield noticeable results. As for the extent of her final recovery, I cannot be certain. However, I believe her appearance can return to at least 70% of its former glory. Observing Yinzhú and listening to his breathy, fatigued voice, Xiangyuan suddenly realized that this boy, who had brought immense honor to the Divine Sound Department as its first male student, appeared quite endearing. His pure gaze resembled that of a child, evoking a fondness within her heart. On behalf of Haiyang, I thank you. Regardless of the outcome, we will be grateful for your assistance. Yinzhú smiled faintly, yet waves of dizziness made it challenging for him to remain upright. There is no need for thanks. I simply cannot bear to see Senior Sister Haiyang remain in despair. A girl who has endured such injuries must be suffering immensely. Rest assured, Sister Xiangyuan, I shall do my utmost to heal her. Well, I shall take my leave now. Please help her clean up. The liquid that has flowed out is the toxins originally within her body. Having cleared some, she should feel a bit more comfortable. I will take my leave now. Please rest a moment before departing, Xiangyuan urged. Yinzhú shook his head, lightly biting his tongue to jolt himself awake, and opened the door to leave. Watching Yinzhú's departing figure, Xiangyuan smiled, a genuine appreciation blossoming within her as she murmured, Yinzhú, you possess a heart of gold. Yinzhú, what is wrong? Sula reached out to steady the unsteady Yinzhú, concern etched across his face. Yinzhú smiled. It is nothing, merely a bit fatigued. Let us return. Sula sighed softly. I truly do not know how to express my thoughts on you. Come, allow me to support you. As he spoke, he draped Yinzhú's arm over his frail shoulder and guided him toward the dormitory in the mixed zone. His eyes clearly reflected a sense of tenderness. Yet due to the dimness of the night and Yinzhú's considerable exhaustion, he remained oblivious. The evening breeze was cool, caressing his skin with an indescribable comfort. At that moment, Yinzhú's spirits soared even higher than the gentle night wind. Assisting Haiyang in her treatment, he had never anticipated gaining anything in return, yet now, the satisfaction swelling within him was unparalleled, an irreplaceable sentiment. It turns out that the feeling of helping others is truly wonderful. A gentle smile graced the corners of his lips as he felt the autumn breeze caressing him, and he realized that he was growing increasingly fond of the Milan Magic Martial Academy. In the dormitory of the Sound Division, Haiyang pondered, what is happening to me? Awakening from a hazy slumber, she noticed that the sky outside remained pitch black. Xiangwan sat beside her, gently wiping her body with a warm towel. Do you feel more comfortable now? Xiangwan inquired with concern. Haiyang paused for a moment, recalling everything that had transpired, and bitterly murmured, he has left? Xiangwan nodded. With a soft sigh, Haiyang's gaze became distant and cold. I know that I have lost all hope of recovery in this lifetime. I should not have troubled him. He is a kind-hearted person. Xiangwan chuckled. I thought you would say that you shouldn't have let him see your body. Haiyang's face flushed as she responded, Sister, why would you say such a thing? Can't you see he is different from those ordinary boys? Whenever the male students from other divisions see the scars on my face, they recoil in distaste. Yet he has never made me feel uncomfortable. Xiangwan laughed. It seems that this Yinzhú has indeed touched your heart. Haiyang's expression shifted subtly as she shook her head. Sister, please do not speak so recklessly. Yinzhú is a good person, but there is no possibility for us. You know that I have long forsaken thoughts of romantic entanglements. Xiangwan pressed, why not? Have you forgotten the vow you made in your childhood? You once said that if anyone could heal the scars on your face, regardless of who they were or their age, you would marry them in gratitude. Now, such a handsome young lad stands before you. I find myself envious of you. Sister. Haiyang suddenly realized something, her gaze towards Xiangwan shifting from dazed to peculiar as she stammered. Are you saying that he actually succeeded? Xiangwan handed her a bronze mirror with a smile. Take a look for yourself. Trembling, Haiyang received the mirror, struggling to steady her breath before daring to gaze at her reflection. Her pale complexion bore a hint of blush. Her black hair was slightly disheveled from perspiration, and the scars on her face had not vanished, still menacingly present. However, in the blink of an eye, she discerned a change. The once dark red scars had transformed into a delicate pink, particularly around the outer edges, which glowed a vibrant red, revealing soft, tender skin that seemed to pulse gently, sending tingling sensations from the scars. It has feeling. It actually has feeling. Haiyang gazed at her reflection in astonishment, instinctively raising her other hand to touch her face. Since her childhood injury, that side of her face had been completely numb. After 17 years, she was experiencing sensation for the first time, though faint. This sudden awareness took root in her heart like a seed of hope. Xiangwan remarked, do not ask me how he accomplished this. I do not know. His movements were swift, and I could tell he was exhausted, barely able to stand. He remarked that the wounds on your face necessitate multiple treatments, approximately 10 sessions to achieve a recovery, restoring your appearance to at least 70 or 80%. You pondered whether you should fulfill your promise to him. The ocean lay still, and for her, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the modest window of the dormitory, awakening Yinzhú from his meditation. The fatigue and exhaustion of the previous night dissipated, leaving him invigorated and filled with a sense of vitality. Clenching his fists, he mused aloud about when his recuperative abilities had become so remarkable. It certainly was not the first time. Yinzhú, hurry and freshen up for breakfast. Sula had once again prepared the morning meal. Perhaps due to the recent acquisition of a job, today's breakfast featured several more eggs, evidently more lavish than usual. Sula, where did these eggs come from? The aroma of the breakfast was tantalizing, compelling Yinzhú to resist the temptation. Yet he first attended to his morning routine under Sula's watchful gaze. He always believed that Sula was undoubtedly the finest steward, as he had been kept in check quite well. The eggs are, of course, for my own purchase. Do you think they simply fall from the sky? Sula replied with a hint of annoyance. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, suggesting he had not rested well the previous night. Yinzhú expressed surprise. You bought them? Did you go this morning? How early must you have risen? Sula casually responded. Do you think everyone is as indolent as you, sleeping until dawn? Come, let us eat. Seated at the narrow dining table, Yinzhú suddenly recalled that just a few days prior, He had mentioned during breakfast that eggs were his favorite food from childhood. Did Sula remember? Acquiring eggs from the Milan Magic Martial Academy posed a challenge, for the academy itself housed a dining hall. The nearest place selling groceries was at least 20 miles away. To procure vegetables, one had two options: venture into Milan City or travel farther to a more remote village. Moreover, leaving the academy from their mixed district required traversing a considerable distance. There were only 4 eggs, neatly peeled and arranged on the plate, their smooth, white egg whites exuding an enticing allure. For reasons unknown, Yinzhú felt a slight moisture at the corners of his eyes. Sula, do you eat eggs too? I have never liked eggs since childhood. Only you seem to enjoy them. What is so delectable about eggs? Well, I am full now. Sula quickly consumed the thin porridge before him, scarcely glancing at the eggs, and rose to wash the dishes. Yinzhú had only eaten 1 egg. He carefully wrapped the remaining 3 in a clean cloth and discreetly placed them into his spatial ring, away from Sula's sight. Just then, a cold voice called from outside. Is Yinzhú there? Sula, busy washing the dishes outside, responded, Is that you? What do you want with Yinzhú? Naturally, I have business with him. Yinzhú, come out. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Yinzhú to instinctively step outside the dormitory. A young girl clad in a black magic robe stood at the dormitory entrance, her presence striking. The work-study students from surrounding dormitories, upon catching sight of her, chose to circumvent her path. It was none other than the first-year student of the Dark Magic Department, the chief representative for the upcoming freshman competition, Yuming. Yuming? Yinzhú gazed in astonishment at the dark magic beauty, whose countenance was far from amiable. Have you come to see me for something? With a disdainful snort. Yuming replied, Follow me. She turned on her heel and strode toward the woods beside the mixed zone. Yinzhú, don't go. Sula set down the bowl in his hands, positioning himself in front of Yinzhú. Yuming, a loss is merely a loss. Do you intend to seek personal revenge? He added, Be careful, or I shall report you to the authorities. Yuming scoffed. Yinzhú, aren't you quite formidable? What is this? Do you need others to protect you? She did not deny her intention of seeking retribution, her eyes brimming with a challenging spirit. Yinzhú frowned slightly, gently pushing Sula aside. It's all right, I'll be back shortly. With that, he strode purposefully toward Yuming. Though her demeanor was hostile, her aura was unstable, as if she were engulfed in anxiety and unrest. Sula whispered, Be cautious. If she ambushes you, shout loudly. I'll be nearby. Yinzhú offered a faint smile and replied, Sula, I will protect you from now on, and I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Sula was taken aback. He had not expected such words from Yinzhú at this moment. You will protect me? Yinzhú nodded earnestly. This is my promise. You are the second person to receive it. Upon hearing this, Sula's expression shifted. The second? Who is the first? Haiyang, Xiangwan, Anya, or some other beauty? He had no inkling that the first recipient of this promise was his companion of a decade. As Yinzhú followed Yuming into the woods, autumn had already arrived, and the cool breeze rustled the leaves, causing them to cascade from the trees, imparting a sense of chill and desolation. Yuming halted only when they reached the heart of the forest. She abruptly turned, her gaze filled with fury. Yinzhú, what have you done to Mingshui? Yinzhú was taken aback. You mean your magical beast? I haven't done anything. Tears glimmered in Yuming's eyes. You're lying. If you haven't harmed her, then why has my Mingshui been in a deep slumber since the competition? No matter how I summon her, she remains unresponsive. Yinzhú furrowed his brow. I cannot say. On that day, when I used my lute to fend off her attack, I suddenly sensed her emotions. She seemed deeply sorrowful, as if yearning to break free from your bond. That is why I advised you to treat her well and show her more care. A magical beast is your companion, not merely a tool. Upon hearing Yinzhú's words, Yuming paused, her emotions calming slightly. Yet, Mingshui has never slumbered like this before. She was a birthday gift from my grandfather when I turned 12. For over 4 years, I have been with Mingshui every day. Though she cannot speak, her companionship has kept me from feeling lonely, even while practicing dark magic. How could she be sorrowful? She possesses no wisdom, nor even emotions. Yinzhú shook his head, asserting, No, you are mistaken. Everything possesses emotions. Every living creature has its own life. And even if their intelligence is limited, emotions are undoubtedly present. Not to mention your spirit snow, even my musical instrument. Each one conveys a unique sentiment. The emotions of these instruments can only be felt when one truly immerses oneself in them and communicates with sincerity. I heard director Nina mention that your spirit snow is a growth-type magical beast belonging to the undead category, capable of reaching level 9 upon maturity. As she evolves into an intelligent magical beast, how could she possibly be devoid of feelings towards the external world? It is merely that your understanding of her is insufficient. The piece I played that day was titled A Chinese Ghost Story, and perhaps it resonated with her heart, which is why I sensed the sorrow within her. Upon hearing Yinzhú's words, Yuming fell into contemplation. Suddenly, she gasped and exclaimed, "Could it be that Spirit Snow feels sorrow because she has left her parents?" Yinzhú replied, "Left her parents?" Yuming's pale face flushed slightly as she continued, "There are several methods to acquire a magical beast. Generally, defeating the beast and gaining its recognition is the most straightforward approach. However, growth-type magical beasts are far more challenging to obtain. Before reaching level 7 and evolving into intelligent magical beasts, their parents will carefully protect them. After level 7, capturing them becomes exceedingly difficult. My grandfather exerted great effort to distract her parents before bringing her back to sign a master-servant contract with me. How can you do this?" Yinzhú glared at Yuming. "What is the difference between this and the actions of robbers or thieves? Have you ever considered how you would feel if someone were to steal you away from your parents? How heartbroken would your parents be? It is no wonder that Spirit Snow harbors sorrow. She longs for her distant parents. What she wishes to break free from is the contract with you. So, you acquire growth-type magical beasts through such despicable means. Are you scolding me?" Yuming stared blankly at Yinzhú, having never been reprimanded in her life. For a moment, she was rendered speechless. "What's wrong with scolding you? Shouldn't your despicable actions be condemned?" To be honest, Yinzhú was not one to scold others. However, the image of Spirit Snow's sorrow filled him with indignation. "What should I do then? I truly care for Spirit Snow. I even regard her as my sister. I cannot be without her." The coldness in Yuming's eyes and the characteristic aloofness of a dark magic sorceress vanished, leaving only a sense of urgency. Yinzhú replied calmly, "I do not know what you should do. If you genuinely care for her, you should return her to her parents, allowing her to live happily, rather than confining her freedom. I have said all that I can. You must decide for yourself. I am leaving." With that, he turned and walked towards the dormitory without looking back. "Wait." Yuming hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Yinzhú's sleeve. Could you first help me awaken Spirit Snow? If she truly wishes to return to her parents, then I will let her go." As she uttered these words, it seemed she had made a significant resolution. Her eyes filled with reluctance, yet that determination revealed the goodness within her heart. Observing the anxious demeanor of Yuming, Yinzhú's heart softened somewhat. "I truly do not know how to awaken Mingxue. I have heard that your grandfather is the president of the Milan Magic Guild. Is it possible that he too is unable to assist?" Yuming nodded, replying, "Grandfather said it is beyond his capabilities. He does not understand why Mingxue has fallen into such a deep slumber. Otherwise, I would not have sought your help. He also mentioned that this situation arose during a fair competition, and he would not intervene, urging me to seek a solution on my own." Although Yinzhú had never met Yuming's grandfather, he felt a surge of respect at that moment. However, the moment he recalled how Yuming's grandfather had dismantled Mingxue's family to please his granddaughter, that fondness swiftly dissipated. "How about this? Do you have a way to make Mingxue hear the sounds of the outside world?" "I can," Yuming replied. "When I summoned her, it was akin to opening a portal to connect with this world." Yinzhú said, "You open the portal, and I shall attempt to awaken her with the sound of my zither. If that fails, I shall be at a loss. But remember what you just said, return Mingxue to her home." He settled into a cross-legged position, retrieving the Haiyue Qinghui zither from his spatial ring and resting it across his knees, nodding to Yuming. Although he felt uncertain, a vague sensation hinted that his zither's melody held a unique connection with Mingxue. Yuming traced intricate patterns in the air with his right hand, releasing a warm yellow magical glow, and an indigo magic hexagram materialized before them. "Come forth, my companion Mingxue." The chilling waves of magic did not summon Mingxue to her side, yet Yinzhú's fingers began to dance gracefully, the deep, resonant tones of the zither flowing quietly into the air. As the melody commenced, the ethereal harmonics enveloped the listeners in a shimmering, dreamlike atmosphere. The gentle and distant notes, under Yinzhú's deliberate control, drifted toward the dark blue hexagram. This piece, Xiaoxiang Shuiyun, belonged to the category of emotional resonance among the 8 supreme techniques of the zither. Creating a symbiotic connection through mental energy, melding emotion with melody to profoundly affect the audience. Its profound and melancholic essence was specifically chosen by Yinzhú. Considering Mingshua's identity as a spectral beast, the enchanting celestial sounds varied in tempo, shifting between slow and fast, producing a kaleidoscope of sensations through lively harmonics. Even Yu Ming, who was not the intended target of this musical enchantment, found himself captivated by Xiaoxiang Shuiyun. He mused silently that losing to Yinzhú in the competition was not merely a stroke of luck. The emotional depth in his music seemed far more potent than any mental magic, and he was still merely at the entry level of his craft. At this moment, Yinzhú had completely immersed himself in the music, his heartstrings resonating in harmony with the zither strings. Yu Ming waited anxiously, yet the dark blue hexagram remained still, devoid of any response. Opening such a portal was manageable for a short duration, but what would happen if Mingxue did not appear before their magical energies were exhausted? As the final notes of Xiaoxiang Shuiyun faded, so too did Yu Ming's magical strength, and the indigo hexagram vanished in a swirl of unfulfilled hope, with Mingxue still absent. Is it truly impossible? Yu Ming gazed at Yinzhú, his eyes filled with a glimmer of despair. Yinzhú smiled faintly, shaking her head as she spoke. Do not worry. Although I was unable to awaken Mingxue, I have come to understand the situation. You should be happy for Mingxue. Yu Ming was taken aback. Happy? What has happened to Mingxue? Yinzhú replied. Perhaps it was the inspiration from my piece The Butterfly Lovers that prompted Mingxue, being a growth-type magical beast, to evolve prematurely. However, due to her incomplete physical form, she requires time to rest and allow all her abilities to fully develop. Yu Ming's heart stirred as she recalled that during the final moments of their battle that day, Mingxue seemed to have grown slightly. Listening to Yinzhú's explanation, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. If that were truly the case, it would be wonderful. However, can your music truly facilitate the evolution of magical beasts? My grandfather mentioned that Mingxue would need at least another year to evolve to level 5. Yinzhú sighed with a wry smile. I do not know why this is the case. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Well, I must take my leave. Yinzhú, Yu Ming called out, her eyes revealing a hint of difficulty. What is it? Yu Ming sighed. Please do not speak of today's events to anyone, particularly the words you shared with me. I promise you that when Mingxue awakens, I will return her to her parents during this year's school holiday. However, this matter must remain unknown to my family. My grandfather would never consent. Yinzhú smiled genuinely, nodding at Yu Ming. I shall not tell anyone. Mingxue will undoubtedly be overjoyed to know you are willing to send her home. Gathering her courage, Yu Ming asked Yinzhú, would you accompany me when we return Mingxue? I have never traveled across the continent, and I feel somewhat apprehensive, though I find it difficult to express. Yinzhú's earlier words had struck a deep chord within her heart. Though she practiced dark magic, she possessed the heart of an innocent girl. It was only through Yinzhú's awakening that she understood Mingxue's plight. Most of her life had been dedicated to the cultivation of magic, leading to her current achievements, a sentiment she shared with Yinzhú. At that moment, the one who had just admonished her was now regarded as a mentor. Very well. It is a good thing, and I shall certainly assist you, Yinzhú readily agreed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yinzhú discovered 3 unexpected guests waiting outside, as the accommodations for the working students were rather cramped, and Su La was nowhere to be found. Yinzhú, where have you been? Nina seemed somewhat impatient, with Hai Yang and Xiang Wan standing behind her, their gazes fixed upon Yinzhú. Grandma Nina, what brings you here? I was just chatting with a classmate. Do you need something? Yinzhú hurriedly approached, her eyes scanning the 2 girls behind Nina before settling on the department head. Nina huffed and said, pack your things and come with me. I have arranged a new dormitory for you. What? Grandma Nina, that is unnecessary. I am quite comfortable here. Yinzhú was not trying to evade the situation. Although the work-study student dormitory was modest, he felt a profound happiness living with Su La, especially due to the warmth and care she offered him, which brought him immense satisfaction. Nina, with a tinge of irritation, urged, enough chatter. Hurry up and gather your belongings. As a student of the Divine Sound Department, you must heed my commands within the academy. Observing Nina's assertive demeanor, Yinzhú felt somewhat helpless, while Xiang Wan stifled a laugh behind Nina, and although Hai Yang's expression was frosty, her gaze was gentle and warm. Tentatively, Yinzhú inquired, Grandma Nina, who will I be sharing the dormitory with? A glint of amusement flickered in Nina's eyes as she chided, "You mischievous brat. Why do you have so many questions? In the divine sound department, you are the only green leaf. Do you wish to cohabitate with the girls? How absurd. You know that's not what I meant. I was wondering if it would be possible for Su La to move with me if I am the only one in the dormitory. We get along splendidly, and being the sole male student, there would be rather lonely." Nina, now slightly irked, replied, "No, that boy is from the assassin department. How could he reside in our divine sound dormitory? Hurry and gather your things. I don't have time to waste with you." Furrowing his brow, Yinzhú shook his head. "Then forget it, Grandma Nina. I one team move." Nina narrowed her eyes, and Xiang Wan, well acquainted with her, sensed the brewing storm and quickly interjected, "Yinzhú, Director Nina has arranged for you a private villa, much like Hai Yang's. You should swiftly pack your belongings and express your gratitude to Director Nina." As she spoke, she subtly gestured towards Yinzhú. However, Yinzhú did not grasp Xiang Wan's implication, continuing to shake his head. "No, Su La is my dear friend. I don't wish to be separated from him." To the surprise of both Xiang Wan and Hai Yang, Nina, who they anticipated would explode in anger, suddenly softened, exclaiming somewhat resignedly, "Do as you wish. There is ample space. However, I do not wish to witness any male students harassing the female students of our department. If that occurs, you shall leave with him." With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Xiang Wan covered her mouth in astonishment, whispering, "Heavens, has my aunt turned over a new leaf? When did she become so agreeable?" Hai Yang regarded Yinzhú and said, "Thank you for yesterday." Her voice bore a hint of shyness, yet the glimmer in her eyes inexplicably tugged at Yinzhú's heart. "Senior, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to officially enter the academy. We are all classmates. It is only right that we help each other." Feeling the unusual intensity of Hai Yang's gaze, Yinzhú appeared somewhat bashful. Nearby, Xiang Wan leaned in, grinning mischievously, her enchanting visage revealing a playful expression. "Hai Yang came specifically to thank you today. There are still 9 treatments left, and I will need to trouble you then. Now, let us assist you with your move." As she spoke, her eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a hint of distaste. "Your space is far too messy. The environment in our divine sound department is much more comfortable." At that moment, the glances of many passing work-study students converged upon Yinzhú's dormitory door. For Xiang Wan's reputation as the most beautiful girl in the divine sound department was well-deserved. Even the innocent and pure-hearted Yinzhú would find his heart racing due to her presence, let alone the ordinary students. Every smile and simple gesture from Xiang Wan appeared as if a divine being had descended to earth, imbued with an irresistible allure. Yinzhú glanced around, noticing that Su La was nowhere to be found. "Sisters, perhaps you should return first. We can move once Su La is back." Just as Xiang Wan was about to speak, a calm voice emerged. "I am here." From the shadows beside the dormitory, Su La slowly stepped forward, his eyes revealing a hint of unusual emotion, unnoticed by Yinzhú and the others. At that moment, his hand, concealed within his sleeve, trembled slightly, gripping a black dagger. As Yinzhú departed with Yuming, Su La trailed closely behind. He had overheard everything that had transpired between him and Director Nina. "Su La, it's good that you're here. Director Nina mentioned we need to switch dormitories to our sound system area. You will have to walk a bit further for classes from now on. Is that acceptable?" Su La nodded gently, his gaze meeting Yinzhú's clear eyes. "Then let us pack our belongings." The dormitory arranged for Yinzhú by Nina was situated not far from the ocean dormitory, also a charming white villa. Although it contained only 1 bedroom, it was significantly larger than all the rooms combined in the work-study dormitory. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom each surpassed their previous accommodations in quality. What delighted Yinzhú the most was the surrounding environment. Situated at the edge of the sound system dormitory area, it was enveloped by towering trees, offering fresh air and tranquility. Occasionally, melodies drifted from nearby, uplifting the spirit. In the ensuing days, the lives of Yinzhú and Su La gradually fell into a routine. Each morning, after breakfast, Su La would head to the training grounds of the assassin department, while Yinzhú remained in the dormitory to practice his musical magic. Before noon, Su La would return to prepare lunch, and after dining together, they would head to the floating orchid pavilion for work. Su La took on the role of an ordinary waiter, while Yinzhú played music throughout the afternoon until the pavilion closed at dusk, at which point they would return together. After dinner, The time for training resumed. As they sat opposite each other on their beds, winding down from the day's fatigue. During his time at the Azure Sea, Yinzhú cherished this serene and structured lifestyle, which resonated with his preferences. However, he noticed that since moving here, although Su La remained diligent as ever, he spoke far less and occasionally sat in silence, seemingly lost in thought. When Yinzhú inquired, Su La would merely shake his head in silence. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, as Yinzhú and Su La returned from the floating orchid pavilion, Xiang Wan and Haiyang were waiting for them at the door. "Yinzhú, where have you been? You've returned so late," Xiang Wan remarked, her tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly having waited for quite some time. Although dressed in a uniform, her brilliance could not be concealed, and her charming, playful visage made Yinzhú's heart race a little faster. Yinzhú smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Su La and I just went for a stroll." Su La had advised him that their endeavor to find work should remain a secret. Upon opening the door and ushering the two ladies into the villa, Xiang Wan eagerly exclaimed, "The finals of the freshman competition are just around the corner. How have you prepared?" Yinzhú was taken aback, realizing that their week of rest had flown by. Rubbing his head, he replied, "There isn't much to prepare, is there? Senior, who are our opponents?" Chapter 19. The mighty heavy cavalry. Xiang Wan shot him an annoyed glance, her enchanting eyes momentarily captivating Yinzhú, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What am I to say to you? Our opponents from the Divine Sound Department are not as easily dealt with as the previous ones. The 4 departments that have reached the finals are the Summoning Department from the Magic Division, our Divine Sound Department, and the 2 esteemed traditional departments from the Martial Arts Division, the Great Sword Warriors and the Heavy Cavalry. Those 3 departments are formidable adversaries. In truth, our advancement to this stage has been quite fortunate. The traditional 3 departments of the Magic Division, mental, spatial, and summoning, are not as balanced this year as in previous competitions. The Summoning Department has surged forward, entering the finals with an immaculate record. Meanwhile, the mental and spatial departments, having fought too fiercely against each other, have each forfeited matches against us and the Summoning Department, finishing with a record of 2 defeats and 7 victories, thereby placing them jointly third with us. We stand second with 8 victories and 1 defeat. Consequently, our first opponent in the finals will be the Heavy Cavalry, who ranked first in the preliminaries with a flawless record." "Oh," Yinzhú nodded, glancing at Sula, who was rubbing his stomach. Sula, aware of his hunger, smiled faintly and promptly made her way to the kitchen. "Unbelievable," Xiang Wan exclaimed, her temperament far less gentle than her appearance suggested, glaring at Yinzhú. "Aren't you the least bit concerned?" Yinzhú, bewildered, asked. "Concerned? Why should I be?" Xiang Wan displayed a charmingly defeated expression, saying, "I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. No one at the Academy expects us in the Divine Sound Department to prevail against the Heavy Cavalry. Everyone believes we will lose. And so what?" Yinzhú smiled. "Did anyone believe in us before?" Xiang Wan paused, realizing, indeed, previously, no one had faith in the Divine Sound Department. Yet here we are in the finals of the freshman competition. This is the first time in history that the Divine Sound Department has participated in such an event. Does that mean you feel confident? Yinzhú shook his head. "Not at all. However, I shall give it my utmost effort." "You're exasperating me," Xiang Wan exclaimed, clearly displeased with Yinzhú's attitude. "If you lack confidence, why aren't you preparing properly? Director Nina instructed me to inform you that she is already quite pleased with your reaching the finals. She does not want to see any injuries among the 5 of you in tomorrow's semifinals. If you find yourself unable to compete against the opponent, as the captain, you must concede immediately. I have ways to ensure no one gets hurt." A faint glimmer of determination flashed in Yinzhú's eyes. Xiang Wan did not notice, but Haiyang did, recognizing the resolve and dedication within him. "Praising Fa Lan is like playing music to a cow," Xiang Wan scoffed. "Enough of this. I'm off to bed." She stood, playfully kicked Yinzhú's calf, and stormed off in irritation. Yinzhú wore a wry smile as he rubbed his leg, addressing the still-seated Haiyang. "Senior Haiyang, what seems to be troubling Senior Xiang Wan? She appears rather upset." Haiyang replied with a hint of nonchalance. "Xiang Wan's temperament has always been quite forthright. She meant well in reminding you, but her discontent arises from your apparent indifference. Do not worry, she is not truly angry. However, Yinzhú, are you aware of our opponents for tomorrow?" Yinzhú shook his head. Haiyang continued, "The Heavy Cavalry is a formidable military branch, pivotal in any nation on the Longqinus continent. For instance, the renowned dragon cavalry is a type of heavy cavalry and regarded as the most powerful among them. Their impact is immensely daunting. The strength of the knights combined with their steeds leaves little room for us to cast spells in close combat scenarios such as the trial grounds. As far as I know, among the 5 heavy cavalry students we will face tomorrow, there are 2 at the mid-yellow rank, 2 at the high-yellow rank, and 1 at the initial green rank. Although our magic department has consistently secured victory in the freshman competition, this time, the heavy cavalry seems exceptionally prepared, as each of their 5 competitors is equipped with magic resistance gear, intent on claiming the championship. Yinzhú remarked, "Senior, I have an idea for tomorrow, and I hope you can support me." Without inquiring about the specifics of Yinzhú's plan, Haiyang simply nodded and replied, "Very well." The semester had commenced over a fortnight ago, and although formal classes had yet to begin, the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy buzzed with unprecedented excitement today. The finals of the freshman competition were finally underway, marking a festive occasion for the students of Milan. The finals would unfold over 3 days. The first day featured the semifinals, with the morning match between the Sound Division and the Heavy Cavalry Division, and the afternoon match between the Summoning Division and the Heavy Sword Warriors Division. The second day would be a day of rest, leading to the final showdown on the third day between the victors of the 2 semifinals. All 3 matches were to be held at the central trial grounds of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, designated for significant assessments of the students. The central trial grounds, situated centrally between the martial arts and magic departments, adjoined the mixed dormitory area, boasting a size 5 times larger than the trial grounds of the various departments. On the eastern side of this vast circular arena, there was a grandstand capable of accommodating 300 spectators, with circular extensions on either side culminating in a 10-tiered platform. This space could easily host the entire student body of Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, resembling a magnificent coliseum. In such an expansive arena, the competition among 10 participants was designed to provide ample space for each contestant to showcase their abilities. Meanwhile, the stands surrounding the central trial grounds were filled with students from both the magic and martial arts departments, eagerly awaiting the matches according to their respective divisions. The atmosphere was electric, with waves of fervent cheers cascading through the air. Heavy cavalry, heavy cavalry, heavy cavalry. The number of students from the martial arts department was double that of the magic department, as students from all 5 grades fervently shouted, channeling their fighting spirit and overwhelming the magic department's morale. Sound division, sound division, sound division. Although the Ministry of Magic does not hold the sound magic department in high regard, out of respect for the dignity of all magicians, they naturally rally in support of their fellow practitioners. Unfortunately, the fervor has been completely overshadowed by the martial arts department. Even before the competition officially commences, the students from both departments are subtly vying against one another, with teachers from various disciplines among the contestants, not hindering the vocal encouragement from their respective students. The competitive spirit is essential for fostering growth among the participants. At this moment, Yinzhú stands at the center of the trial arena, accompanied by the other 4 contestants from the sound magic department. With her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, Yinzhú appears remarkably composed, patiently awaiting the start of the competition. Haiyang stands beside her, asking if she is truly resolute in her decision. Yinzhú nods affirmatively, confirming her determination. "Very well. Do take care," he replies. Shui Ling and Lan Shi maintain serene expressions, gazing at Yinzhú with a hint of admiration, while only Kong Kei's face betrays a sense of pride, her eyes reflecting discontent. At that moment, a voice from the podium captures everyone's attention. "Students, please be quiet." The tone is deep yet imbued with undeniable authority, prompting every student and teacher present to feel a mental jolt, and the entire central trial arena falls silent. Bathed in a gentle purple glow, Ferguson stands before the podium, not employing any amplification devices, for a purple-level grand mage of the psychic discipline. Instilling mental awe is effortless. With just 6 simple words, he effortlessly captivates the attention of thousands of students. Ferguson's gaze sweeps across the arena, receiving the reverent stares of the students. The wrinkles on his aged face deepen with a smile as he announces the commencement of the final stage of the annual freshman competition. "I am delighted to see so many exceptional young talents among this year's newcomers." Avoiding grandiloquent speeches, he expresses his hope that the students newly integrated into the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy will learn from the elite contestants who have reached the finals. The efforts you invest today will serve as the foundation for you to stand tall in the continent of Longqinus in the future. Thunderous applause ensues. The prowess of the purple-level mage and his straightforward address granting the students, particularly the newcomers, a clearer understanding of this venerable academy president and chief court mage of the Milan Empire. Ferguson raises his hands to quell the applause, stating, "Now, the contestants from the sound magic department will perform a piece entitled Rainbow Attire." Following its conclusion, the contestants from the sound magic and heavy cavalry departments will enter the arena for the competition. I shall personally act as the judge. 100 tall and robust students from the martial arts department swiftly enter the trial ground from the side, setting up tables and wooden benches. Soon after, a stunning sight unfolds before the entire faculty and students of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, clad in identical pink long gowns. With those possessing long hair tied in ponytails, they move with lively steps and graceful figures, their enchanting faces radiating vibrant elegance. Leading the procession is none other than the Academy's most beautiful student, Xiang. Today, she appeared exceptionally beautiful. Her already exquisite features were subtly enhanced, resembling the most perfect creation of the divine. It was nearly inconceivable that such a flawless woman could exist in this world. Among the 81 female students of the Divine Sound Department, any one of them could be described as beautiful, yet, at this moment, the remaining 80 were destined to serve merely as her backdrop. Her star-like eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, and every aspect of her embodied perfection, rendering all adjectives inadequate in her presence. As the melody of Rainbow Garment began to play, the majority remained entranced, still recovering from the stunning presence of Xiang. 81 individuals, with nearly 20 instruments, harmonized, yet devoid of the sound magician's enchantment. Only the captivating music resonated. Seated at the table, embracing a pipa that seemed sculpted from jade, she was the core of the performance, while the others merely provided accompaniment. With fingers as delicate as spring onions, she plucked the strings, allowing the tune of Rainbow Garment to waft gracefully through the air. A few tentative notes were strummed, imbued with emotion before the melody fully matured. It was evident why sound magicians were revered as the most noble of professions. Enchanting melodies continuously flowed from her hands. Yinzhú gasped softly, entranced by the ethereal dreamscape that unfolded. One could hardly anticipate that with Xiang's straightforward temperament, her understanding of music would run so profound. Haiyang remarked, "Xiang is indeed the foremost among us divine sound students. While many recognize her as the most beautiful, few are aware of her genius as a sound magician." In her third year, she had already attained a high-level proficiency in the yellow tier. Presently, even the faculty within the divine sound department struggled to match her prowess. The resounding bass strings echoed like a torrential downpour, while the higher strings whispered softly. The intricate blend of sounds, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade platter, captivated the gathering of thousands. The performance of Rainbow Garment and its master brought an enchanting hush over the crowd, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that felt almost surreal. As Rainbow Garment concluded in a haze, Xiang, cradling her pipa, bowed towards the podium, igniting a thunderous applause that reverberated throughout the Milan Academy of Magic. The Divine Sound Department had never before showcased their artistry before students from other disciplines due to their noble standing. This unprecedented performance, prompted by their success in the freshman competition, left an indelible impression on all present. Some pondered what further displays the cheerleading squad of the Divine Sound Department might offer if they triumphed in today's contest. As the performance of Rainbow Garment inadvertently boosted their popularity. As the cheerleading squad passed by Yinzhú and her companions, Xiang paused before Yinzhú and smiled. "Did you enjoy it?" Yinzhú instinctively nodded. Her senior played the pipa beautifully. Xiang, with a hint of pride, replied, "Though I hold no great expectations for you. If you win today's competition, I shall perform a solo dance of Rainbow Garment just for you. My dancing far surpasses my pipa playing." With a laugh like silver bells, she departed gracefully, leaving Yinzhú in a daze. A gentle fragrance lingered at the tip of Yinzhú's nose, a hint of a smile gracing her eyes, which sparkled with unwavering confidence as she made her way alone toward the center of the trial arena. As the scent of the phoenix faded, the once vibrant center of the arena gradually fell into silence, heralding the commencement of the finals of the annual freshman competition. All gazes were intently fixed upon the expansive arena, watching as the contenders drew closer together. with her dark hair cascading down her back. Contrasting sharply against the pure white of the moon god's guardian attire, her eyes shone like bright stars, and her handsome, elegant visage bore a subtle smile. Each step she took toward the center exuded calmness and self-assurance. At this moment, Yinzhú seemed to have entered a peculiar rhythm, as if she had harmonized with her surroundings. Thundering footsteps accompanied by 5 towering black figures approached her from another direction. In contrast to them, Yinzhú appeared diminutive. Each of the 5 bore golden locks and donned heavy black armor, resembling 5 moving fortresses. They stood at least 2 meters tall, their broad shoulders and rugged faces radiating a fierce aura. Equipped with standard heavy cavalry armaments, a 5-meter lance and a 2-meter-wide sword, suspended at their waists and on the wings of their mounts. They commanded attention and were undeniably the focal point of the arena. Yinzhú recognized the mounts of the 5 riders. The 3 at the center rode machino iron dragons. Towering nearly 3 meters high, their massive bodies stretching over 5 meters, exuding an invisible ferocity, coupled with their riders' 2-meter stature. They resembled the dragon knights Yinzhú had encountered in Milan, their presence even more imposing. The other 2 riders were mounted on Eric Min dragons, which, though smaller than the machino iron dragons, were significantly more agile. The standard configuration of 5 dragon knights sent the martial arts department's students into a frenzy. In any realm, dragon knights represented an unrivaled force. Although machino iron dragons and Eric Min dragons were among the more commonly tamed species, each held immense value, often exceeding a fortune. And their presence in the Academy's competition arena alone overshadowed Yinzhú, who stood solitary as a sound system practitioner. On the podium, Nina's expression shifted slightly, and with a disdainful snort, she remarked, "The heavy cavalry department has truly brought forth their best. They might as well summon a few genuine dragons for these students." The head of the heavy cavalry department, a robust man in his 40s, remained silent in the face of Nina's jibe, his stern countenance betraying no emotion as his gaze remained fixated on the arena. Ferguson smiled faintly and whispered to Nina, "Your sound systems advancement to the finals has surprised many. Director Nina, do refrain from being overly ambitious. In battles of equal rank, warriors could never hope to rival mages. For those who stepped onto the battlefield, as mages always possessed their own magical beasts. As a bulwark, these beasts could withstand warriors of the same rank. And should a mage unleash their magical prowess, the outcome for the warrior would inevitably be tragic. In this scenario, the heavy cavalry stands as the sole exception among the warriors, for they possess their own mounts. If these steeds are sufficiently formidable to rival the magical beasts summoned by the sorcerers, they stand a chance of triumph. Sorcerers of the sound affinity find it exceedingly challenging to command powerful beasts, while the 5 heavy cavalry participants in this battle are structured entirely like dragon riders. With the swift agility of Eric Min Long and the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of the machino iron dragon, Ferguson is entirely justified in believing that if the sound affinity sorcerers were to employ their previous strategy of large-scale confrontations, they would likely be overwhelmed by the dragon riders before the music's power could manifest. The moon goddess's protection is unlikely to withstand the onslaught of the dragon riders. And although Yinzhú wields the sound blade, the heavy cavalry equally possesses their own fighting spirit. In every aspect, the heavy cavalry holds an undeniable advantage. The only source of suspense for Ferguson lies with Yinzhú alone. Regardless of the outcome, he hopes to witness yet another surprise from him. At this moment, the 2 sides have converged in the center of the arena, where the commander of the heavy cavalry, seated atop the machino iron dragon, reaches nearly 5 meters in height, rendering Yinzhú seemingly diminutive in comparison. The heavy cavalry commander, Nesta, a second-year student, dismounts his lance from the birdwing ring and lightly taps his helmet with his left hand, executing a standard knightly salute. Yinzhú, the commander of the sound affinity, a first-year student, places his right hand over his heart, returning the gesture with an aristocratic courtesy. Nesta's stature is the most imposing among the 5 heavy cavalry, with a broad frame and a stern countenance devoid of any expression. Faced with Yinzhú's diminutive presence, he shows no trace of underestimating his opponent. "Please select the method of competition," he requests. "Wolf pack," Yinzhú replies succinctly. A flicker of surprise finally crosses Nesta's eyes. "Wolf pack." Yinzhú nods in affirmation. The wolf pack is one of 3 methods of competition, distinct from one-on-one confrontations and team battles. In this format, Each side sends forth a single combatant to engage in battle, with the victorious party continuing to fight until they are defeated, at which point the next contender enters the fray. This format does not follow a best-of-5 series. Instead, one side must vanquish all members of the opposing team to secure overall victory. Upon confirming Yinzhú's choice, the audience erupts in astonishment. To them, it is already perilous for the sound affinity to opt for a team battle, yet he has chosen the wolf pack format. This implies that each vulnerable sound sorcerer may be exposed to the fierce onslaught of the dragon riders, seemingly extinguishing the last flicker of suspense in the match. Only Ferguson, seated at the podium, reveals a hint of an approving smile, nodding slowly. A commendable choice. By circumventing the heavy cavalry's most advantageous collective charge and coordination, perhaps Yinzhú will indeed deliver a miracle. In truth, most members of the academic faculties are unaware that the heavy cavalry excels in team battles. Senior Ocean, are we truly not going to assist Yinzhú? Longqinus inquired anxiously in a hushed tone. Ocean glanced at her. Do you believe we could offer him any assistance? Casting her gaze upon the imposing figure of the dragon riders, Longqinus's complexion paled, and she gently shook her head. Before the commencement of the match, Yinzhú had already resolved upon the wolf pack strategy. However, he stood alone as the sole representative of the divine sound system. This meant that if his adversary triumphed over him, it would equate to vanquishing the entire divine sound system. To secure victory, he must defeat each of the 5 opponents individually. As anticipated by all, the divine sound masters faced a perilous threat from the cavalry's charge. Even the simplest engagement could result in fatal repercussions. Yinzhú had vowed to safeguard his comrades. Thus, upon entering the finals, he opted for the wolf pack strategy. This decision not only demonstrated his responsibility towards his team, but also reflected his profound self-assurance. The 5 contestants from the cavalry system gradually retreated to the sidelines. Contrary to the expectations of others, Yinzhú did not retreat to his half of the arena to prepare for his performance. With a graceful wave of his left hand, the Moon Radiance Zither materialized from thin air, cradled within the crook of his left arm. As the match commenced, the first contestant to enter the fray was a student mounted on an Eric Min dragon, its pale yellow aura glimmering at the tip of the lance, charging towards Yinzhú amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the martial arts department. This was Yinzhú's inaugural encounter with a dragon knight. Though the size of the Eric Min dragon was not particularly imposing, its powerful legs propelled it forward with the ferocity of a tempest, accelerating over hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, bearing down upon Yinzhú with a violent gust. The sharp tip of the lance emanated a chilling glow. At such speed, and with the intensity of yellow-ranked intermediate aura, it could pierce through even the thickest wall. Embracing the Moon Radiance Zither, Yinzhú stood his ground, not even attempting to evade, as the Eric Min dragon loomed larger before him. His expression remained unchanged, prompting many martial arts students to question whether the leader of the divine sound system had succumbed to fear. At last, Yinzhú made his move. As the Eric Min dragon closed in to within 10 meters, his right hand swiftly glided across the strings of the zither, unleashing a resounding blast. The explosive sound, potent in its proximity, was intended to deliver a profound shock to his opponent. While the cavalry's physical defenses far surpassed those of mages, their mental fortitude was considerably more fragile. The sudden eruption of sound could momentarily daze even a yellow-ranked mage, let alone a first-year cavalry student. The once ferocious charge faltered as the knight's mind momentarily blanked. 10 meters, for the already charging Eric Min dragon, was but an ephemeral instant. As Yinzhú's right hand swept over the Moon Radiance Zither, he leaped from the ground, enveloped in a blaze of yellow light. Suspended in midair, he exhibited an elegance akin to a drifting cloud, overshadowing his opponent below. With minimal complex movements, Yinzhú soared 3 meters into the air, raising his right knee just in time to evade the lance, while the knight, still trapped in a haze, had yet to regain his senses. The knight, clad in heavy armor, suddenly collided with Yinzhú's right knee, and the speed of the Eric Min Long was seamlessly integrated into Yinzhú's offensive prowess. The colossal figure, towering at 2 meters and encased in heavy armor, was propelled backward, staggering over 10 meters in an instant. A massive dent appeared on the chest plate, and the helmet was flung away the moment the body crashed to the ground, transforming the once fierce dragon knight into a mere shadow of his former self. With its master incapacitated, the Eric Minlong swept past Yinzhú, who, despite the tremendous impact, merely floated back a few meters before executing a graceful turn midair, landing softly on the ground. The central training arena, filled with thousands, fell into a stunned silence, each spectator wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Throughout the encounter, Yinzhú had executed only a few simple maneuvers, yet those very actions had rendered a dragon knight, endowed with an Eric Minlong, unconscious. The astonishing feat of a mere mage defeating a dragon knight with sheer physical strength was enough to leave most in utter astonishment, causing them to overlook the explosive sound created by Yinzhú's harp. Ferguson's eyes sparkled, Nina's gaze ignited with excitement, and the members of the Sound Magic cheerleading squad were equally illuminated with fervor. Sound Magic, let us go. Sound Magic, victory is ours. The students from the magic department finally found their moment to unleash their pent-up exhilaration, their frenzied cheers reverberating through the arena, igniting the crowd once more. Though this time the spotlight shifted, the wolf pack battle strategy allowed no respite. As the thunderous applause continued to echo, a second heavy cavalry student charged forth from their ranks. This time, Yinzhú faced an opponent mounted on a Machino Iron Dragon. Although the Machino Iron Dragon was considerably slower than the Eric Minlong, once it surged into motion, it became a veritable moving fortress. The disdain that the heavy cavalry had previously harbored for Yinzhú had vanished entirely as this fellow student, equally endowed with mid-level yellow-tier fighting spirit, urged his steed steadily towards him. This time, Yinzhú did not wait. Instead, he advanced toward his adversary, moving at a leisurely pace akin to a casual stroll. The harp, previously resting in the crook of his left arm, was now returned to the spatial ring, leaving him barehanded as he approached the fully armed dragon knight. As they neared one another, the audience held their breath in anticipation of yet another thrilling clash. A roar erupted, echoing through the arena, as the 5-meter-long lance conjured a shimmering yellow blur in the air, while the Machino Iron Dragon's massive head lunged towards Yinzhú's chest. Though Yinzhú's absolute speed was not particularly swift, certainly not comparable to Sula's, he was still faster than the heavily armored Machino Iron Dragon, renowned for its defensive capabilities. In a split second, Yinzhú sidestepped the impending charge, and as the lance's shadow loomed over him, he executed a seemingly reckless leap towards the sharp spear. Channeling the same yellow fighting spirit into his right fist, Yinzhú's eyes gleamed with determination, his fist soaring skyward to meet the lance head-on. The sensation experienced by the dragon rider was singular. No matter how he wished to manipulate the knight's spear in his grasp, he could not escape the enveloping might of Yinzhú's fist. The only recourse was to concentrate all his combat energy into the spear and confront Yinzhú head-on. A flesh-and-blood fist faced the razor-sharp knight's spear, and with both wielding the same yellow-level combat energy, the outcome seemed predestined. Suddenly, just as fist met spear, Yinzhú's right hand transformed. His fist became an open palm, executing a peculiar rotation. In an instant, what should have struck the spear's point instead grasped its tip. The rider, far from perturbed, felt a surge of joy, exerting force with both arms and bellowing, "Up!" If he could hoist this leader of the sound department, victory in this battle would be assured. Yet, while his body did indeed rise, it was not Yinzhú's that ascended. In that fleeting moment of seizing the knight's spear, Yinzhú's feet had already alighted upon the massive head of the Machino Iron Dragon. Concurrently exerting force, the enormous weight combined with the armored knight, which exceeded 400 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Yinzhú from the dragon's back. At this juncture, the elegance in Yinzhú's gaze had evaporated, leaving only an aura of dominance. His dark hair billowed behind him, and although his stature was dwarfed by his opponent, he appeared grand and imposing in the eyes of the spectators. The Machino Iron Dragon roared in anger, attempting to dislodge Yinzhú from its head. Its colossal form twisted in a fit of rage. Yinzhú raised the knight's spear high and stepped forward, moving from the dragon's head to its back. "Be still," he commanded softly, then stamped his right foot forcefully onto the dragon's back. Known for its defensive prowess, the Machino Iron Dragon let out a mournful cry as its powerful limbs buckled, collapsing to the ground. I concede. The knight, who had intended to continue the struggle, found himself overwhelmed by the relentless waves of Yinzhú's combat energy. Witnessing his Machino Iron Dragon so easily bested, He could no longer harbor any lingering thoughts of resistance and surrendered outright. With the knight's spear in hand, Yinzhú gently lowered the knight to the ground, regaining his elegance while standing atop the Machino Iron Dragon. At that moment, he himself found it curious, pondering why his strength had surged so dramatically. Though his second-tier yellow bamboo combat energy equated to a rainbow-level green second tier, allowing him to surpass his opponent's energy. The power exerted in lifting his foe and subduing the Machino Iron Dragon was not merely combat energy, but pure strength. As he grasped the knight's spear, a surge of warmth emanated from deep within him, compelling him to enact those actions instinctively. This frenzied power felt as if it might burst forth. And within the depths of his clear eyes, a hint of purple began to manifest. Director Nina, perhaps you might consider allowing this student from your sound department to join our Great Sword Warriors department. Keeping him in your department would surely squander such exceptional talent, remarked a hunchbacked elder with a somewhat lecherous appearance behind Nina. Nina scoffed, "Dream on, old monkey. Why don't you go and persuade Nesta to join you instead? His qualifications are universally acknowledged as those of a warrior genius." The director of the Heavy Sword Warrior department, known as the Old Monkey, chuckled and remarked, "It is indeed peculiar that Iron Arm would allow such talent to slip away. Yet, today's competition is truly strange. Your students from the Magic department have actually triumphed over our Martial Arts department, which fills me with a sense of sorrow. It is not martial arts. It is sheer strength. Absolute strength," replied the coldly silent director of the Cavalry department, Iron Arm. His voice, though frigid, bore a hint of fervor as he gazed at Yinzhú, showing no anger at the defeat of his department's students. Chapter 20. Summoning. Purple. The competition continued. And to everyone's astonishment, the third contestant from the Cavalry department was none other than the commander, Nestor, gripping the hefty knight's spear with his right hand. He held it at a slant towards the ground, as if it were a mere straw. Unlike the previous two contestants, Nestor did not immediately charge at Yinzhú. Instead, he urged his steed, the Machino Iron Dragon, to approach Yinzhú slowly. Steadfast as a mountain, this was the aura that Nestor exuded at that moment. His gaze was calm, yet within that tranquility simmered an unbounded fighting spirit. Every movement he made was deliberate, seamless, and devoid of any flaw. "Yinzhú, your strength commands my respect." The Machino Iron Dragon halted 30 meters away from Yinzhú, and Nestor spoke coldly. Yinzhú smiled serenely as the Sea Moon Clear Radiance harp reappeared in his grasp. He sensed that the impending battle would be the most challenging he had faced since the inception of the new student competition. On the surface, Nestor appeared less formidable than Roland, who possessed the Green Dragon, yet instinctively, Yinzhú recognized that the combat prowess of this cavalry warrior was unparalleled among the students he had encountered, thus presenting him with the greatest pressure. "Out of respect for strength, I do not wish for my companions to exhaust your stamina further. Let us engage in a fair contest. If you defeat me, you will have triumphed over the Cavalry department, just as you fully represent the Sound and Divine department. I now represent mine," Nestor declared, his calm demeanor gradually giving way to excitement as he lifted the knight's spear from its resting position. Yinzhú looked at him in surprise. "But wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage?" Nestor smiled calmly and replied, "If I require others to waste your stamina for me to overcome you, then such a victory holds no significance for me. I pursue constant enhancement of my strength. Only through challenging the strong can I achieve that. Come, let me witness your fusion of magic and martial prowess." Yinzhú chuckled, placing his right hand over his heart and performing a formal gesture of respect typical of a magician. This towering opponent had earned both his respect and admiration. "Charge!" Nestor suddenly shouted, and the massive Machino Iron Dragon rose entirely upright at his command. As the colossal beast descended, the 5-meter-long knight's spear shot towards Yinzhú with lightning speed, the heightened battle intent and immense aura soaring to their zenith in an instant. A faint green aura of fighting spirit surged forth from the lance, propelling the Machino Iron Dragon forward with such momentum that Nesta found himself swiftly approaching Yinzhú. Yet, as he thrust the lance, the sharp tip still lingered a considerable distance from Yinzhú, approximately a foot away. Was this a miscalculation on his part? No, certainly not. In the blink of an eye, a shard of green energy had traversed that distance, arriving at Yinzhú's chest, its suffocating intensity leaving no room for doubt regarding its destructive potential. Battle glare? Ferguson, observing from the podium, couldn't help but express his astonishment. The head of the heavy cavalry department, Iron Arm, remarked nonchalantly, "Nesta is the first person I have ever seen to manifest battle glare with green-level fighting spirit. If all goes as expected, within a decade, he shall become a Golden Star Dragon Knight, and in 20 years, the youngest Purple Star Dragon Knight in history. Perhaps his innate talent does not rival that of the two young scions from the Violet family, yet his relentless dedication to enhancing his strength is unparalleled." Battle glare is an evolved form of fighting spirit, typically attainable only when one has cultivated their energy to at least the blue level. A formidable warrior can use battle glare to inflict damage on foes within a 3-foot radius. The more potent the fighting spirit, the larger the area covered by the glare. The requirements for manifesting battle glare are exceedingly high. It necessitates considerable compression of one's own fighting spirit, making it impossible to achieve without a solid foundation and flawless application of one's energy. The fact that Nesta, with only a green-level beginner's fighting spirit, could wield battle glare was already an anomaly in itself. While the podium was engulfed in awe, the combat in the training ground could not cease. As the lightning-fast battle glare approached, Yinzhú had no time to even unleash an explosive sound. The Moon God Guardian activated immediately, its milky white light clashing with the faint green battle glare in midair. A halo of pearlescent light emerged where the battle glare struck, rapidly expanding, the shrill friction causing a painful sensation. Due to Nesta's onslaught, the battle glare grew increasingly shorter, while the lance drew ever nearer to the Moon God Guardian. Yinzhú understood that retreat was not an option. Nesta was unlike his previous two opponents. Should he falter, he would forfeit any chance of counterattack, and Nesta's ensuing torrential assault would obliterate him. Thus, he stood his ground, using the cushioning effect of the Moon God Guardian. In a flash, he stepped forward with his left foot, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the lance's tip. Was Yinzhú attempting to employ the same strategy as before? No, certainly not. Repeating the same tactic in such a short span would be a foolhardy endeavor. This time, he truly confronted his opponent's fighting spirit head-on. The clash of yellow and green energies occurred instantaneously, and in that fleeting moment, the space seemed to momentarily freeze. Yinzhú's fist and Nesta's lance did not genuinely collide. Rather, it was their fighting spirits that clashed. The two hues of energy compressed in close proximity, resulting in a certain degree of distortion amidst their mutual pressure. Yinzhú stood firmly on the ground, while Nesta towered above him. At this moment, purely in terms of weight, Nesta and the Machino Iron Dragon held an absolute advantage. Yinzhú's rather unimposing physique appeared diminutive before them. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant body that, with a single punch, staunchly withstood Nesta's assault. His legs, akin to nails, were firmly anchored to the ground, refusing to yield even an inch. At that moment, the colossal Machino Iron Dragon found itself unable to advance any further. With a rank of Huang Bamboo second stage, equivalent to the mid-level green-grade combat aura, Yinzhú indeed possessed a slight edge over Nesta in terms of combat prowess. However, the disparity in their auras was not substantial, relying solely on this marginal advantage. Yinzhú would have been unable to thwart the charge of Nesta, who was mounted upon the Machino Iron Dragon. What enabled him to achieve this feat was not merely his aura, but the raw, explosive power emanating from his physical form. As Nesta's spear descended in an instant, a voice seemed to resonate within Yinzhú's core, urging him not to retreat, as if his dignity itself commanded him to stand firm. The surge of heat that had previously emerged swelled once more, and it was only when he unleashed his fist to counter Nesta's onslaught that he realized the terrifying extent to which his strength had grown. Boom! The immense pressure of their colliding combat auras finally reached a breaking point, resulting in a thunderous explosion. To Yinzhú's astonishment, Nesta and his Machino Iron Dragon were forced to retreat 10 steps before regaining their footing. Yinzhú remained unyielding, the fervent resolve surging within him forbade any retreat. The protective energy released by the Moon Goddess Guardian had dissipated into shimmering motes of light, leaving his countenance somewhat pale. The arena fell into an eerie silence, every spectator holding their breath as they bore witness to this earth-shattering confrontation. A flicker of purple energy flashed in his gaze, and in a remarkable display, Yinzhú sat down, placing the Haiwei Qinghui gently upon his knees. Nesta, undeterred by the initial setback, found his fighting spirit rekindled, glaring fiercely at Yinzhú, demanding, Are you underestimating me? Yinzhú shook his head, replying no. Do not forget, I am a sound master, not a warrior. Seizing the moment while Nesta was momentarily taken aback, he pressed his hands upon the strings of the qin. With a deft flick of his right hand and a firm press of his left, a resonant hum emanated from the strings. The explosive sound momentarily dulled Nesta's senses. But clarity soon returned to his gaze, as a faint milky glow emanated from within his chest armor. This was a magical artifact blessed by light, designed to stabilize a knight's mind. For formidable warriors, the greatest fear lies not in direct confrontation, but in the presence of mages, particularly those wielding mental magic. No matter how powerful a warrior may be, their mental fortitude cannot rival that of a mage. Thus, high-ranking warriors often possess equipment to defend against mental magic. Otherwise, should an opponent breach their mental defenses, no martial skill would suffice to protect them from annihilation. Under the influence of the light blessing, Nesta's momentary stupor lasted but an instant. In the next moment, his lance was thrust forth once more, this time unleashing a torrent of spear shadows rather than a singular combat aura. No one could discern the number of strikes that Nesta unleashed in that fleeting moment. They merely beheld a faint green radiance enveloping Yinzhú's form like a protective shield, sealing off every conceivable avenue of evasion. It is noteworthy that Yinzhú remained seated on the ground, rendering any attempt at dodging utterly futile. His sensations were acute, though Nesta's barrage was numerous. The true terror lay not in the quantity, but in the fact that each strike was imbued with an equally formidable fighting spirit, devoid of any distinction between reality and illusion. The initial stage of green-level fighting spirit was wielded by him to its utmost potential. Each thrust was suffocating in its intensity. Steelarm, has Nasta mastered your 1,000 Shadow Strike? That was a matter of the previous year. An unimaginable spectacle unfolded as a swirl of yellow and green light emanated from Yinzhú, akin to a misty aura, meeting Nasta's assault head-on. The explosive sound of energy unleashed a torrent of surging fighting spirit, and in an instant, the training ground was engulfed in chaos. Nasta's towering figure remained firmly seated behind the Machino Iron Dragon, which, at that moment, struggled to keep pace with his velocity, appearing as if Nasta were guiding it in a relentless motion. Each strike released a piercing shriek. However, regardless of the ferocity of his lance thrusts, once they approached the yellow-green barrier surrounding Yinzhú, they were instantly repelled, unable to advance a single step further. Onlookers could perceive only Yinzhú's raised right hand. Throughout the encounter, he remained poised, with his forefingers subtly undulating, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, continuously shifting through various hand forms. The azure-yellow shield emanated from his palm like ethereal smoke, resisting the onslaught of the 1,000 Shadow Strike, which was perpetually kept at bay. The martial arts techniques Yinzhú practiced in the Azure Sea were mastered within a mere year. For a warrior, a single year offers scant opportunity to acquire extensive skills. Even with unwavering focus, Yinzhú could hardly transcend this norm. Over the course of that year, he had learned 3 techniques, honed by the Bamboo Sect's master, Yili. At this moment, he was employing the defensive technique known as Bamboo Guardian. Bamboo, resilient and upright, embodies the steadfastness that Bamboo Guardian possesses. What danced in Yinzhú's hand was not mere smoke, but azure silk. Under his command, the delicate azure strands transformed into a luminous mist. Regardless of the number of strikes, the azure silk rendered their shadows ineffective. Bamboo Guardian stands as the pinnacle of the Bamboo Sect's defensive prowess. At this juncture, Yinzhú's expression grew solemn, his gaze unwavering. His left hand swiftly glided over the strings of his zither, unleashing a cascade of explosive sounds, the crimson magical energy intermingling with the fighting spirit, creating a dazzling display of red, yellow, and green. Under the influence of the blessing of light, although the explosive sounds did not achieve their maximum efficacy, they significantly impacted Nasta. After all, a specialized technique like the 1,000 Shadow Strike demands unwavering mental focus. Even a brief moment of distraction could diminish its effectiveness. Consequently, the frequency of Nasta's strikes began to wane, and the pressure Yinzhú endured gradually lessened. Nesta roared once more, and in an instant, all shadows of weaponry converged in the air. The massive form of the Machino Iron Dragon leapt from the ground under Nesta's relentless force, soaring towards Yinzhú like a spear, with both man and dragon charging forth in a desperate gamble. In truth, he was left with no other choice. The Thousand Shadows strike was undoubtedly a high-level martial technique, yet against the Bamboo Guardian, it proved utterly ineffective. Yinzhú's explosive sound carried a cumulative effect that Nesta understood all too well. If he could not disrupt Yinzhú, defeat was inevitable. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he opted for a last-ditch effort. Should he breach Yinzhú's defenses, the outcome of the battle would be beyond doubt. Breaking through the Bamboo Guardian was no simple feat. Only an absolute force that transcended the user could shatter its defenses. Nesta's decision was undoubtedly the correct one. However, Yinzhú was anything but static. As Nesta and the dragon ascended, the Bamboo Guardian transformed into the Bamboo Assault, the second technique in his arsenal. The Bamboo Guardian embodied the resilience of bamboo, while the Bamboo Assault inherited its pride and stature. A remarkable scene unfolded. Under the brilliant sunlight, beams of bluish-yellow light shot into the sky, reminiscent of bamboo sprouting after rain. The delicate green strands seemed to vanish, leaving only the pride of the Bamboo Assault. Vivid green light, as thick as an arm, surged forth like a burgeoning bamboo grove, swiftly enveloping the battlefield of the two combatants. Although Yinzhú had yet to master the battle radiance, the prowess displayed by the strands was more formidable than any martial brilliance. To execute the Bamboo Assault, his left hand could no longer afford to pluck the strings, as all his fighting spirit coalesced into this singular strike. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the epicenter of the clash, and a torrential rain of blood splattered across the scene as both figures were hurled away. Yinzhú managed to retract his Sea Moon Clear Harmony Zither into his ring at the last moment to prevent damage, but the tremendous force sent him soaring backward, 5 zhang away. Fortunately, the Moon God's protection kept him unscathed, sparing him from a disheveled appearance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His complexion grew paler, yet the violet glow in his eyes intensified with clarity. Nesta, not significantly stronger than Yinzhú, was propelled 3 zhang away due to his weight and the burden of his armor. However, the sheer mass of his fall was more severe. His helmet flew off, and his lance shattered into 2 pieces, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His once imposing armor now bore numerous dents, and his resolute visage appeared somewhat grotesque. At the center of their fierce struggle, the Machino Iron Dragon lay forever still, its once formidable body riddled with dozens of gaping wounds, blood spurting forth. Its life force fading, the cries of despair becoming increasingly feeble. Like the Moon God's protection, the strands remained untouched by blood, perhaps having just consumed a life. Their verdant hue appeared even more translucent. The attack power, rivaling that of a divine artifact, was fully unleashed through the Bamboo Assault, a force that had inflicted such grievous harm upon Nesta. Given Yinzhú's current fighting spirit, it is insufficient to vanquish the formidable Machino Iron Dragon with a single blow. Thus, the contributions of BZ are undeniably significant. Rising from the ground, Yinzhú slightly staggered before regaining his balance. He glanced at the distant Nesta and, with a wry smile, said, "I apologize. It was never my intention to slay your dragon. However, at that moment, had I not exerted my utmost, I would have been utterly powerless against your onslaught." Nesta, having also risen, revealed his impressive physique. Wiping the blood from his mouth and nose, he resolutely declared, "It matters not. To me, there is little distinction between a competition and the battlefield. Engaging in a full-throttle confrontation is what makes it exhilarating. It has been quite some time since I have felt the sting of injury. Surrender. Your wounds must be more severe than mine." Yinzhú's admiration for the heavy knight grew, and he no longer wished to launch further attacks. His initial use of Bamboo Command and Bamboo Assault against an opponent proved far more potent than he had anticipated. Nesta shook his head, saying, "From the perspective of the match, having slain my steed, I should have already lost. Yet, as long as I possess the will to fight, I shall not concede. It appears I must unveil the secret I intended to reserve for the finals. Come forth, my companion Digga." As he shouted, he raised his left hand, and a crimson hexagram illuminated his palm. A golden radiance soared into the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The notion of a contract struck Yinzhú with some astonishment as he regarded his adversary, suddenly realizing that Nesta had indeed possessed a steed. It was no wonder he felt their previous coordination with the Machino Iron Dragon was lacking. Unlike a mage's beast, a warrior's mount could be substituted. Furthermore, a warrior is afforded but a single opportunity in their lifetime to forge a bond with a steed. This contract is only invoked when a warrior identifies their true companion. And once established, the beast shall accompany them for eternity. Only such a contracted mount can resonate with its master's intentions, yielding unparalleled strength. A warrior cannot summon their steed at will. They must invoke it through this contract, and typically, a contracted mount remains close to its warrior. A deep and resonant dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon, reverberating through the air as a crimson cloud rushed forth. Nesta bowed towards the podium, requesting, "Please activate the protective barrier to allow my steed entry." When their competition commenced, the defensive shield of the central arena had been activated under Ferguson's supervision. Ferguson gazed in astonishment at the sky, instinctively harnessing his magical energy, and, exercising his authority as the Academy's head, directly initiated the barrier. At that moment, he was the most astonished of all. As a dragon mage, he was undoubtedly aware of the nature of the approaching creature. It was a red dragon, akin to his own steed, Kosa. Although its aura was far inferior to Kosa's, the presence of the red dragon was undeniably impressive. As a true dragon, the red dragon's rank was slightly superior to that of the green dragon. He could not help but internally marvel at how increasingly formidable the students had become. Nesta, merely a second year, had acquired a genuine dragon. It is well known that true dragons belong to the growth-type beasts, and once they mature, they wield power exceeding the 7th tier. Renowned for its offensive prowess, the red dragon is a fire elemental dragon, exhibiting remarkable strength in both physical attacks and fire magic. After the competition concluded, Iron Arm, I require an explanation. I will provide one. For the first time, a gentle glimmer appeared in Nesta's eyes. The crimson clouds in the sky drew ever closer, and at that moment, Yinzhú discerned a colossal dragon exceeding 7 meters in length. It was evidently larger than Roland's emerald dragon, suggesting a more favorable growth. As he felt the searing heat emanating from the red dragon, he couldn't help but gasp. It is worth noting that his previous triumph over the green dragon was due to Roland's loss of combat capability and his own sudden ambush. The red dragon before him was clearly more formidable than the green dragon from before, and with the fiercely combative Nesta present, how could he possibly confront the ensuing battle? For the first time, Yinzhú felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, the foes he faced were not merely one. The red dragon circled in the air before suddenly folding its wings and descending gracefully beside Nesta. With a triumphant roar, Nesta leaped onto the broad back of the red dragon. With a flourish of his left hand, a brand new spear materialized in his grasp. Although spatial rings necessitate magical support, some advanced rings require only a modicum of mental strength for activation. The spear in Nesta's hand was even longer than Austin's dragon spear, measuring a staggering 8 meters, surpassing the dragon's length. Its shaft gleamed a deep crimson, adorned with 4 blood grooves, shimmering in the sunlight as if blood coursed through it. Yinzhú, this is my true weapon and mount. The spear is named Blood Soul, and my companion is the fire elemental, growth type, level 5 red dragon, Digga. In the upcoming battle, I shall wield my full might. If you possess a magical beast, now would be the opportune moment to summon it. Yinzhú slowly shook his head. I have no magical beast. Since you are still capable of battle, let us commence. I shall dedicate a piece, the falling wild goose on a flat sand. His gaze transformed. The clarity in his eyes was gradually eclipsed by a purple hue, as a soft silver light emerged from the depths of his gaze. Without further ado, he placed his 8 fingers upon the moonlight clear melody harp, which had reappeared before him. Under Nesta's command, the red dragon Digga soared into the sky, swiftly ascending to a height of over 100 meters. With the Blood Soul spear in hand, the dark crimson shadow emitted a dazzling radiance, contrasting sharply with the pale green aura of his fighting spirit. The red dragon unleashed a ferocious roar, spewing forth a torrent of flames that merged the green fire with the Blood Soul in Nesta's hand. The air ignited, rippling like water, propelled by an unstoppable momentum directly towards Yinzhú below. An 8-meter Blood Soul spear, a level 5 red dragon, and a green level warrior. This combination could contend even against a blue level warrior without a mount, let alone Yinzhú, who at that moment was merely a mage. The scorching air seemed poised to rend the sky as Nesta and his dragon descended like a lightning bolt, a blend of red and green hurtling towards Yinzhú. The true strength he spoke of was not solely his dragon and spear, but also the elemental attribute of his fighting spirit. In prior battles, Nesta had only employed pure fighting spirit against Yinzhú, Yet now he unleashed the power of fire. Yinzhú's bamboo fighting spirit was characterized by its rapid recovery through life force. The fire attribute aura perfectly counters the wood attribute aura, and the disparity in their levels of energy has vanished. Yinzhú remained seated, unmoving, his hands tenderly caressing the strings of the zither, as deep crimson magical energy swirled around his form. In this moment, he even relinquished his energy equivalent to that of a mid-level green rank. "Quick, stop them," Nina urged anxiously to Ferguson. "No, wait a moment longer." A faint purple aura began to envelop Ferguson's body as he prepared to intervene in the contest. Yet, for reasons unknown, observing the composed and graceful Yinzhú, he felt an inexplicable certainty that Yinzhú would not succumb so easily, hence he restrained himself from acting. Nesta was drawing ever closer to Yinzhú, and Ferguson's tension escalated. With his strength, he could effortlessly halt the competition, but he found himself at a loss regarding the appropriate moment to intervene. "Please, Director, if anything were to happen to Yinzhú." Just as Nina was about to utter something rash, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Yinzhú, seated serenely, had not yet begun to play, when he suddenly lifted his head, stood, and faced the descending red dragon. In his clear eyes, a profound yearning shone forth as he let out a call, not particularly loud, yet resonant. "Purple." The magical glow surrounding Yinzhú dissipated, revealing a milky white halo that seemed to be protected by the moon goddess. Deep within this halo, a flame of purple energy ignited from his brow, instantly spreading throughout his being. Without the appearance of a magical six-pointed star, a purple ethereal figure emerged from him. The illusion solidified into a physical form: purple hair, purple eyes, a tall stature, and a cold visage, resembling an unyielding wall. He stood before Yinzhú, wordlessly, for no additional words were necessary between them. Purple raised his gaze, his fierce eyes meeting the diving red dragon, Digga. Without an aura, without any radiance, he simply unleashed his fists. At that moment, Yinzhú returned to the ground, as if he knew purple would surely block the oncoming flames. His 8 fingers simultaneously glided over the zither strings, and a deep, resonant melody emerged from their movement. How immense is the force of a giant dragon combined with a heavily armored knight in a full descent? The term thousands of pounds barely suffices to describe it, especially with the addition of their energy and the fire dragon's magic. All of this culminated in a single charge, yet facing them stood only purple's fists. Boom! In an instant, the clash sent red and green light scattering, and the powerful defensive barriers surrounding the central training ground trembled. Astonishingly, the massive dragon's body rebounded, accompanied by the terrified roar of the red dragon and Nesta's muffled grunt. Indeed, purple had withstood the full force of Nesta and the red dragon's charge with his fists. At this moment, his legs were buried to the knees in the ground, and within a 10-meter radius around him, the earth cracked, leaving only the spot where Yinzhú sat unscathed. "Foul play. This is a violation," exclaimed an onlooker. "How could an outsider assist in the contest? That must be at least a blue-rank warrior." The astonished head of the heavy swordsman department, the old monkey, exclaimed loudly. Ferguson, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon the center of the training ground and shook his head, saying, "No, although he is a warrior, he is not human. I sense no human aura emanating from him. The innate summoning is, astonishingly, the legendary primordial innate summoning." Ironarm's face also revealed a look of surprise. He certainly understood the immense power of Nestor's impact. Even he would absolutely hesitate to confront such an onslaught directly. "Are you suggesting that it is a magical beast?" Only level 9 magical beasts, aside from the undead, can transform into human form. However, his strength does not seem to have reached level 9. If he were a level 9 magical beast, even the combined assault of Nestor and the red dragon would not be able to cause Purple's legs to sink into the ground. Ferguson spoke solemnly. "He is definitely not undead. Everything has surpassed my understanding. I fear only the great lords of the Fablon 7 Towers could elucidate this matter." The thunderous clash did not disturb Yinzhú's performance. At that moment, his melody had already unfolded. The piece Pingsha Luoyan resonated like the arrival of wild geese, ethereal against the azure sky, with the geese harmonizing in flight, appearing and disappearing like fleeting shadows. Dark red magical ripples emanated from Yinzhú's body, spreading outward. Upon hearing the melody, the lines on Purple's face softened a fraction, allowing him to effortlessly extract his legs from the ground. His movements were natural, evidently unscathed by the earlier impact. At this moment, the one most astounded was undoubtedly Nestor. To him, Purple's fists did not resemble human hands. That instantaneous collision felt akin to striking a mountain forged from mithril. His arms had become completely numb, and under the overwhelming recoil, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fire attribute within his fighting spirit not only failed to harm his opponent, but rebounded upon him. If it weren't for the red dragon Digga absorbing much of the backlash, he would have found it impossible to remain steady upon the dragon's back. Nestor sensed Digga trembling, not from injury, but from a tremor of presence. Among the Red Dragon clan, an adult red dragon could reach level 8. Only a magical beast of a higher tier could induce such a quiver in a red dragon. Gazing down at Purple standing beside Yinzhú, Nestor felt his fighting spirit sink to unprecedented depths. He was unsure whether he should charge again. Just then, he heard Pingsha Luoyan. The melody rose and fell, endlessly flowing. Exquisitely beautiful, its foundation was serene yet dynamic, delicately smooth and refreshingly profound. This soothing melody eased his tense emotions considerably. The dark red halo had now enveloped the entire training ground. Yinzhú looked at Purple before him and suddenly realized his heart had grown remarkably tranquil. With Purple by his side, his longing was alleviated and his spirits soared, allowing him to fully immerse himself in Pingsha Luoyan. The dark red magical energy began to transform, starting from around Yinzhú's body, gradually lightening in hue until the dark red dissipated, replaced by a gentle yellow. Though faint, the color was exceptionally vivid. Everyone present widened their eyes at this spectacle. It was not uncommon for students to level up during competitions. However, in accordance with the sequence of the rainbow levels, the color following red should be orange. Yet, the transformation of Yinzhú before them evidently contravenes this norm. The hue of yellow unmistakably signifies the initial stage of the yellow level. Should they be aware that Yinzhú's magical prowess has already ascended to the initial stage of the green level, they might very well be left agape in astonishment. The heart of an innocent child, the heart of Yinzhú, who has diligently cultivated for 16 years, has finally reached a moment of transcendence. That faint yellow is not merely the yellow level in the spectators' minds. It symbolizes the second significant stage of the Qin zone, the courageous spirit intertwined with musical artistry. Through relentless effort and profound understanding, Yinzhú has ultimately achieved the most pivotal transformation in his quest for mastering the art of musical magic, standing now beside Z. In the crisp autumn air, with calm winds and serene sands, clouds stretch across the sky, heralding a harmonious flight. Inspired by the lofty ambitions of the swan, he expresses the heart of a free-spirited scholar. What a splendid rendition of falling wild geese on the flat sand. Nina's gaze became somewhat entranced. She seemed to perceive not Yinzhú performing in the center of the trial ground, but rather his master, the one she has longed for dearly. Chapter 21. The painting sect of the Eastern Dragon Z, with closed eyes, exhibited a serene expression on his resolute visage. None noticed that, at this very moment, a layer of pale purple crystal was beginning to form in the palm of his hand. As the faint yellow magical energy emanating from Yinzhú quietly penetrated his being. In a mutual life contract, should one party undergo a qualitative transformation, the other party stands to gain immensely. A sudden scream pierced the air, shattering the beautiful ambience crafted by falling wild geese on the flat sand. Nesta had been completely immersed in the melody, yet the abrupt sensation of weightlessness jolted him back to reality. He was horrified to discover that both he and the red dragon were plummeting toward the ground. Falling wild geese on the flat sand, one of the 9 renowned pieces of the Qin zone, has the effect of nullifying flight. Upon hearing this composition, any creature capable of flight, provided the performer is within 3 ranks, will inevitably fall. Given Yinzhú's current magical level, all flying beings below the initial blue level are subject to this piece. However, as one of the 9 masterpieces of the Qin zone, falling wild geese on the flat sand requires his utmost devotion to be performed. With Z by his side, Yinzhú can unleash its full potential without hindrance during the competition. Z, save them. The melody of falling wild geese on the flat sand did not cease. Yet, Yinzhú suddenly glanced upward at Nesta, who was descending from the sky. Z, listening intently to the music, furrowed his brow, yet his body surged forth. His right foot forcefully stamped down on the ground, creating a pit with a diameter of 1 meter. Utilizing the immense recoil, he propelled himself upward, swiftly arriving beneath the falling red dragon. As the dragon descended, Z let out a low roar, his palms positioned skyward, exerting a thrust that redirected the colossal momentum, transforming it into a lateral flight, casting Nesta and the red dragon, Digga, aside. The massive form of the red dragon skidded along the ground, coming to a halt merely 10 meters from Yinzhú, while Nesta's heavy armor had sustained numerous cracks. Had he not clung desperately to the scales on Digga's back with his right hand, he might have been flung far away. The melody of Pingsha Luoyan softly concluded amidst the delicate fingers of Yinzhú, as a warm smile graced his handsome and elegant visage while he gazed at Z, who had returned to his side. Z nodded at Yinzhú, indicating that he would take his leave, promising to seek him out later. A pearlescent glow and a violet luminescence flickered around them, with Z merging back into the shadows, vanishing within Yinzhú. The blood soul spear struck the ground, as Nestor gasped for breath, declaring, "Yinzhú, you have triumphed." His gaze turned icy, expressing confusion. "But I do not comprehend why you deceived me. Was it to catch me off guard? Deceive you? I did not." Yinzhú responded, astonished. Nestor scoffed. "When I requested you to summon a beast, you claimed you had none. So who was that?" "Only a level 9 intelligent beast or an undead creature can assume human form." Yinzhú shook his head, asserting, "I truly did not deceive you. Z is not my beast, but my friend and companion. Digga is also my ally. What significance does your statement hold?" Nestor roared in anger. Yinzhú's formidable prowess had initially earned Nestor's respect, but the sudden turn of events transformed his perception. No, he did not deceive you. He spoke the truth. Surrounded by a gentle violet glow, Dean Ferguson had approached them unnoticed. Nestor regarded him with inquiry. "Why?" Ferguson replied, "Because the companions he speaks of differ vastly from your understanding. Perhaps your red dragon is indeed your companion, yet your relationship is one of master and servant. However, Yinzhú and his companions share an equal bond, and for that alone, you lack the right to blame him." The proceedings of the competition were indisputable. Yinzhú had not violated any rules. With Nestor incapacitated, Ferguson proclaimed, "I hereby announce that in today's battle, the victory belongs to the sound system." The students observing from the martial arts department fell into silence, while the magic department erupted into thunderous applause, fully aware that the champion of this year's freshman tournament would once again belong to them, although the other semifinal had yet to commence. The strength of the summoning department's newcomers was formidable, far beyond what the second-place heavy sword warriors from the martial arts department could contend with. Nestor turned his gaze to Yinzhú, acknowledging Ferguson's words without doubt. With a bitter smile, he admitted, "I apologize. Perhaps it is my inability to accept defeat that leads me to seek objective reasons for my loss. This time, you have won. However, I shall seek you out whenever I deem myself capable of challenging you." Nestor's candidness elicited a smile from Yinzhú. "Very well, I shall await your arrival." "You are correct. Only by continually challenging the strong can one grow stronger. I have already proven this to myself." Nestor laughed heartily, gazing into Yinzhú's clear eyes. "It seems we shall not only be rivals, but also friends. I, Nestor, shall count you as my friend." "Indeed." At that moment, Ferguson interjected, "Yinzhú, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." The first match of the semifinals has concluded, and the dark horse of the new competition, the Sound Division, has advanced once more. With the formidable strength of Yinzhú, they have boldly surged into the finals despite the skepticism surrounding them. In an instant, the Sound Division has become the most discussed topic at the Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy, and Yinzhú has emerged as the most talked about individual within the institution. Following Ferguson, Yinzhú arrived at the Dean's Tower where he resided. "Yinzhú, enlighten me. How did your magical prowess suddenly elevate from the red level to the yellow level?" Ferguson inquired, his expression somewhat peculiar as he regarded the young man standing in the center of the room. Yinzhú paused momentarily, shaking his head as he replied, "I cannot disclose that." Though innocent, he understood that the secrets of the Qinzhong must remain concealed from outsiders. Ferguson chuckled, "You are rather adorably candid, my boy. However, do you realize that today's events have brought you considerable trouble?" "Trouble? Why?" Ferguson explained, "Among all practitioners, none can contravene the rules of the rainbow level restrictions. Those who transcend these regulations are deemed heretics and must be reported to the Fablon 7 Tower for resolution. Your magical level has unexpectedly leaped 3 tiers from orange today. Tell me, should I send you to the Fablon 7 Tower?" The Fablon 7 Tower? No, I refuse to go. My grandfather has warned me that it is a perilous place. Yinzhú shook his head vigorously, recalling how his grandfather's faces would darken whenever they spoke of the Fablon 7 Tower. Though they never elaborated on its nature, he instinctively sensed it was not a favorable place. However, many witnesses observed today's competition. If you wish to avoid the Fablon 7 Tower, you must provide a compelling reason to quell the murmurs of the masses. How can I silence their chatter? Yinzhú scratched his head. I do not know. Turning away from Yinzhú, a glint of cunning flickered in Ferguson's eyes as he spoke lightly. As a student of the academy, I would rather not see you treated as a heretic by the Fablon 7 Tower. You have but one path ahead of you, to become my disciple. In this way, I can use the magical items I previously bestowed upon you to obscure the matter of your level. What say you? Become your disciple? But I already have a master. That may not be feasible, Ferguson replied. Then I shall be of no assistance, and will have to send you to the Fablon 7 Tower. Yet, does your teacher stipulate that you can only have him as your sole master? Yinzhú shook his head. Not necessarily, but since there are no such restrictions, what are you hesitating for? I have dedicated my life to the study of mental magic and have yet to take a single disciple. Rest assured, what I impart will not conflict with what your teacher teaches you. The sound division is merely a branch of mental magic. Should your teacher inquire in the future, I can assist you in addressing it. At this moment, Yinzhú recalled Nina's words from that day, tentatively asking, "May I simply call you teacher, rather than master?" Ferguson was amused by Yinzhú's clever ruse, replying, "Very well, let it be as you wish." In my heart, I couldn't help but sigh. In Milan, countless nobles aspired to take on apprentices, yet this young man boldly came forth to negotiate terms. Teacher. Yinzhú sincerely bowed to Ferguson. His innocent nature allowed him to sense the goodwill emanating from Ferguson, and coupled with Nina's earlier words, he felt no hesitation. Very well, you shall henceforth be my sole disciple. If I am not mistaken, the creature you summoned through the contract today must be your magical companion. Are you aware of its origins? Magical creature? No, Zhi is not a magical beast. He is my friend, my dear friend, Yinzhú hastily clarified. Ferguson's expression shifted. So, you mean to say that he has taken human form since you first met? When did this transpire? Yinzhú replied, 10 years ago. I was 6 at the time, and Zhi appeared while I was practicing the piano. He has come to listen to me play ever since. He was my only friend before I arrived in Milan. We have never been apart in these 10 years. Upon hearing his words, Ferguson's aged visage furrowed in deep thought. For the situation Yinzhú described had far exceeded his comprehension. And what of the equal contract between you? I have encountered descriptions of such equal life contracts in ancient texts. It seems akin to binding your lives and souls together. Are you aware of this? Yinzhú nodded. I am aware. Zhi is my good friend. However, he cannot accompany me to the academy. Zhi said that with this contract, we could see each other often. So I agreed to sign it. Ferguson smiled wryly. Yet such a contract also restricts you from possessing your own magical beast. Do you not wish to know where Zhi learned of this contract? Yinzhú's response was simple. I trust Zhi. Observing the steadfast and somewhat stubborn gaze of Yinzhú, Ferguson fell silent. A disciple with such traits pleased him, yet he sensed that Zhi was not merely ordinary. Without any fighting spirit or magic, he had managed to withstand the full force of a green-tier dragon knight's assault solely through strength, an ability he had yet to witness among humans. The equal life contract, in legend, was typically a bond between spouses. Only when their feelings reached a level of unity would they relinquish the right to possess magical beasts in order to be together. No, Zhi could never be human. Despite his indistinguishable appearance, he bore no trace of humanity. If he were a magical beast, what sort of creature could possess such formidable physical strength while also taking on human form? This thought left Ferguson with a headache. Very well, Yinzhú, you may return now. Rest well and prepare for the final competition. I need to contemplate how best to impart the knowledge of spiritual magic to you. Upon your return, do not forget what I have just told you. Should anyone inquire, simply state that it was I who provided you with magical artifacts that concealed your true strength. I will handle the rest. Thank you, teacher, Yinzhú replied. Yinzhú bid farewell to Ferguson with a sense of gratitude. Just as he was about to depart, Ferguson called out to him, Wait a moment, Yinzhú. There is something I must convey to you. Following the conclusion of the freshman competition, the Academy will organize a practical training exercise. This will not be in the format of a competition, but rather an opportunity to experience the actual battlefield. Outstanding students will be selected from various departments to participate, and I sincerely hope you will join. The trials of war often facilitate rapid personal growth. Details will be communicated by the Academy in due course. Very well. I shall heed your guidance, teacher. Yinzhú's straightforward nature led him to accept this without question, not even pondering why a peaceful continent would be embroiled in war. As he watched Yinzhú leave, Ferguson allowed a smile to return to his face, pondering silently whether this could be construed as coercion or persuasion. Such an exceptional disciple is truly rare, perhaps unmatched across the entire continent of Longqinus. His pure and simple heart, profound and untainted spiritual energy and fighting spirit, along with the miracles he brings to the sound masters and the equitable summoning contract, all epitomize the essence of genius, unmarred by any impurities. Since witnessing several of Yinzhú's matches, Ferguson had set his sights on him. As the competitions progressed, Yinzhú's surprises multiplied. Today, upon observing Yinzhú's magical prowess suddenly ascend to the yellow level, he no longer hesitated and seized the opportunity to semi-coercively accept him as a disciple. Ferguson had an inkling that in the near future, Yinzhú would undoubtedly rise as a new star in the realm of magic on the continent of Longqinus. As soon as Yinzhú left Ferguson's residence, he encountered Sula, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Upon seeing him emerge, she hurried forward and asked urgently, "Yinzhú, what did the dean want with you? Was it to inquire about your sudden elevation in strength? You must be more cautious. How could such a situation arise? Do you realize how perilous this is? How exactly have you been training?" Yinzhú found himself flustered by Sula's barrage of questions. "Sula, please, take your time and don't rush. There is no cause for alarm. The teacher has already devised a solution." He then recounted his entire conversation with Ferguson. Within the academy, he trusted only two individuals, Nina and Sula. Aside from the secrets of the Qin Zone and Zhu Zone, he felt there was little left to conceal. "Thank goodness. You truly frightened me," Sula exclaimed, patting her chest. "By the way, who was that you summoned today? When I saw Nesta and his dragon charging towards you from the sky, I was utterly terrified. The dean didn't even intervene. Fortunately, you had a means to handle it." Yinzhú replied, "That was Z, my friend. To be honest, I am not entirely sure of his strength. Ever since we established our equitable contract, I have sensed that his power surpasses mine, which is why I summoned him at that moment." Sula's gaze suddenly shifted to Yinzhú with an odd expression. "An equitable contract? You mean a fated contract of equality? Is there a problem?" Yinzhú looked at Sula in surprise. Sula retorted, "Forget it, I won't discuss it with you. Last time, you mentioned that I am the second person you are committed to protect. Surely the first is not Ji, right?" Yinzhú nodded and replied, "Indeed." Sula's voice quivered slightly. "Do you really like him?" Yinzhú replied earnestly, "I naturally hold a deep affection for Ji. We have been together for a decade. He has been by my side since I was 6, listening to me play the piano. We grew up together, leaving the Azure Sea to come here. He is my sole companion. Truly just friends?" Sula inquired, tension evident in her tone. Yinzhú nodded. "Why refer to it as merely friends? Of course, we are friends." Sula retorted sharply, "Friends who enter into a fateful contract? Have you lost your mind?" Yinzhú replied, "What is wrong with that? I wish to see him at any moment, so I signed it. If need be, I could forego the magical beasts. Yinzhú, I've realized that conversing with you is akin to playing music for cattle." Sula's body trembled again, but this time out of frustration. "Playing music for cattle? I used to play for bamboo. Is this a new method of cultivation? Wait, you are an assassin. How could you know our divine sound cultivation techniques?" "Hey, Sula, don't leave, wait for me." Sula was indeed swift. As soon as Yinzhú began to move, she had already disappeared among the winding paths of the academy. Yinzhú knew she must be heading back to her dormitory. And given the significant energy expended in their recent battle, he decided not to pursue her, instead leisurely making his way toward the divine sound dormitory area. Upon entering the magic department, he had not walked far when he encountered a familiar face, Roland, the wind mage who had provoked him on his first day at the academy and subsequently lost to him in a contest. Roland was munching on something from a bag, her eyes devoid of spirit. Remarkably, in less than 10 days since their last meeting, she had gained noticeable weight, her face now somewhat rounded. Yinzhú noticed her, and she, of course, recognized him. "It's you," her voice turned icy, as if she were a practitioner of ice magic. "Oh, hello, Roland," Yinzhú said, watching her warily, aware that their relationship was far from amicable. "You seem quite pleased with yourself. I hear you even defeated Nesta from the heavy cavalry department, Roland said, stepping closer to Yinzhú. Upon seeing him, her fury surged to its peak, her eyes seemingly ablaze. From a young age, she had lived in luxury and, blessed with extraordinary magical talent, had reached the yellow level by the tender age of 16, bolstered by her green dragon. She had always considered herself the strongest among her peers, even more formidable than her brothers. However, her battle with Yinzhú had utterly shattered her confidence. For her, it was not merely a defeat, but rather an affront to her very being. The challenge had been hers, yet she was the one who fell. The humiliation was a burden she struggled to bear. In the days since, she had been unable to escape her anguish, yearning to exact revenge on Yinzhú. However, that had been a fair contest, and a flicker of reason, combined with her pride, prevented her from resorting to the influence of her family. Perhaps it is a way to transform sorrow into appetite. Only when she indulges in food can she momentarily alleviate the turmoil within her heart. Despite being acutely aware of her burgeoning weight, she finds herself unable to restrain her cravings. At that moment, the sight of Yinzhú ignites a surge of anger and resentment within her, nearly overwhelming her composure. Roland, you seem to have gained some weight, Yinzhú observes, unsure of what else to say and yearning to retreat to her dormitory. Yet, Roland conveniently obstructs her path, prompting her to utter these words out of sheer frustration. Are you mocking me? This is all you're doing. If I end up becoming an enormous figure in the future, I shall hold you accountable and haunt you for eternity, driving you to distraction. Roland's eyes redden as she speaks without thinking. Yinzhú is at a loss for words, when suddenly, a story her mother had recounted before her departure from the Azure Sea comes to mind. Roland, it is not good for a girl to be excessively plump. That is none of your concern. In truth, Roland is uncertain of how to confront Yinzhú. She knows she cannot overpower her. However, encountering her here, she is unwilling to simply let it go. Allow me to share a tale, Yinzhú begins, discreetly shifting her stance. Once upon a time, there were 2 pigs, one male and one female. Each night, the boar would stand guard over the sow, fearful that their master would take advantage of their slumber to slaughter her. Days turned into weeks, with the sow growing increasingly rotund while the boar grew thinner by the day. Are you calling me a sow? Roland retorts furiously. No, please let me finish. Yinzhú continues. One day, the boar overheard the master discussing plans with the butcher to sell the sow, now in prime condition, for slaughter. Heartbroken, the boar's demeanor changed dramatically from that day forward. Whenever food was delivered, he would rush to consume it all, and after feasting, he would lie down to sleep, instructing the sow to take her turn on guard. If he awoke to find her absent, he would ignore her completely. At this point, Roland's curiosity is piqued, and she instinctively asks what happened next. Lost in her thoughts due to the emotional intensity of the tale, she fails to notice that Yinzhú has sidled away a step. As days passed, the sow felt increasingly neglected by the boar, leading to her disappointment. While the boar continued to live a life of ease, seemingly unperturbed. Before long, a month had elapsed, and when the master returned with the butcher, he discovered that the once plump sow had lost much of her flesh, while the boar had thrived. At that moment, the boar desperately ran in circles, striving to attract the master's attention and demonstrate he was a healthy pig. Ultimately, the butcher led the boar away. As the boar was dragged from the pen, he turned to the sow and smiled, saying, "Do not eat so much in the future." Heartbroken, the sow charged toward the exit, but the gate had already been shut by the master. That night, as the master and his family joyfully feasted on pork, the sow lay sorrowfully in the spot where the boar had once slept, suddenly noticing a message inscribed on the wall. If love cannot be expressed through words, I am willing to prove it with my life. The sow's heart shattered upon reading those words, and all who heard this poignant tale were moved to tears. In time, young women began to embrace dieting as a tribute to this profound love story. Roland stood there, her demeanor frozen, her eyes gradually reddening as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Oh, the poor boar. Diet. Where's Yinzhú? As she abruptly turned, she realized that Yinzhú's figure had vanished at the end of the path, and he seemed to be in a bit of a fluster. With a sudden chuckle, Roland wiped away her tears, questioning if she truly appeared so fearsome that he fled in such haste. Nevertheless, this tale is quite touching. Is he urging me to lose weight, or is he genuinely afraid that I might cling to him? How delightful to think so. At this moment, a broader smile graced her face, and the resentment she harbored against Yinzhú subtly dissipated. As her anger faded, she found that Yinzhú was not as intolerable as she once believed. In fact, when Meiying recounted this story to Yinzhú, she concluded by saying that if he ever encountered a girl for whom he would willingly lay down his life, he should bring her home. As anticipated by most, the second semifinals held in the afternoon saw the summoning department triumph effortlessly over the great sword warriors in the divine sound department, moving them into the finals. Following this, there would be a day of rest before the ultimate showdown the day after. Yinzhú now felt a twinge of melancholy, or perhaps a sense of confusion. Upon returning to his dormitory, he was greeted by an unprecedented commotion. The beautiful girls from the divine sound department, alongside Hai Yang and Xiang Wan, were chattering excitedly, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As soon as Yinzhú stepped in, they all flocked to him simultaneously. "Wow, Yinzhú, you were incredible today. You took down that gorilla. Who knew you were this strong? How about I become your girlfriend?" exclaimed a girl whose name he did not even know, her excitement palpable as she seemed ready to leap into his arms. "How dare you? No way. Yinzhú is our collective treasure. How can you claim him for yourself?" Another chimed in. "Don't forget, he is the little green amidst our divine sound department's garden of beauties. No one can monopolize him. That is a fair point. How about we each take turns, one day at a time?" "Great idea. Classmates, what is this?" Yinzhú finally found an opportunity to speak. His face flushed crimson as he was encircled by a throng of girls. Although the scent of flowers surrounded him, the experience felt far from delightful. He would have preferred solitude with Su La. Seeing his discomfort, Xiang Wan and Hai Yang could not help but giggle, their bodies shaking with mirth. "Yinzhú, pretend to faint, quickly," a faint voice whispered in his ear. Perhaps under pressure, his reflexes sharpened, and with eyes closed, he collapsed to the ground, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Su La emerged from somewhere, wrapping her arms around Yinzhú, frowning as she admonished, "Enough noise, everyone. Yinzhú has just battled fiercely. Let him rest, will you?" At last, the dorm fell silent, and under Su La's strong persuasion, the beautiful girls from the divine sound department gradually dispersed. As Xiang Wan and Hai Yang walked towards the exit, Xiang Wan leaned down and whispered into Yinzhú's ear, "Your acting is terribly lacking. I have not forgotten my promise. I shall fulfill it when the opportunity arises." Upon finishing her words, a delicate blush graced her enchanting visage before she hastily took Hai Yang's hand and departed. The moment the door closed, Yinzhú sprang from Su La's embrace, gasping for breath, and managed a wry smile. "Su La, I can't help but feel that being surrounded by them is more exhausting than battling Nesta. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, who knows how long they would have lingered." Su La snorted in response. "Isn't it simply because you can't restrain yourself, flitting about like a butterfly?" Gazing at the now-closed dormitory door, Yinzhú felt a tingling sensation in his ears, the faint fragrance left by Xiang Wan igniting his heart once more. What did she mean by promise? Was it merely to perform a piece of an Aishang? A sense of anticipation quietly blossomed within him. He made a playful face at Su La before hurriedly retreating to his room for rest, to ensure he could participate in the final competition in the best possible condition. Yinzhú took the following day off work at the Piaolan Pavilion, allowing Su La to request a day of leave on his behalf. He chose to remain at home, dedicating himself to his cultivation. After 16 years of relentless practice, he finally transcended to the realm of sword courage and musical heart. Unbeknownst to him, his entire mindset seemed to have matured significantly. Even his musical expressions underwent profound changes. Where once his melodies were gentle and harmonious, now they resonated with a balanced, pure, and rich tone, reminiscent of aged wine with lingering echoes. Qin Shang had once told him that upon entering the realm of sword courage and musical heart, he would enter a rapid advancement phase in the art of musical magic. The pace of improvement would even surpass that of cultivating the innocent musical heart, a phenomenon that would persist until he reached the pinnacle of sword courage and musical heart. In the realm of the musical sect, the cultivation of musical magic diverged from the conventional practices of sound masters on the continent, exhibiting a markedly accelerated pace. A typical individual, if they began cultivating musical magic from a young age, would require approximately 10 to 15 years to complete the first stage of the 9th level of musical magic. However, once one entered the realm of sword courage and musical heart, the speed of cultivation would significantly diminish. Qin Shang had dedicated 50 years to break through the bottleneck of sword courage and musical heart to attain the purple micro-musical heart. Yinzhú's circumstances were markedly different. He was the first in the history of the musical sect to successfully cultivate the innocent musical heart. This method of cultivation was the most challenging entry-level practice of the sect, demanding high standards across all aspects. Yet, the challenges inherent in cultivating the innocent musical heart ensured a more solid foundation. Remaining undistracted for 16 years is nearly unimaginable for an ordinary person. However, Yinzhú's innate talent, coupled with his 8 fingers and inherent spiritual affinity for musical tones, enabled him to break through the bottleneck within such a time frame. Once the innocent musical heart was successfully cultivated, Yinzhú's journey towards the purple micro-musical heart would become significantly smoother. Each time he played a piece, he could distinctly sense a subtle enhancement in his musical magical prowess, something that had previously been beyond his wildest imagination. For Yinzhú, spending an entire day playing the zither was nothing out of the ordinary. As the final commenced, he had fully immersed himself in a state of peak performance. Even Ferguson was unaware that his newly recruited disciple had already attained a level surpassing the green tier of the fusion of magic and martial arts. The adversaries from the Sound of Divine Arts faced off against the formidable Summoning Arts, which had also showcased an abundance of exceptional talent this year. The 10 participants from both sides converged in the center of the trial arena. Among the Summoning Arts team, a youthful lad, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, stood out with his strikingly handsome features and remarkably perceptive eyes, exuding none of the aloofness typically associated with other mages. Greetings, I am Milan, the captain of the Summoning Arts, a first-year student. He extended his right hand in a friendly gesture. Yinzhú reciprocated the handshake, but at that moment, he felt something unusual in his grasp. Surprised, he glanced at Milan, who was gazing back at him with profound significance, and nodded slightly. I am Yinzhú, captain of the Sound of Divine Arts, also a first-year student. As they released their hands, Yinzhú instinctively tucked the item Milan had slipped into his palm between his fingers. It appeared to be a note. Milan smiled gently and remarked, as fellow students of the magic department, we should maintain a spirit of camaraderie. We have discussed it and prefer not to engage with the lovely ladies of your faction. How about we each represent our respective disciplines in today's final? Let us determine the victor in a single decisive battle, shall we? Yinzhú hesitated, realizing that this arrangement favored his side significantly. Apart from himself, the Sound of Divine Arts had only Ocean with any measure of combat prowess. Observing the composed gazes of the 5 students opposite him, along with their prior achievements, it was evident that they were all at least of yellow-tier proficiency in magic. Upon seeing Milan, he sensed that this individual posed a threat akin to that of Nestor. Wouldn't that be rather disadvantageous for you? Perhaps we should proceed in a pack-like manner? Yinzhú did not wish to exploit his opponent's generosity. Milan shook his head, asserting no. I have confidence in myself, just as you do in your own abilities. He then stepped forward, lowering his voice to a whisper only audible to Yinzhú. This is not merely a contest for first-year students. It is also a rivalry between the Qin sect and the Hua sect. Yinzhú's heart quaked at the mention of the Hua sect, one of the 8 sects of the Eastern Dragon. Though Qin Shang had not elaborated much on the 8 sects, he had previously informed Yinzhú that they were divided into 2 main categories, magic and martial arts. The 4 sects representing magic were Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua, while the 4 sects representing martial arts were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The Qin sect held the esteemed position of the foremost among the magical sects, with the Hua sect occupying the lowest rank. Although this ranking did not definitively reflect the absolute strength of the sects, it offered some insight into their standings within the 8 sects of the Eastern Dragon. Yinzhú refrained from asking further, understanding that this was not the moment for inquiries. He nodded in agreement. Very well then. The other participants gradually withdrew, and amidst the cheers of the magic department students, the climactic battle of this year's freshman competition was poised to commence. Milan donned a standard gray robe of the summoning magic class, his stature slightly shorter than that of Yinzhú, with sleeves that hung quite loosely. Although not exceptionally handsome, his demeanor exuded a cheerful aura, easily endearing him to others. As Yinzhú retrieved his sea moon's radiance, Milan produced an object of his own. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a rather peculiar magic staff, measuring approximately 2 feet in length. It shimmered with a faint red hue, topped with a sizable white gem shaped like a teardrop, its pointed end extending outward and measuring 3 inches long. To ordinary observers, this was merely an unusual staff, yet Yinzhú recognized it as the brush belonging to the painting sect. The 4 sects, Qin, chess, book, and painting, each represented a distinct form of magic. The Qin sect belonged to the branch of mental magic known as the divine sound system. The chess sect fell under the spatial magic branch, specifically the sealing domain. The book sect was akin to the elemental categories, being the only one among the 4 that cultivated comprehensive magic. Meanwhile, the painting sect focused on summoning magic. Yinzhú had heard a brief introduction to the 4 sects from Qin Shang, but this was his first encounter in person. Milan smiled slightly and remarked, "Brother Yi, I have watched your previous matches, yet it was only during your battle with Nesta that I solidified my judgment. I am aware of your formidable strength. Today, let us engage in a fair contest." The evolution of strength beyond the rainbow level symbolizes the 8 sects of the Eastern Dragon. As he spoke, he twirled the magic staff in his palm, his relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seemed to chant an incantation. And arcs of yellow light emerged from the tip of his staff, gradually outlining a pattern in the air. To onlookers, it appeared that Ma Liang was sketching a magic circle exclusive to the summoning class, accompanied by his incantation. However, only Yinzhú understood that the movement of Ma Liang's lips was merely a ruse. In the Eastern Dragon's 8 sects, aside from exceptional circumstances, the mages of the 4 magic sects did not require incantations to wield their powers. At that moment, the brush in Ma Liang's hand was his true weapon. Ma Liang moved swiftly, the brush-like staff flowing through the air with the grace of a stream. In mere blinks of an eye, a wolf-shaped image had taken form. An extraordinary scene unfolded as all the lines he had drawn instantaneously expanded and merged in the air upon his final stroke. With a howl, a colossal azure wolf, measuring over 3 meters in length, emerged from the illustration, charging directly at Yinzhú. Seated on the podium, Ferguson observed this spectacle with a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "What a curious summoning magic circle. I have never seen anything like it before. The young people of today truly continue to astonish me." Summoning magic is the most enigmatic and unique of all magical arts. Besides being classified by the rainbow level, its characteristics diverge significantly from other magic systems. Furthermore, summoners employ an array of bizarre methods when calling forth various magical beasts, which is why Ma Liang remained unperturbed by the potential revelation of his identity as a member of the painting sect. The 3-meter-long azure wolf is a 3rd-tier magical beast. The wind wolf, a common creature in the realm of magic. Although on the surface, Ma Liang appears to be at the yellow level, Yinzhú, well-versed in the hierarchy of the 8 clans of the East Dragon, understands that Ma Liang is at least on par with his own initial green level. He is merely unaware of the specific designation for the 2nd stage of the painting clan. Given his current magical prowess, he could summon magical beasts of the 4th or 5th tier. Once the number of summoned beasts reaches a certain threshold, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to manage. He has not forgotten the considerable troubles the 2 previous matches with the dragon had brought him. With this thought, Yinzhú propelled himself towards the wolf. Cradling the sea moon's radiance in his left hand and extending his right hand forward, he deftly unleashed the green silk, which shimmered with a yellow aura, transforming into spirals of emerald light that directly aimed for the wind wolf's head. The wind wolf, swift as the wind, launched forth razor-sharp wind blades from its mouth as it lunged at Yinzhú. Although merely orange tier, these wind blades were instantaneous due to the wind wolf's nature as a wind element beast. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered Yinzhú today. With the strength of his 2nd-tier yellow bamboo, equivalent to the mid-level green bamboo clan's fighting spirit, he granted the wind wolf no opportunity. All wind blades were immediately shredded upon contact with the green silk, reverting to their original form as gentle breezes. The green silk accurately ensnared the wind wolf's head. And in the next instant, Yinzhú had flashed past the beast, dashing towards Ma Liang. The wind wolf's massive form froze in place, and as Yinzhú zipped by, it disintegrated into countless specks of light, vanishing from existence. The magical beasts summoned by a summoner are formed through the condensation of elemental energy, which is the uniqueness of summoning magic. Once a magical beast perishes, it reverts to its elemental form and disappears. Consequently, for a summoner, 2 critical aspects are paramount: the proficient use of various summoning formations and a formidable reservoir of magical power. Only with a continuous supply of magical energy can one summon greater and more powerful beasts through elemental transformation. Ma Liang was taken aback by how swiftly Yinzhú had dispatched his wind wolf. Meanwhile, his brush continued to dance rapidly, as he had yet to complete his second painting, which represented his second spell. Although Yinzhú's speed could not rival that of Sula, with his green-level fighting spirit, he arrived before Ma Liang in the blink of an eye. He raised his right hand, and the green silk transformed into a slender beam of emerald light, aiming directly at the hand holding the brush. At that moment, a peculiar smile spread across Ma Liang's face. The green silk indeed touched his wrist, yet Yinzhú distinctly sensed that his green silk had struck at an empty space. Before him, Ma Liang gradually faded into a phantom. "Brother Yi, my apologies. I had just cast a decoy beast spell on myself." Ma Liang's voice resonated from behind. When Yinzhú turned around, he discovered Ma Liang positioned at the far side of the arena, a staggering 500 meters away, his brush continuing to flicker with speed. The illustration for this second summoning spell was clearly far more intricate than the previous one. A duel between the Qinshi and the Painting Clan, it seemed. Yinzhú suddenly recalled the words spoken by Ma Liang before the competition. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from pursuing further and instead seated himself in the direction of Ma Liang. Since this was a duel between the Qinzong and Huazong, he resolved not to employ the techniques of the Zhuzong. The moonlight shone gracefully upon his legs as Yinzhú gently plucked the strings of his qin, producing a cascade of 7 explosive sounds simultaneously. The distance of 500 meters posed a significant challenge for an ordinary divine sound master to convey the full potency of sound to the opponent's ears. However, for Yinzhú, who possessed fighting spirit, this challenge was non-existent. The 7 explosive sounds reverberated like thunderclaps beside Ma Liang's ear, causing his expression to shift abruptly, and his movements to slow considerably. Yet, due to Yinzhú's earlier miscalculation, Ma Liang had already completed his second painting. In the midst of a fervent roar, a massive figure obstructed Yinzhú's line of sight. The robust physique, fierce aura, thick scales, and the crystalline horn atop its head unmistakably revealed its identity. It was a golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, akin to the one ridden by Austin. The golden crystal Tyrannosaurus summoned by Ma Liang was noticeably smaller than Austin's, not a Tyrannosaurus king. But nonetheless, it possessed the caliber of a pinnacle 5th-level magical beast. The colossal creature, upon its emergence, charged towards Yinzhú with astonishing speed, exuding no hint of clumsiness. Its crimson eyes and nearly frenzied demeanor vividly displayed its predatory nature. In the sunlight, the golden dragon form shimmered brilliantly, appearing even more formidable than Nesta's red dragon at first glance. While summoning the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, Ma Liang's complexion paled slightly. Summoning a pinnacle 5th-level magical beast required considerable expenditure of his magical power. Nevertheless, he held great confidence in the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, as it served not only as a formidable shield but also as a powerful attacker. He believed that even if Yinzhú were to summon the violet-haired man from that day, it would be impossible to annihilate his Tyrannosaurus in the short term. Seizing this opportunity, he seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and laid his magical brush across his legs, commencing meditation to recover his magical energy as much as possible. With 8 fingers trembling, a graceful melody flowed forth, the gentle rhythm and cheerful cadence bringing a sense of uplifting serenity. Within this soft and melodious piece, green waters, crystalline yellow sound blades cascaded from the strings of the Haiyue Qinghui. The sound blades seamlessly blended into Yinzhú's performance, as if they were an integral part of it. A faint glow flickered as they ascended, their target being the rapidly approaching golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. The sheer size of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, although not a Tyrannosaurus king, exceeded 8 meters in length. Such a colossal form could hardly evade the onslaught. The sound blades, born from the realm of sword courage and Qin heart, accurately struck its sturdy armor, creating a surprising spectacle. These sound blades, akin to tangible entities, collided against the body of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, igniting a shower of sparks. The golden crystal Tyrannosaurus let out another roar, this time infused with a hint of anguish, as the sound blades left multiple marks upon its robust scales. Though they could not breach its defenses, the barrage of sound blades momentarily halted the creature's charge. At this moment, Yinzhú was entirely absorbed in the strings of his instrument, everything flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. Upon entering the realm of sword and heart intertwined, the persistent issue that had plagued him, the inability to harmonize sound blades with his melody, was effortlessly resolved. Each seemingly simple note was now imbued with a destructive sound blade. Unlike the wind blades, which inflicted swift and sharp lacerations, the sound blades generated intense vibrations upon striking the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, slicing through its thick scales with a high-frequency resonance akin to a saw. The devastation wrought by the sound blades far surpassed that of the wind blades. With every step the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus took, at least 10 sound blades surged forth, all directed towards a specific area on its chest under Yinzhú's precise control. As the relentless assault continued, the cracks in its scales widened, and tiny fragments of scales were shattered and sent flying, intensifying its agony. As the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus drew nearer, the frequency of the sound blade impacts increased. Yinzhú's hands glided across the strings, unleashing 14 sound blades that soared through the air, intersecting as they advanced towards the creature. At that moment, the blood-red eyes of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus suddenly transformed into a brilliant gold, as a surge of elemental power enveloped its crystalline horn. A dazzling beam of golden light, speckled with glimmers of gold, shot forth, colliding with the 14 sound blades hurtling towards it. The metallic clang echoed as both the sound blades and the light beam shattered simultaneously. Metallic magic is a rare form of elemental magic that serves as a branch of the elemental arts. Internally, it can enhance one's defenses, while externally, it can unleash powerful attacks akin to a fierce weapon. This was the innate magic of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, perhaps due to the pain inflicted by the sound blades. The creature's advance faltered, its crystalline horn and massive tail unleashing waves of golden metallic magic in a fierce clash against Yinzhú. A faint smile graced Yinzhú's face. If the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus insisted on charging, before the power of the green water melody could manifest, he would be left with no choice but to engage in close combat to withstand its frenzied assaults. Yet, now that the creature was attacking with magic, it had forfeited any chance of victory. In terms of the rainbow ranking, the peak 5th level golden crystal Tyrannosaurus equated to the initial stage of human blue level power, surpassing Yinzhú by a full 3 tiers. Consequently, Yinzhú's sound blades could not entirely counter the metallic onslaught of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. However, the velocity of the sound blades far exceeded that of the opponent. One by one, the sound blades diminished the creature's metallic magic to its weakest state, rendering it incapable of breaching the defense shield of the moon god when it approached Yinzhú. At that moment, Milan suddenly opened his eyes, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had never witnessed the sound blades of the Yinzhú. Yinzhú's ability was a complete innovation. He was acutely aware that the true prowess of the Yinzhú lay within the melodies of the Guqin. At this moment, as the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus ceased its relentless assault, he found it difficult to ascertain what transformations Yinzhú's music might evoke in the contest. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath and raised his left hand, from which a translucent crystal vial materialized in his palm. The vial was clear, revealing that it contained over half a bottle of vivid red liquid. The speed of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus's attacks began to wane, while Yinzhú, intriguingly, reduced the tempo of his sound blades. The frenzy in the beast's eyes gradually softened, as Yinzhú played a captivating melody with the technique treasure wild goose grasping reeds. The creature astonishingly halted its aggression towards him. With a gentle smile, Yinzhú addressed the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, saying, "You are weary, perhaps you should rest a while." In an unexpected display of acquiescence, the notoriously fiery-tempered beast nodded its immense head and turned to walk to the side of the battlefield, its colossal form shimmering into specks of golden light that quietly dissipated. Though Green Waters was not one of the Yinzhú's 9 renowned compositions, it possessed the remarkable ability to calm the spirit and dispel all negative emotions. As the melody progressed to a third of its entirety, Yinzhú not only quelled the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus's desire to attack, but also severed the connection between the beast and its summoner, Milan. Deprived of its bond with its master, the elemental creature naturally ceased to exist. Observing this scene from a distance, Milan could not help but sigh. "Yinzhú, you truly possess remarkable strength. I must summon my utmost power to compete with you." Their gazes met with profound understanding. Both aware that this confrontation transcended the mere newcomer competition, they represented their respective magical sects, thus rendering this an internal contest among the 8 clans of the Eastern Dragon. The calming effect of green waters had little impact on Milan, particularly since Yinzhú had concentrated the majority of the melody upon the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, enabling him to subdue a pinnacle-level beast in such a brief span. Consequently, aside from the magical energy expended during the summoning, Milan sustained no significant injuries. With his hands poised on the strings, as the echoes of green waters faded, Yinzhú smiled and said, "Please enlighten me." The rising stars of the Qinzong and Huazong now faced each other in the central arena of the Milan Magic and Martial Academy, and at this moment, their true contest was just beginning. Milan extended his left hand, tracing a circle before him. A silver ring of ancient design on his left middle finger suddenly radiated a brilliant silver light. As he completed his gesture, 5 formidable objects materialized before him, floating in the air and exuding a faint silver glow. Each item was substantial, hovering before Milan and creating a peculiar sensation that thickened the surrounding air. A massive elemental aura surged violently toward these 5 items. They comprised a silver long horn, a gigantic tooth of an unknown creature, a sphere of silvery light, a colossal silver eyeball, and a massive diamond-shaped scale. At the judges' table, the heads of the various departments in the magical faculty rose almost in unison, including the head of the summoning department, their eyes wide with astonishment. Ferguson stood at the forefront, sighing, fearing that Yinzhú was destined to lose. The Silver Dragon Quintet, a collection of magical artifacts akin to divine relics, represented the long-sought auxiliary summoning tools coveted by summoners. No, it was not merely the Silver Dragon Quintet, but rather the Silver Dragon Sextet. In addition to the Silver Dragon Horn, Silver Dragon Fang, Silver Dragon Heart, Silver Dragon Eye, and Silver Dragon Scale, the vial of crimson liquid in his hand was likely the blood of the Silver Dragon. This audacious brat possessed such a treasure, which even I was unaware of. The eyes of the head of the summoning department seemed aflame with desire for summoners. Nothing could be more alluring than these supreme auxiliary summoning artifacts. The thick tension in the air rendered Yinzhú's countenance grave as he gazed at the Silver Dragon Quintet before Milan. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him, he understood that this was a magical artifact far beyond his capacity to withstand. The potency of its magical essence was formidable, rivaling that of purple-tier magic. He found even the act of playing his melodies increasingly challenging, as the immense weight of pressure made physical movement arduous. Ma Liang's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Yinzhú, concede. Although it may be somewhat embarrassing to win through magical artifacts, I refuse to accept defeat. The 5 items before me are organs of the Silver Dragon, combined with the blood of the Silver Dragon in my grasp, forming the Silver Dragon Sextet. The Silver Dragon, also known as the Magical Dragon, possesses the weakest physical combat abilities among all dragons, yet simultaneously wields the most formidable magical power, second only to the Holy Dragon, boasting a peak 9th-tier beast strength. With the Silver Dragon Sextet, I can summon the Silver Dragon to unleash a singular attack, one you absolutely cannot endure. I harbor no desire to harm you. So let us proceed. Yinzhú abruptly interrupted Ma Liang, recalling the teachings of his grandfather. On the battlefield, one must never retreat, regardless of the adversary faced. Even the mightiest opponent harbors vulnerabilities. His heart remained tranquil, his gaze clear, his movements elegant. He remained composed amidst the immense pressure from the Silver Dragon Sextet, drawing the attention of the instructors on the podium, with Ferguson nodding in satisfaction. However, he was prepared to intervene and halt the match. Ma Liang, resigned, inquired, "Are we truly to continue? If you cannot withstand the Silver Dragon's assault, concede, and I believe I may still manage to retract my magic." Recalling unleashed magic bears significant backlash for a mage, particularly in instances of exceeding one's limits. Although Ma Liang wished not to harm Yinzhú, he yearned for victory, viewing it as an unparalleled opportunity for the painting sect to surpass the Qin sect. Thus, he was willing to risk the repercussions of magic backlash to fight until the very end. As he slowly uncapped the vial containing the blood of the Silver Dragon, the magical elements in the air surged towards him with fervor. The Silver Dragon Quintet before him radiated a silvery glow, forming a halo that absorbed the incoming elemental energy. With a delicate touch of the brush into the Silver Dragon's blood, Ma Liang hastily recapped the vial, as if fearing to waste a single drop. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red painting began to take form in his hand. A faint silver glow gradually intensified. The silver halo began to expand, and an invisible majesty coupled with immense pressure rendered the air stagnant. The unique magical pressure of the silver dragon compelled all magical elements within the central training arena to distance themselves from Yinzhú, converging instead at the heart of the 6 artifacts of the silver dragon. One of the significant advantages of utilizing the 6 artifacts is that within the realm of the silver dragon's aura, all other magicians are rendered incapable of casting spells, which is a pivotal reason for its comparison to divine artifacts. Yinzhú remained still, his gaze intently fixed on Milan as he gradually sketched the image of the silver dragon. His mental energy could no longer perceive even a trace of magical elements. Even his musical magic was rendered ineffective at this moment. He refrained from employing his fighting spirit, fully aware that his bamboo clan's energy could never penetrate the silvery halo surrounding Milan. Yet, he sensed the resurgence of that surge of heat within him, reminiscent of his battle with Nesta. The immense external pressure seemed to fuel this warmth, intensifying its blaze. A subtle ripple of mental connection emerged, originating from Z's confusion. It was evident that Z, from afar, sensed Yinzhú's peril and was attempting to communicate, yearning to be summoned to join him in confronting the formidable adversary. However, this time, Yinzhú chose not to summon Z, as he distinctly felt that even with the assistance of the 6 artifacts, the summoning magic was beyond what Z could withstand. He wished to shield Z from any harm. Thus, he steadied his spirit and conveyed through their delicate connection that he was unharmed. The silver radiance grew ever more potent, a mist swirling above Milan's head. With each stroke he made, his complexion paled further, as if the task demanded immense effort. Large beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, splattering onto his magical robe. The previous summoning of the golden crystal tyrant had already depleted part of his magical energy, although the 6 artifacts provided assistance. The consumption of this summoning spell was dauntingly high. Without the aid of the silver dragon's blood, he would have been completely drained of magic, reduced to a mere husk. At the judges' table, Nina suddenly smiled and turned to the head of the summoning department, Vieri, saying, "Shall we make a wager?" Vieri, completely captivated by the 6 artifacts, replied without turning, "Wager on what?" Nina smiled and replied, "Let us wager on the victory of this match." Vieri turned his head in surprise. "What? Do you believe there is still suspense in this match? Have you not observed that your sound department student is being suppressed to the point of not being able to continue playing? Do you truly think he can win?" Nina nodded earnestly. "Indeed. I believe he will win. And undoubtedly so." Vieri scoffed. "Director Nina, are you not daydreaming?" Nina smiled. "If you doubt it, then let us wager. If Yinzhú wins, I want your department's eternal substitute puppet." Vieri gasped in shock. "How do you know the eternal substitute puppet is in our summoning department?" Realizing he had let slip a secret, he attempted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Nina smiled. "So, do you dare to bet?" As Vieri observed the gradually emerging silver dragon, he glanced at the confident Nina and the other department heads around him, who wore expressions of curiosity. And with a determined bite of his teeth, he inquired, "What shall you concede if you lose?" Nina replied with calm composure, "Should I fail, you may select 3 items of your choice from the treasury of the sound division." The moment her words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The sound division was the wealthiest among all departments. Even if the treasury lacked artifacts, the worth of 3 treasured items would rival that of a single artifact. Vieri could scarcely fathom the possibility of Yinzhú turning the tide at this stage of the competition. With a quick glance, he declared, "Very well. I accept your wager. Dean, I ask you to bear witness." Ferguson, somewhat taken aback by Nina's unruffled demeanor, though uncertain of her confidence, nodded in agreement. With a swift motion of his right hand through the air, he intoned, "Praise be to Fablon." A simple contract spell was thus completed. At last, Milan executed the arduous final stroke. In an instant, the 5 pieces of the silver dragon ascended simultaneously, their crimson patterns magnifying exponentially. They emitted a resplendent radiance. The scales of the silver dragon unfurled, its teeth aligned in precision. The heart of the dragon nestled at the center of the illustration, and its horns stood proudly at the forefront. The dragon's eyes split into 2, radiating an aura of wisdom and chilling brilliance, suddenly unleashed. A colossal silver dragon soared into the air above the central arena. It was Yinzhú's first encounter with a 9th-level magical beast. Contrary to his expectations, The dragon's size was not overwhelmingly large, measuring a little over 10 meters, only slightly surpassing that of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. Its scales lacked the thickness of the latter, appearing instead as lustrous and dazzling. The silver dragon's eyes and single horn shimmered with vibrant patterns. Its foreclaws beneath curled slightly, the silver radiance resembling whirlpools of magical elements. The immense wings stretched out like a vast canopy, hovering in the air, exuding an invisible majesty and a palpable pressure from elemental energy that seemed to suffocate the earth itself. Every part of its body was enveloped in magical elements as tangible as substance, with no incantation required. These elements coalesced into a formidable elemental shield of the first rank of purple level. As the silver dragon manifested, Yinzhú felt an immobilizing force wash over him, compelling him to muster the slightest fragment of his mental energy to retract the moonlight's radiance. With all his strength, he gradually stood, embodying the unbending resilience of bamboo, choosing to break rather than yield. At last, he straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with unwavering brilliance. Supporting himself with his brush, Milan gazed at the majestic silver dragon in the sky, pride swelling within him. Though he had exhausted all his magical energy, and his body would require at least 10 days to recuperate, the exhilaration of unleashing such potent magic filled him with immense pride. Go forth, silver dragon. Defend your pride and dignity with your might. The colossal silver dragon, under his command, unfurled its magnificent wings, enveloped in a circle of purple magical elemental shields, akin to a silver meteor hurtling towards Yinzhú. Although Ma Liang's magical prowess was insufficient to fully harness the silver dragon's formidable magical strength, this simple onslaught alone achieved the potency of purple-level magic. The silver meteor, trailing a brilliant tail of flames, soared forth. The air within the central practice arena became utterly still, as a tremendous surge of energy transformed the space into a vacuum. All elements had been entirely absorbed by the silver dragon. Its majestic presence, even through the defensive barrier of the central arena, weighed heavily upon the observing students, rendering them breathless. Yinzhú. A piercing, anguished cry resonated from outside the arena. A slender figure collided with the protective barrier of the practice ground with all its might. Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, breaching such a formidable purple-level defense was an impossibility. The silver dragon was upon them in the blink of an eye. This was not a mere collision, but an act of devouring. Though the silver dragon released only a fleeting moment of radiance, its destructive power was already formidable. With arms spread wide, Yinzhú seemed to revel in the impending embrace of death, his eyes gently closed. Ferguson felt a surge of anxiety, yet Nina insisted that he refrain from interrupting the contest. Ma Liang, too, was gripped by tension, horrified to realize that the summoning of the silver dragon was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Retracting his magic was now impossible. The dragon's assault had become irreversible. His complexion paled further as he could only watch helplessly as Yinzhú stood proud, soon to be consumed by the silver dragon. All present were left in stunned silence. Would the first male student of the divine sound system, who had risen like a comet, truly fall in this competition? At that moment, only Nina at the podium maintained a semblance of calm, a faint smile gracing her lips. A golden halo appeared, akin to a savior. The instant the silver dragon made contact with Yinzhú, this halo manifested around Yinzhú's left wrist, and in an instant, his form was enveloped in a shimmering golden light. He, already strikingly handsome, radiated an exquisite grace. Now, surrounded by that golden luminescence, Yinzhú resembled a deity, resplendent as though he were a celestial star descended to earth. The silver dragon engulfed Yinzhú, yet at the moment it completely enveloped him. It seemed to become transparent. Everyone could distinctly see Yinzhú, wrapped in gold, traversing within the body of the silver dragon. What kind of power could be unleashed when all magical elements within the practice arena erupted under the influence of the dragon's 6 artifacts? Chapter 23, Divine Artifact. Eternal Substitute Puppet. The central practice arena was ablaze with fervor. For centuries, this pivotal site of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy was now in a state of complete upheaval. The solid ground, fortified by magical protection, shattered entirely, sending countless fragments soaring into the air from the spot where Yinzhú had stood, causing the earth to sink beneath. Fortunately, Ferguson and the instructors of various disciplines had preemptively funneled their magical energy into the overarching defensive barrier, preventing the collapse of the central arena's protection. Nevertheless, the violent tremors produced significant cracks across the terrain surrounding the central practice arena. Milan's body was hurled like a tattered sack, crashing heavily against the protective shield, rendering him unconscious without even a sound. As he lay in a stupor, 5 beams of silvery light drifted from the epicenter of the explosion, merging into the ancient ring upon his hand. Fortunately, he was positioned at a considerable distance from the center of the blast, and since the silver dragon was summoned by him, he found himself in the least affected direction of the explosion, thereby escaping the brunt of its ferocious force. The teachers and students stood in stunned silence, observing the chaos of flying debris and listening to the relentless cacophony of gravel falling to the ground. Who could have anticipated such a scenario at the freshman competition? Such devastating power was beyond the capabilities of even fifth-year graduates. Quick, save him. Ferguson, the dean, was the first to react, his urgency palpable. No one among the faculty was more anxious than he was. He had just taken on an extraordinarily gifted disciple, only to witness his potential slip away. As the protective shield activated, a cloud of dust rushed towards them, causing many students to cough. The teachers hurriedly descended from the platform towards the training grounds. At that moment, a slender figure dashed into the arena, targeting the spot where Milan had fallen. "I will kill you." A piercing and shrill roar surged forth, propelled by astonishing speed toward the unconscious Milan. In his grasp, a blade of black lightning glimmered, its swift approach catching the teachers off guard, leaving them helpless as the scythe-like edge aimed for Milan's heart. "Sula, no?" Just as everyone realized the impending strike, a violet beam shot forth from the dissipating dust. The black blade halted abruptly, and Sula's lithe form froze as a purple needle pierced through the blade, creating an oddly captivating sight. Sula refrained from lunging at Milan, turning instead to gaze at the fading haze, murmuring, "Yinzhú, you're not dead?" A tall figure emerged slowly from the mist, his once black hair now turned gray from the dust, his face obscured by grime, save for the pristine white robe he wore. In that moment, Sula forgot everything, including the fact that his voice had lost its masculine timbre. The assassin's speed peaked instantaneously, crashing into Yinzhú's embrace like a fledgling swallow, his slender arms gripping Yinzhú tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, his body trembling violently, oscillating between profound sorrow and immense joy, leaving his breath unstable. "Be gentle. Do you wish to choke me? I'm dirty." Yinzhú smiled softly. I don't care. You scared me to death." Sula cried out, overwhelmed by genuine emotion, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "All right, no more tears," Yinzhú said, somewhat flustered as he tried to console Sula. "You broke my dagger. It was expensive. You owe me." Okay, I'll compensate you," Yinzhú replied, recalling that all their funds seemed to reside with Sula. Ferguson, accompanied by the teachers, hastened to the center of the field, where a massive pit, exceeding 20 meters in diameter, had formed at the spot where Yinzhú had previously stood. The training ground was irrevocably damaged and would require at least a month of restoration. Yet, at this moment, Ferguson's spirits soared. Nothing could bring him greater joy than knowing Yinzhú was unharmed. Vieri, perplexed, cradled the unconscious Milan, struggling to comprehend the situation. "The silver dragon, it was summoned," he exclaimed. A cough interrupted his thoughts. It was Nina, standing beside him. "Director Vieri, do not forget our wager," she said, her previously icy demeanor replaced by a triumphant smile. Suddenly, Vieri seemed to recall something, rising abruptly from the ground. "Life Guardian, it must be the Life Guardian, right? You set me up." Nina feigned surprise. "Set you up? Did I? You agreed to the bet of your own volition. I did not coerce you. The principal and the other teachers can attest to that. Is it fair that your students can wield the silver dragon, akin to a divine artifact, while my students of the sound system cannot employ the Life Guardian? Such reasoning eludes me." Vieri stared at Nina, momentarily speechless. Ferguson, suppressing a laugh, coughed lightly and remarked, "Well, Director Vieri, a wager is a wager. But principal, my eternal puppet from the sound system stands." The beautiful students exhaled in relief as they witnessed Yinzhú emerge from the dust. "Ocean, you pinched me too hard just now," Xiangwan whispered with a chuckle. Ocean, breathing heavily, glanced at her and retorted, "Yet you tore the hem of my clothing." Are you afraid that if Yinzhú perished, your promise would be unfulfilled? Xiang Wan's cheeks flushed. Ocean, when did you become so sharp-tongued? Ocean smiled slightly. And you? I have never seen you fret over any boy before. Xiang Wan huffed. Still, that Yinzhú fellow seems disinterested in women. Otherwise, why would he overlook so many beauties from our sound system? Look, he is even embracing another man. That is merely a display of deep brotherly affection, Ocean replied, her own cheeks reddening a bit. On the dark system stands, Yuming softly patted his chest, relieved that Yinzhú was unharmed. If not, who would accompany me to return Mingxue? He pondered. He is incredibly strong. On the wind system stands. Roland gazed at Yinzhú in the center of the field, inexplicably exhilarated. This stubborn fellow refuses to die. His vitality surpasses that of those clumsy dragons. On the heavy cavalry stands, Nestor laughed heartily. It seems my list of rivals has grown. Standing at the center of the field, Ferguson smiled, surveying the audience without the need for amplification, his voice resonating throughout the stands. Now, I shall announce several matters. First, the freshman competition has concluded. The champion is the sound system, the runner-up is the summoning system, and the third place is the heavy cavalry system. The participants from these three departments will receive focused cultivation from the academy, and furthermore, the academy will waive the tuition and accommodation fees for these 15 students over the next 5 years. The leaders of the three academic disciplines will each receive weapons or magical items, 1 for the cavalry department, 2 for the summoning department, and 3 for the sound magic department, which they will select from the academy's treasury. This has always been the standard reward for the freshman competition, and no one would dare question it. Ferguson then continued, secondly, I officially declare that Yinzhú is not only a student of the sound magic department, but also my direct disciple. His magical power has been elevated directly from crimson to yellow level due to the magical item I bestowed upon him, which concealed his true strength. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Many realized the source of Yinzhú's formidable prowess. He was indeed the dean's disciple. This revelation also dispelled any doubts regarding his ability to surpass his peers. Who would dare to question Ferguson, the esteemed headmaster of the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, and the chief court mage of the Milan Empire? Thirdly, the autumn grain raid by the orc tribe is about to commence. To enhance the strength of our academy's students, we will select a group of students to join the army in resisting external threats. Naturally, the academy will choose the most outstanding students from each discipline for this practical trial. With that, the freshman competition has come to a close. Starting tomorrow, classes will officially commence. I trust you have witnessed the prowess of the 2 students in today's battles. To become as formidable as they are, or even to surpass them, one must exert greater effort. I hope to see more exceptional talents emerge from our Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The announcement of these 3 matters signifies the conclusion of this year's freshman competition, and the students' academic journey will begin in earnest tomorrow. Undoubtedly, the sound magic department has emerged as the highlight of this year's freshman competition, astonishing many. From the first battle to the last, they maintained an unbroken streak and ultimately claimed victory. As the representative of the sound magic department, Yinzhú has naturally become the most captivating figure among the newcomers. He has demonstrated through his strength that being a sound mage is far from a trivial pursuit. Yinzhú, your purple bamboo needle is indeed sharp. Able to pierce through my dagger, Su La said, reclining on his bed, casually toying with the purple bamboo needle that had prevented him from defeating Milan. It was already nearing dusk, and after finally bidding farewell to all the congratulatory visitors, the 2 could finally enjoy some leisure. Yinzhú replied with a smile. The purple bamboo needle is inherently very sharp and resilient. With my fighting spirit concentrated at a single point, its penetrating power is naturally enhanced. However, your black dagger appears quite impressive. Why is it so fragile? I merely intended to strike it aside. Su La retorted, I am a poor man. What fine dagger could I possibly possess? By the way, Yinzhú, when did you become the dean's disciple? I had no idea. Yinzhú replied softly, actually, I became the dean's disciple only after the competition with Nasta that day. However, the dean claimed I was already his disciple to help obscure my level up. He felt there was no need for secrecy with Su La. The genuine emotions Su La displayed at the conclusion of the competition had been etched deeply in his memory, never to be forgotten. Aside from Yinzhú had already regarded Su La as his closest friend. Su La chuckled. It seems the dean truly takes a liking to you. Now, in this upcoming battle at the front lines, will you be participating? Yinzhú inquired. I suppose so. He replied. The teacher instructed me to prepare. Sula, isn't this a time of peace? Why do I sense from the teacher today that we might engage in war against the orcs? Sula rolled his eyes and retorted, Yinzhú, you might as well call yourself ye fool if you remain oblivious to such basic knowledge. The orcs dwell in the frigid, desolate expanse of the far north. Where agriculture is impossible, they rely solely on the bounty of nature or trade their unique resources with human nations for sustenance. During the spring and summer, their food supply remains manageable due to the abundance of flora and fauna. However, once winter descends, they face dire shortages. Thus, every autumn, they mobilize their armies in a desperate bid to procure grain from the borders of the 3 neighboring human kingdoms. For them, this is akin to a seasonal raid. Typically, these skirmishes are minor, consisting of localized conflicts. As autumn approaches, the Milan Empire, the Ascoli Kingdom, and the Florentine Kingdom concentrate their forces along the borders to counter the orcs and mitigate their losses. This is the border defense battle in which we are about to partake. We? Yinzhú exclaimed in surprise. Are you joining us, Sula? Sula grinned with pride. Though the freshman competition lacks representation from our assassin faction, our skills are indispensable during military campaigns. Regular armies typically employ ordinary light cavalry as scouts. Yet our kind of assassins is highly coveted. A skilled assassin can provide invaluable intelligence and even eliminate the enemy's commander. As the leader of the first-year assassin cohort, do you think I should refrain from participating? You are the leader of the first-year assassins? Yinzhú's smile widened. What? You doubt my prowess? While I may not best you in the arena, in complex terrains, I might just outmatch you. As he spoke, the dagger in his hand, pierced through, glimmered with a green light. Yinzhú was taken aback. It was green-level fighting spirit and of mid-tier strength. He was astounded to realize that Sula surpassed even Nestor in combat prowess. Sula, I damaged your dagger. Here, let this be my compensation. As he spoke, Yinzhú produced an object from his pocket and tossed it to Sula. He caught it deftly. It was a humanoid sculpture carved from amethyst. Strangely, the figure lacked facial features and appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, upon holding it, Sula was astonished to detect a peculiar elemental fluctuation emanating from the amethyst figure, though he could not discern its nature. What is this? Sula asked, intrigued. Yinzhú explained, Grandma Nina gave it to me when she visited this afternoon. She said she won it from the summoning department. It's called the Eternal Doppelganger Puppet. Just a drop of blood on it, and it will recognize its master. It seems to be a protective item. What did you say? The Eternal Doppelganger Puppet? Sula sprang upright from his bed, shock evident on his face as he gazed at Yinzhú. Indeed, the Eternal Doppelganger Puppet, what of it? Yinzhú replied nonchalantly. Sula's voice trembled slightly as he asked, Yinzhú, do you know what the Eternal Stand-in Puppet is for? Yinzhú shook his head, replying, I do not know. Sula's expression grew considerably more serious. The Eternal Stand-in Puppet, also known as the Undying Body, is a low-tier artifact. It is an artifact. Oh, Yinzhú said, stretching his body, unfazed by the mention of the artifact. Hey, did you hear what I said? Sula's dissatisfaction with Yinzhú's demeanor was palpable. Yinzhú smiled and replied, let it be an artifact. It belongs to you now. Sula stiffened, staring blankly into Yinzhú's clear eyes, realizing he actually plans to give me the artifact. Shaking his head gently, he said, no, I cannot accept it. Though I do not understand why Director Nina is so kind to you, even gifting you an artifact, this is yours. As a mage, you need it more than I do. The sole function of the Eternal Stand-in Puppet is to render the user immune to all physical attacks, including fighting spirit. Its uniqueness among artifacts is unparalleled, and its utility is no less than that of any other artifact. Approaching Yinzhú, he offered the purple crystal figure once more. Yinzhú, are we friends? Yinzhú furrowed his brows. Of course, we are friends, Sula answered without hesitation. In that case, between friends, what is yours is mine. Once given, how can I take it back? Do you think our friendship is less precious than an artifact? Anger tinged Yinzhú's voice, and his clear gaze revealed a hint of hurt. However, once the Eternal Stand-in Puppet recognizes its master, that bond cannot be altered, and it will vanish upon the master's death. In the history of the Longqinus continent, only 3 Eternal Stand-in Puppets have ever appeared. 2 of their masters long since perished. This means that this is the last one. Its value is beyond monetary measure. Yinzhú fell silent, his eyes regaining their tranquility. He stood and said softly, I will go for a walk. Sula, I hope by the time I return, It has recognized its master. After speaking, he patted Sula's slender shoulder and exited the room. Sula stood there in a daze. It was the first time he had seen Yinzhú display such an expression since they met. He realized he had hurt Yinzhú. Tears glistened on his cheeks as he thought, Yinzhú, do you truly believe I am more important than anything else? Fool, you are such a fool. Gazing at the purple crystal figure in his hands, he suddenly recognized that this immensely precious artifact seemed trivial compared to the bond he shared with Yinzhú. It was merely an object, nothing more. Wiping away his tears with determination, Sula smiled, his smile sweet, cradling the purple crystal figure as if it embodied his feelings for Yinzhú. He understood he had obtained the most precious thing in the world. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, letting a drop of crimson blood fall upon the purple crystal figure. The blood vanished as if absorbed by a sponge, and a faint purple halo emanated from the base of the figure, spreading rapidly to envelop the entire statue. Gradually, the figure began to transform. The amethyst seemed to come alive, layers of violet radiance spreading continuously as its form shifted. The slender, elongated silhouette of the translucent amethyst figure evolved, with a gentle swell at the chest and exquisitely delicate features emerging. A blush graced Sula's visage, as the blood served as a bridge between him and the eternal puppet. The faint lavender glow intensified abruptly after the amethyst figure had fully morphed, reminiscent of the moment when the purple essence melded into Yinzhú's body, now merging with Sula's being. Standing on the path outside the villa, Yinzhú gazed at his residence, murmuring to himself, Sula, do not disappoint me. If our friendship can be measured by possessions, can it still be called friendship? He extended his hand, glanced at the address on the note, then at his dormitory, and with a leap, propelled by the energy of the bamboo clan's fighting spirit, he vanished at the path's end. As a crucial component of the magic department, the conditions of the student dormitories were quite commendable. However, compared to the near-private villas enjoyed by the members of the Sound clan, there remained a significant disparity. Only those with formidable strength or boundless wealth could afford their own quarters. Milan was evidently among the former. At that moment, Milan lay on his bed, his brow furrowed and his head throbbing, not from excessive expenditure of magical power in the afternoon, but from the incessant nagging of the summoning department head, Veli, who had just departed after a lengthy visit. Yet, he felt a tinge of relief, for aside from the Silver Dragon's blood, the other 5 artifacts of the Silver Dragon 6 had already recognized their master. Otherwise, Veli might have indeed sought to compensate for the loss of the eternal puppet with them. Milan, I have arrived. A clear voice resonated from outside the dormitory, jolting Milan to attention as he quickly sat up in bed. Is that you, brother Yi? Come in. Yinzhú swiftly entered. Today, the note Milan had given him at the training ground contained the precise address of this very dormitory. Milan, slightly unsteady, pulled over a chair and earnestly expressed, Brother Yi, thank you so much today. I have heard that if it weren't for your intervention, I might have been eliminated by your friend. I had initially believed I could control the Silver Dragon, but I never anticipated that it would spiral out of control at the last moment. Thankfully, fate smiled upon me, or I would have been at a loss for how to explain. Yinzhú smiled gently, replying, unexpected events are inevitable in competitions. It is all in the past now. Just call me Yinzhú. Looking at him, Milan also smiled, suddenly realizing that this heir of the Qin clan was even more endearing than he had imagined, possessing a simplicity that seemed incapable of harboring grudges. Milan moved to the window to glance outside before turning back and softly saying, Yinzhú, I never expected to encounter you at Milan's Martial and Magic Academy. If I am not mistaken, you must be a disciple of the Qin clan leader. Only he could nurture such an exceptional talent as you. Yinzhú chuckled. What do you mean by exceptional talent? I had only just entered the sword-daring, heart-resonating realm during my match with Nasta. In fact, you are far superior to me. Had it not been for the Life Guardian blocking your attack today, I would have been defeated long ago. Milan sighed with a wry smile. I too was not relying on my own strength. Everyone possesses magical artifacts, and your Life Guardian conveniently counters my one-time use Silver Dragon. Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. Was it the esteemed Master Qin who sent you here? Yinzhú nodded. Milan, deep in thought, remarked, so, it follows that there are already 3 individuals from our Eastern Dragonate sects in the academy. Yinzhú, from now on, you must exercise utmost caution in all your endeavors. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind the principal's decision to conceal your extraordinary advancement, such fortune may not be forthcoming in the future. As a member of the Eastern Dragonate sects, you must remain vigilant in all pursuits henceforth. Yinzhú gazed at him, perplexed. Why is it that we, the Eastern Dragonate sects, are so disreputable? A flicker of cold light crossed Ma Liang's eyes. Certainly not. However, our current strength is insufficient. We are far from being able to contend with the Fablon's 7 towers, thus we must bide our time. Otherwise, should we be seized as heretics, survival would be a distant hope. Yinzhú furrowed his brow. I fail to comprehend the connection between us and the Fablon's 7 towers. Ma Liang expressed astonishment. You do not know? Has Master Qin not enlightened you regarding our Eastern Dragonate sects? Yinzhú shook his head in confusion. Grandfather Qin has never mentioned it. He only advised me to conceal my strength in the presence of others and not to divulge matters concerning our Qin sect. Ma Liang pondered. That cannot be right. With your capabilities, you should have already uncovered the secrets of our Eastern Dragon. Since you remain uninformed, I cannot divulge more at this time. Master Qin will certainly explain it to you later. Just remember my words. Proceed with caution, diligently cultivate, and enhance your abilities. We are all at Milan Magic Martial Academy. So let us look after one another. Oh, by the way, the disciples of the chess sect have also entered the academy this generation. He is of the same year as us and accompanied me here. He is the main force of the spatial department in the freshman competition. However, you missed the opportunity to meet him. I will introduce you to him another day. My injury will require about a week to heal, but thankfully, I will be fit for this year's border defense battle, where we can fight side by side. As Yinzhú walked back to his dormitory, he was filled with uncertainty. What could the secrets of the Eastern Dragon 8 sects be? Why had his grandfather not shared this information, nor had Master Qin ever mentioned it? Perhaps his father's departure from the Azure Sky Sea was somehow tied to the Eastern Dragonate sects. Having been away from the Azure Sky Sea for some time, Yinzhú's mind was maturing rapidly, especially after he had entered the realm of sword and heart. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he was greeted by an enticing aroma, and his stomach instinctively growled, making him realize his hunger. Yinzhú, you're back just in time for dinner. I've prepared everything. Upon entering, Yinzhú encountered the bustling Sula, who pulled him over. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish, featuring 4 dishes and a soup, including 2 meat dishes. Since the two had begun living together, this was the finest meal yet. Sula interjected with a smile. What? Let us eat. I have no interest in your idle chatter. As he spoke, his form seemed to shimmer slightly, and Yinzhú blinked in astonishment as Sula became entirely transparent. Indeed, he had transformed into a figure of complete transparency. Tentatively reaching out, Yinzhú was horrified to find that his hand passed right through Sula's body. In astonishment, he exclaimed, Sula, what has happened to you? Sula replied with a smile, Fool, this is the effect of the eternal substitute puppet. Once activated, it merges with its master, allowing it to transform into this ethereal form whenever it is attacked or under my mental control. I have discovered that it not only grants immunity to all physical and energy assaults, but also enhances my speed, making it truly suitable for an assassin. Like a child, Yinzhú playfully stirred his hand within Sula's form, feeling no tangible presence at all. It was utterly marvelous, truly marvelous indeed. Does this not make you invincible? He asked. Sula chuckled. Not at all. There are still magical attacks that can harm me. Magical assaults cannot be thwarted by the eternal substitute puppet. I must rely on my own energy. Well then, let us eat, he said, and with a swift motion, he broke free from Yinzhú's grasp, transforming back into his corporeal form in the blink of an eye. The sumptuous dinner, rich in taste and aroma, delighted Yinzhú, who failed to notice that ever since he gifted the eternal substitute puppet to Sula, there had been a significant shift in Sula's demeanor. Even the way he looked at Yinzhú had grown softer. In the early morning, as the sunlight bestowed new vitality upon Milan Academy, Yinzhú had already arrived early at the first-year classroom of the Department of Divine Sound. Today marked the first day of classes, and he was eager to discover what knowledge Milan had to offer. Of course, there was another reason for his early arrival. As the beautiful students of the Department of Divine Sound entered the building one by one, Yinzhú approached Haiyang, Lanxi, Xueling, and Conquebec. What type of prize would you all like? Unfortunately, there are only 3 items. We cannot provide each of you with one, he said, somewhat bashfully. After the competition concluded yesterday, Ferguson had instructed the top 3 representatives of the winning departments to select their prizes this morning. The four exchanged glances, and Longqinus remarked in surprise, Yinzhú, those prizes are awarded to the winning department's representative, right? Yinzhú smiled and replied, we participated as a team. It is only fair that the rewards are shared. I cannot keep it all to myself. The fact that I no longer have to pay tuition and accommodation fees is already a wonderful reward for me. Haiyang gazed quietly at Yinzhú, shaking her head. I do not need anything. You all can decide. I will head back to class. Without waiting for Yinzhú to respond, she turned and left the first-year classroom. Kong Ke scoffed. She is always so cold, as if someone owes her something. I do not want anything either. I am not lacking anything, she declared. Xueling and Longqinus nodded in unison, and Xueling cheerfully said, Yinzhú, we appreciate your kindness. But we truly do not need anything. Moreover, if it were not for you, we would not have participated in the competition. We witnessed how much you sacrificed to achieve the final victory. Without your care during the contest, we might have been injured, and those rewards are rightfully yours. Longqinus agreed, saying, indeed. Yinzhú, just remember to teach me how to play the piano when you have the chance. Very well then, he replied. Yinzhú expressed a hint of helplessness, saying, then I shall choose at random. Should you require anything in the future, do let me know. The treasury of the Milan Magic Martial Academy, when solely assessed by the quantity of magical artifacts, rivals that of the royal treasury of the Milan Empire. The countless gifts from nobles across various nations, alongside the rewards from the Milan royal family, are simply immeasurable. Under the guidance of Ferguson, Yinzhú, Milan, and Nesta passed through 3 formidable barriers and arrived at this place through a door fortified with powerful magical defenses. Ferguson intoned a spell softly, sealing the door behind them, and smiled. Now, you may select at your leisure. Although there are numerous ordinary weapons and magical items here, there are also many exquisite treasures. What you acquire depends on your luck and discernment. This treasury is accessible solely by the Dean, without his presence. Even a level 9 magical beast could not breach its confines. The treasury was vast, with rows of treasure cabinets stretching into the distance. Most items shimmering with a radiant brilliance, though some appeared dull and unremarkable, creating a dazzling spectacle. The various elemental fluctuations within were highly erratic, imparting an unsettling sensation. My armor was damaged by that fellow Yinzhú. I need a new set of armor, Nesta declared. Having already set his sights on his objective and heading directly toward the left side where the defensive items were displayed, Milan smiled slightly and said, I seek a magical defensive artifact, preferably one that reduces mana consumption when casting spells. Given his current prowess, wielding the Silver Dragon's 6 artifacts was quite a stretch. Naturally, he was eager to find something more suited to his abilities. After speaking, he moved towards the right side where the magical items were located. Yinzhú, what about you? You have 3 choices, Ferguson said with a smile directed at Yinzhú. Feeling somewhat lost, Yinzhú replied, Teacher, I'm not certain what to choose. Perhaps you could select for me? Ferguson chuckled softly and remarked, that won't do. If I were to choose for you, others might accuse me of favoritism towards my disciple. You must choose for yourself. However, let me offer you this advice. Sometimes, the most unassuming items can hold the greatest value. Yinzhú's heart stirred, and he inquired, Teacher, might there be a Zither here? I've lost the 5 ancient Zither from the Zither Sect and currently possess only the Haiwe Qinghui Zither gifted by Director Nina. Different musical compositions require the appropriate ancient Zither to achieve optimal resonance. Ferguson smiled and replied, Perhaps there is. There are so many items here that I cannot recall. You should search for it yourself. I will step outside and return for you in an hour. Remember, you have only 1 hour, regardless of what you choose. You must leave with me at the end. Do not attempt to take more items. Every single object here bears a magical mark, and only through my dispelling can you take them with you.